Yeah.
Meeting. Is this where we just smile?
Smile. Let's
Yeah.
see if one that comes up on the old YouTube here.
Hey folks, how's everybody doing today? We are getting ready to go live. This has been 3 years in the making. I'm joined here by Dakota
Hey folks.
and Michelle. And so if you're just arriving into the chat window, you can let us know where you're calling in from. And we're gonna just chit chat a little bit while our team gets ready to go. Oh, sorry. In the background there, we've got lots of stuff happening in the background right now, just getting everything ready to go and getting all of our speakers queued up. And wow, what an incredible couple of weeks. It's been nonstop trying to get ready for this. There's lots of logistics to pull this thing off. We've got some great speakers.
Yeah, I thought writing a book was hard. This this is way more involved.
So I think we have I checked this morning, over 12,000 people signed up to the summit, which is pretty awesome, and more coming in still. And books are actually flying off the shelves, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, these are about the only ones we've got left. we had to like pull these aside so we can actually have a backdrop. So
yeah, these aren't being sold until the end of the weekend.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're gonna have an ugly background.
We're selling the books off our back right now.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're just signing into the chat, let us know where you're coming in from. I'd love to know what you guys are most excited about. What's the thing you're most excited about this weekend? And keep in mind, we've got TAs in the background that will be keeping track of your questions. And so as questions come in, we'll be tracking the questions in another document so that we can ask specific speakers that are speaking at that time. That was a lot of words speaking. We should say, how many more times can I say speaking in 5 minutes?
Good thing this isn't a drinking game, because
we'd all be drunk by now. So we're going to be streaming live on YouTube for the next 3 days. And if you haven't seen all the speakers that we've got lined up for you guys, you should go check that out. We will be taking small interludes between speakers and letting people know where we are on the weekend. And I think this event is going to be really unique because we wanted it to be a little bit more conversational. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess we should just be a little bit explicit. It's like, this is our book launch. I think we've got our text sorted out. We just finished writing this book behind us here, Building Your Permaculture Property, a 5-step process to design and develop land. And we were like 2 months away from kind of sending the final draft off to our publishers, New Society Publishers, which you're going to get a chance to hear from Sarah in a second here. And we're about to send it off, and then like the whole world got locked down. And so that meant a lot of things. One, we had more time to kind of polish the book a bit more, but as we were like working on that, we were like, man, like, how are we gonna tour this book around? Because typically when an author finishes a book, you would take the book on tour. And Rob and I had actually been, and Michelle had been daydreaming about the opportunity to take it to Australia and New Zealand and Africa and Europe to kind of see some of these amazing properties that from the speakers that you're going to be hearing from this weekend. But all those dreams kind of got dashed when with all the lockdowns and travel restrictions and stuff. And so one of the main kind of themes in permaculture is, how do you turn problems into solutions? And so, we put our heads together with our team, and we're like, hey, how do we kind of create an online book launch? And then it was like, well, along with that, there was like, well, permaculture is also about multifunctionality. And so this kind of turned into this amazing thing where we've got 3 days of these amazing speakers that have been, some of our teachers and mentors. We've also got some amazing, peers that are doing some really great work. So it's just this, it's like, how do we, share our book with the world, and also, pay homage to all the amazing people that have helped us. and get it out to as many people as possible. And so I think it's actually turned out to be something far better than we could have ever done if we were, traveling around. Rob and I, we were going to buy like an old, what are they called? Those vans that you used to have, the Volkswagen.
Oh, I'm never buying a Westphalia again, ever.
Yeah.
We've done that already.
Yeah. But I think this has turned out to be so much better. And the most important thing is we also wanted to try to figure out how do we incentivize people to buy the book directly from us and not give any more money to Amazon, because they're basically taking over the world right now. And so it's like with this summit, it's like, let's record it. Let's put it all together, put it out there free. And then afterwards we can have this amazing recording that we can then bundle with the book and all of their tools and entice people away from good old Jeff Bezos there.
I think in addition to that, I mean, permaculture is all about positivism, and we've all had a taste of a really hard year, and so we wanted to help to lift, like all tides lift all boats, and so we wanted to bring a whole bunch of other boats into the equation as well, and like Dakota said, bring in some thought leaders within the space. Permaculture takes a long time to get. It's like playing guitar. It takes a long time to get good at playing a guitar. You can make a guitar make a sound, but it doesn't necessarily sound good until you've got some practice. And we all have our trials and tribulations along the way when you're just getting started and as you go through. And so we wanted to have our guests kind of share their experiences. Because sometimes, it's really easy to tell everybody what works and kind of glaze over the mistakes that you've had along the way. It's important to talk about your successes as well. But this weekend is about bringing permaculture to the next level. Mm-hmm. We so desperately need this in the world right now, as everybody on this channel will attest to. And we need more than 20 thought leaders in the space. And so we want to continue to plant new teachers and consultants and provide people with the tools, the hard-earned and won and learned tools that we've created in this book to help scale up the global permaculture transformation that we all know is required. And so in a way, this weekend is our gift. It's New Society's gift, the publisher that we've worked with. And all of the sponsors that have made this weekend happen, which we're going to talk about throughout the entire weekend. So with that said,
why don't we start with just some introductions? Michelle, why don't you tell folks kind of who you are, and Robin and I are like the voices, the mouthpieces of the operation. Michelle's the brains.
Yeah, we're just noisy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy. My name is Michelle Avis, and Rob and I run Verge Permaculture and have for the last, well over a decade. And actually now we've known each other for 20 years, just coming up here. So we've been on this long adventure together, and our bio's super similar, right? Because Rob and I met back in engineering school at the University of Alberta, started off in the oil and gas industry. Yeah, and so we've traveled together a lot of years.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do definitely see myself as a support person, and I'm going to be popping in, joining these guys here and there. I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff in the background, so I won't be quite as much here on the live stream, which suits me just fine. I'm super nervous. But yeah, that's what I have to say.
So I'll just fill in her bio for her. So none of this would have happened without Michelle. She is the anchor, the glue, the whole 9 yards. And, I can't say enough amazing things about her. And of course I'm biased, but yeah, we've been on a journey for 20 plus years. And she has supported and contributed to our collective vision. And vice versa. I think I've tried to support her as well. Probably not as much as she supported me though. And we left university, we went to the oil patch, and we were both generally unhappy with the status quo. We should both mention that we both actually love fossil fuels. Actually, they're amazing. They allow us to drive at 100 kilometers an hour down the road and do all the amazing things that we can do. But generally, the fossil fuel industry that we were working in, over a decade ago now, was not open to creative thinking. And so we quit our jobs. We traveled the world: Australia, Europe, Africa, the United States, Mexico, and basically tried to find another narrative. And as a result of all our traveling, we found multiple other narratives that were more positive and proactive, and finally stumbling upon permaculture. And that was kind of the birth of Verge Permaculture. And for the last 12 years, we've been teaching students in permaculture design, but all of the other kind of adjacent subjects to permaculture as well. And we are now well over 1,000 permaculture design graduates all over the planet, and growing geometrically now, because some of them are starting to teach as well. And throughout all of this, we were consulting, and my life and my heart still had a giant hole in it until I met this guy, my brother from another mother. And we started working together. I don't even remember how many years ago now. It feels like I've known him for a long time. And also for not very long at all, because we're still getting to know each other all the time. But Dakota really kind of brought in a whole suite of experience that I didn't have because of his background, which I'm going to let him tell you about. And as a result of all the work that we did together, we started to find synergistic approaches to the way that we looked at land and the buildings on that land and the water systems and the waste systems and the tree systems and everything else. And it just kind of organically formed into this book that we're talking about today. And so we feel like we've come up with a really unique approach to permaculture, which is what we're going to talk about a little bit through this weekend. So without going any further, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so my name's Dakota Cohen. I was born and raised on a mixed organic farm, 250 acres here in kind of central Alberta, Canada. And all I've ever wanted to do was to be a farmer. But it's getting harder and harder these days with, just basically big ag taking over everything. And so when I even though I always wanted to be a farmer, I knew it wasn't going to be kind of financially feasible. And so I kind of got trained up as a carpenter. I was doing that off farm, but I think it was around like 2000. It was after I graduated high school, and my bubble got burst, and I started looking into all these like terrible problems in the world. And actually, I'm going to share the screen here because I want to. There's a really great image that we had our illustrator put in the book, which perfectly captures this this kind of where's the presenter mode here? I'm going to let you, Rob. It's Rob's computer here. So this is actually kind of what I think a lot of people who come to permaculture have this transition point in their life where they start to realize that there's a lot of problems in the world, whether it's soil loss, financial collapse, peak phosphorus, peak oil, peak biodiversity, all these different things, and they're all kind of nested together like these dominoes. And we live in a pretty fragile world, and if one of these things were to fall over, it could have cascading effects, which I think we're kind of starting to see right now with what's happened in the last, or we're just starting to see right now. And so I had this epiphany. It's like, wow, there's a lot of problems in the world. But agriculture, kind of like the foundation of civilization, it offered a lot of solutions to solve these problems. But, even the farm that we'd had, even though it was organic, we still had some troubles. And so I was like, one day I just typed in alternative agricultural systems, and permaculture popped up. And I was like, from that point on, I watched a few videos and I was hooked. And I took my first PDC in permaculture design course in 2011. And didn't even meet Rob and Michelle until I think it was 2014 or something. And at that point, I took their program, and like they also were a huge, they filled a big gap in my life as well, because I had been looking for a lot of the permaculture stuff out there was good, but it lacked the kind of process and credibility and thoroughness that Rob and Michelle have brought, from their engineering background, to the space. And yeah, like Rob said, we just kind of clicked. And so we joke, it's like there's like the practicality of a farmer with the process mind of an engineer. And this kind of this whole book was born out of that. And so yeah, we've been consulting and teaching together since 2014. And as a result of us kind of putting our minds together, we've come up with we've identified a lot of key problems within the permaculture space, which is kind of acting as barriers to stopping people from adopting or being successful as they build their permaculture properties. And then we've developed this whole 5-step process to address all of those struggles. And we'll talk more about that in detail. But that was kind of the our origin stories. But now, Rob, why don't you tell the story about how this book got started? Because like we had never even thought about, we'd been using this process. We'd been working with our consultants or with our clients and teaching it. But you guys had just finished writing your first book, the Rainwater Harvesting Essentials. And I'll let you take it from there, because that kind of segues into New Society Publishers and Sarah.
Yeah, well, actually, before the Rainwater book, Michelle and I were living in a basement suite in Calgary, kind of wondering when we were going to ever leave the city and kind of get into our bigger property. And one day we got an email from this guy named Rob West. And he's like, "Oh, I'm coming to Calgary, and I would love to meet you guys." Little did I know that he was going to be very manipulative and have very large agendas for us. So I'm just going to come over for a beer and a fire. And Michelle and I were both really excited. Like, oh my gosh, there's a publisher that actually wants to talk to us. What did we do to deserve this? And so Rob came over and we had a really nice conversation, and we were talking a little bit about some of the philosophy and ideas that Dakota and I had been developing in design. He's like, "You need to write a book, and we should do it right away." And at the time, we were going to call it the really, 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 really cold permaculture book, because lots of people claim to do cold climate permaculture, but we live in a place where -40 happens, which is where Fahrenheit and Celsius are friends. So we are pretty cold here in the wintertime. And so Rob said, "Well, I've got this other series, Sustainable Essential Building Series, which I highly recommend. And we're going to be giving you some exciting news about all the books in the New Society catalog here in a second." He said, "Why don't you start with a smaller book, wink, wink, first?" And so we dipped our toes into the publishing world with New Society. It was wonderful. They're an amazing publisher to work with. So if you're looking to write a book, I highly recommend getting in touch with them. And it went off without a hitch. Well, there were a bunch of hitches, but it ended up turning out really well. If any author will tell you that they usually write their book 3 or 4 times before they actually get to a final manuscript. Thank God for this woman here. And anyways, we finished that. And then Rob kind of wrote us back and said, "Okay, so how about that next one now? How about your Opus Magnus? Let's get this thing going." And so Dakota and I and Michelle put our heads together and said, "Okay, well, let's." And Dakota and I had been kind of imagining building this kind of ecosystem of products in a podcast. That's kind of where our heads were at. I was like, "Oh, let's just put it out into this audio thing and get it out to the world." And that was probably Rev 1, and that was happening in his small house in Farintosh. And then Rev 2, I think, happened on a sailboat in the Baja. Was that 2 winters ago?
Yeah.
It's crazy. I can't believe it happened that quick. And so we spent 2 weeks on the Baja, kind of on my dad's sailboat, picturing what this book could look like. And then Rev 3 happened last winter. And then I think Rev 4 happened when kind of all the lockdowns happened. We kind of went back to the manuscript and kind of redid it all again. And so this is the 4th revision. And so Rob, thank you very much for being the thorn in our side and also our biggest fan and biggest supporter, and all the staff at New Society. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Highly recommend working with them. They are organized and on it, and super supportive. And so with that, I'm going to announce Sarah. I bring Sarah onto the conversation. Sarah, you can start your video, and why don't you tell us a little bit about New Society Publishers. And I should just say before she starts talking, this would not have happened. This summit would not have happened without New Society. They've been our keystone sponsor. And so we're going to be hearing a lot from them, and they've given prizes and all sorts of stuff throughout the weekend. So Sarah, take it away.
Oh, thank you so much. It's so great to be here with you today and to see all of your hard work come to fruition, and to have a small part in that is really exciting for us. So as Rob mentioned, my name is Sarah Reeves. I'm the marketing manager for New Society Publishers, and I'm joining you from Nanaimo on Vancouver Island in what is the unceded traditional territory of the Nanaimo First Nations. We're really excited to be sponsoring the Building Your Permaculture Property Summit this weekend with an amazing line of speakers, including multiple New Society Publishers authors. So that's exciting for us as well. And all of the amazing partners that have joined you. And so we're really proud to be sponsoring, to be publishing Building Your Permaculture Property by Michelle, Rob, and Dakota, and to be here to celebrate the launch. So thank you so much for having us. The New Society Publishers has been a leader in sustainable publishing for over 40 years. Those of you who are not familiar with the work and history of New Society, our roots are firmly planted in activist soil in both the United States and Canada, actually. In the US, the original Philadelphia office grew out of a need for pamphlets and small books on nonviolent civil disobedience training to support the activist work of the movement for a new society during the Vietnam War. From this work, a book publishing company emerged in the late 70s. New Society Publishers' Canadian office grew out of British Columbia's Fed Up Food Co-op in the early 70s, and later the bioregional movement in the 80s. The first New Society Publishers Canada books, the New Catalyst Bioregional series, were based on the work of the New Catalyst, which was an offshoot of Fed Up's political broadsheet and price list, which was called The Catalyst, which kept co-op members in touch with each other's communities, as well as providing food price list. All of this early publishing was done in the mountains near Lillooet, BC, the home of the Statlium people, with a battery-operated computer powered by a micro-hydro system and phone service by radio telephone only. So Chris and Judith Plant, the founders of the Canadian wing of New Society, called it their paleotechnic phase. In 1990, New Society was moved to Gabriola Island, which is one of the Gulf Islands in British Columbia in the Salish Sea, in the territory of the Coast Salish Nations. Later in 1996, the Canadian office formed a limited company, and through a friendly buyout, the Philadelphia organization, we bought out the Philadelphia organization and took over continent-wide operations of New Society and their complete list of books. So to date, we have published over 600 books, available both print and ebooks, and a growing audiobook program as well, which also Building Your Permaculture Property will be available in audio also, as well as an ebook. But we care deeply both about what we publish and how we do business. So the same thinker and doer approach that permeates our in-house work and the books permeates the books themselves. So we know our supply chain and impacts. And we printing all of our books in North America and never overseas. In 2001, we became the first publisher in North America to commit to publishing all of our forthcoming titles on acid-free paper that is Forest Stewardship Council certified, 100% old growth forest free, processed chlorine free, and printed with vegetable-based low VOC inks. And that's something that we're very proud of to have done, and that's a legacy of Chris Plant. In 2005, we became the first publishing company in North America to go carbon neutral. In 2015, New Society employees became shareholders in the company, And in 2016, we became a certified B Corporation. So New Society's publisher's mission is to publish books for a world of change in a way that has a minimum impact on our environment. Our vision is to provide the world with fundamental tools to build a just and ecologically sustainable society. You can find out more about who we are and what we do at newsociety.com or follow us on social media. If you sign up for our newsletter, you'll get early sneak peeks at upcoming books, free excerpts, and of course, notification of specials and sales. And for today only, you can use the code, okay, we should have made this an easier code, BYPPFRI, so 40, and receive a 40% discount on all New Society titles at newsociety.com. I think they'll put the code in the chat because that will be hard to remember. As we are all acutely aware, the planet and humanity are facing climate breakdown, ecosystem and biodiversity loss, and other Earth system stresses, coupled with social and economic inequity and inequality. Underpinning these compounding crises is a dominant worldview of our separation from nature and each other, which has enabled oppressive ideologies and political systems and destructive perpetual growth economics within a finite biosphere. We recognize that we operate within this context, at times benefiting from it while also experiencing collective loss. Within this context, we acknowledge that permaculture's roots lie firmly and deeply in the ancient fertile soil of Indigenous ways of knowing. Bill Mollison attributed much of what he and David Holmgren formalized as permaculture to what he learned from the Aboriginals in Tasmania and other Indigenous people around the world. Permaculture as a design system incorporates Indigenous knowledge, assimilating it with sustainable new technology, making strides towards harmonizing traditional knowledge and wisdom with pioneering modern science and technology. As we share in the knowledge of the summit speakers, it's vital that we remember and reflect on the deep origins of the knowledge and practices of permaculture, both within Indigenous communities, past and present, and also within many pre-industrial societies in what is now Europe, Asia, and elsewhere, before many of us and our cultures lost a deep sense of connection with the earth and each other and started down the path of modernity, colonialism, and the compounding crises that now engulf the planet. If we forget the deep Indigenous and pre-industrial origins of permaculture, then permaculture is at risk of becoming, at best, little more than gardening, and at worst, it runs the risk of being appropriated, colonized, and commodified, stripped of its deep roots, its ethics, and its potential for re-engaging many people and cultures in a harmonious relationship with the natural world, of which we are an inseparable part. As we do our work, I challenge us all to go deeper on this journey and not take land practices from Indigenous cultures without consent, but rather humbly request the aid of and financially support traditional knowledge keepers whenever possible and aim to build reciprocal relationships as we go. If we keep these tenets always in the forefront, then the practice of permaculture is well positioned to aid in preserving valuable current knowledge, help relearn and restore ancient knowledge while steering our industrial society towards a more viable future based on regeneration and reciprocity. At this critical moment in history, there's an opportunity for the human community to come together, recognize our shared responsibility and interdependence, and imagine and co-create a just transition to a better future, one that is ecologically regenerative, honors and promotes biological, human, and cultural diversity and thriving, upholds equity, justice, and peace, and reintegrates all of humanity into a symbiotic community with nature. Through our publishing, it is New Society's goal to act as a catalyst to open conversations and foster relationships with organizations, businesses, authors, and readers, and to bridge the gap between those whose viewpoints, values, and life experiences may differ from our own towards a better common future. We are honored to be a sponsor of the Building Your Permaculture Property Summit. We both admire and thank Rob, Michelle, and Dakota and the whole team at Verge Permaculture for their willingness to share their often hard-won knowledge and expertise on so many platforms to help empower people with the tools to create real change in the world. Thank you very much, and we're really happy to be a part of this event.
Wow, thank you, Sarah. I mean, I think it was lovely to listen to that. And in fact, I don't think I'd heard the whole story start to end about New Society's roots. But again, it reemphasizes for me why we're always so excited to work with you guys and why we love working with you guys. Such a great fit.
Yeah,
And I'll reiterate to the audience that coupon code 40% off all books is for today only. So during the interludes, which aren't very many, make sure you go look. Yeah, so really excited. And thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you. And I'm going to go on YouTube now and watch the summit.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Thanks, Sarah.
Bye.
So just before we keep going here, just to get this as high up on the YouTube algorithm as possible, if you guys could give us a thumbs up, that'd be great. We love all the comments. We are watching them, so keep them coming. And if you could share this stream out on your favorite social media platform, we would be super appreciative. We want to blow this out of the park today. We want to get as many people learning and hearing about permaculture as we possibly can. So thank you so much.
All right. Actually, I'm gonna stop the share here because we've got about 30 minutes before our next
Break.
and then we've got an amazing presentation lined up. But just trying to find my mouse here. There it is. So for the remaining half an hour, we thought we would just kind of do a quick overview of what's happening throughout the course, kind of some the 3-day summit, and housekeeping, how things are going to work. If there's any kind of questions related to, Mitch and Catlin, if there's been any questions that have come up with like people are confused about anything that they've seen on the website, we can answer those now. And then we'd like to just do a quick overview of our kind of 5-step process as it relates to everything that we've been talking about and we'll be talking about for the next 3 days.
I'm just going to ask Mitch if you can put the 40% off coupon code into the show notes below. So if you guys are looking for that coupon code, there will be the New Society URL as well as the coupon code right beside it shortly.
Yeah, and he's put it a couple times in the chat there as well. Okay, so first things first, I think let's just go over the amazing schedule that we've got planned here. So, where is this here? So we're almost done the summit kickoff here. The first presenter we've got coming up today is Stefan Sobkowiak, who is also based in Canada. He's got an amazing miracle farm.
He's the really, really cold permaculture farm.
He's pretty cold. Yeah, he's not as cold as us. We've got Carmen's coming up after Stefan.
Just make it a little bigger there, Dakota.
Oh, why is it? Sorry,
You got to expand it.
Just go view.
I thought it was. Oops. How do we get back to this guy here? View.
Full page, full screen mode.
There we go.
There we go.
We've got Carmen coming up after that. She's actually one of the head teachers at Verge Permaculture and has an amazing urban permaculture property in Calgary. We've got Mike Dixon, Ben Falk, Starhawk, and of course tonight we've got our concert, which we would love to have you guys join us for that.
It's going to be so much fun.
We tried to have a digital beer sent to all of you guys, but it wasn't possible. So bring your own beverages.
Yeah. Okay, so
hold on. And you're going to talk about the.
Oh yes, yeah. Go ahead.
If you're not able to attend all of these talks, you're going to be able to watch them until.
April 30th, Friday. Recordings will be available until Friday.
On our website?
Yeah.
Well, not quite. You have to be registered for the summit.
Yep.
Like if you just, if you found us via YouTube today, make sure you head to mypermacultureproperty.com where you can register for the summit. And tonight, this evening, we will email out a link to all the recordings. That's
Yeah.
fun. We'll be working hard getting them all up.
Yeah.
And they'll all be
Yeah.
separated by talk
Yeah.
so that you guys can navigate them really easily.
Yeah.
So that you don't have to go through, what is this going to be?
Like 9 hours.
Almost, 11 hours today, 9 hours tomorrow. So yeah, it's gonna be broken up in a really nice learning management system. So you can get access to that. And that's mypermacultureproperty.com. And if you've forgotten, what the schedule is, that's all that information is also up on the website as
Mhm.
well.
Okay.
Mitch, were there any other housekeeping questions that folks have been coming up in the chat? I don't see it. If you're saying anything in the hosting, I haven't seen anything there.
I would check the questions doc. Remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let you run this. You're familiar with your computer.
Okay.
I'm a Mac guy. PC is just.
Okay. So we were going to talk a little bit about, what's the sec here? We're going to go through the book a little bit.
Yeah, the PowerPoint at the bottom there.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. So we started off talking a little bit about the problems of the world and the kind of gravity that people feel towards this. And it's such a poignant image. We're so lucky to have worked with Jared Sitter, who illustrated the images. He really took our conceptual kind of verbal ideas and put them into ink. And like literally any single one of those dominoes that fall over creates a cascade. And literally there's too many to really, they're just all over the world. They're basically just little black swans that have permeated our systems. And go ahead.
Mm.
Oh, and so this really kind of captures that for us. And really that the guy sitting at the end, or the person sitting at the end of that row of dominoes, is typically where somebody sits before they take a permaculture design course. They kind of wake up to the state of the world and just feel this impending doom and cliff, which all of us have gone through. And so this is the start.
But then the good news is, like, as soon as you get into permaculture, like, you become aware of all these problems. And once you get over kind of the immediate shock of that and kind of the grieving process, and it really is a grieving process. That was actually one of the things that got cut from the book is I went through like the 5 stages of grief and tied it back to like when someone dies in your life. How that there's you have to go through all those different things, whether it's the denial or the anger or the bartering, and it's like we're dealing with this on a planetary scale. And there's actually this fella, he coined this term solastalgia, which is basically it means it's like a combination of the word like solace and nostalgia. It's basically it's like having it's the feeling of like being homesick while you're still at home, or like being in a house that's on fire, and it's just this weird
Grief.
It's a grief, but like, and I think it's a couple of years ago it was hard to explain this to kind of the average person who you haven't gone down all these rabbit holes. But the feeling is very similar to one I think a lot of people have felt throughout this whole with the lockdowns and stuff. Is it's like it's like seeing an accident happen in slow motion, and but you're kind of in it, and so like once you get past that kind of initial like, oh my God, what are we going to do? And you start looking into permaculture, it's like, well, turns out there's there's this amazing system that has been going strong since the 70s, and as Sarah mentioned, it's been based off of some incredible indigenous teachings that have gone back tens of thousands of years. And so turns out that like we don't have to, like, there's this the cliff that we're all standing at. It's not a cliff. it's not, we don't just have this option of like, wait to be squashed by these dominoes or kind of, jump to our deaths. Like it's actually a canyon, and there's this bridge of permaculture that has existed since the 70s that's been helping to shuttle people away from, kind of the degenerative society that we're all part of, to, this vision of a permanent culture. This is what permaculture is in spades. Is like, this is kind of the image that I think captures that. Now the only the problem is, and there's actually 5 of them, is as Rob and Michelle and I have been teaching and consulting and kind of sharing this vision and the design system of permaculture about how to create this permanent culture. There has been kind of 5 major struggles that we've seen our students, we've struggled with ourselves, our clients, and our peers, who are also teaching permaculture. There's kind of 5 main things that act as kind of barriers as you're crossing that bridge kind of from the cliff to the other side of the canyon. And so the book that we laid out is kind of addressing these 5 struggles in with our 5-step process. And so the first struggle that we've identified is people often start out, and there's actually been, I've been watching the chat, there's been quite a few questions like, how do I start a savanna system on, in my farm, or how do you do permaculture in the tropics, or like, there's all these kind of like detailed questions. Where do I put the swale? Should I do a passive solar greenhouse? Essentially, they're all asking like, what should I do? And so that's the first struggle, is like you realize the world's kind of fallen apart, and then you get this image of how amazing the world could be, and all these kind of different elements
and cool ideas that you've never even thought about.
Yeah,
Wallopinis.
Wallopinis or herb spirals, or I mean, it's wallopinis,
Rocket mass heaters.
Yeah, there's all these kind of these silver bullets.
Yeah.
And so which is fantastic, because I mean, there's really, despite how complex of a system permaculture is, Bill Mollison said, it's like, although the world's problems are increasingly complex, the solutions are embarrassingly simple. And it's like, people who get into this, like right away, they're hooked. They see the practicality of it, they see the simplicity of it, but they're very quickly kind of overwhelmed with all these options, and they start to ask this question, what should I do? And they're struggling with, I don't know what I should do. And so the first step of our process, and we're just going to give a brief overview of this, because this kind of leads up. We're going to be asking a lot of questions from all the presenters later in the summit, kind of about what their process was to kind of overcome these struggles. And then towards the end of the summit, actually the last session, we'll kind of give a quick, a more detailed overview of what this process is. But the first problem is, what do I do? Do I keyline? Do I swale? That stuff. And then once you get over that, you kind of quickly get into the next problem, or the next struggle, which is you don't know where to look. So it's like, now people have they're starting to narrow in on, okay, I really want to get a wallopini, or I really want to, my property needs a dam, or it needs a passive solar greenhouse, or I want to get solar on my house. And then so the questions that we often get are, hey, do you have any good resources for X?
Yeah. What course should I take?
Yeah, what course should I take?
Mm-hmm.
Who should I call for this? And so it's like these people are looking.
What book should I buy?
Yeah, what book should I buy?
That's an easy question.
Yeah. And so this problem is they don't know where to kind of find this information that's going to help them build their permaculture property.
And in addition to that, since we started our permaculture careers, the internet was just getting going. And there was very little information. So we literally had to spend 3 years and tens of thousands of dollars traveling the world trying to figure out signal and noise.
Yeah.
Now we don't live in a scarcity problem space anymore. There wasn't enough information. Now there's too much.
Too much. Yeah.
And it's really hard to differentiate what is actually real, like what will actually work, and what is just kind of vaporware or just ideas that seem like a good idea on the surface, and then you go and do it and you realize, well, that was dumb. And so being able to differentiate what's good and what's bad, and also what's appropriate, and that's part of that.
Maybe even more important, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so the ironically, and what we go through in our book is that this struggle, which is like people are trying to memorize information. They're trying to memorize information about, solar panels and swales and keyline. And what we've realized is like, it's actually, it's totally counterintuitive, but don't worry about memorizing it, focus on organization. And so we've created all these tools to help you kind of diagnose your resources for your strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Now the second struggle, or the third struggle of putting permaculture into practice is, you go through this amazing, there's like all this buffet of really cool things. You start to put a few on your plate that you think you want to implement on your property, but then you realize like, well, permaculture it's a design system, and so it's how does all this stuff fit together? How does the greenhouse connect in with the garden, or the chicken pen, or where does the runoff go from this? And you're struggling with how do all these things connect together. After that, once you if you manage to overcome that struggle, the fourth struggle is I don't know where to start. So you've got this design
On paper.
Mhm. But it's like, there's all these, budgetary time, resource constraints, and it's like, yeah, what should my priorities be?
And often people will limit their vision, so what their property can be, based upon the resources that they have. And we're going to help clarify why that's really important. You should never let your resources limit your vision. And the reason they do that is because they don't have a solid implementation strategy.
Yeah. And so the fifth and kind of final struggle that we've identified, with ourselves, our students, our clients, our fellow practitioners, is people start to ask the question, when will it end? Because they start to get overwhelmed, whether it's analysis paralysis, or you're financially, spiritually, or emotionally bankrupt.
Yeah.
Because there's just so much to think about, and there's all these dominoes that we're facing. It's like, how can one person or one family go up against this kind of Goliath of these problems, and so it leads to this wondering,
Solastalgia.
yeah, the solastalgia, like
circles,
when will it end? Yeah. And so what we've noticed about these struggles is they tend to happen sequentially. So most people, they kind of go through it in that order, and it's we've all gone through it, and we had to like fight our way through. It's like, what our process now is clarifying your vision, values, and resources. That help you to identify what you should do. And then when you diagnose your resources for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, that help, and you organize it together in this system. You don't have to worry about memorizing all the information on the internet, because when you need the information, it's just there. And we've come up with these amazing design tools to help fit all these things together so that you can optimize your resources to kind of meet your vision and values. And then we have decision-making processes that will help you to implement the right design that are going to improve your weakest resource. And we've got this monitoring system that will help you to keep track of your resources to make sure that you're moving in the right direction, towards well-being and away from suffering, so that you're not going to end up in burnout. But like all these five struggles, we had to, literally, we were fighting the current for many years.
And not just us. I should say that one of the things that troubled me and caused a lot of sleepless nights for me was when I would hear from past students and saying permaculture doesn't work, or colleagues, permaculture doesn't work, or YouTube videos, permaculture doesn't work. And it would really bother me, because permaculture is just a systems approach to designing sustainable or regenerative human habitat, our energy, waste, water, shelter, food, and even our communities and our financial systems. It's an all-encompassing way of organizing communities and society. And so if your rocket mass heater or Wallapini or swale or keyline system doesn't work, it's not permaculture's fault. It's a lack of clarity within one of these 5 steps. Like if something doesn't work, that's just feedback in the monitoring stage, and you have to go back and diagnose why it didn't work, and you try a different thing. And this is ultimately what evolution has been about, is 4.5 billion years of empirical experimentation over the entire expanse of the planet. And we're trying, I mean, you have a slide, I think says farm disguised as an ecosystem. It's a system. And not every element that we place into a system is going to work. And so we have to have a process of kind of identifying whether it's appropriate or not. And then once we've placed it into the system, determining whether it's working and if we have to adjust it. And if you don't, can you go to the next slide? If you don't understand that this is what a permaculture property design process looks like, and you've never gone through this before without, like we have this saying, the best person to design your land is you, but you don't have to do it alone. And so this book is kind of your guide to navigate this rat's nest of a process. And every design project goes through this. Every time we take on a new client, every time we take a student through our 5-step process, we preempt them so that they know that they're going to have to work through this. And as you go through the process, you get further and further towards the right-hand side, which is when you kind of have your design figured out and you're ready to start implementing.
I want to jump in here. I do want to point out, I meant to put the attribution on this slide and I didn't.
Oh yeah,
So I want to say this is the design squiggle. It's
from Damian Newman.
yes, from Damian Newman. And it is collective, what is that? Open source.
Yeah,
copyright.
it's an open source copyright. If,
Yeah.
if you just type in design squiggle
Yeah.
Damian Newman, you can go check it out. And
Yeah, it's really great.
I would
It's design
recommend
squiggle.
you got it set as your desktop on your computer screen. Maybe
Yeah.
it's a really beautiful image. And then one other thing before we continue with this is we forgot to let people know that amazing 40% discount code that New Society Publishers is offering for their entire website. It doesn't apply to books that aren't out yet, which includes our own.
Yes,
Because
our book's not actually out.
yeah, it's our like the official like the delivery date for places like Amazon or any other bookstores is May 11th. And so it's still in pre-order on New Society's website, so that the 40% code won't work on New Society's website, but it'll work for any other book that isn't also in
and
the
the
pre-order stage.
only way to buy our book right now is in the bundle.
Yeah,
There's no, that's the soft cover.
yeah.
The ebook is available and the audiobook is available by itself. But the only way to get a physical copy of our book right now is through the bundle.
And
that's because the book actually isn't out. This is our book launch. We have early copies.
Yeah.
Clarifying that. There was a lot of comments about that in the chat, I guess. Hey.
Yeah.
And I was up last night. I signed 600 copies, and Dakota's got to catch up to me today. So the first set of copies that are going out are going to be signed. I'm trying to convince Dakota to wear some lipstick to kiss them, but I don't know if he's going to go for it.
No,
Don't
I don't
do
think
it.
so. Okay, so the coming back to these struggles here is we through this has been like an iterative process for ourselves, with that design squiggle. We've gone through it for our own properties. We've gone through it with our students. We've gone through it with clients now, and we've started to realize that like there actually is a kind of a path that you can navigate to get to that point of clarity where things start to make sense and they click, and it's not a struggle anymore. But it takes a while. And so our biggest hope with this book, building your permaculture property, a 5-step process to design and develop land, is to take people who have kind of, they're already familiar with permaculture. They've taken some courses, whether it's a permaculture design course or they've read a lot of stuff, but they're starting to feel like they're getting bogged down in the mud. That's the point where our book is going to be fantastic, because it literally is a step-by-step process. We've got exercises, there's templates, everything that we do on our own properties and have been doing for the last 10 years now, is laid out in this sequential order, because it's this challenge. Because permaculture is this complex how do you design ecosystems? It's inherently, random and emergent. Yeah, and self-organizing. And so we wanted to figure out, like, is there a way that we can give, do this, then do this, then do this, then do this, so that people could navigate this kind of rat's nest and get onto the, having some success with building their permaculture properties, because we all know that that's what we need. And so, we've all seen, the videos or the case studies of permaculture properties that have existed for 30 years now. There's, Zaytuna Farm, there's Meliadora, our place is getting up there in years. It's like, it is possible, people have done it, but it's so hard to work through all those struggles, because, when you're dealing with ecosystems, there's long feedback cycles. So our hope was that we can streamline that, so we can get as many people across that kind of canyon of the collapse that is absolutely coming, to a place that we all know is possible. So this is our greatest intention for this summit, is we've brought some of the world's greatest permaculture educators and practitioners from, I think, all over the world, to share kind of their stories about how they built their permaculture properties, so that you can get that taste of, wow, this is what it could look like. And then hopefully, you'll see that our book is, and a lot of these people have their own books as well, which are fantastic. But our book is kind of unique in that it is a very, step-by-step process for how to successfully design and develop land.
And adaptive. So like, it's not specific to the dry lands or to the tropics or to the cold climate. It could literally be used anywhere on planet Earth to move through a design, because we're following, it's very process oriented.
Yeah. And if you're just joining us and you've never heard the word permaculture and don't know what that is, our book is not an introduction to permaculture.
No.
It really assumes that you've done some reading, you've maybe taken a design course or other, and you already feel comfortable with permaculture as a design system.
Yeah.
So I'll preface that too, in terms of who the audience is for this.
Yeah,
book.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to find where the schedule is, because we're coming up on 10 o'clock when we're
I think I'm going to have to slip away.
where we're going to get our first speaker in, Stefan Subkowiak from Quebec, who has an amazing permaculture orchard.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to slip away, guys.
Okay.
I'll be back. Here's for some
Perfect.
thank yous.
Oh, wow. These are all the orders that have already come in for the book bundle. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. And you should know that we do have a limited number of copies. We're trying to get New Society to confirm if we can get a few more. And once they're gone, they're gone.
Yeah. So we only have, for sure, we only have 1,000 copies right now.
And we sold 130 yesterday.
Yeah, 130. I think there's another, 50 there. So, we are going to be printing more, but if you want to get it as soon as possible, definitely get those orders in.
Okay. So I know Michelle is getting ready to bring in our next guest. And so we probably have time for one quick question. There was one that kind of popped up for me. How much time do we have here? Yeah, we got 5 minutes. About whether you can do permaculture in a very small scale. And the answer is yes. You don't do permaculture, you use it within what you do. So it's a systems way of thinking about things. And we happen to apply it a lot to land. But if you live in an apartment building, you can do this. And to be honest, there's not really a shortage of land on planet Earth. There was this one cartoon that I once saw where Earth was basically destitute, and people were kind of lying in the streets and drunk and passed out. And these aliens came and said, wow, what the heck happened to planet Earth? And they went up to one of the humans and said, what's going on here? Why is the Earth so degraded? Do you guys need help fixing it? It's like, no, we know how to fix it. And he's like, well, why does it look so bad? And he's like, well, we're just waiting for someone to pay us to do it. And so the world needs us all to do our part. We got to clean up our room, so to speak. And so even if you don't own more than an apartment room, chances are there's a piece of land somewhere near you that could use some love and care and attention And so this process will help at the microscopic level and right up to the macroscopic level. Another question that we got, I'm super interested in underground greenhouses / Wallapini. Will this be covered at all during the conference? So we're not going to specifically talk about Wallapinis and greenhouses per se, unless some of the speakers are going to talk about their greenhouses. I have a ton of content on YouTube and in different parts of our website, vergepermaculture.ca, on greenhouses. So I'd encourage you to go check out those resources. Okay, I'm just getting another request that please tell everyone the NSP code, the New Society Publishers Code, is not available for the BYPP book launch. The book is not officially released and is not going to be available online till May 11th. The only way you can get a copy is by buying the bundle during this weekend. These are the only books that can be shipped right now in the world.
Yeah.
So if you want information, I know that the TAs are putting information up into the chat on where you can get information on how to buy that book.
And also, one of our TAs is yelling at us via text. If you have a question on YouTube, please type #question in and write the question in caps lock. If you can, it'll help it stand out. There's a lot of comments and people telling us where they're calling in from, which is fantastic. But if you have a specific question you want to get answered, put #question.
Okay, so let's take a look at the schedule here. So we're being told that we need to wrap up here pretty quickly. And so we're going to move over to a slide set here and talk a little bit about, where are we here? Just going to pull that up. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about our sponsors.
Oh, actually, there was another question before Rob jumps into that. Some folks have pre-ordered the book on some other websites, like maybe you pre-ordered it on New Society or you pre-ordered it on Amazon or something like that, because you have been able to do that for like a month now. This bundle that we're selling, which is the softcover copy of the book, all of our tools and templates.
Just a sec here.
Oh,
let me just share the screen.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I interrupted you to say the thing that you were gonna say.
See, this is what happens when like we have a mind meld.
Yeah, great minds think alike. Yeah. Okay,
so yeah, basically, in this bundle, we've packed as much value into it as we possibly can. So you get all of our tools and templates. We're going to talk about those throughout the weekend. We haven't just written a book. We've actually created a whole bunch of tools that make this process easier. Yeah. These are the same tools that we have been beta testing and now alpha testing for the last number of years. We've even run this through a couple of our own courses as well. We give these to our clients, and now they're available for you guys. So they include all of our tools. They include the book. And if it's the soft cover copy, the limited number of autographed books that we have available, we've signed. We have unlimited access, the recordings from the summit over the next 3 days. And I believe we're going to be continuing to record new interviews that we'll be putting up there from other thought leaders.
If it's successful, I mean, we'll do this every year. We'll just keep adding to it.
Yeah.
Actually, this is something that, so for the folks who pre-ordered like a soft cover book and they still want to get the bundle, you could, as opposed to getting another soft cover book, you could specify that you want the ebook or the audio book as part of that package. So you can choose one of those. So that could be an option for you guys.
We both listen to Audible books constantly.
Yeah.
As we're working, it's a way for us to kind of stack functions.
Well, and actually this is a great, I'll mention is like we were because Rob and I have gotten so much value out of audiobooks and we still buy the physical copies to, highlight stuff and for reference. But I'm an auditory learner, and also it's just you can stack functions while you're driving to a consult, or sometimes I spend 10 hours in a tractor while we're making hay or something. You can listen to a whole book in one day, and you can retain a lot of information. And so we were very conscious about designing this book to be understandable via audio.
Yeah.
And so like it flows really nicely. Like a lot of audio or books that are kind of more instructional manuals, they don't translate very well into audiobook, but we were very deliberate about that.
And I love actually listening to an audiobook while reading the book at the same time. I find my comprehension rate goes up. So you might be one of those types of learners. So like I said, it includes our toolkit. Dakota's going to be talking about Google Earth Pro and how we use it as our primary design tool. It's free and available. So we actually have a mini course that Mitch, who is our TA for today, has put together for you. So it'll teach you everything you need to know about how to use Google Earth Pro for the design of your property. And then it also includes our mini course. And so last year before Christmas, we actually put together a mini course that walks through the book and the 5 steps in great detail. And so you get that included as well. So it really is packing in a lot of value. And so you can find all the information that you need about that at mypermacultureproperty.com.
And before you change the slide, somebody just mentioned, is there a coupon code for the bundle? So right now, all that stuff that Rob just mentioned is $149 Canadian. So if you happen to live in the US, at least for the next couple of weeks, it's basically free because the dollar is so much better, but who knows, that might change. But that is a discounted price. So that price is only available during the summit. So, after I think Monday, on Monday, the price goes up to like it's $199 for all these amazing resources. So yeah, there's no coupon code necessary. The special price is $149.
Okay. So we're just wrapping up the summit kickoff there. So that's the first hour. We're getting ready for Stefan next. And he runs Miracle Farms out of Quebec and has pioneered how to bring the intelligence of permaculture and ecosystem services into the design of orchards in a way that allows you to actually still have practicality and harvestability. I visited Stefan a number of years ago, and I think you're going to get a ton out of this presentation if you're a fruitophile, meaning that you like to eat lots of fruit. Later, we're going to talk to Carmen. Carmen has an incredible urban permaculture property, and you're going to get lots out of that if you're doing permaculture on a small scale. Mike Dixon is called The Fit Farmer, and we're really looking forward to his talk. Ben Falk has a really great book on permaculture and has been kind of somewhere between the really big acreage and small. He's kind of in the middle, like 3 to 10 acre kind of property size, but I know he does a lot of consulting on very large properties around the world. Starhawk's going to be giving a presentation or closing the day out, and then we're going to move straight into our concert with Charlie McGee and Formidable Vegetable Sound System, who's absolutely hilarious and has incredible music.
So somebody just put in the website just crashed. There's so many people trying to buy the bundle. So just hold on, folks. You got 3 days to buy it. Take your turns. Don't ruin our website.
And I'm waiting for the text message from Sarah to tell us that we can sell another 1,000 books. So
yeah.
Okay, so we're going to be singing the praise of New Society throughout the weekend. They're our core sponsor. They're the ones that encouraged us to take the leap and write this book. They have got incredible books on their website. Mitch, who works for us at Verge, interviews their authors on ideas on the Verge twice a month. And so you can check out those book reviews on the Verge Permaculture YouTube channel. And like we've said, you can get 40% off their entire catalog with the code that is in the show notes down below. So head over to their website while ours is crashed and pick up some of those New Society books to build your permaculture library. I especially like the Essential Sustainable Building series. It's one of my favorite series.
Yeah.
Really solid content on natural building, building science, rainwater harvesting, composting toilets, pretty much all the kind of nitty gritty details of the individual components. So once you've done your diagnosis and your design, you can actually go over to their website and complete your knowledge around those individual components by checking out the Essential Sustainable Building series. So I'm waiting for Rob to call me up and tell me that I've got to write another one of those because it's such a great series. You want to talk about young agrarians? And I'm just going to use the loo while you're doing that.
Yeah, sounds great. So one of our other promotional partners for the summit has been Young Agrarians, which is just an incredible organization that is now working right across Canada to basically help to transition the next generation of farmers that is needed to basically restart our agriculture. And so they I've had they run apprenticeship programs, they run educations and workshops. They've got an amazing website. If you go to, oops, I scrolled to where is it here? Yeah, they've got an amazing website, Young Agrarians, where they've got a map of Canada where there's all these different resources from other farms to teaching institutions and they're just an awesome. They also do like a lot of land matching and things like that, webinars, all that good stuff. I lost the schedule there. Can you pull that up? I don't know where it goes. This is the problem of having a Microsoft guy and a Mac guy on the same couch together. Can you just so our next sponsor is
Tagari. And so Michelle and I, when we were traveling through Australia, ended up at the Mollison farm in Tasmania and met Lisa and Bill. And they've been huge supporters of us. We ended up buying, I think, 2 cubic meters of their books over the years, and actually probably 3 with the Introduction to Permaculture book. And I just want to say that our book is not a replacement for this manual. This is an irreplaceable piece of knowledge, and I hope it stays in publication for another 100 years, because I just recently found out, I was talking to Rosemary Morrow, who's going to be speaking, I think tomorrow or Sunday, I can't remember when, but Rosemary Morrow, is one of the oldest, longest living permaculture teachers still left on the planet. And she's extremely, I just can't wait for you guys to hear her talk. She's amazing. And she told me something about Mollison just the other day, that he refused to have an editor. And so people often pick up this book and say, oh my gosh, how do you get through it? It's so dense. Every paragraph of Mollison's is like a fractal. And when you read it the first time, you kind of get the first level of the fractal. And then you read it again, it's like, oh my gosh, there's like 3 other meanings to this. Yeah. And then you read it again, and it's like, oh my gosh. And Jeff Lawton, who wrote the foreword to our book, and he's one of my main teachers and mentors, and now a friend and a colleague, said, the more you read the design manual, the bigger it gets. And so this is probably kind of one of the root causes of the problems in permaculture, is that it is so expansive and so large that it overwhelms people. Yeah. And so our book was really just an addendum to this book, just like, okay, read our book, and then you'll figure out how to orient all of the knowledge that Mollison put into this manual.
Yeah. And then, when any of those kind of 5 struggles of, putting permaculture into practice come up, you'll have a step-by-step process to kind of get over those hurdles, so that you don't get trapped in it.
Yep. So thank you, Tagari, for all your support. And if you're looking for a design manual, head over to tagari-usa.com and go grab yours. Okay.
So we'll do a bit of a teaser here, because we've got a few more minutes. So the way that this is going to work, if you haven't already seen this on the website, is we've got like 20 plus amazing speakers over the next 3 days that Rob and I and sometimes Michelle,
because you represent like 3 guys in one.
So we're going to be interviewing all these speakers. We're also going to be sharing our own case studies about how we built our permaculture properties and how these other people built their permaculture properties. We're going to be talking about their successes and failures. And then after that, those interviews, we are going to be taking questions from the audience. If you guys are, putting in your questions in the YouTube, remember to use hashtag questions, put it all in caps lock so it's easy to find. We'll have, there's like an hour-long presentation, about 30 minutes of Q&A. And then we're going to be talking a little bit about some more about the sponsors like we just did, but we're also going to be doing amazing book and prize giveaways.
Are we giving you away too?
No. We should have done that though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll see if we sell 10,000 bucks, we'll auction. But no, actually, no, I'm not going to say that because we might do it. No, I'm not for sale, folks.
Well, I wasn't thinking for sale. Never mind.
Oh,
Anyways, you missed.
I use a joke about me not having a wife.
Yeah,
Is-
that's right.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, if there's any potential
So
students,
if we sell 10,000 copies, then
Yeah.
Dakota's gonna be a mail order.
husband,
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so there, I think we've got like several $1,000s worth of book giveaways.
Not just books though, like all sorts of prizes.
Yeah.
Like we've got Annika has given us all sorts of amazing body products and root rescue. And I mean, it's just, you're going to see,
Yeah.
we've pulled out all the stops.
Yeah, and so now these book giveaways, we've got some little trivia games that we're gonna be playing, and so that you have to answer a question to be eligible for the book giveaways. That'll be happening after the end of each presenter, and if the presenter is an author themselves, one of their books is going to be part of the giveaway prize. If you want to see what all those giveaways are, you can go to mypermacultureproperty.com, and right now it'll take you to the it'll show you the kind of speaker agenda and what the prizes are. But Rob and I'll be showing examples like we are now. So this next session is we're going to be giving away 2 copies of our book. We've got some amazing shampoos and body products from Annika, which is just this incredible sustainable.
Annika, I met them at Permaculture Voices, and they run a permaculture farm. They grow all their own herbs.
Yeah.
And this is the most regenerative soap and body product that you can get in North America.
Yeah. And so those are the prizes for this next session. And so if you want to be eligible for those, you have to be live. So, we know it's a long 3 days, but we're trying to get people to participate. So that's kind of the carrot to get you guys to stay with us as long as you can. If there's a particular prize that you want more than anything else in the world, you can check out the schedule and see, when you've got to be around. But that's pretty much it. I think we just hit our first end of our first session there. So now we're going to welcome in Stefan into the call here and get him up and running. That's afterwards, as far as I know. Or am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we do have a prize for this.
Yeah.
I thought we did.
We're supposed to be giving the prizes away. So we're just figuring this out right now. So
There's a lot. There's a lot going on here, folks. Never mind. We have 2 prizes right now. Okay, so I have some riddles for you guys, and the way this is going to work, and sometimes it'll be riddles, sometimes it'll be questions from the talk or something. We'll keep it fun.
Dakota, if I weren't married, Bonnie.
There you go. Well, I've got one offer there. So
Okay, we're going for 10,000 books, guys.
So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you guys a riddle, and you have to type it into the chat box, and then I'm going to draw a card, and whatever the number on the card is, that's the the 9th person with the correct answer is the person we're gonna give this prize to. I checked that, Rob. Okay, so this is the first riddle. I have two hands, but I am unable to clap. What am I? I have 2 hands, but I am unable to clap. What am I? Let's see what we've got in the chat there.
Mitch has to let him in because he's host.
I have 2 hands, but I am unable to. Whoa! Settle down, folks. Okay, gee whiz. Okay, we got a lot. All right. So the first person who is going to get a signed copy of our book. Actually, Mrs. I forgot to mention this. This is only this book giveaway is only available for if you guys are in North America
For the soft copy.
for the soft copy, but we will if you're overseas, we'll get you an e-copy. Okay, so the second person.
Our TAs will take care of it. So-
Okay.
So they've got number 2.
Okay, yeah. So they've got number 2 for that one, and then the next one is number 5. So that
We might need to get a bigger number set.
so the fifth person to get the correct answer there, which was clock, and then now we'll go to the next prize here. Are we still sharing the screen?
No.
Can you run the?
Yeah.
So the other prize we've got for the interlude is that amazing $90 gift basket
From Annika.
from Annika, and we'll do the same. That'll be number 4. So the fourth person to get that. Everybody's wondering, why are they all diamonds? I took them out because I didn't want to have 2 number 10s in the by the way, aces are 1s, and then we'll do jacks are 11,
Jokers.
no, jacks.
Oh, jacks.
Jacks are 11, queens are 12, and
Okay.
kings are 13.
Perfect.
So everybody knows the rules. So yeah, we've got, it was 4, 5, and 2, right?
Yeah.
4, 5, and 2. So congrats to those amazing folks that just got those prizes. And I think we are just on time to let Stefan into the session here, and we'll get started with his presentation.
Hey, Stefan. How many years has it been? I think you're muted. You got to unmute yourself. I'm going to stop sharing here.
It's been, what was it, 5 years ago at least or so.
Yeah. You look like you're getting younger.
Yeah.
We had a big hair day, so had a big hair removal.
Drop and drop.
Chop and drop, yeah. Went into the compost pile.
Yeah. Do you have nitrogen nodes in your hair follicles as well? Is that what's
Oh
making
yeah, and it stimulates all the other ones around it.
Awesome. All right. Well, I met I guess Stefan 5 years ago, and why don't we pull up his bio? Actually, Stefan is a gem in Canada, and he's showing how to bring permaculture and agriculture together in the orcharding world.
Yeah, so Stefan's he's a biologist, landscape architect. He's an educator, filmmaker, farm manager, husband. He's got 3 kids. Currently, he's working in his farm is in Quebec, but he also has taught in the past at McGill University, and Miracle Farms is his or Les Fermes Miracle. If you're
You have a horrible French accent.
And so if folks want to go check out his website, they can go to miracle.farm. So www.miracle.farm, and they can check out information. He also has a YouTube channel that he's just been, crushing on lately. I get all your updates for the videos you're doing on your farm there. And
Mitch, can you put his URL up into the chat for me, or Catlin, whoever's monitoring the chat? I highly recommend going and subscribing to his YouTube channel. You'll get tons of great content, and you guys have a DVD too, but I'm sure you'll talk about that in your presentation today.
Hey, I wanted to give out a shout out to you, Dakota. I listened to Oliver Gaucher's interview podcast this week.
Oh, great.
And I heard that and I said, look, I haven't seen the book, but when I listened to that interview, I said, you guys have put the time in to think this through, because it's not an obvious framework,
No.
that those steps. It's easy to blurt out all kinds of things. It's not easy to make it sound simple and be simple. That is the hard part.
Yeah.
So I knew when I listened to that, I said, you guys have put the time in to think this through, because when you explained it, it came across so simple. And kudos to you, because that's hard. It is really hard to make something that, you spent years. I could see you spent years figuring this out. And so that people could go through and go, well, this is easy. I just do, go through first step, go through second step. and go through it step by step. That's a hard thing to do. People don't realize it, but to distill what you know into, a few simple steps. Good on you guys that, you made it come out that way.
Well, that means a lot, because it was a lot. We had to wade through a lot of mud to get to that point of clarity, and so we really appreciate coming from yourself, Stefan.
We'll have to get you on the podcast.
Yeah, I would love to have you, because I've got a podcast as well. You're on my list of somebody to get on there too. So, but yeah, why don't you start by sharing your screen, and you can walk us through, how you've been kind of building up your own permaculture property.
You got to let me screen share.
Mitch, can you make Stefan co-host, please? Yeah, I'm excited. Okay, there you go, Stefan. And I just got to go check on something quickly. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, you bet.
All right. So it's really trying to use a little bit of the framework that they've been through. And I'm going to walk you through the steps that we use to build the permaculture orchard. We're going to go through and show how originally it was a conventional orchard. Let me just get my little spotlight here. So it started off, it was a conventional orchard. We went through a transition. We were organic, and we're actually one of the biggest organic orchards in Eastern Canada. And we started all over. And we went through with the permaculture orchard. And I'll give you the lessons really we learned along the way. So I want this to be a little bit of a work through in terms of what you guys are going to go through, what participants will go through. As Rob was mentioning, we are in Canada, Eastern Canada and Quebec. It's a Zone 5 Agriculture Canada, which is Zone 4 US. We're situated about an hour southwest. Here's of Montreal, and we're an hour southwest, very close to the US border. So our farm is tiny, tiny in standards of surrounding farms. This is kind of the after more recent, but we purchased a 12-acre conventional orchard in 1992. So we've been at this for a while, really for a while. And we had no experience in orcharding. So let me put those of you who go, well, I don't know how to do this or that. I didn't know how to grow any fruit trees, nothing. I mean, this is the first fall after we bought, and I didn't know what we have to do at all. Walking around with a little basket. I mean, we were green as grass. First spring after we purchased, hey, this is how the orchard looked. It was a monoculture orchard, 4,000 tree orchard that we had started already a transition. And this is the soil. Just as a point in terms of observation, because you will observe things on your site. And this is what we observe first thing arriving. Already I knew some things about soil and indicator plants, and I knew that there was some serious problems going on. This was, this orchard had a history. And so we put together recently a video on dandelion as the best indicator. And this has become a viral video with over 2 million views, just to give you an idea. But it comes from experience. I mean, we saw what it was like. This is the sign of there's problems there. There's things that are not right. Rob was mentioning, Dakota was mentioning my experience. So I did start off as a biologist. So I was trained in wildlife biology. Then I went over to do landscape design, and I was looking for some of my designs, and it's been so long that I really didn't keep I didn't keep hardly any of my designs. So we arrived at this farm, and the history of it was typically sprayed, like most conventional orchards had been sprayed about 25 times per season. And what that does for the soil is it really kills a lot of soil life. So we dug that first spring about 100 holes to plant some plants just to help diversify. And we found one worm in 100 holes. Like that should tell you something. That should flash, what? Whoa, 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 warning, this is some problems going on here. And then to top it off, and life is like that. We had the 2 coldest winters in the past 30 years, right away, right off the bat when we started. And when I say coldest, we hit minus 38 centigrade, which is, minus 40 is the same. So it was cold. And because we hadn't been spraying, because I thought organic meant you just don't spray. So the result was 2 years later, we went from 4,000 trees to 3,000 trees. 25% of the trees died out. It's ouch. That's a big blow. But things like that will happen. So a transition to organic, it takes 3 years. So we did 3 years of transition and realized, you know what? 12 acres. So this is some of the lessons. I had been schooled and I was working I had a landscape design office. And I realized, you know what? A farm or 12 acres is not a garden. That was a big awakening, because you may be practicing in a backyard and go, yeah, and I'm just going to do more of this on my property. Scale matters. So from 96 to 2000, we were certified organic and came to the realization, and this is a big moment. I realized that an organic monoculture apple orchard is still a monoculture. So this was an awakening where I realized, you know what, this thing doesn't work. It works if I put all the inputs, it can work and it still gives me crop and so on, but it doesn't function as an ecosystem. It's too simplified. And so I began a journey, and quite a journey, to try to see it differently. I read through this book, a great book, John Hamaker and Don Weaver, called The Survival of Civilization. And I realized, wow, I want to save the world, because this is happening, this is going on, and I just need to do something about it. And one of the things they talked about in there is the importance of remineralizing. So I believe that we just need to just do it. So we bought a whole tractor trailer load of basalt and spread it over the farm. So that was my experience with remineralizing, and the results were quite amazing. We also found out about whey as a spray. Because it was a monoculture orchard, we still needed to spray, but I didn't like sprays that kill things. I didn't like the idea that, you put this on, it's like a fungicide, it's organic, but it will kill the fungus. And I didn't like that idea. I didn't want to kill things. I wanted to have more life, not less life. So we sprayed with whey, and I got a video on it explaining how it works. It's fantastic. It's a great thing. I was lucky to catch a presentation by Dr. Elaine Ingham in 2002. And I was like, wow, that shook my world in terms of soil. And so we began aerobic compost tea sprays for 5 years pretty well. And so we would make it by 500 gallon batches. And it's like a giant brew, and it's amazing. And it also did a great job, and it got the soil life really going. Now notice, this is 2003 I started. We had bought the orchard 10 years earlier. And so I should have done this in the first year. If you're new to your project, find out about compost teas if it's a large property. If not, just put compost and get the soil life back cranking. It's so important. That was something that would have made a big, big difference early on, but better late than never. looking into what things to use. We tried kaolin clay, which is a spray on orchards, and it was a great product. It really kept insects away, but we were also having a diversity of crops. And if you're going to pick green vegetables and your vegetables look like these apple leaves, something is like, "Nah, that's not that enjoyable. I don't know if I really want to eat that." So it's a great thing to use kaolin clay. Totally, it's actually, you could eat it. It's innocuous, but we stopped using it because of the diversity. So some things can be good, but they're good in a context of a monoculture. They're not so good in a polyculture. And we experimented with animals. We had turkeys. We had up to 200 turkeys at one point, and they were great. Turkeys are the velociraptors. I like to say, ever see Jurassic Park and you ever see that dinosaur walking in that not the restaurant, in the kitchen? Well, the first time when I watched Jurassic Park and we had turkeys, and I thought, hey, they used the turkey as the model for velociraptors, because turkeys hunt exactly the same like those velociraptors. So get yourself some turkeys and watch them hunt. It's quite fascinating. But we had ducks, and we had geese, and we had chickens, lots of chickens, all kinds of chickens. And we would run pens in the orchard. So this is, these are ways of trying things. And the results were amazing. I mean, they would fertilize the grass and they would eat the grass, and they did a great job. So here's just a quick shot. That was during the orchard in its very early stages, where the plants are still small. And we had quail, and we had pheasant, and we had sheep. We had lots of sheep. So we had up to 100 sheep in a 12-acre orchard. If any of you have ever raised sheep, you know that that's pushing it pretty hard. And this was intensive rotational grazing, or management intensive grazing, or if you want to call it mob stalking, because it's a mob grazing. And that is a great thing for the trees, for the grass. If you ever just have a monoculture, get sheep. It's the best way to reduce pests and to cycle the nutrients in your orchard. And more continuous experimentation. So the orchard was really a lab, and we tried things in pens. In '95, I went to see Joel Salatin in Virginia. He had one of his open days, and I saw his pens. This is his pens in Virginia. And I thought, yeah, this is an interesting way of doing it. So we tried different pen designs, and we tried another kind of pen design. So this is where, in permaculture, one of the principles is the feedback loop. You try something, you get feedback, and you adjust and you try again. This is important. You got to keep trying. And then we came up with this design. And this was good, except we used PVC pipes for the uprights. And in the winter, they all collapsed because of the snow load. And then we came up with this design, which now we use actually as a 4-season. We could grow our vegetables in. This is also a pen for chickens in the summer, but here it's used in the winter setting to grow vegetables or to cover our cuttings or whatever we're growing. So we call that the pen house. And we tried one with, this is a nice one. Want to get back into doing this, but we call this the rabbit roller. And it was simply a cage like this. Rabbits would live in the buckets. They would come out, eat the grass. See, the rabbits right there eating the grass. And they would move the pen themselves most of the time. So just a few tweaks, and this thing will be available for everybody in their backyard to raise rabbits and to have the rabbits mow their grass. So that's part of the continuous experimentation. I just want you to realize there is a steep learning curve. If you do like I do and you come from a different background, all of this is new. Take advantage of this summit. Learn from other people. Listen to what they say. Get your information, get your knowledge, because we had to learn about orcharding. I had to learn about pruning and training. I mean, I studied this stuff. I learned from some of the best, and we actually even have a pruning course we put out now. That's all I'll say about it. But you go from zero, not knowing anything, to really mastering it. Learned a whole lot about animal husbandry, soil biology, irrigation. You think irrigation? Yeah, we came to the property. It was 12 acres irrigated trees. Well, you got to maintain your irrigation. You got to keep it going, fix it, work on it. There's a huge learning curve in that. Marketing, you think, well, I'm just doing it as a homestead for myself. That's fine. We didn't. We started with a commercial orchard and we kept it going as a commercial orchard. So you pick marketing, direct marketing, systems design. All of these things require some study and effort. It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't. Some of the lessons we learned, you've got to know yourself. And I knew, because of my background as a wildlife biologist, I knew I loved animals, but I even didn't know how much I loved, domesticated animals. I loved having our sheep. I loved birds, and birds get along with me really well. I mean, we feed the birds right out of our hand all year round in the orchard. I also realized I really enjoy teaching. I like teaching. I love to see people basically with a light bulb moment, and you're there, you're listening, and all of a sudden you go, "Oh, wow, I didn't know that." That's so rewarding as a teacher, to get to see people light up and to see that they've got it. So I've taught in, I don't know how many PDCs for years, teaching in university. I used to teach natural history, was one of the courses. So people learning about all the different wildlife. I was teaching design, landscape plants and design for permaculture and design of people's properties. It's all part of teaching and transferring that information. You have to know, what do you love? You say, "Oh, I love animals." Okay, know that. Maybe you say, "I love to grow my own vegetables." That's fantastic. "Oh, I love to design things." Good, know it. Or you say, "I just love growing flowers." Excellent. You have to know, and even write it down right now. Put it in the chat. What do you love? You say, "Yeah, what comes to mind right now? I love that." And that is so important for you developing your project. You gotta know what you love, because if you're gonna get onto a project and do something you don't love, it's gonna be a hard road to hoe. The next thing is, you have to know um, your site. So knowing your site is so important, and you will need to observe. And that's why it's the first principle of permaculture is observation. How long do you spend? Listen, if you can spend a year, that's fantastic. You have to balance observing with getting on with it and doing. You could do things, but you can also continue to observe. And I'm still observing our site after almost 30 years. So I like to say, for Miracle Farms, it's really just add water, because we're on a beach sand, literally beach sand, and everything grows as long as we add water. Know your site. And one of the most important things for observation, and really, write this down, because this is not something I did. I can tell you to do it because I didn't do it. For example, our site, if I said, "What grows naturally here?" If I had just asked myself that question, what grows naturally, means you don't do anything, it just grows like a weed, then that should be an indicator. For us, it was cherries and grapes. So if that grows naturally, then naturally you should grow that first, because there's nothing easier than growing things that grow like weeds. Listen, let's just hear that, but If you apply it, you will find, wow, that is so easy to grow. If you have brambles growing, well, grow brambles. If you have hazelnuts growing just everywhere like a weed, then grow hazelnuts. Don't fight your site in the beginning, because that is the easiest thing to grow, what grows like a weed. And along the way, because listen, the human element, there will be challenges. If your site gives you ice cubes, then celebrate with iced tea. We had a huge hailstorm. The first time we had a hailstorm was 2012. Our site is fantastic because it rarely gets hail. But we got a big hailstorm. And you know what? That really sucks if you have fruit trees. So instead of crying about it, we gathered up ice and made a big pitcher of iced tea. That's the human element of permaculture, is you just, things happen and you've got to just embrace what happens. Don't cry about it. You've got to know what could be an enemy. There will be things that are going to challenge you. And in our case with apples, this is really when we had the organic orchard, but they still apply today. There's 3 insects: plum curculio, codling moth, and apple fly. Apple maggot fly. And we trap for codling moth and apple maggot fly. We developed traps really effective. They work well. We mass trap for these 2 insects now. And plum curculio, we're working on a trap this year to reduce plum curculio. So you need to know the life cycle. If you know which insects specifically are your Achilles heel, we'll find out their life cycle. What are their vulnerable periods? Where do they overwinter? What are some of the allies that can help you combat or reduce their populations? So our orchard went into a gradual decline. Yes, it was organic, but there comes a point where one person alone, you can't really take care of a huge area by yourself, especially as a learning curve. And so I've really taken on the approach of just do it. I think there is a company that's their slogan, but it's important, just do it. So I knew I wanted to replant the orchard, but I needed plants and I had no money. And money is important. Why? Because you want to plant some plants. Hey, I just put in an order for some trees that I needed, $500. I can afford it. Put in the order, great. But I couldn't afford $500 at the time because the farm was like, I used to say it was a black hole. Every bit of money that I would make would go into the farm and it wouldn't come back out. And so that learning costs money. So I started a nursery in this little greenhouse. Now this is an 8 foot by 8 foot or 2.5 meter by 2.5 meter greenhouse. And we'd put in 10 trays like this. Each one would hold 200 plants. And they wouldn't all take, but we would do cuttings. And so we would do thousands of cuttings and get 500, 800, 1,000 each batch. And we would do 2 batches a year. This is a way to start. Just start. You can afford it. It's cheap. A little greenhouse like that, we bought it on liquidation for $40. Hey, just start. We started a nursery, and here was one of my past students who became my apprentice, Jean-Francois. He was the one who was instrumental in me restarting to replant. So, the orchard was going down, and life is like that. He came around and said, hey, I want to work with you. I want to help you. I want to learn. And by then I had learned, because I'd made so many mistakes. I knew a lot of things just because it was the school of hard knocks. So we started a little tree nursery, 70 feet by 30 feet with 1,000 trees. You think, oh, I don't have 70 by 30. Well, cut it in half, cut it in a quarter. Can you grow 200 trees? 200 trees will get you pretty far towards an orchard. Just do it. Just start. And then in 2006, we really went whole hog in removing the orchard. And that hurts too, because, an orchard that you've cared for, in this case, this was 15 years, almost. We had cared for it, and now you start cutting it down and pulling it out. Ouch, it hurt. And then 2 years later, 3 years later, I learned that we don't have to remove the trees. We can overgraft. I can remember learning that one, and that one hurt. I said, what? So these guys who taught me pruning came from France and said, no, in France, they don't cut orchards down. They just overgraft them. I put out a few videos on overgrafting because this would have saved me literally 1,000 trees. I could have cut 2,000 trees and left 1,000. Instead, I pulled them out and I replanted. That was a big waste of time and effort. Anyway, I learned it's better to start from scratch. Don't start with an existing orchard. Start with a bare area, prepare it, and then plant. It's far better to do that. Starting from scratch is better. But you know what? It's better to just start today, period. Just start. In the beginning, early members, because we function on a membership system for the UPIC, they came to pick for 30 minutes. They'd pick their bushel of apples, and then they would ask, oh, what more do you have? Wow, I'd say, well, I have this other kind of apple over there. No, we got enough apples. What more do you have? That got me really thinking. Diversity is key. And that's what led to one of our concepts in the redesigned orchard, which is the grocery store concept. People are used to going down a grocery store aisle and picking, one of these and two of those and 5 of this. That's what they're used to. So we can design the orchard in the same way so that it's not all just apples. So now people can go through and say, well, I'm going to get, some apples, some pears, some plums, pick up some grapes too. Oh, and I'll get some chives here too. They're right below the trees, and so on and so on. And this has been instrumental. And how to get this to work at scale is probably maybe one of my biggest contributions, because you could put all kinds of trees in, but picking them will be a bit of a nightmare. So what we did was we designed the orchard to have 3 10-day harvest windows every month. So we would simply select the tree that we were going to plant. We needed to know, when is it harvested? So we'd say here, for example, these 2 rows are all planted with trees that are harvested in the last 10 days of September. And then the next 2 rows are the first 10 days of October, and so on, right through the season from early August till the middle of October. And each of these rows in the orchard has 3 harvest periods per year per row. This is the spring one. So you have perennial plants, you have herbs, you have all different green vegetables coming up now because they are spring plants. Then in the summer, we have small fruit, herbs, flowers. So people can come pick in July and August and so on. And then in the fall, we have the tree harvest with other things as well. And this leads to really a sense of abundance. Like, I wish everybody could experience this, because this is when it gets exciting. When you can come from walking on your property and gather an abundance, and you go like, man, I've got so much, I've got to share, because you don't know what to do with all of that abundance. So what's the 3 permaculture ethics? People, earth care, people care, and fair share. Well, you will, by the force of the production, you will just about have to share, because you won't know what to do with the abundance. And once you get to that point, man, life changes. Life just changes. But that to me was it's just such a moment where you go, it's so obvious to grow fruit that way, but it's a paradigm shift for the fruit growing industry. And this creates an opportunity, because The fruit growing industry will not change its way of growing. I'm convinced they are locked into a monoculture model. They will not go from that. But you to come in and replant in a polyculture, in a diverse, in a multi-species planting, you are miles ahead of the typical fruit growing industry. The second idea or concept was trios. And so I took this from Bill Mollison's book, Permaculture, the handbook, the designer's manual. And he was saying, put a nitrogen fixer fruit, a nitrogen fixer fruit. And I thought, you know what, that takes up a lot of area and we're in expensive farmland. So I just thought, how about if we stretch it? So each fruit tree on each side of a fruit tree. So here, for example, this apple tree will have a nitrogen fixing honey locust on one side. And then next to it is a pear tree. And this one will have a honey locust on that side, and so on and so on. So the trio, I originally called it NAP because it was nitrogen apple pear or nitrogen apple plum, but I've since called it the trios because it's all in threes. And this is the pattern for the orchard now. So you can have nitrogen fixer 2 fruit trees, nitrogen fixer fruit 1 nut. You can even have nitrogen fixer nut, and you can just go nuts on this idea. So how this works is it is the pattern, and permaculture is all about pattern. So we ideally alternate species, yes, and even better if we could alternate families. So in case here's plum apple, and the next trio could be pear apple, and the next trio could be plum apple, but that plum and that apple should be a different cultivar from the first trio. And you really can get some incredible diversity by that design. So the goal is never to have 2 of the same species touching. So here you have a plum, and right next to it, there's an apple tree. But the 2 species are not the same. So the 2 species should be different in the row and between the rows. So we stagger the rows. We don't put apple in this row and apple here. This apple will be staggered. It won't be in the same row, it'll be diagonally. When's the best time to plant? 20 years ago, according to the old Chinese proverb. So you know what? In 2007, we started amending and planting. So you can see here's that orchard. Wow, you know, like it used to be, this used to be 450 trees. We left a few just as a comparison to control, basically to see, is this new orchard going to be better than the old trees? So we put in compost and we put in coffee grounds. Hey, we went to Tim Hortons, you know, our local coffee area, and we just asked them to save all their coffee grounds. Coffee grounds are about 3% nitrogen. So this was the only time we ever fertilized the orchard was when we established it. And then we planted, and hey, planting is a great chance. Here was Frank Tooten helping, and my apprentice Jean-Francois helped, and my son was helping. And it's a time to ask for help. People love the idea of planting some trees. Just put out the word and get some help. So we planted and we applied wood chip mulch. Wood chips are fantastic. I had done many projects when I was doing landscape design, and we put wood chips and we added some shredded leaves on top. This was the orchard as it was replanted. There's nothing much there, but the rule of thumb for wood chips or remedial branch fragments is you have 1 inch of decomposition per year. So I figured, you know what, our 6 inches should last 3 years. That was the goal. Surprise. And this was a tough surprise. We had been using aerated compost tea as suggested by Elaine Ingham. And we had such high soil life that the life ate all our mulch over winter. You think that's not possible. That's what I thought. That's not possible. Do you see any mulch? Like it's gone. In 5 months, our mulch had been eaten. I had to go back to the photos to see, hey, I did put mulch. Look, this was in November, and this was the next spring. There's no mulch. And so we were faced with, what do we do now? Do we mulch again? Do you know how much mulch this required? going back, this little bit of mulch here required a tractor trailer load of mulch on 1 acre or 0.4 hectares. It's a lot of mulch, and it was all applied by hand. So do we mulch again? That was a lot, and to find that amount of material. So do we use plastic? Like I was against it. I'm totally against agricultural film plastic or the 1-year plastics. I hate that. But we had used 30 to 40-year recyclable plastic from plastic mulch in the nursery, and it is so incredible. That stuff is tough. So we've used it 3 times. First time it was used for silage. So we recycled. We simply used somebody's old silage plastic that they were throwing out. We used it for a nursery once, and we used it for a nursery twice, and it's still rolled up and ready to be used again. So this is a thick 6 mil grade plastic. So then we thought maybe we can do that, but we couldn't find enough 6 mil plastic. So we actually bought new plastic to put in our tree rows. And this, I don't recommend this for anyone, because unless you're planting over 200, 300 trees, you don't need that. You can mulch, but we're doing acres already, and we needed to do something. Otherwise, we would lose our trees, because in 2008, even after we put the plastic mulch down, it was too late in the season. We had no growth on our new trees, but we saved them from dying because we literally were searching for our trees. Some of these trees, see that little tree here, down here, it's so small that it was covered in grass. You see how tall the grass was? So we were going to lose our orchard. So I now say, protect your young trees from grass, add mulch and or plants. Here it is. We use some of them as plants. We can put plants as a mulch. And yeah, it comes up to your chin, those plants. They can grow. So the 4 phases of planting the permaculture orchard. First, we put in trees. So we put the trees in. That was good. And then we planted more blocks, which was good. But the second phase, we finally got around to putting in shrubs. And this is all different fruiting shrubs: currants, gooseberries, red currant, black currant, raspberries. That was a second phase. The third phase, we put in perennials. But you see, the orchard had grown by now. We got to it way too late. So we put in perennials, vines, ground covers. Yeah, and the fourth phase I consider is allies. So all structures that you need to help allies, I call them, it's all the insects and birds and animals that will help you reduce pest problems and help cycle the nutrients and so on. So the big lesson I learned is that you can put it all in at once. Put all of that in at once. And I would now say do a smaller area, but finish all 4 phases. So this is, I'm telling you this because I didn't do it. And I realized, yeah, that would have been way better. It would have been smarter. So do less, but get it finished, because the plants really benefit from those first few years of full sun. So here's the first year after the plastic. Okay, so you see a few of the bigger trees, but finally our trees had a breather. So this was starting. And I would say absolutely go read and study Mollison's 3 Phases of Abundance. I did a YouTube video on it, and I link a brief article that Mollison wrote. It is absolutely what you will go through planting. It is phases of abundance, and you want to reach abundance for each of the 3 phases. So in 2009, finally, after having the mulch, our trees doubled in size. And that was a real, in French, we say soulagé. It was a relief. It was a huge relief to have our trees leap in size like that. And what we also did was we took advantage of the plastic mulch to put in vegetables. And I now say you can be profitable in the first year if you put vegetables with your trees, because your trees are not shading. You can grow all kinds of vegetables. I made the mistake of putting in, I put in 4 rows with zucchini, and these rows were 300 feet. So 4 times 1,200 feet of zucchini. My wife didn't like when I came home with this was the first little harvest. It got way bigger and more harvest after that. And she was like, what do you want me to do with that amount of zucchini? So you can grow a lot of vegetables in those first 3 years. Give it 3 years and then stop and switch to perennial plants.
Out here, Stefan, we call that cordwood.
Well, the dog and the chickens didn't like me either after a while, because it's like, how much do you want me to eat of this stuff? I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of, and these are small ones. I left the biggest ones. It's, yeah, zucchini. Don't put in 1,200 feet of zucchini unless you have an incredible market for zucchini.
That's an important life lesson right there, folks.
Yeah. So one of the things we learned along the way too is make the smallest hole possible. And this applies. I use plastic, but even if you're putting mulch, try to make a very small opening in your mulch. Don't make, oh, I'm going to open it by a foot and put a little plant. No, put the smallest opening possible in your mulch. And we literally, like, this is how we plant all of our perennial shrubs now. This is it, a cutting, rooting hormone, stick it in the hole. That's it. We put in thousands of perennial shrubs that way, fruiting shrubs. And the next year, here it is, boom, it's popped out. Look at the base, no weeding. And that is important. When you get into any kind of scale, if you're talking acres, and you're not relying on herbicides now. So what are you going to do with plants that are out competing what you planted? My big concern was putting plastic mulch. I said, what am I going to do? I was trying to think, how am I going to get organic matter under that? Because to be certified organic, I could not keep a permanent plastic mulch because you're not adding organic matter under the mulch. So I was worried about it. I was thinking, what am I going to do? And I like to walk. I get up early and I walk through the orchard and I talk to my creator. And I was walking around thinking, like, what am I going to do about, this plastic and not getting organic matter? And I'd start to see this happening. I'd start to see these strange holes around, and this was probably Egyptian onion I'd planted, and I'd see these holes, like all the organic matter was gone in these circles. And I realized, because I'd also go out at night to just check what I thought I was seeing, and I would see the worms coming out of the holes and bringing all the organic matter down into the hole. Wow, I was so relieved. And I realized they survive better with that mulch protection and they get bigger. So it turned out really well. Another point about maintenance, I like to really use the Pareto principle, 80-20 rule. So 80% of your area will take 20% of your maintenance time. And that absolutely applies. On the contrary, 20% of your area will take 80% of your maintenance time. So for maintenance, focus on this 20%. Get rid of those plants, redesign it, look at it and say, no, that's got to go. I got to do something that takes less maintenance time. And when I was doing landscape design, and this is all about landscape design really, is I learned the importance of edges. An edge, Charlie McGee's going to be with you guys. I think he had a great song. The edge is where it's at. And that's where it's at for diversity, but the edge is also where it's at for maintenance. That's where you spend the most time maintaining. And so this system of having the plastic mulch right up to the edge of the grass, I mow right on the plastic edge. And so now I maintain, miles of edge very, very easily just by mowing. And there's no way I could have done that if I'd put, a mulch It would have been very difficult. Allies, just a quick word. I love Sepp Holzer's quote. If you do not want a pig to do the work, then you inherit the job of the pig. Okay? Write this down. This guy has thought it through, and this is so applicable. I don't want pigs. Okay, then you're going to inherit their job, their work. So I applied it to everything. I said, well, do I want to inherit the job of the birds that are catching the caterpillars? Do I want to inherit the job of the wasps that are patrolling my fruit trees? Do I want to inherit the job of the pollinators? Do I want to inherit? Yes, I did inherit the job of the woodpeckers because we don't have enough big trees, so we add nest boxes. So know which job you're going to inherit. A last point about maintenance is train up a young tree in the way it should go. So Proverbs, if you ever look in the Bible, Solomon was a really wise man, and he had a saying: train up a child in the way he should go. Even when he is old, he will not depart from it. And it's interesting how the same thing applies to a young tree. So we've learned, and I've learned this with the master of it, Dr. Lespinasse, and the importance of training instead of pruning a fruit tree. And it's fantastic. We have a whole block now that we don't even prune because we applied this, and it's incredible. So there's things to do to maintain your tree, to make it easy to maintain for long term. It's worth knowing and it's worth doing. Diligence, very important. Stop being a permaculture spectator. I like to use this metric. If you spend more time, Facebook, YouTube, whatever it is, if you're spending more time on your media than you are in the garden, then something isn't right. You say, I want to have this property. You have to balance doing and learning, or doing and basically spectating. You're here for the summit. You're here to learn, but you have to balance that with take notes, aim to apply some of that information, because you have, listen, I can tell you that because I spent my 20s, the whole of my 20s in university. And I was, instead of media, it was learn, 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 but I wasn't doing. And that's one of the reasons we bought the orchard. I was so built up with, I have to do something. I had to do, because I'd been learning so much, but I needed to do. So try to always balance learning and doing, learning and doing. Focus on the positive. Don't be an environmental announcer. That's the reason why I got out of being a biologist, because I did not want to document declines of species. A lot of what biology is about is documenting decline. I said, I don't want to do that. That's not exciting. I want to regenerate. I want to help people build a property. I want to see the world get better, not document a decline. We need great examples of forest gardens, of permaculture orchards in your region. And I can point, will you have one? Are you going to be one of those? Hey, you look at the night sky, you ever see a shooting star? That's what our life is like. Do you want to just be just a little blurb in the sky? Or do you want to be like a meteorite? When it hits the earth, I mean, it makes an impact. You have to decide. I want to be a meteorite. I want to leave an impact on the land, and literally on the land. So establishing a food forest or a permaculture takes time. It takes patience. It takes money. It takes lots and lots of plants. So start your nursery today. It's springtime in the Northern Hemisphere. It's fall in the Southern Hemisphere. Both times are great to start plants. Go take some cuttings and go get some mother plants established. This is something you can do this weekend. When you take a break from the summit for lunchtime, whatever, go get some plants, multiply them. Start with 2 trios. Whoa, that went fast. Start with 2 trios. you'll get all the diversity and you'll get examples and you'll get to learn and then extend it. Get 100 feet or 30 meters of trios. And this is the amount you would need for a homestead or for a home. You'll have so much fruit with 100 feet of fruit trees that it's more than what you need. Go make mistakes. I have a whole series on YouTube on mistakes that I made, and I've made so many, but one person making 100 mistakes is good. But if there's 100 people making 100 mistakes, now we have serious progress. Why? Because, hey, we're taking a lot of the, I don't know. Now we do know. And mistakes are great. Go make mistakes. So we saw how don't have to take 20 or even 30 years to get going. We had a conventional orchard. We did a transition. We had an organic orchard. And we started over. We did a permaculture orchard, and you can have your permaculture orchard going in 3 years. There's lessons that we learned along the way. So it's really your turn to plant. It really is. Rob, Dakota, you guys had a brief. You want to jump in? Let me just say that you can follow some of the things that I'm doing. Probably the best is YouTube, Facebook as well. Don't miss the chance. If you want to just this is the lowest cost thing that you can get the film, The Permaculture Orchard Beyond Organic. It's basically a 2-hour course that summarizes, and you see it in action in the orchard. There's a lot there. It's a lot. You can't just watch it once. There's too much stuff packed in there. But it's a great way to start.
I highly, highly recommend that video, guys. I've actually had to buy it numerous times because students accidentally forget to bring it back to me. So it is absolutely a course. And if you're interested in all the stuff Stefan's been talking about, he's got it all really clearly laid out, and it keeps you engaged the whole time. So I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I got a copy as well. I bought mine. I'm not one of the students that stole it from Rob. I
didn't say steal. I just forgot to return it.
But I'll second that. It's a fantastic video, and I got it right when I was actually. You can count me down for one permaculture orchard in Alberta, Stefan. We're about 6 years in, but I made lots of mistakes too. I was going to say, it's a good thing, like that one person making 100 mistakes. It's better to have 100 people making 100 mistakes, but not if those people are making the same mistakes.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think I made a lot of the mistakes that you made as well. And so I should have. I wish I'd found. I had already had my permaculture orchard kind of started before I came across your stuff, and it was kind of too little, too late. But I've also had the same thing where clients and students that I've worked with, they've had more growth in like 1 year than I've had in 6 years. When you get the system right and you get focus on the soil and you get the mulch and all that stuff. So. Yeah, that was fantastic. So
if you get a chance, head over to Stefan's YouTube channel. Stefan, what's the name of your YouTube channel?
It's my name, the Permaculture Orchard.
Okay.
Yeah, Stefan Sapkowiak.
So Mitch, can you just chuck that up into the chat window for us? Let's head over there and smash the subscribe button so you get his notifications if you're interested in this subject matter.
Yeah.
So we're going to do a quick overview of our sponsors here, and then we're going to come back for questions.
Yeah. So we've already got quite a few questions here. For
I got to go through we're going to do a quick review.
Yes. Yeah. But if folks have any more questions, while Rob and I are talking about the amazing sponsors that we've had to help pull the summit off, make sure you throw your questions in the chat. Please put the hashtag
questions.
Hashtag questions, not at. I don't know. It must be searchable if it's hashtag questions. Put it all in caps lock, and we'll answer as many of those as we can after we go through our sponsors here quickly. So. Stefan, yeah, just hold on, Stefan. We'll be right back with you there.
So after each presentation, we're going to do a quick thank you to our sponsors, and then we're going to talk a little bit more about our sponsors after the Q&A session, so you guys can hear a little bit more about them. So this talk was brought to you by, obviously, actually, before, we're still getting in the hang of this here. So number one, we're going to talk about our book bundle. So this talk and all the other talks are going to be uploaded to our learning management system, to a dashboard on our website. With it, you get unlimited lifetime access to the recordings. You also get access to the Building Your Permaculture Property Toolkit, an autographed book, which we'll mail to you. The Google Earth Pro and Contour Map Generator mini course, so that you can start designing things like your orchard in a piece of software that's free. And then the Building Your Permaculture Property mini course, which was a course we delivered just before Christmas, which goes through all 5 steps in detail. So it's over $500 in value, which is for sale for the next few days at $149. That price is going to go up to $200, and you can find out about that at mypermacultureproperty.com. So we just finished with Stefan. We're going to go to Q&A with him. Up next, we've got Carmen Lamoureux, who's going to be talking about urban permaculture and some of the lessons that she has learned over the years, making one of the most incredible urban permaculture properties in Calgary.
It's beautiful.
Our primary sponsor for the summit is New Society Publishers. And so, Stefan, you might want to pitch them, or Rob might be coming to a backyard fire pit near you very soon to secretly try and pitch you on writing a book for them. I would highly recommend signing up for their newsletter. They're always sending me amazing opportunities, books that are on sale, new books that are coming out, and they've got an incredible library on permaculture, natural building, and everything you're going to want to know to build your permaculture property. So check them out at newsociety.com. We're having a bit of a bad luck here. We're sending so many people to these websites that we're crashing them. I just heard that Tagari crashed. Our website just crashed. And we'll get Stefan's website so we can crash it too here shortly. Another one of our sponsors, and we're going to talk again about all of these individually a little bit more in a few minutes, but Passive House Alberta. If you don't know about passive houses, they're the most energy efficient buildings in the Northern Hemisphere, or anywhere on the planet, really. And they use a lot of the same principles that we talk about in permaculture. And so I'm a really big fan of passive house design. I'll talk more about it here shortly.
Yeah. So passive house is like the permaculture orchard version of housing. So
pretty much.
It's like if Stefan was an architect and an engineer, that's what you'd get.
Yeah. ARC Agro Resiliency Kit. So I'm good friends with Dan Cloutier and his son. They are trying to revolutionize agriculture. They've got really unique greenhouses. I'd check them out at arcltd.net. And I'm going to talk all about them shortly here. They are literally revolutionizing indoor growing, and I just love what they're doing. So if you're interested in aquaponics or very cost-effective, long-lived greenhouses that like 30 years plus, we're actually talking about, Dakota and I, using one of their greenhouses on one of our new feed systems that we've been innovating for a couple of years. We haven't quite launched it yet, but we're going to be talking to ARC for our greenhouse needs there.
You bet. And then do you want to, oh yeah, let's quickly go through what our giveaways are. So we'll be doing some amazing giveaways after we get Stefan to answer all your questions. So one of them is going to be this root rescue, which is a product that helps when you're transplanting plants so they don't get stressed out. So there'll be a giveaway of that.
And I use root rescue for all of my tree transplants.
We've also got 2 copies of The Food Forest. This is another book from New Society Publishers that is fantastic. Stefan, if you had a book, this would be yours up there. So you gotta get on that, man.
We're gonna be pinging Rob for you. Okay.
All right, let's jump into some questions here. Stefan, the first, I'm selfishly gonna ask the first couple questions because I have a couple that came up. My first one is, do you have any lists of plants that you find work really well with that cutting technique? Are you only doing that? Like you said, you're cutting the plant off, putting some root hormone and sticking them in your mulch there. Is that just for hardwood cuttings, or have you found any success with some of the kind of softwood cuttings as well?
The easiest in terms of, like, we have done them in the summer, which is a green mist propagation. And we've done that, but you know what? It takes more work because now you're cutting, sticking, and now transplanting. So the
Yeah.
direct sticking is way better. So we use that for blackcurrant, red currant, jostaberry, gooseberry. You could use it for mulberry, kiwi, grape. Yeah, all our grapes, we put grape and kiwi under all of our nitrogen fixing trees, and those are all direct stuck. We only transplanted the mother plants, then we take cuttings. Like I probably bought $200 of plants until the last couple of years, because I just buy a few mother plants and then multiply the heck out of them. So
Wow.
when I buy a plant, I look which one's got like 5 stems that I can make cuttings out of, and then I cut them, multiply them. And yeah, that's the easiest way. It's slower, but I learned because I had no money to do it any other way. So
That's right. Yeah. Necessity.
lack of money is not a disadvantage. It actually can be a big advantage. People say, I don't have money. Well, good. You don't have money. So now you have to think creatively. You got to learn and you
Yeah.
got to adapt, because money, it makes things easier and quicker, but you don't learn very much along the way.
No, and the thing is, if you've got money, you can basically just dig yourself a hole faster. Like
That too. Yeah, I've done that. I put a few $100s of plants at one point, and none of them are still alive today, because
yeah.
that
Yeah,
was in the very first year where I didn't do observation. I thought, I'll just put them here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to know about that bunny roller.
Yeah, that was the next question.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
go ahead.
I was gonna fight you over it. So tell us, you kind of hinted that the bunny roller is going to be available to backyards. Oh, are you not getting your
No.
audio?
No, I think it's just the back feed. We're getting some feedback from the other room, I think.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me close the door.
in the
You
peanut
can answer
gallery.
the bunny roller. I'm listening.
So what called it the rabbit roller? Bunny
The
roller is a
rabbit
good one too. It's simply the idea of like a barrel that's meshed, and the whole thing is because of the central hub. The central hub holds everything, so it holds their hutches or their places they live, and basically that outside wheel, it's like a giant barrel. Imagine a barrel that's turning. So that should turn. We have to tweak it because if we come to a big clump of grass, they can't eat through the clump of grass, so it'll go over it. So what I found the next step would be to just make it adjustable. I want to have it adjustable. So imagine mowing height. You want to mow at 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch.
Yeah.
And so, yeah,
that's
we've
brilliant.
had so many things along the way that, you get started and you go down a path, and you
Yeah.
have to focus. Right now, my focus actually is education more than innovation. I innovated for years, trying things. We developed traps, for example. The traps has been amazing. There was no traps. How do you mass trap a certain insect? Well, we had to develop them. But right now, the focus is I need to just get more people informed with, how to do these things.
Yeah. So I mean, how tractors are sold in like horsepower. When you eventually start selling plans for these rabbit rollers, is it going to be like bunny power? So it's like, this one is, 10 BPs.
Yeah,
like
exactly that. The
and
first one
20
we started was 10 rabbit size.
Yeah.
And so you could have basically a half, so 5 rabbits, or have a female with all her young. It would,
Yeah.
and it
Yeah.
worked really well. It was incredible until they all escaped because they chew through. So you got to put material that they won't chew through. And so
Oh,
they
really?
chewed through. We had cedar strips, and they just ate through the cedar strips, and then they would push through the wire mesh and all get out.
Interesting. Okay, so we've got my computer froze up here. Some other questions. This is from Diane Patrick. She says, do you have any resources for applying permaculture to urban and suburban backyards?
Well, resources, I would say yes, we have lots of resources. It really depends what you want, how you want to apply permaculture, because you could apply it with what Rob teaches, go with the greenhouse. I think every urban and suburban property should have an attached greenhouse. Like I've worked with our city to try to get a front greenhouse on the south side of our house.
Yeah.
And they say, oh, no, you can't. Well, why can't you? Well, like, there isn't a good reason. It's just, no, you can't do that. You can put it in the backyard, but our south side is the front yard. So to me, it was, well, no, but we need to put it on the front side. And I look at, thousands of houses that should have an attached greenhouse to extend your spring and fall. We're in Canada here, and spring and fall, if we gained an extra 6 weeks where we can open our windows and get warm air, like just that, imagine the savings in electricity and in heating and in oil and whatever, is simply as putting an attached greenhouse. So however you apply permaculture, there's so many areas. Go see my YouTube channel. Just start there. I'd say get the film. We're coming out. We're coming out. I say we're coming out with a master class, which is going to be basically, you're saying a book, but we're coming at it from a all video perspective. And so that's in the works, hopefully for next year. We'll launch it sometime this year, but it's a huge project to get everything in there.
Perfect. Let us know and we'll put that out to our network. Basically all of Stefan's ideas can be scaled down. I mean, a trio doesn't take a lot of space. And right. 3 trees, it's crazy on our small urban property, and which we're going to talk about tomorrow, I think. Our tiny little food forest produced piles of food. So you don't need a lot of room to take a lot of Stefan's ideas are based in very sound ecological principles, which are easy to scale down or up. So, yeah.
Stefan, we're getting a lot of questions that people are asking about what's the difference between training versus pruning. And I know you mentioned that you had a course on that, so maybe you just want to direct people.
Yeah, well, let me say, I'll get my son to arrange it because I don't do the back end, but I'll give you 3 links for the pruning course. Okay. They're $190 US, but you guys can do one a day. And just in there, we really do explain the difference. Pruning is, you're actually cutting branches, and training takes the same amount of time. So if you're in front of a tree, it'll take you as long to train that tree as it does to prune it. But you'll train it twice in the life of that tree, and you virtually don't have to prune anymore. So that is a huge thing. And the training is simply the natural progression. A branch starts off, it often grows like this. And then with the weight, having a load of fruit, it comes down. And then the next year it comes down again. And so what you're doing is you're taking those branches and you're getting them to fruit stage quicker. So what that does is it gets your fruit tree producing sooner. It gets your tree a little smaller, which makes it easier. You're not as far out in the range. And once they're trained, you virtually don't have to prune it anymore. So the difference is you take it and it's a bending technique. You just bend it and attach it. You fix it there for 2 to 4 months and it's done.
It's funny. I remember visiting your farm and walking up onto the property. I'm like, man, and I couldn't figure out what was different about your orchard. And like the name Dr. Seuss kept coming up in my mind. And then you took me through it, and it's like, I can't remember the numbers that you were talking about, but I remember like 20 hours or 2 hours versus 40 hours, like how you were training those trees. You were saving so much labor. You were taught by French orchardists, I think, that and then you kind of applied it to our context. But they would laugh at us in terms of how. There you go.
It's not New Society, but this is literally like these guys wrote the book, and this is the ones I learned from. Both authors I learned from them, and there is an English one. It's called Novel Concepts in Fruit Pruning or fruit training, novel concepts. You may want to do a quick search by Lespinasse and Le Terme. And incredible. I mean, that these people, they were faced with high labor costs for orchards. And they said, look, France has very high labor costs. for even agricultural workers. And they said, we can't operate. So they've got it down that you could do a hectare per day. A hectare is up to 2,000 trees.
Wow.
Pruning. How do you, like, you could literally, you walk and look at a tree and you're done. Like, that's how fast you have to prune 2,000 trees a day. So it's that kind of technique, using mostly training. Huge labor. Like, when I see even some of my trees that I haven't done a good job when they were younger, it's amazing what a difference it is.
So Stefan, our time is up. Do you have any closing thoughts? I personally want to thank you for taking time today, and I'd love to connect with you again here soon on the phone or sometime over Zoom. And I know Dakota's going to want to do a podcast with you here soon, but any closing thoughts that you've got?
Yeah, well, listen, like I said, I didn't see the book, but I really was so impressed with your thinking, because that is such an important thing. People start, they get a property and I want to get it and I want to develop it, but they don't know where to start. And what you guys have done to bring that into a very simple and rigorous step by step. And like I say, I didn't see the book, but just what I heard, go through and answer the questions, do that work, like go through it with you guys in the book, because in the end, it's going to save you so much. Look, I've been at this for 30 years. If I had your book, if I had my course, if I had my film, man, I would have been out of the blocks like bang. And, it's that saving of time. I was in these, when I started, I was mailing by mail people letters to join. I mean, we've changed in the last 30 years. Take advantage of the resources. You could order these things, you could see things online and use it, but balance it with doing. You have to practice some of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, Stefan, your copy of the book is already in the mail, so you'll be getting that soon, and we'd love to get your thoughts on it once you get it. Some good news though, Rob and I messed up. We got another 15 minutes of your time of questions, because there's a lot more. And so just while I'm searching through, one of the questions that and you covered some of these today, but if you could go back in time and change one thing, if you could go back to when you first bought your property and you only had 30 seconds to tell yourself something before the time machine sucked you back in and brought you back to today, what would you tell yourself?
First of all, I would have said, don't buy an orchard. Buy a bare piece of land. Yeah. Because it's far easier to start from zero than it is to undo what's there and redo. So somebody wants to put in an orchard and they buy a wooded lot. Yeah, that's not the place to start. So that would be the first. The second one, quick one, because I only have 30 seconds, is absolutely get some of this information, because like I didn't know how to grow trees. I did not know anything about this. I knew about wildlife. I knew about landscape design, but I didn't know how to manage 4,000 trees. So you can get in, brief snippets, you could get from 0 to 80. You're not 100% there, but you're at 80 without even having started. So that, when you said making mistakes, the worst thing is to do the same mistakes that you could have avoided just by, attending this summit, by getting a film. Oh, come on. If you didn't want to do that, then go ahead and to me now, that would be stupid mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's in the book, we talk about how there's kind of three ways to build a permaculture property. There's fast, cheap, and good, and you can only pick one of them. So it's like if you want it to be, or so you can, if you want it to be good, it's not going to be cheap, or if you want it to be good and fast. But if you want it to be cheap, then it's not going to be fast, because you got to take the time to learn it all yourself. But this is where, like, do you do consulting and stuff as well, or is it mostly like group education stuff?
Yeah, I've gone away from individual consulting. I basically priced myself right out of it just so that
Yeah.
I no longer get it. Like now I charge 1,000 an hour. If somebody's going to give me 1,000 an hour, all right. But I don't want to do anymore. I do group consulting, and that's something that we'll be doing more of. So because I found when you're consulting and you're one-on-one, if you were 5 people, you'd be saying the same thing for each 5. So I just look at it as more efficient in our time that you're going to say it to 1, say it to 5, and you can, charge much less per person, allow more people to use your services, but you're just repeating a lot of the same things over and over.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done projects where consulting where I realized, wow, my basic thing is if I don't save you what you pay me, don't pay me. And that's my guarantee, because I've seen where I've saved people $100,000 in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
They're ready to go ahead on something. And you look and you go, that is type 1 error. Like that is so much of a mistake. Just so people think, well, I'm not going to do consulting because it's expensive. What's the mistake and going and doing and paying huge bucks often on something that you go, like that was totally, and it's so simple. Like I've told people from Google Earth, I look at their property and I say, no, don't, like where they're going to put something, don't put it there. Like that's the worst place on your property you can put it.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, Rob and I are kind of in the same boat too, that we found is like trying to maximize like there's only so many hours in a day, and there's a lot of work that needs to get done. So how do we scale this up as quickly as possible? And obviously courses where you're teaching, like an online summit like this, where you're reaching, thousands of people, that's like, we could be taking the same time and just talking to one person at a time, or we can do it to thousands. But we have found that there is still a place. And just like you said, like when somebody has like a completed design and they're about to jump into like the implementation phase, that's where spending an hour with somebody who has a similar context to you, they've got experience. $1,000 is cheap. Like that's, our goal is the same thing. We try to 10x the value that we're charging in terms. So it's like if you're spending $1,000, we're going to save you at least 10,000. And it's pretty easy to do.
Well, it's funny. I just bought a piece of land. Now we're on a quarter, and I'm calling Dakota almost every 3 days. It's like, man, everything on a farm costs $3,000. Like you can't even get up for less than $3,000 some days, and so it doesn't take long to get that value. I just noticed in the chat, Stefan's website is being placed up there. Your pruning courses are up there, and also the link to your video. So if you guys are looking for that, just scroll back in the chat. And I don't want to crash this website, but if it does happen to go down, because there's thousands of people on this live stream, check back a little bit later.
Yeah. So another question here is, what is is there a particular significance of threes? I noticed that there's the trios, there's the rows are harvested 3 times. There's having a 3-week. Could you explain a little bit about that?
Yeah, I have noticed that too, and it's whether it's conscious or unconscious, but 3 brings stability. 2 is never stable, and in design. Like even when I looked at landscape design, if you put 2 plants, that's disturbing. Why? Because you don't know which one your eye wants to settle on. But if you put 3 or 5, that's nice. But it's also in like a triangle is 3 sides. Put 4 sides. Isn't that better? No, 4 sides plops over because it's 4 side. So to me, it's like nature has given us examples. You look at the number systems and so on. There is reasons why. And like my basic premise is, if you're not sure what to do, let's say you want to do a practice in the garden. If you're not sure, look at what nature does. Like it's got so much more years of practice on it. It didn't go wrong. And so if we just disregard it, we will make the mistakes. And making mistakes is okay, but adjust.
Yeah. No, that's a great insight. There's also quite a few questions about the codling moth traps. Do you have any resources for that? And you also mentioned that you've designed a lot of, kind of mass insect traps. Could you just talk about that for a few minutes?
I have actually, I have a French video on the codling moth. I explain it. And this year we want to shoot an English one just because it's like, well, yeah, it's explained quickly in the course. Like a lot of things, it's just, 10 seconds or 20 seconds. It's simply an oil container that we drill some holes. We put water and molasses in it. And the hole size is important. We used to have a 3/4 inch hole, and that allowed too many non-target insects to get captured. So now we go to a 1/4 inch size. Like, we don't want to kill things we don't want to kill.
Yeah.
And so now by limiting the hole size, the codling moth can go into a 1/4 inch, but a lot of other ones or bigger moths can't. And so that just reduced the incidental catch. And it's very simple. It's like so many times we make it so much more complicated. It's like, oh, let's reach for the, that product.
Yeah.
And we really don't. Like, we could go completely toxic less, like no toxins. You could drink water and molasses. So that's kind of my take, is whatever I use in the orchard, like we use whey. What's whey? It's a cheese byproduct. But I can take it and I can literally drink it because it's nutritious. You ever drink, maybe if you did gym or you whey protein, well, that's what it is. It's basically take the water out and you're left with whey protein. So using things you can eat on your fruit trees, you can do fruit trees without any toxins.
I obviously haven't always been in agriculture. I, as a mechanical engineer, started in the oil and gas industry. And before that, I was in the food industry. My dad had a cake factory. And as I started to uncover things about the agricultural industry, this saying comes to mind: in an insane society, the sane man seems insane. And like the fact that we advocate for poison on the food that we eat, like the Romans did it by accident by putting lead in their cups. They didn't know that lead was so toxic, but we're like actively spraying our plants with things that kill, not just us. They're like nerve toxins. It's unbelievable that we've come to that place, and we think it's normal. Oh, it'll just wash off. Like it'll just end up in the ocean, or who knows? But it's crazy.
And if we knew how much is used, like there would be a whole lot of things we wouldn't eat. Like just look up the most sprayed fruit: bananas, strawberries, apples. Like if you're buying fruit, almost I'd say buy Western fruit, because they tend to need less sprays because it's drier. Because in a wet year in the East, I've seen times where there were 30 times recommended to spray. Some years you can get away with 8 or 9.
Wow.
It's crazy. And you do not wash that off. It's applied from the time it's just finished, even before it blooms. Like we even had one recommended spray already, and the trees haven't even started to bloom yet.
Wow. Another question here is, how does the farm stay viable during the non-growing season, or do you depend on the profit from the harvest to kind of sustain you through?
Yeah, actually this year we're living off the 2 years before, because last year we didn't have much of a harvest and COVID closed all the educational aspects.
Yeah.
So, learning to manage your cash flow is super important, and learning to live frugally. It's nice to be able to spend, but don't be afraid. If you have property, don't be afraid of setting yourself up, an egg. You don't know how long you have to make that egg last. I was listening to a YouTube by Gabe Brown, and man, listen to his story, and where he lost 5 years in a row of crop. You think 5? I lost 1 year, and that's a big deal, and he'd lose 5 years. So how you structure your living setup and cutting costs is important.
Yeah.
I don't make as much on the crop because I don't have to spend as much. The amount I'm very profitable with the crop, but without having used hardly anything. And what I use cost me transport, like way cost me transport, and that's it.
Yeah. So the last question before we let you go, Stefan, is what's something that you used to kind of believe about, permaculture, that you used to think about permaculture, maybe that you didn't understand or something, but that you now have clarity on, or that you now see it differently?
I used to think it was good. Like it was, wow, this is amazing. You read the book or you take a PDC and it's like, wow, this is incredible. But if anything, that underestimates the potential.
Yeah.
It can go so much more because you just see a little glimpse when you do a PDC. I mean, you're just getting an introduction to a whole range of topics.
Yes.
And the more
72 hours.
yeah, when you start digging into it, you go, you know what? This was under promised. Like it delivers so much more, because the more you never stop, you literally never stop thinking of it. And what I found the most exciting is that once you are, I call it being infected, you're literally infected with permaculture thinking. I say that's the virus you want to get. You want this virus because it will, like you're thinking, I want to know it for this specific thing, right? But then you look here and you go, oh, wow, it applies to this. It applies to, I was thinking through the redesign of the kitchen in a permaculture perspective. Each element should have 3 functions.
Yeah.
Like basic principles of permaculture apply everywhere. And if we applied it, like I was just yesterday on a live stream with Elon Musk. He had a thing where he was talking about the carbon prize. And I thought, geez, you could capture carbon with a structure or an equipment, but you could do it where it's capturing carbon while providing food, while, restoring the earth. Like it's not a do it and you get it. It's you get a benefit of the carbon, plus you're feeding, plus you're restoring, plus. So that's where the permaculture thinking comes in, is it really opens the blinders and you literally see possibilities where you never even imagined possibilities.
Yeah. Stefan, thank you so much for taking the time to share the story of you building your permaculture property with us today. You've truly been an inspiration to both Rob and myself. And thank you again.
Thanks, Stefan. I look forward to our next conversation.
And I'll catch you on the podcasts.
Okay, yes, we'll be in touch. See you.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Talk soon.
Okay, don't go away, folks, for who are in the audience, because we've got another amazing presentation coming up from Carmen, who is an urban permaculturist who has this probably one of the most beautiful permaculture yards you've ever seen. Like it's like from a magazine. It's amazing. And so, but before we get Carmen on, we're going to just take a few minutes to talk about some of the amazing sponsors that have helped make this event possible.
So I know we sound like a broken record, but if you're just showing up right now, this is the weekend that we're launching our book. And so if you buy the bundle, you're going to get a copy of our book autographed, or soft cover or ebook or audiobook, whichever version you want. Unlimited lifetime access to the recordings from the BYPP Summit, like the video you just saw. The Building Your Permaculture Property Toolkit. So these are all the professional tools that we use in our design for our own properties, but also our professional work. Our Google Earth Pro course and contour map generator mini course. So how to use Google Earth Pro to produce the designs that we've just learned about. And plus a mini course that we did just before Christmas that goes through in-depth, step-by-step through the 5-step process for $149 during the course of the weekend. So you'll want to go over to mypermacultureproperty.com to get more details on that. And I know I keep seeing stacks of paper. We are definitely selling out of those books. So there's a limited quantity available for the weekend if you want to get your book before it gets released on the main channels. It's May 11th, I think.
Yeah. So the only place you can get the book right now is via the bundle. And it won't be until May 11th. You'll be able to get it at all other, major bookstores and stuff like that. So this is basically we've got early bird pricing and an early delivery of the book if you want to get it there.
Okay, so we just heard from Stefan, and next, as Dakota said, is Carmen. She's going to be going through urban permaculture, so you'll want to check that out if you're looking to see how permaculture applies on the small scale. So stay tuned for that. That starts at 12 p.m. Mountain Time.
Oh, and also for folks who don't know, this whole thing is being recorded. And if you're registered for the summit, which you can also register at mypermacultureproperty.com, we are going to be making these each of these sessions and be broken up into a little kind of 1 hour video. So it'll be one with Stefan, one with Carmen, and everybody else, and those will be available for free for the next.
I think it's April 30th.
Yeah, until April 30th, and then after that, we are going to be taking it offline and making it available only for people who purchase the bundle.
Yeah.
So if you buy the bundle, you'll get access to all of these amazing talks indefinitely. So if you can't make it to see Ben Falk or Starhawk later today, or Jeff Lawton and everybody else who's coming in the next 2 days, don't worry, it's all being recorded. You can still watch it for free for a week, and then after that, it is going to be up for purchase with the bundle.
Okay. So again, New Society Publishers is sponsoring the event. They're our keystone sponsor. So you can find out more about them at newsociety.com. They have a 40% discount on all books on their website, not including ours, because ours is not officially released yet. And the TAs will put the discount code into the chat, but it's also in the show notes. And so if you see any books that are going to help you to build your permaculture property, you'll want to head over to their website today and you can get 40% off of that. I especially like the Sustainable Building Series, which has a ton of great information on the types of structures and buildings you're going to want to build on your permaculture property. I also highly recommend signing up for their newsletter. They're always giving away discounts and deals and announcing all of their new amazing books that are coming out on a regular basis. So check them out at newsociety.com. So Passive House Alberta is run by some friends of mine. And a passive house is a really unique type of building. It's a non-dogmatic, principle-based approach to building the most energy efficient buildings on the planet. And it focuses on some really simple principles. Number one is really well insulated walls. Number two is reducing air infiltration through those wall systems. And then as a result of getting a house as energy efficient as it possibly can, you can actually meet your heating needs for about 1/10 of the amount of energy that a typical house would need. And while right now we live in this strange time in history when energy is almost free, that won't, in my opinion, be the case for very much longer, especially in our province here in Alberta. But I think it's going to be a trend around the world. We literally have zero literacy on the amount of energy that we consume on a daily basis. And I've produced a couple of YouTube videos on this, trying to illustrate how much energy we use to drive our car, to heat our home. It's absolutely astronomical. And when you live in a cold climate like ours, you really do want to make sure that you understand the thermodynamics of your home. And I know that sounds overwhelming and jargony, but what Passive House consultants do is they help make this easy. They have courses, and there's also people like Frank Crawford, for example, who helps people to kind of think through their envelope and make sure that their house is energy efficient and also a healthy home as well. So check them out. And if you're interested in exploring passive home construction, you can do it for both new construction, and you can also use these ideas for retrofit as well on your building. So passivehousealberta.com. If you have any questions about that, feel free to throw it up into the chat. And I know that they've got an ability to contact them as well. So I'd recommend shouting out to them and sending them your email and introducing yourself. So thank you very much, Passive House Alberta. Dan Cloutier runs ARC from Agro Resiliency Kit, and they build incredibly efficient, rapidly deployable greenhouses that both are used for kind of conventional greenhouse growing because they've got fabrics that are transparent, but also for kind of more unique growing operations that would be kind of considered, I don't know, kind of like, I can't remember the term for it, but basically where they have completely controlled fodder systems and things like that. So
like a vertical farming system.
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And Dakota and I are both really interested in these greenhouses. We've got a really unique system. I've done all the talking. Why don't you tell them one of the projects that we're working on that we want to use ARC for?
Yeah. So in my my presentation about how, about our permaculture property tomorrow, I'll be sharing one of the systems that we use on our farm is a duckweed growing system that actually takes a waste product from our livestock corrals, basically the manure from our chickens and our pigs and our dairy cows. And just the rainwater washes it into this pond that's been specifically built to grow this plant called duckweed, which is like 40% protein. It can almost completely replace the feed requirements for chickens and pigs. It's just an awesome feed plant. However, it needs a lot of heat to grow. And so, one of the concepts of permaculture is you're always kind of stacking or adding elements together. And so I've been growing this duckweed for a couple of years now with great success just in a pond. But now I want to put a greenhouse over top of this pond. And one of the systems that we've been playing around with is this sprung structure that is like basically the shell. And then there's a special fabric that lasts for
30 years.
Yeah, it's like 30 years. They're pretty pretty competitively priced, but you can get big clear spans, so it would be able to bridge right over top of a pond and not cause any problems. So I'll be talking. We haven't built this yet, but this is one of the systems that we're looking at putting in. We
love these greenhouses. Okay, Root Rescue. So we got to give a prize away here. So Root Rescue is another sponsor, and the Root Rescue is got a whole variety of different microbes and fungi in one bag. I use this for transplanting all of my trees. Just to kind of give you a sense of why this is important, when the right fungi attaches to a root, you can literally increase the plant root surface area by 800-fold. And so that's 800 times more access to water, more nutrients. So if you're interested in nutrient-dense food production, you definitely want to be encouraging the fungi and the microbiology in the soil, which is what Stefan was talking about in his presentation when it came to compost teas. And so this is a really inexpensive for the amount of area that one Root Rescue bag covers. And they've really kindly offered us a Root Rescue that they're going to send to somebody in North America, actually, sorry, residents of Canada only, not in the US. So to win this, you have to be Canadian. I think there's some issues transporting it across the border to the US. So one Canadian person, how are we going to?
Yeah, so why don't you show the other prize?
Okay.
We'll do them all together.
Okay. And then New Society has an author, Daryl Frey, and Michelle, and I don't know how to pronounce her last name, on food forestry. And I've read this book. It's a great place to start. And so there's 2 copies of that we're going to be giving away. And to somebody in North America. Yeah.
So, and if you're outside of North America, you'll get an e-copy of this book. So the way that these gift prizes are going to work is I'm going to ask you guys a riddle. And so if you just put the riddle in the answer to the riddle in the chat, and I'm going to also throw in 3 numbers, which is going to be 44, 110, and 29. And so because we've got people who are watching this at all stages and internets are at different speeds all over, the planet, we want to make it fair so that, not just people who are, on fiber optics can get access to these prizes. So basically answer the riddle. And then afterwards, we'll be putting your answers in a spreadsheet and picking out the numbers. So the prize numbers we're looking for is 44, 110, and 29. And the riddle that I have selected for you is, I'm soft and cuddly, I'll pull on your heart, but if you only know my last name, I'll tear you apart. I'm soft and I'm cuddly. I'll pull on your heart. But if you only know my last name, I'll tear you apart. And so with the 44th person, 110 and 29 that I threw up in the chat there, whoever answers those correctly, will be contacted by our team, and we will give you the access to those prizes. Okay, with that, I think we are, how are we doing for time here? We've got, I think we're just about ready to pull Carmen in.
I think she's here.
There she is.
Hey, Carmen. Oh, I think you. Oh, there you are. How you doing?
I'm excellent. Thank you.
All right.
Carmen, I have to go sign books because we've got a mountain of. Rob got ahead of me. He signed 600 copies last night.
Oh my God.
So it's just gonna be Rob having a chat with you, but I'll sign as fast as I can and hopefully I can get back for the Q&A. But just before I go, I just want everybody to know that, well, you'll know soon enough too, but Carmen is just an absolutely amazing person. She has just a beautiful, her yard is just as beautiful as she is, as you'll soon see. So anyways, with that, I will we'll hopefully talk to you soon, Carmen.
Take care, Dakota.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Carmen.
Yeah, I'm good to go. How are you guys doing?
Oh, having a great day.
It looks like it. I caught some of Stefan's presentation. It was very inspiring. So
Mhm.
I'm excited, super excited to be part of this, and happy to share what we're doing here on our property. So let me just pull up my, whoops, you're going to have to enable my screen sharing. It appears that I am not able to do that.
Mitch, your host, can you give her superpowers? There you go.
Thank you very much. All right, let's get this going here. Pop back up here. Whoops, not that one. Sorry guys, I don't know why I'm all the way up there. Let's just try to get back to the beginning. There we go. All right. So I am totally keen on sharing what we do here on our property, because it's incredibly impactful in an urban environment to be sharing some of the, you know, the design solutions that permaculture brings to the table. So, you know, we have our property here called the Urban Farm Permaculture Project. It's a fantastic way for me to share with my students, you know, so to see permaculture principles in action and to give them, you know, these practical solutions. And so my company, Urban Farm School, we teach all kinds of resilient skills and you know, building food security and connecting community and all those things. So far we've been privileged to teach over 2,300 students through Urban Farm School workshops, and typically through our project, through our Urban Farm Permaculture Project, we're running typically around 200 visitors per year. So that's really a fantastic way for us to, you know, to really share what we do, our passion for what we do, to show them what's possible in an urban lot, and giving them opportunities to really see permaculture principles and strategies in living form. So, you know, of course, we do a lot of information sharing through the PDCs that we teach with Verge, and you know, that information, you can go through these processes of discovering permaculture and be very information heavy. When you start to practice that information, now you start to get a little bit of knowledge. And with that extra bit of knowledge, you practice some more, and some of that knowledge now turns into wisdom. And that's really what we want people to get to, that beautiful place of being able to craft properties, or craft their living environment in ways that nurture them on so many levels. And when people come to visit our property, it's so fantastic because you know, initially they come, they want to get inspired, and we want to inspire them. So we bring them into our property, and they come around the corner to the backyard, and they see all of this food growing and all of this incredible abundance, and their jaws just drop. but so do their shoulders. And I think it's because, you know, we live in a time right now of perceived lack, maybe a little bit of fear. When people come into a space where there's all of this abundance, it's a beautiful embrace, and they come into the property and they just relax into the space. You can see them becoming part of that ecosystem, that living ecosystem that we've nurtured all these years. And it's not, to me, it's not so much what the property looks like, or even necessarily how it functions, but how it feels. That we as human beings long for that connection with natural systems. And there's no reason in the world why we can't create those nurturing ecosystems in that nurturing space on all of those levels for us in an urban environment. So I'm really keen on sharing that for that reason. So again, a lot of people in the city, we've got so many people, got over 1 million people living in the city of Calgary, excuse me. And there's always this push-pull, you know, do we buy a property out of town? Prices now are getting unbelievably high. Everywhere you go, it doesn't seem to matter. Property prices are going through the roof. Or do you stay in the city and find some kind of way to make it work? And so our role where we live right now is virtually to inspire people to take action, to start where they are right now. And there's so many positives about being in an urban environment if you frame it right. Urban environments are by nature highly diverse polycultures on so many different levels. So there's a great deal of resiliency built in to the structure, and all it requires of us is to create those connections. And that's something that's really important to us in Urban Farm School, and also on our property, is creating connections. So we've got lots of access to diverse skills and services in an urban environment, lots of materials, lots of surplus items. You know, I think there's nothing I love better, and that's more inspiring to me than to have a problem and try to come up with positive solutions on how to address that and turn that into an opportunity. So you get really good at the MacGyvering thing, you know, when you've presented with surplus items. We've got a neighbor behind us in our alley who constantly is throwing things out to be discarded in the trash. And we're constantly going out through our back gate and pulling those items into our yard and finding ways to utilize those in positive ways that add value to us. So there's a lot of opportunities in that regard as well. Also, in urban environments, there's plenty of opportunity for impactful action, placemaking, and education. And that's kind of where we're at with our strategy with the Urban Farm Permaculture Project, is how can we invite inquiry about what we do, and how can we create that edge between our private property and the community, that is a zone of interaction that is incredibly powerful. So we've basically designed our front edible landscape to provide that service for us. And it's really cool because when we invite inquiry, it brings the opportunity for people to get engaged, to engage with us and find out what we're doing. And so we find that it's really, really wonderful. All nature is opportunistic. We're just being the same. We're being opportunistic in that regard and using that edge to our advantage, but more for building community connection. That's really what we're after. So we've got urban microclimates, which are considerably warmer, lower wind speeds typically, where we can grow a lot of things in an urban environment that might be challenging in the open landscape. So that's something that we take advantage of. And you know, to be honest, on our property, we do not get 8 hours of sunlight anywhere on our property. You'll see when I show you sort of the rough map of our place that we've got all these funky angles. We're in a cul-de-sac. We really don't have any square corners, which is fine with me, but we've got all these funky angles, huge trees everywhere. And so we've got all these pockets, lots and lots of different microclimates. And the reason we've been so successful growing and creating so much abundance on our landscape as it is because we've been able to optimize the use of those microclimates in as many ways as are available. So we've gotten really good at niching, plant niching, and other kinds of niching in order to make our urban property work well for us. So, we're really, really mindful of the miles that our food travels. And when, I can't tell you how many times I've had people, contact me via email or through my classes and said, well, why bother growing anything in Calgary? I mean, the climate is so crazy. You can't really grow anything here. And then they come to our property and they see that we're growing 14-foot high tomatoes, and we've got melons growing on our garage roof, and we've got corn growing in our backyard and artichokes in the garden. They can't believe it. And I mean, we're able to produce so much food where we live, and yet we have this absolute reliance on the import of food products. And so that's definitely a concern for me. And that's really a big reason why we want to show people what's possible on our property. So I did a bit of research on this for one of our urban farm school classes and found out that in the 40s, Canada was pretty well completely self-sufficient, producing all of its own fruit. We're not talking about pineapples and avocados or anything like that, but its own basic fruits. It was supplying the entire country with all of its own fruit supply, which is really, really amazing. And now 80% of our fruit supply comes from the US. So, we know that it's possible for us to have so much food security within the borders of our own country. And I think for me, I really feel that it's a mistake to become so reliant on outside sources for food when we are able to do that ourselves. And that's really all about that food security piece. So I really love this quote from Joel Salatin: "The average person is still under the aberrant delusion that food should be somebody else's responsibility until I'm ready to eat it." Now, this speaks to me on such a fundamental level, and that has a big part to do, a big role to play in the way that I was raised. And so it's interesting. We grew up. My mom was one of 10 kids. I think I've got a picture of that down here. There she is, right there, my mom. One of 10 kids, youngest in her family. She lost her mother when my mom was 3. And so they had to come together as a family to create that food piece, right? The food security. There were no grocery stores. This was up in the Peace River country where my parents met and where they were basically raised. And food was something that you sourced, and you knew that you had to have a strong relationship with the land in which you played a part in order to have that food security piece together. And so it was very, very much a part of our upbringing that we were, we were 5 kids. We had massive freezers. My uncles hunted. We were always foraging for berries. And that became our lifestyle. That became a part of the DNA of our relationship with the land, was all about knowing that our food source relied on our relationship with the land around us. And so it's kind of strange to me that we have, been engaged in this wholesale abdication of responsibility for our food supplies. And so, it's funny because we've gone from having these massive pantries that I remember when I was young, to having this reliance on the big box store up the street that has now become our pantry. We're lucky here; we've got room to have a nice big pantry. But realistically, that level of reliance is a really strange animal to me. And I mean, my mother would never, ever have dreamed of going through a winter with 5 kids, sometimes 6, because we always had a stray staying with us. Would never have gone through a winter without having a massively packed pantry. And I mean, she canned everything she could get her hands on. We did a lot of food dehydrating even back then. There were no grocery stores. And so we really had to be responsible for our own food instead of just abdicating it. So now, instead of the home pantry, as I mentioned, we've got this big box pantry. So that to me is a concern right now. And we've been sort of lulled into this false sense of security. And this is why I'm so, passionate about permaculture, is that it does give us those kinds of solutions to help us gain more food security. So one of the things that we teach our students is, just take one step going forward. You don't have to start. Not everyone has a backyard in which to grow their own food. Some people are growing on a balcony or on their front porch. Maybe just taking one step forward in shortening that food supply chain will make all the difference for you. So this is something that I think is really important. So the way I was raised, this is the Peace River country here, and my mom and dad, I love this picture because they're both in the same boat. They're taking pictures of each other in the rowboat, but the rowboat's going in the same direction, and they were a real team. So I grew up living on the oil rigs, actually. This is my mom and dad's first shack after they were married, little tar paper shack. So, this is in the bush. We were raised in the bush as little bush babies. Here we go. This is us. That's me with my crazy haircut. But that was our lifestyle. We had this relationship with our land. We were little bush babies. We had the run of the forest, and we really enjoyed that. We had a great life. And then came a time when my dad was transferred overseas to North Africa, and that changed absolutely everything for us and for me as well. Our relationship with food changed drastically. So we were now in a position of reliance, and we'd never been there before, and that's really interesting. So we got into North Africa, and suddenly we had to create relationships with vendors and with local farmers. And my mother was absolutely amazing. We were transferred there because we could speak French. My mother could barter with the best of them, and she was amazing. But she made it so fun as well to be there. It was an adventure. And so we started to create community with food. And that was the first introduction to that piece of how important that is in building food security and food resilience. So of course that was life-changing. And then when I came back, so we moved there when I was 13. When I came back to Canada, I was an adult, and I found myself after university, where I studied forestry and sustainable land management things. Worked for the government for many years doing that, and moved into this great little old house in Little Italy in Edmonton. And I was able to grow my own very first garden in this backyard here. So this is a more recent photo. I actually found it on the internet so I could show you guys this funny little yard. It was my first garden of my own. And this was in Little Italy. I was surrounded by all these beautiful, amazing people who had this really strong connection. I mean, if there was a little corner on the property, there would be food growing in it. And you could walk down the back alleys, and there were all these chain link fences, and there were gardens in every backyard, and a nonna or a family member of some description in the backyard gardening or enjoying. And more often than less, they'd be passing a glass of wine over the chain link fence and wanting to talk with you about life and sharing their knowledge. And so this was what inspired me so strongly around the power of food and connected community. And this is an incredibly important piece, and it's a piece that we're missing in an urban environment a lot these days. So that's why I wanted to include this slide, because it was so meaningful to me and really foundational to my growth, I should say. So when we look at our industrial food systems, we've got just so many issues with the way food is grown. To me, it just makes so much sense to start taking responsibility for my own food supply. And I think that's one of the most powerful things that we can do is craft a level of some level of independence, whether that's a pot on your balcony or a container on your back porch, whatever it takes to kind of transition away from reliance on industrial food systems. Now, I don't really need to get into why that is a completely non-sustainable or non-regenerative paradigm, but permaculture, I find, offers me, the design methodologies to dovetail a lot of the practices that I know intuitively are beneficial to me and are life supporting for me. So this is the other piece that I find really helps people grab onto why even growing a little bit of their own food is important, or connecting on community and community gardens, or other endeavors that allow food security. And that's this decrease in food density over the last 15 years from like 40 to 100%. decrease in food nutrient density. Now that's a serious statistic, and I think it needs to be addressed. And the only way we can address that without getting into geeking out on soil health, we all know how important that is. We have to address this. There's no other way. So when people really get this piece, they really see the importance of connecting with food. So when we're designing our systems after natural systems, which makes so much sense, we get all of the good, wonderful pieces that are life affirming and life supportive, and that's that resiliency, stability, and abundance that natural systems have, and we can recreate those in our own systems. And that's, I think, what people feel as well when they come into our property. They see this level of abundance and integration, and it feels it just feels like a family. It feels very nurturing. So I'm not going to get into that. So I'm just going to show you a little bit about our transformation. So purchased this property in 1993, and it was pretty well a blank slate. Now this is actually a few years later than that, but this is the earliest picture I have. So we live in the middle of Calgary, basically in the southwest part of Calgary, and we've got this flat roofed house. See if I can find. This is the property that how it looked in 1993. It was basically this pie-shaped lot with lots of these deep corners and really huge mature trees. When I moved here, there were poplar trees, absolutely huge poplar trees, every 5 feet along the neighbor's fence. So all through this area, there were a ton of tree roots from those trees. So it was impossible to put a garden in here. There were 5 apple trees, about 20 years old at that time, I believe, that were situated along the back fence. This is where the alleyway is. There was already a garage here, and there was a massive willow tree in this area here that was dying, and we didn't know what was going on. There was an old deck here at the time. And then birch trees and lots of spruce trees. This is a neighborhood where everybody back in the day got a spruce tree for at school and planted them. So there were a lot of spruce trees in our area, but there were also lots of great things about this property. There was room. I knew there was room and so much potential to grow a lot of food. And there was a lot of biomass available in the form of leaves. And also I knew that the neighbor had plans to take down those big poplars. So I thought, wow, there's a lot of resources available that we can glean from that, but also the root mortality that was going to happen underneath that lawn was going to really be a great resource for the plants that I wanted to put in. And so, having grown up in the bush and having worked in forestry and for the Alberta government in sustainable land management and resource inventory, basically tree species inventories and ecosystem dynamics and that sort of thing, I felt really comfortable about the idea of getting not only a garden in here, but a lot of productive species, right? Because I understood how ecosystems functioned. And so I was really keen on getting started. So one of the first things that I did, well, here's our location, actually. So our neighborhood's about 50 years old. This is our property here, pie-shaped lot. It's just under a 1/4 acre. That includes the house. So you can see we're in an urban environment, right, stuck in the middle of it. So we're north of latitude 51 in a growing zone 3, super close to the Rocky Mountains, and at about 1045 meters above sea level. So our night times get really cool here. So really, having moved from Edmonton area down to Calgary area, even though Edmonton was 300 kilometers north of 180 miles north of Edmonton, our growing season here is 3 weeks shorter than Edmonton. So that I had to really kind of scratch my head and get my head around how I was going to, navigate that. But we have such a short growing season here, only 110 to 120 frost-free days. Wow, that's kind of short. Temperature swings anywhere from -40 in the winter to up to +32, 33, 34 degrees in the summer. and really cool to cold summer nights. So that really has an effect on shortening our growing season. So we had to come up with strategies to address that. So we knew we were going to be choosing cool season, short season varieties, indoor seeding. We were going to have to start a lot of stuff indoors. We were going to have to use our microclimates, use some season extension strategies. And that's going to be really important for us to take that short growing season and capture that seasonal currency in the food that we grow, so that we can store that food for the winter. So storage crops became really important to us down here. And it also meant that we had to change our composting strategies, that we really weren't going to be composting in the fall as much because our falls are so short. There's really not a lot of time to get that compost finished because we compost thermophilically. So typically that takes about 2 months minimum. We didn't have that time. And so we started to have to change a lot of our strategies. We also have these incredibly volatile weather patterns here that are absolutely nuts. We've got these Chinooks that come through, which can cause massive snow melt and massive degree changes, especially in the winter. Rapid, freeze thaw cycles, which can cause a lot of problems for plants. The biggest thing that we face really are the damaging hailstorms that can happen for a couple months in the middle of the summer. So that was something different we didn't see a lot of up north. And these extreme swings in temperatures and daytime temperatures, that's something that can be just a little bit nuts. So our strategies around those were really all around hail protection strategies, frost protection. Pretty well any time of the year we can get frost and snow. So those are some of the challenges we faced, and also seasonal drought. So that's something that we really didn't see a lot of 300 kilometers north. So that was really a challenge for us. How do we get enough water capture in place to meet our needs? And we knew those needs were going to be growing as we grew more plants in our backyard. So rainwater harvesting was super important for us. So our guiding values and visions for our landscape before we got started: we live harmoniously and in collaboration with our landscape and with our ecology, mindfully, humbly, and sincerely acknowledging I've got my picture in the middle of my text, our place within the whole. We respectfully meet our needs for optimum health and well-being by supporting the health and well-being of our ecosystem, of which we are an integral part. We joyfully interact with and support the dynamism of all the living systems and do our best to nurture these as well as to nurture ourselves. We are surrounded by overflowing abundance and peaceful sanctuary, and we create an environment of connection, community, cooperation, and inspiration. So with that guiding value and vision, we started to take action. So we wanted to design a landscape and interact with that landscape in a way that allowed us to be nurtured physically, emotionally, and spiritually, something that was overflowing with abundance, something that used and optimized the use of available resources and space that we had, all the microclimates that we had. We wanted to provide an important anchoring place for family, friends, and community. I've got 4 kids, raised 4 kids here, and we wanted to create that connection with community. And also the fact I moved around so much as a kid that having this place to really literally put roots in the ground was so vitally important to me. We also wanted this place to act as a teaching tool for urban farm school students, to experience permaculture principles in action and create meaningful opportunities to share what we do with the broader community. So we hold, as I mentioned, we hold a lot of eco-yard tour events during the summer, and we'll typically get 200 people through our property. That is something that really we love to do. Yes, it takes time and effort from us, but we love to share what we do. So we designed this so that we could share it. So we're lucky we've got a generous amount of space to do that. And also a place that invited inquiry, inspires others to take action, and provides us with meaningful, beautiful lifestyle connected with the seasonal cycles. So this is all very much, in concert with deep-seated guiding values and belief systems that I have within myself. And, in the early years, it was all me. I did all the work on the property. My partner now, Kristen of 8 years, when he came to live here with me, he really dove into, and I'm so grateful. He calls himself Mr. PISS, the Permaculture Infrastructure Support Specialist. So he's really fantastic at supporting what I do with Urban Farm School and building all kinds of epic things on the property. So it's really, I feel very fortunate. So in 1993, the property looked like this, as I showed you earlier. The next, so basically it was grass. This is kind of a conceptual photo montage of what the backyard actually looked like. 5 apple trees, a great big willow, and grass from stem to stern, nothing else. Every square inch of this property was grass. So when I started doing this, the first thing I did when my kids were little is I started composting. Our neighbors still had the really, really big trees. So there was lots of leaves coming through. So I started to gather up all of those, built compost bins, started to go. And then I would start inch by inch removing the sod, and I'd have my big wheelbarrow of compost, and I would sit there and I'd take that compost and I'd massage it into that heavy clay soil. And I spent, the first year basically just doing that. We didn't have any soil to bring in at that time. We were using the native soil. And it was quite an amazing process, because in one of my side gardens, I actually found 2 arrowheads in my garden. And that was really, really an amazing thing, because I'd always been looking for a place that gave me that sense of place, sense of belonging, and somehow finding those arrowheads just rooted me in with more of the history and land use, the traditional land use of this area. So the first year, built compost bins and created a main garden area right in this zone here, and also added in some rainwater capture. Obviously, we really needed that as I was growing, getting this garden growing. I really needed that water resource. So this is where the water was all stacked up, was right against the house here. So that was year 1. Year 3, the neighbor removed all those poplars from the fence. So that really changed things for me, because it meant that I could start developing this edge around here and have an opportunity to have something grow, which was great. So we increased the number of compost bins. Yay, love compost. Planted a pollinator garden around part of that vegetable garden to create more integration. And then added the side garden here. This is where I found those arrowheads, and added a few perennial beds in the front. That was year 3. Year 5, we built a huge pergola along that fence here, the fence line, expanded more perennial beds, all this. So we built a big pergola in the back for hops, and removed all the grass from underneath these apple trees, because I know that they didn't like that at all, the grass. So we started to work on that, and then added a small little greenhouse, real handmade thing. But boy, I felt I died and gone to heaven back then. I think it just had like a plastic top, but it was just a place I loved spending time in. So this was early on, just after I think we built the pergola, and you can see some of the perennial beds in there. There's some espalier apple trees, the hops are growing. There's some fruit producing trees and shrubs in here, and lots of pollinator support perennials. Year 7, we expanded the main garden area even further, expanded the pollinator garden to actually go around the main garden. We took down the old deck. So the old, big, beautiful willow tree that was dying had to come down. We found out that the previous owners had put some really thick poly underneath the deck to keep the weeds out for some reason, but it had been starving that poor old tree. So we felt really bad about that, but we had to take it out. But what it did do was open up so many more solar opportunities here. And so the solar resources on our property really increased with the removal of that tree. So we continue to expand our growing area. So every year we decreased the amount of grass on our property, which was so great, and allowed us to start stacking that ecosystem, those layers of that ecosystem. Today, this is what the property looks like. It's fully stacked, and I'm telling Kristen, we might have to move at some point, because we have no more place to put the things that I'd like to grow. And but we've really optimized every single area of our yard. And I think that is what makes this property so successful, is that over the years, we've taken the time to to really observe what's going on our property. We've observed how the sun moves as those trees are maturing in our area. We've learned how, which areas are the hot spots, which are hot in the morning, which are hot in the afternoon, which get dappled shade, which reflective surfaces are a benefit and which are a hindrance. We've learned to use thermal mass really effectively. So we've really optimized the use of every square inch of our property, and it is incredibly productive and really beautiful and nurturing. So we've got all kinds of layers of things in here. And now what we've got is this humming ecosystem. It's humming now. And that's a beautiful space when you start to be able to see the evolution of your property over time. As you grow and learn, your property grows in different ways, and you're able to nurture it into abundance step by step. So there's so much going on here, and I'll show you some pictures, and I'll take you through some of the elements that we've employed here. So from 1993 to 2020, it's a big shift, and it's a little bit different now. Actually, that's an older shot from the top, but you can see how little grass is left now, and that area is actually even smaller. So it's quite funny because my partner Christian, now we've got just a real perfect circle. It's about 30% smaller now, and he likes those little solar lights, So we've got solar lights around here, and it looks like a landing pad. I keep joking him that it's the landing pad for the aliens when they come to pick him up. So he loves that. All right, so for our rainwater capture, obviously we have a lot of stuff growing, so we need water resources, and specifically because we have these seasonal droughts, and we'll typically get a fair bit of rain in June, and maybe a little bit in July. July is kind of the hail season. That's typically where our precip comes from. But come August, we typically get no rain, so we needed to address that. So we've got these areas where we've got water capture happening, a lot of water capture here. So it used to be here. We moved it away from the house just sheerly because of the volume of water that we wanted to start collecting. So we really didn't feel that secure having that volume of water right next to the house. So we moved it over here. We've got water between, whoops, I don't know why it does that. Water between the two garages, our garage and the neighbor's garage. All of our overflow. So we've got sheds, all of our structures. We've got a shed here, a pergola here, another shed, the house, and the garage. All of our structures are capturing rainwater, and that's our goal. Every single drop of water on our property we would like to capture and either store or direct it to the landscape in a way that adds value. So we've got a lot of strategies in place. It's not just about the rainwater capture, but it's also about making sure the organic matter levels in our soil are adequate to create that soil sponge. So our soil will actually hold on to water. So thankfully, that was something that I did really early on in the process. I was trying to build that soil organic matter content up so that we could capture that water in the soil itself and hang on to it. We also use this unique strategy of using pit swales. Now, because even though we've got some topography towards the front and towards the back, just a slight slope, we were not able to put in actual swales of any kind because of the massive root systems that are underlying the property. So we got creative, and I started to think, well, okay, when I put my finger in the garden to plant a seed, it leaves a little divot. And after it rains, that little divot is always wet. It always stays moist for longer. So I thought, why not just do that on a bigger scale? So I started to put in what I like to call pit swales, and they're basically 1 to 2 foot in diameter pits that are only about a foot deep, that I've taken the soil out and basically just filled with mulch. And so all my plantings are kind of scattered around these multiple little pit swales on my property, so that when it rains, that soil will have a tendency to stay moist longer. So it presents a resource that has a little bit more of a long-lasting effect on my property, since I can't actually direct the water in through swales. On this side of the yard here, we're using an angled pergola. I'll show you a picture of that, excuse me. And we're capturing that rainwater at the back end, and then just basically using a pipe and taking like a downspout and a pipe that goes into that food forest area here, and it's just perforated, and it just basically sits kind of semi-buried in the mulch. There's so much growing there, you can't even see it, but it allows us to divert that resource as it's happening, since we can't actually put a swale in. And the same here, all of our overflow from the tanks here goes directed down this part of the food forest all the way down here. So this water here is being used to water this area, which is an annual production, and all of this water is used to water our main garden area. So the water piece is absolutely essential for being able to do what we do on our property and to gain the kind of production and resilience and abundance that we have on our property. So there's 4,000 liters of water that we've connected together. There's another picture here. Those are with some fancy covers I designed and Christian built, and they just actually hook on to the wire structure around these 1,000-liter IBC totes. So this is a shed here that we've got capturing the rainwater. In this picture, it hasn't been connected yet, but that gets connected. So our system basically comes from way across our roof. Let's go back. It comes all the way from here, supported by this Amur maple tree. Thankfully, it's there. To go all the way over here. So it's a long run to get over there. It comes down here. And we've got, I think I've got another picture. Yes, we've got a diverter valve here. So this basically goes right into the tanks, fills all of the tanks. But we can open and close that when the tanks are full, or if we want to divert that water, if we switch this, we can divert that water. It goes down through this non-perforated weeping tile here. Whoops, oh geez, I've got a sensitive mouse. Sorry guys. Down here, non-perforated to here, and then it goes across underneath here and to the top end of our garden. And there's a very slight slope down towards the back fence. But what that does is allows us to use that water resource in a productive way to kind of charge the soil in the garden area either before or after we fill our totes. So that's a really, that's our main water source there. And then we've also got, a number of these barrels between the two garages that we use for the side garden, which is really great. So we've got a flat roofed house, so it's a little bit of a different challenge. There's a mild slope. You can't even see it, but it's quite different from capturing rainwater off of a sloped roof. The nice thing about the flat system is we don't get that volatility. We don't get that rush of water, so we're able to capture water in a little more gentle fashion. So some of our our abundance on our property can be, and our food security can be seriously impacted by hail. It's a very destructive force in our area when it comes to especially our annual systems, because they've got much more tender leaves than our perennial systems. And so I remember in horror years ago watching my entire garden, middle of July, big hailstorm coming out, and I had to watch helplessly from my kitchen window while everything in my garden was completely and utterly shredded to smithereens. Even the carrot tops were completely shredded. They were just the tops of the carrots sticking up out of the ground and shredded leaves all the way around. I had tomato plants that were already about 3.5 feet, 4 feet tall. All that was left of them, the tomatoes were still on the vines. They were still on the vines, but all the leaves were shredded. So the little tomatoes were hanging on there. They were pitted from the hail, but all the leaves were gone. Everything in the garden was shredded. Even some of the leaves on the trees were completely, it was a nude tree. And I thought, oh my goodness, it was just devastating. It was heart-wrenching because it looked like everything was gone. But then I thought, well, wait a minute, Kevin, you know how resilient natural systems are, and you've done everything you can to create all of this resiliency on your property. Why not just wait and see what happens? So that's what I did. And I'm not lying, about 90% of my garden came back. Even the tomatoes. You would have thought that it was all over, but the crying. But I tell you, those tomatoes all came back. All they grew new leaves. Yes, I still had pitted tomatoes, but everything came back. Even the carrots all grew new tops. It was phenomenal. So it really showed me the resilience of our systems when we get everything else right. So for years afterwards, every time we'd see dark clouds in the sky that time of year, if we were away from the house, it's like, let's get home right away. We've got to cover everything. We have to get home. And every cloud became, a suspicious cloud, right? So we were looking at clouds with suspicion. And I thought, wait a minute, summer is our beautiful time to be enjoying life. Why are we, devoting so much of our energy to being afraid of hail? We've got to come up with some strategies. So we did. We started to mess around with some strategies that actually worked. And so we had to focus those on where our production was the highest. And that was really, for us, it was our annual system. And that's something in our climate, because we're not in a tropical climate, we don't have such a heavy reliance on fruit. So our perennial systems were not as, they're incredibly productive, but for us to make sure we get through the winter where we live, to create that food security piece, we needed to be growing the types of vegetables that we could store over winter or process in some way to keep us fed during the winter. So a lot of caloric intake in those. So our annual systems were the areas in which we wanted to focus our hail protection. So those were these areas here. Here, and here. We have a few annuals in here now too. So I'm going to show you some of those. So here's hail. These are probably dime size hail or so, but we'll often get golf ball size hail. So it can be really, really devastating. And it typically happens when everything is really in full swing. So this is a strategy that we employed the first year. So these are basically these wire mesh panels. This isn't such a great example because these are really close together, but we have 10-foot long by 40-inch wide beds in our garden, our main garden. So what we did is we bought these panels from the hardware store that we could pressure fit inside the edge of our beds. And so what we did is we put 2 per bed. Now this is a little bit better of example here. We've got 1 going across here and 1 going across here. So they're just pressure fit in there. And then we got an insect netting. And we cut it about 4 feet wide and we laid it just across the top. Now these mesh panels have about 6-inch holes. So you can still reach your hand in, you can still manipulate, you can still harvest, no problem. You can still water if you need to, not an issue. And so what this allows us to do is protect from hail. The water still falls through when it rains, but there's good air circulation. We don't want to be closing everything off because we want to maintain that air circulation. So especially after it hails here, it becomes very humid, which is unusual for Alberta, but we don't mind it. And so this system worked so well. Now, if you don't have raised beds, you can still use this system. We've devised a number of ways, either with chains on the bottom to connect them together so that they can be freestanding, or simply by bending them into sort of a house shape. Now they become a freestanding unit that you can put on your garden beds. But this was so effective. And so then we thought, well, wait a minute, we grow a lot of vertical crops as well. How would we do this for our vertical crops? So, the vertical growing is a strategy that we like to demonstrate. We like to use it. Number one, I don't like bending over that much anymore. I'm in my mid-60s. My back just does not like to pick bush beans, but pole beans, no problem. I'll get up on a ladder any day. And tall varieties of peas and our tall indeterminate tomatoes and corn and things like that. So how we do it for those guys? So we took that same strategy. Here's another picture. There's those wire panels. And we built this big structure. Now, this was a total experiment. We had no idea how this was going to work, whether it was going to fly or not. So we built this structure to create a barrel vault over top. And these are exactly the same panels running lengthwise. There's three panels, I think it's 3 panels or 4 panels wide. I think 3, 1, 2, 3, I think 3 panels. And then we just took a chain off the corner and created some tension so that it pulled in and created that barrel vault. And then we used exactly the same netting over top and created this structure that was perfect because it allowed us to create not only hail protection, but provide a structure from which we could hang my big tomatoes. These are those huge indeterminate tomatoes growing underneath there, really happy. And I use a bobbin and clip system. And we're able to protect our tall crops. It's super effective. So here's the 3 main strategies that we use. Here's another iteration of that. This is also tall crops that are grown under here. This is a separate bed, but we've actually put just a few tall uprights here along the bed and created this kind of scenario. So that allows a lot more ease of movement for accessing your crops without, having to go through wire mesh. So we found this is really great. So these are the 3 ways. This is the one we use in our main vegetable garden. This is this system here. Now this has a bit more of a barrel vault. We've adjusted this. And then this is the large structure that we're using for our tall crops. But the nice thing about this large structure is it allows us to grow a number of different crops underneath there, but also have enough room to rotate our crops and move them around a little bit from season to season. So there's a corn growing underneath, and you can see this is a different netting here. We've been trialing different kinds. So this is a blue bird netting, insect netting. Again, it allows the rain to come through, but the hail will bounce off. So we found the blue is not as effective at making the hail bounce off as the white one. It's just not as dense and elastic, but it definitely will protect our crops from hail. So beautiful corn this year. I can see we've got lots of nice ears on there. That was a great year. So our annual growing systems are basically set up in these areas in our greenhouse, our main beds over here, here, and over here. So I'm just going to show you some of those. There's basically our main garden with some hail protection, our greenhouse. There's pictures of our main garden as well. And these are all those old apple trees. They're now 50 years old, those apple trees, and they're really productive. They're mostly crab apples, but really useful for cider and so on. So we use them a lot. Sometimes we can't use them all, so we invite our neighbors to come and pick, of course, because it's an abundant resource. And then we've got some espalier. This is an espalier pear and an espalier plum. And we have another espalier apple in the front as well. So we've got, we're using the available sunlight resources here to our advantage. Now, this area does not get 8 hours of sunlight. No place on my property gets 8 hours of sunlight, but we need to grow and we want to eat. And so we just grow anyway. And we experiment from year to year, what's going to do well in what locations in our yard. And so it's really great. And we're finding now that as we're entering more drought patterns, basically through the summer, that our vegetables actually prefer a little bit of that late afternoon shade. And so it's just really stressful for them when it gets really hot late afternoon. So some of our crops really do appreciate that. So, we plant with strategies that allow us, like, for example, for spinach. We will grow spinach in open rows for early in the season and for late in the season, and we'll grow some in our greenhouse early before it gets hot. But once those midsummer temperatures start to come around, it gets too hot for them. And as soon as you seed them, they'll just want to go to seed right away. So what we do is instead is we'll do summer plantings that are situated on the shadier side or on the side of a taller plant like Swiss chard, or kale, that will provide that late afternoon shade. So we're able then to extend our harvest period and our production period simply by placement. So that's really a strategy we use in a lot of different areas in our property. So you can see we're getting a ton of really robust growth early in the spring. Again, there are lots of growth. So these are some of the perennials that we plant in here for our pollinators. So we want to make sure that we're integrating our pollinator plants. I mean, they're not growing actually in the vegetable beds themselves, although they always self-seed, and I find surprises all the time, but close enough to offer those ecosystem services for our trees and plants. So we love that. Lots going on there. Lots of stuff. Again, lots of production, lots of interplanting strategies we use. Carrots with green onions really help deter, carrot rust fly. And so lots of ways to kind of bring in the biological resources into our garden. Again, lots of things where you use pots as well. Wherever we've got available growing space, we'll grow. And we get an insane amount of production. Look at these beautiful artichokes. So artichokes are a crop that takes a lot of space for the amount of yield that you get off of it. But when we moved to Algeria, I remember going to a market with my mother, and they were selling all these strange looking vegetables. And of course, we were landlocked prairie folk at the time, bush babies. We had never seen an artichoke in our life. And so my mom said, well, people are buying these. Let's buy some. So she bought a bushel. And we had no idea what to do with them. Eventually we learned, but they became this love thing for me. I really, really love them. So I grow them. They take up a lot of space, but that's okay. I have room to grow them. So we've got
just giving you a 5-minute warning before we're getting to the end here, and then we're gonna do a sponsor announcement and then Q&A.
All right. What's my time like here? Oh, I'm coming up. Okay, I'm going to speed through. Also, a lot of different ways of growing to give students some ideas. There's melons on the roof, vertical spaces being used. The vertical crops are really important to us. Lots and lots and lots and lots of vertical crops on our property. And this is our front yard, where recently our neighbor took out 2 massive spruce trees. So we've got some solar resources there we wanted to utilize. So we're using those as well. So we've got lots of stuff growing in containers. There's strategies for deer, keeping the deer and the rabbits off of some of our annual crops in the front yard. Our perennial systems are basically scattered all around the perimeters of the property and in the front yard. So lots of stuff going on in here, fruit trees and shrubs and bushes, creating so much abundance. One of our favorite things to do in the summer evening is to go for a walk around the yard with our glass of wine and pick alpine strawberries and fruit as we go. We love that. So all around the edges, lots of food forestry strategies, little bit of grass left. This is an area underneath the apple trees where we've created a number of apple tree guilds as educational demonstrations for what gilding looks like. And just creating this environment of abundance. So this is early years. There's still quite a bit of grass here, but and then hardy kiwis. Every little niche we have tried to create opportunities for food production and beauty. We also have lots of mushrooms that we've established in our growing systems. So edible mushrooms, lots of good stuff there. We love mushrooms. Our herb spirals, of course. This is our new grape arbor on the side that will provide shade for these windows in our family room. It gets so hot in there because we have a flat roofed house. So we've got our grapes in hand, and they're going to get planted this year. So the espaliers, our front yard system. This was really a labor of love for us, but was really fundamental to pursuing our vision. So we started off like this. This was the yard. I had a hard time getting Christian on board with this project because it represented quite a bit of work. But he said, I just can't see it. I just can't see it. So I grabbed a piece of paper. You see, I've got writing on the back here. It was some scrap piece of paper. I said, okay, just let me draw something up for you and I'll show you what it'll look like. So I drew this up. He says, oh yeah, I really get this. I can see it. And our neighbors too, they were saying, what are you doing? What are you doing in your front yard? And so I said, well, look, this is the plan. And they were so excited, and now they just love it. So we started off step by step, adding in we took down a big old spruce tree there to get this apple tree in, started, transplanting a lot of stuff from the backyard to the front. We decided to leave the only grass that was left was this little winding pathway here because it was stabilizing the slope and was allowing us to not have to bring in additional resources. So that's the front yard. This is a few years ago now. Really productive, really beautiful. The bees that are present on our property are absolutely insane. We had an entomologist visit us for an open yard tour a couple years ago, and he counted 27 native bee species on our property. We were so happy because it was, in a way, a metric of success of what we were doing, that we were on the right track. So you can see lots going on there. But the front yard transformation has been one of the most impactful things we have done, because it is our interface with our community. And so we have had, so many people stop by to look at our front yard. They just love it. Lots and lots of happiness going on here. Perennial systems, our pollinator support. We have this lovely insect hotel here that we built. It's a lovely place to sit. We can join our neighbors with a glass of wine there. We love it. Lots of habitat. All the plants have been chosen to create guilds and ecosystem health. So lots and lots of that. So, and then we've got our little social gathering zones. We've got places to gather in our backyard that we can. This is basically was designed as a place to have family gatherings, but also to harvest rainwater. So this roof is completely slanted back towards the back. There's some of the fam there having a good time. And then the other thing that's really important to me was to create these zones in the garden that where we weren't going to be growing a ton of food, we were still productive in some way, but that created these little hidey holes and serenity zones to nurture us on all the other levels, other than food production. And so this is actually Sod Mountain. It was called Sod Mountain, and now it's Gaia's Garden. So it's a lovely, lovely place to sit and escape from the world, and it's super quiet. So we've got all these little spots here everywhere. That's my coffee spot there every morning. I go out there with my cup of coffee because the sun shines right there. There's all these wonderful little spaces bringing water into our system that allow us to attract the birds. We get these little sparrows that march like little soldiers up and down our vegetable rows and eat the slugs. So we love those little guys. We want to bring them into our ecosystem and invite them in. And of course, artwork and thrift store finds and things that bring our personality into the space. So we're really keen on leveraging social currency. So having these two growing systems in place is really important for cold climate food security. That's why we love our property. We're able to provide opportunities for both of those systems to thrive. Again, we've got to start our seedlings indoors in our area. So this is our garage. Used to be our workshop, but now it's our garage, and we're growing all of our veggies in here to start them out for the season. Lots and lots going. Early spring plantings of our cool season crops gives us a lot of abundance. If we just relied on that frost-free days, we wouldn't have anything to eat. So in our climate, we have to extend ourselves beyond on each side of that with our cool season crops. So yeah, I don't really need to get into too much of this stuff because we don't have a lot of time, but we employ a diversity of food preservation techniques and storage options. Obviously in our climate, we need to do that. So got to get creative around all these different ways to preserve or capture that solar energy in the food that we grow. So lots of vegetables that we can store, lots of vegetables that we can preserve in other ways, lots of different techniques for doing that. Our famous smoked corn salsa that we rock out every year with our produce, we love that. Food storage strategies, preservation strategies, lots and lots of production. So yeah, I think.
Carmen, amazing. Absolutely amazing. As you guys can see, she is an absolute treasure trove of information. And I can't encourage you guys enough to go over to her website and check out, there it is, urbanfarmschool.ca. Do you guys have some workshops going on this year?
Oh yeah, we've been in full swing since February. Actually, everything's online, and yeah, it's great. And we've got a ton of our stuff is in an on-demand form, so that folks can access a lot of these classes. Not all of these are up yet, but as we actually do our Zoom webinars on those, we put them up as a recording that people can purchase, and so they can access that information. So yeah, it's been fun this year.
Awesome. Well, we got lots of questions coming. We're just going to do a quick thank you to our sponsors. And so I'm going to take over your screen there for a second, and then we'll come back for Q&A. And I believe Carmen's got a prize with one of her courses coming up here. So stay tuned for that. Okay, so let's just expand this screen out here. As you guys know, we're launching our book. We've been writing this for 3 years now, and so we're selling the bundle for $149. It includes a copy of the book. We're half sold out now. They are going fast. Our printer actually, which is printing the invoices, actually got overwhelmed just a few minutes ago. So I think we've got it up and running now, but the books are flying out of here, which is great. And I know Dakota's busy signing them right now as we speak. So that includes unlimited and lifetime access to the recordings from the BYPP Summit, like you just saw with Carmen's video there. Building your property, permaculture property toolkit, which is all of our professional tools that we use in our own design work, as well as for our clients. Google Earth Pro and Contour Map Generator mini course so that you can start to produce your own digital designs. Hey, Slacker.
Hey, how's it going?
And yeah, it's available for $149 for this weekend. The price is going to go up after the weekend. And so if you want to find out more information about that, you can head over to mypermacultureproperty.com.
Just a heads up, we're about half sold out of the books. Okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah. You better get going on those signatures.
Yeah.
Okay. So we just heard from Carmen. Next is Mike Dixon. He's the Fit Farmer, and he's got a great YouTube presence as well, but you're going to get introduced to him. I think you're going to find his presentation very energizing. He's basically bringing CrossFit and permaculture together. So I'm looking forward to that. And like I said, if you missed your favorite Permi talk or you can't get to all the talks, make sure you sign up at mypermacultureproperty.com. These videos are going to be broken up into 1-hour segments on our learning management system, and you'll be able to get caught up on the videos at a later time, but only if you're registered for the summit at mypermacultureproperty.com. As always, New Society is our incredible sponsor and publisher. And I actually have a little blurb for them here that I want to mention. So New Society is a certified B Corporation. They only print on 100% post-consumer recycled paper. They're carbon neutral and they print only in North America, never offshore. So they're local. And we're proud and grateful to have them as our publisher. So a shout out to them. And just so you guys know, they've got a 40% off of their entire catalog this weekend. The coupon code is available for today only in the show notes down below. So if you're looking for books on the details associated with building your permaculture property, make sure you head to their website, newsociety.com, and find the coupon code in our show notes down below. Living Soil Solutions, one of my past students, a dear friend, and a change maker in Calgary, running, in fact, it's a group of them now, running Living Soil Solutions. So shout out to Mike Dorian, Jay Fish, and Jeremy Zoller, who are literally transforming the biological or the biosphere, the biological sphere, or the biology of the soil in Calgary and area. They sell worm castings, compost, mulch. He does consultancy, and they are literally making Calgary a healthier and safer place to live. So if you're looking to get your garden sprayed with compost tea, you don't want to have the infrastructure for yourself, and you want to make sure you have the most nutrient dense crops, get in touch with Mike. Mike also does speaking engagements. So if you want to host him to give a talk on soil, he makes the complex simple and funny.
Yeah, and if you want to watch probably the funniest YouTube video you've ever seen, he has one called Old MacDonald Had a Farm with real farm animals. And he basically goes around a farm singing the song Old MacDonald.
Actually, his dad goes around the farm.
Yeah, it's a great video. And yeah, anyways, go check that out. It's on his YouTube channel.
Get your kids indoctrinated into permaculture early. With Old MacDonald Had a Farm.
That's right. Yeah, start them young.
All right. Root Rescue, we mentioned them before. This is literally Canada's most advanced Michael Reisel and mycological root treatment. I use this on all of my root transplants. I actually get it from Mike Dorian from Living Soil Solutions. So he does sell this stuff. We did give a root rescue out as a prize just recently. If you are looking to put a food forest in, plant any kind of perennial system, it's worth every dollar. It increases the strike rate of your trees and it increases the nutrient density of those plants. Okay. All right. And then we're going to talk more about this afterwards, but Carmen's going to be giving away one of her courses. And so once we get to the giveaway here after Q&A, then you guys can choose one of these amazing courses, whoever wins, and capture more of Carmen's incredible intellect when it comes to permaculture. All right, let's get to Q&A. I think that was the, oh, sorry. And we're going to be giving away 2 of these books from New Society Publisher, Jean-Martin Fortier's kind of book on successful market gardening. So stay tuned for that. Let's get to Q&A.
Okay, Carmen, that was
Awesome.
awesome. I was in the back there signing books, but I watched your presentation. It was just beautiful as always. So we got lots of questions. First one is, how big of a pantry would you recommend?
That's a dangerous question.
Yeah, I know, right? Wait, maybe we should get your husband on call so that he can add some clarification to that.
I don't think there is such a thing as a too big of a pantry, to be honest. You know, like when I moved to this house, I had a pantry that was just a closet, like a small little closet. It was only about a foot deep, and it was so frustrating. So now we actually use most of our back entrance as a pantry, and we've got a cold storage room in the basement as well. To me, the pantry is the most underrated used, room in the house, and I think we need to start changing that in the northern climate, because everybody's got these tiny little pantries because we're so, the big box stores have become our pantries. So yeah, and also listen, we've got winter here, so I think we could have cold storage rooms that all you have to do is build a room that's uninsulated on the outside. Doesn't need to be below grade, and just get a valve in there that opens up and keeps your room cold, and adjust the temperature for you. So it's something that can be a small hole in the wall, basically. And you could have a fridge in your house, but nobody's building like that yet. So yeah, I don't think there's no, in my permaculture dreams, in my, home building dreams, I would have a pantry as big as my kitchen,
Awesome.
and
Yeah.
I'd have a canning kitchen too.
Yeah. No, I'm in this. We're in the same boat. Like we have I think 4 root cellars on the farm now, plus a cold room, plus I've got like a larder that I ferment in, and it's like they're never enough. And I think we have like half a dozen deep freezes as well for everything else. So, but we are trying to get away from those deep freezes because it's another energy source, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Another question here is how big is your property, Carmen?
It's just under a 1/4 acre. That includes the land that the house sits on.
Yeah.
But it sounds like a lot, but it's actually, we've got, like I say, all these funky corners and things. So if I had a 1/4 acre in full sun, oh man, I could double my production easily.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the, when I fall asleep at night, I think about, oh, wouldn't it be nice? But I mean, we're using that. And what I love about what we do here is that we're showing people, look, even though you don't have, 5 hours of sunlight, look how much production you can get. This area only has afternoon sun. This area only has morning sun. This area's got dapple shade. People are seeing us growing food in all these different environments. And so it's not about having full sun. It's about optimizing the use of your property. And that, sometimes that takes time to observe and see what's going on. But the idea here is to create that relationship with your property. So yeah, a 1/4 acre sounds like a lot, but in our context, it's not, because we don't have full sun.
Yeah. I mean, it seems so much bigger than that. Like that's like 10,000 square feet. I think you accomplish more on a 1/4 acre than we do on 10 acres on our farm, just because
it's so condensed.
So dense in there. So
well, and that's why the book is so important, because taking people through the design process it's success by design is what it is. And that
Yeah.
if you're, you can waste so much time and energy trying to create abundance on your property and do it all wrong right from the beginning. In other words, you're not thinking it all out. This back area where we've got our pergola, our family gathering, was a place that is in shade most of the day, except for very late in the afternoon. Now, that would not have been great for growing food, but it's perfect for its present application, which is a family hangout zone and water capture. So that's where the planning comes in. You want a structure, make it work hard for you, make it perform multiple functions. And so that's been the key to our success is the planning and working that out. And that's something I'm so excited about your book.
Yeah, thanks. Man, there's so many questions. I'm trying to pick the best ones to get because we've only got 15 more minutes here.
I remember one in the Q&A there, and I was wondering too, what's the netting that you use, Carmen? What's it called? Bug netting, you said?
So we've tried a few nettings. The first one is an insect mesh netting. Now, the actual name of it, I don't know. Here in Calgary, it's available at Garden Retreat. You can buy it pieces off the roll. The other one is a blue netting. We used to be able to buy that by the roll, but now I think you can buy it in packages, quite big pieces. I said the holes are bigger, so it lets more rain through, but it's a little more fragile than the other one. Now, having said that, we are trialing a new hail netting this year. It's one that I actually imported from the States. And we're going to try to become a distributor of it, I think, because no garden centers are carrying. I have tried a number of garden centers prompting them, look, we need this, people need this, because every time we have a class or an open yard or, whatever, people are saying, where did you get your netting? Where do you get it? Where do you get it? And, some of these places that carry that insect mesh sell out every time. So we're thinking we're going to trial this stuff this year. I'm really excited about it. It's got a much more flexible mesh. It's UV stabilized, UV resistant. So hopefully it'll last a number of seasons, and really, really effective. So I'm excited to try it out, and we'll see how it goes.
Cool.
We've also got a question about where you source your galvanized raised beds as well.
Oh, those are just horse troughs that we bought from water troughs from UFA here locally.
Nice.
Yeah, farm supply store.
Nice. I've seen.
Listen, they weren't the cheapest thing to buy. Let me put it that way. But we wanted to have something that would be appealing because we live in a cul-de-sac. And so, that's the one thing about the urban environment is, sometimes aesthetics is a little more important, certainly, than it would be in a rural environment. And we want our neighbors to continue to love what we do and not feel like their land values being affected by what we're doing. And so far, so good. So that's why we decided to splurge a little on those, was to keep everybody happy.
Yeah, no kidding. And then what program do you use for your designs are beautiful. What illustration program are you using there?
I do it all in PowerPoint.
Oh, really?
I do. I do it all in PowerPoint. And honestly, I did that because we were teaching the PTC online.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to present imagery that I could easily do. And I couldn't really afford the big ticket design programs. So I just got really creative. And I do it all just on using PowerPoint tools.
That's brilliant.
Cool.
All right, we've got some more questions here. Any tips on growing hops specifically?
Hops kind of grows itself.
Yeah.
It really does. It's like one of those opportunistic, it rocks it out. We don't have any problem growing hops. We've got golden hops on the front, and we've got, I can't even remember the variety. They've been here for 30 years now, growing in the back. So nothing's really growing in full sun. The front one gets a little more sun. But for me, they're very well behaved. They don't really cause a problem for me here. So
I remember growing up, my mom had a hops growing next to her clothesline. And so we had like this deck, a south-facing deck. And then there's a clothesline running off the deck out, and the hops were right beside it. And once it got big, like we only did kind of clothes once a week. Every week you had to cut your way through with a machete to get to the clothesline because it would just keep closing up the
They're
space
robust.
in the back.
Yeah, they're robust.
Funny. I think it's one of the fastest growing plants in the Northern Hemisphere, actually.
Well, it's interesting because I'm going to do some experiments next year. Maybe I'll do it this year when they start coming up. But I'd like to, take those the little tips, the growing tips, and ferment them.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because right now they're really hairy.
Isn't that what beer is?
That's the fruiting body, not the.
Another question is what are all those fountains for?
Oh man, listen, guys, water is life. Water is life. And listen, of course I'm a real soils geek. So I want to create lots of diversity of soil biology, lots of different species of soil biology. The more soil biology I get, the better my plants grow. The more diversity of plants I get, the more insects I have. And the more insect diversity I have, the more birds I attract. Now, and by having that water piece in there for my pollinators, for my pollinator insect species and my birds, now I'm creating an ecosystem. So that's why we have water everywhere. We want water. And like I said, we want to leverage the ecosystem services that those guys, that by attracting them, that they offer us. So that's really, really important. And it's the same reason why I plant kale in my front yard. I want the deer to come in there and eat the kale and make a deposit, because I don't have animals in my system right now, right? I've just got the ones I can attract. So I'm leveraging, my extra kale plants, which I always have extra, and I put them in the front, and I want the deer to, they bed down here. They've been bedding down here for 30 years. So bringing them in, and giving them something, they'll always, when they eat, they poop. So
Yeah.
It's good for me.
Another question is I want my urban neighborhood to become a food forest. I'm investing a lot on our property to be used as an example. The question is, how do you build community and get people who are busy and distracted to engage with permaculture and restorative gardening?
Right. Food is the great connector. And, you can plant all the stuff you want in your backyard, but if nobody sees it, it has no impact. So use your front yard, create an edge, like Rob's place when he lived here in Calgary. There were cherry trees like lining the sidewalk, and people would come and pick. And so people were interacting with the landscape. And so it's the same. If you've got that opportunity to present that sort of edge with a little sign that says, please help yourself, and you've got things there that they can eat. And maybe you've got, maybe you've got a little insect hotel with a little sign that says what, that you're trying to build habitat, and, like create that opportunity for conversation and connection. That's the impactful aspect of edge, and you can leverage that.
Absolutely great.
Absolutely. And create a seating area in your front yard.
Yeah, I love that about your yard.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Oh, we cut out there, Carmen. You still there?
when people here, can you hear me?
There we go. Yeah.
You're back
Okay,
on.
yeah. So when you create a welcoming space, people will come.
Yeah. Well, and I think I want to add to what you said there, Carmen, is I think food is really important, but what you've done with your property more than I think any other property I've seen is you made it beautiful. Like there's not a single person who could come through your backyard and say, man, I would love to have this.
Right.
Whereas there's a lot of other permaculture properties where when people go through them, they're like, man, I don't want this at all. Like, you couldn't pay me to have this.
Well, that's why we do the open yards. We want people to come in and say, wow, I want this.
Yeah.
I want this. And this is permaculture. Like I want this because it is beautiful. And you know what? That's part of the nurturing of oneself. So if beauty isn't your aesthetic, that's okay. I mean, it's your space. You get to spend time in it. But if you want to spread the love, then make it a lovely place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've done that in spades.
Thank you.
There's another question here is, will the pit swales that you talked about be cold pockets? Have you ever noticed, like, they're
not deep enough to be cold pockets, and I'm not planting in them. Typically, I'll plant everywhere else. So it's just, if you're starting with a mature landscape like we did, you're going to have, there's challenges. And so that was my way, in certain areas of creating an opportunity just to hang on to water a little bit longer. It's not a water distribution strategy. It's basically whatever falls from the sky will have an opportunity to sit a little bit longer in the landscape before, and it just holds on to it a little bit. Because even under mulch, even under living mulch or bark mulch, you're going to get over time some evaporative loss. So the pit swale idea is a great way to kind of work your way around the existing root systems and create some opportunity anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Carmen, how long did it take you to kind of, to implement your permaculture property from when it was just, a regular suburban lot to what it is now?
Yeah. Well, I've been here 28 years on my property. Initially I didn't get a lot done in the first few years. I had 4 kids to raise. And so, but I knew what I wanted to do, and I had the vision.
Yeah.
So I just kept plugging away at it. And when I took the PDC, it really just seemed to bring everything together and create more ideas around connection. So having worked in, in the forestry and in sustainable land management and ecosystem, ecosystem health was really deeply embedded in me. And so everything that I was doing, even up until permaculture, was all about that. But somehow bringing it all together in a design helped me really solidify my vision. So that was incredibly valuable. But yes, it does take time. And I think it's one thing to, like I do a lot of design consultations, and sometimes people say, I just want this design. I want it done like now. And realistically, the best designs sometimes just take time to implement. And like Stefan was saying, start with a smaller area, complete it, and then move on to the next. But the only way that works is if you've got a master plan. Right?
Awesome. Carmen, any final thoughts? We're out of time for Q&A now, but do you have any final thoughts before we go to the next piece in our agenda?
Mostly that, it doesn't really matter where you are. Permaculture is a design process, and it doesn't matter whether you're urban or rural, on a balcony or in a courtyard or whatever. There's always opportunities to build more resilience into your life, and that even growing just a little bit of food, actually, and sharing food with community, potlucks and things. When you're growing food, there's nothing you love better than to share. So I think, just taking those small steps forward, shortening your food supply chain a little bit is going to be the big thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And thanks guys for having me. This has been really, really awesome. I'm going to tap
our
into all
pleasure.
the expertise.
I'm sure Rob West will be showing up at a campfire near you and asking where your book is.
Actually, somebody just asked in the chat, what was the name of Carmen's book again? I know it's surprising, but she doesn't have one yet.
I don't have one.
She will soon.
Oh gosh. Well.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, thanks, Carmen.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Thanks so much. Take care, folks.
Okay, folks. So we're building your permaculture property book launch and global summit this weekend. And we just heard from Carmen Lamoureux in Calgary. And yes, you can grow things in Calgary in spite of what everybody says. And so as part of our book launch, we are, we are launching a bundle of our permaculture property book, the one that's right behind here. It's taken us 3 years to build this thing. It comes in either an ebook, a soft cover, or an audio book. And so if you get the bundle, you get unlimited access to the recordings. And we will be putting more videos up there in the future, which we'll include with that. It includes a toolkit, use all of our professional tools that we use for our consulting and for our own work, which you're going to be seeing in both Dakota's and my presentation. The Google Earth Pro Contour Map Generator mini course. So you can learn how to use Google Earth Pro, which is a free piece of software for designing your property. and the mini course that we did on building your permaculture property before Christmas, which goes through the 5 steps in detail. So you can find out more about that at mypermacultureproperty.com. You'll also want to make sure you're signed up for the summit if you want to watch these recordings until April 30th. We're going to be splitting them up into 1-hour sessions that you can navigate through if you want to watch another one again, or if you missed a specific one. Please make sure you go sign up over there. There's no cost for that until April 30th. So we just heard from Carmen Lamoureux. Mike Dixon is up next, the Fit Farmer. I'm really excited for this talk. I think you guys will really, really enjoy it. New Society Publishers, just wanted to shout out to them. They're our core sponsor for the event. And so if you're a budding new author and want to find a publishing house to publish your permaculture stuff, you might want to check them out. They also have 40% off their entire catalog, not including our new book here, because it's not officially available until May 11th. If you want specific detail-oriented books on permaculture and you want a 40% discount, the coupon code is in the show notes down below underneath the video. Go over to their website, browse all the permaculture books that you want, and put the coupon code in, and you'll get 40% off. This doesn't happen very often, and so you'll want to take advantage of it. Living Soil Solutions, I told you a little bit about Mike Dorian before, but they're doing tons of cool stuff in Calgary. They spray people's yards with compost extract and compost tea. They sell amendments like the root rescue that we've talked about. He does consultancy and education. So if you're looking for compost extracts, or any of the amendments to help your permaculture property thrive, you're going to want to find out more at livingsoil.ca and tell him we sent you.
And he also does work on the broadacre as well as in the backyard too. So if you've got a farm or a ranch or something like that, he is kind of started. I think he bought an old herbicide spray coop. It's those big things that
they look like birds.
Yeah, they're like 100 feet wide, and they drive through the fields spraying herbicide. He bought one of those ones, and he's rigged it up to now apply compost tea on hundreds or thousands of acres. So
I love it when we take destructive infrastructure and we turn it into productive infrastructure.
Totally. So I'm hoping this summer I'm actually going to get him out to our farm to do some of our pastures, because it's really expensive to get into, to own all the equipment, the agitators, and the to be able to make all these brews, and even to have the knowledge to I took Elaine Ingham's soil health courses, and I bought a microscope. And it's pretty complex. You can do it, but here's somebody who has over a decade of experience. He's got all the equipment. He makes it super simple to apply these kinds of amendments, whether it's in your backyard or on the back 40. And
jokes always come for free when he shows up.
Yeah, it's worth hiring him. You're basically getting a comedian who also gets fertilizer on your.
I think they're gonna put like a bird costume on their big sprayer, so when they drive across the field, it'll be a bird spraying compost tea all over it.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Root rescue. So when a tree or a plant has the right fungal relationships, it can increase its surface area by up to 800 times. And so those mycorrhizal fungi are going out into the soil, and they're getting the phosphorus, the nitrogen, the potassium, all the micronutrients that you need to have super nutrient dense plants. And Carmen mentioned drought resilience. One of the ways that you can increase the water harvesting capacity and the drought resilience of your plants is actually by getting the right fungal associates, because that fungi doesn't have the ability to photosynthesize. So it's not able to get the carbon that it needs to live by exposing itself to the sun. And so what it does is it creates a relationship with plant roots, and it says, hey, plant, I'll give you whatever nutrients or water you need if you shoot me some of that amazing plant sugar that you produce as a result of photosynthesis back my way. And so they end up with this really interesting interchange. And when you're transitioning from a lawn or from a grassland over into a food forest, you're going to want to make sure you have the right buddies in the soil in order for these plants to be able to thrive. And so this is one of the most advanced mycorrhizal amendments for shrubs and trees in Canada. So check them out at rootrescue.com and let them know that we sent you. And then Urban Farm School is Carmen's organization. And as you can see, she had too much information to pack it into 1 hour. And that's because she's got lots and lots of courses on all the different subjects that she spoke about. And so one person is going to get a free course from Carmen out of this list right here. And we're going to do our draw right now. You know what I was thinking we could do for a draw? Maybe tomorrow
What's that?
we can change up our background every time
Oh yeah.
and then
it's-
see if they
it's
can
spot the difference.
spot the difference.
That's good.
Yeah.
Although people they'll be spending all their time looking for the difference and not listening to all
That's
the
true.
presenters.
All
so.
right. Okay.
I guess.
So, and I forgot about this too. Sorry. Jean Martin's book on market gardening, The Market Gardener. Fantastic how-to reference if you're looking to grow for yourself or grow in a market gardener. And that's coming from New Society Publishers. So,
So now we are going to do our book giveaway, and if you can go back, or so the prize giveaway. So we have, as Rob mentioned, that online course from Carmen,
that's one.
and then we've got 2 Market Gardener books.
Yeah.
Now the course from Carmen, anybody anywhere in the world can get that one. However, the Market Gardener is only available for those who are, I guess if you're outside the US and Canada, you'll be getting an ebook. So, but we'll connect with you guys after. So the way that this book draw is going to work is I'm going to read you a riddle. It's not very hard. And you just need to type just the answer into the chat. And then I'm also going to be saying off 3 numbers that are just random numbers. And basically whoever gets the people who get the right answer and correspond with the right number, they'll be eligible for those prizes. And our team will connect with you shortly to get those to you. Now, you are only eligible to get 1 prize per the whole summit. So if you want to reserve, I mean, there's a lot of people, so I would just get my we're getting swamped with people answering these things. But if there is one particular prize that you want to get in particular, you can actually see all the giveaways that we've got over on mypermacultureproperty.com. But anyways, now we're going to get into the prize. So the 3 numbers, you have to be number 50, number 100, or number 150. And I'll get Rob to you can chat, put that in the doc there. So 50, 100, or 150. And so 50 will be the course from Carmen, your choice of one of her programs, and 100 and 150 will be the books from New Society, The Market Gardener. All right, so the riddle is, I have 4 legs in total, along with a head and a foot. What am I? I have 4 legs, and actually, this is a bit tricky one, but I'll add another one. It lives in your house. It has 4 legs in total, along with a head and a foot. What am I? So the 50th, 100th, and 150th person to answer that riddle is going to get some awesome prizes. All right, let's see what's coming in through the chat there. There we go. You guys are smart. Or some of you are. There's a couple wrong. Yeah. Fantastic.
Okay, so Mitch, are you ready to roll that beautiful intro? We're going to go to a small little commercial here, and we'll be back shortly with our next speaker. Just waiting for Mitch to get it loaded up.
Well, here I am out in the weather, thumb is out and thanking you in advance. Won't you pick me up? Please pick me up. Come on, pick me up and give me a chance. Whether you're a hippie in a van or a dude in a ute, if you've got a spare seat and we're on the same route, won't Just pick me up and give me a chance. Come on, pick me up, come on, pick me up. I'm not just standing here to sing and dance. Won't you pick me up, please pick me up. Just pick me up and give me a chance. Well, I refuse to believe you wanna be cruel to me. Maybe it's just all new to you, but right now it's 42 degrees. So please, won't you pick me up? Just pick me up. Come on, pick me up and give me a chance. I'm not gonna hurt you, I won't disturb you, won't say a word to you if you really don't want me to. I just want you to pick me up, please pick me up. Come on, pick me up and give me a chance. I said pick me up, come on, pick me up. I'm not just standing here to sing and dance. Won't you pick me up, please pick me up. Come on, pick me up and give me a chance. Just as I'm about to call defeat, there you are offering me your seat. Yeah, and you picked me up where you picked me up, just as my mood began to hang in strands. Well, it picked me up, it really picked me up when you picked me up and gave me a chance. Yeah, you picked me up, thank you for sharing this significantly better circumstance. When you picked me up, you picked me up, you just picked me up and gave me a chance. Well, you picked me up, you picked me up, well, you picked me up and gave me a chance.
All right. Oh,
More?
My dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny, well, you might think it's funny, but my dad's dunny doesn't flush. Yeah, my dad's dunny's full of dirt, but it's never activated smelly red alert. Don't worry about the germs, cause they're eaten by the worms. Yeah, cause my dad's dunny's full of dirt. Yeah, my dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny, well, you might think it's funny, but my dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny grows fruit trees, breaking down your business so there's no chance of disease. It's safer and it's clean to turn brown into green. That's why my dad's dunny grows fruit trees. Yeah, my dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny, well, you might think it's funny, but my dad's dunny doesn't flush. Well, he never needs a plumber, cause the dunny's never blocked. Fertilizer for the garden, well, the pile is always stocked. Just chuck some sawdust on your number ones and number twos, then sit back and admire all the water you don't use. Cause my dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny, well, you might think it's funny, but my dad's dunny doesn't flush. I said my dad's dunny doesn't flush. Yeah, my dad's dunny doesn't flush.
All right, big guy. We're gonna have to. I don't want to stop this music.
So good.
So good.
So if you guys like that music, you have to come back tonight where we're having a live concert with the Formidable Vegetable Sound System. So
Yep.
you'll get a lot more of that amazing tunes there.
Mike, I've watched your videos for years now. I think it's years anyways. It feels like forever. I'm so, and you're in the yurt too. I remember that video. Welcome to the show, man. Oh, you're muted.
You're muted there, buddy.
Oh, we're back. Can you hear me now?
You got
There
it.
we go.
There we go. Greetings. How are you guys doing?
Good,
Real
good.
good, real good.
Yeah.
So just before you get started there, Mike, I'll just give a quick intro. Mike Dixon and his wife sold almost everything they owned to start a new life in a 700 square foot yurt out in the country. They and their 3 children run a market garden, and they share their journey on the YouTube channel. And they've got an amazing YouTube channel. I think you've got it's like 400,000 subscribers or close to 500,000. That's just incredible, man. Mike and Lacey both have backgrounds in health and fitness and work to empower their audience with that knowledge. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. It's an honor to be on here. And I've been listening to some of the other speakers, and this is a really neat event. So it's pretty exciting what all you guys are doing here. So it's awesome.
Cool.
So,
Thanks, man. Yeah. So, yeah. Do you want to, I take it you've got a presentation to kind of walk people through your permaculture property?
yes, I'm trying to share it. Is it showing up
you
on there?
just got to give you permission first.
Mitch, can you give him superpowers, please?
Yes, ma'am. Please have it.
I think you're good to go now. I think.
All righty.
Yep.
Can see it on there. Whoops, go back here. All right. So this is my family and I. We've lived here in this yurt. It was mentioned in the introduction. 3 kids living in this 700 square foot yurt, and we've been doing.
Sorry to interrupt there, Meg. We're not
Yeah.
seeing the screen share. It must not have came
Oh
through.
no. Let
Sorry,
me
bud.
try to go back. Try it again. We'll try one more time. Let's see here.
There we go.
It's on there now. Full screen. Is it on full?
It's sure. No, it's not. It's you can see the whole slide.
What about now?
Do you have a license for those guns?
Can you see it full screen now?
Yeah,
it looks great.
All righty. So here we go again. So this is the yurt that my family and I have been living in, and we've made a number of changes to it since we've been here now, a little over 7 years. But a family of 5, we live in this yurt, and it has been the vehicle for us to pursue our goals and dreams of homesteading and permaculture and the life that we wanted to live. And I didn't grow up anywhere near close to living anything like we do today. It's vastly different than I used to live. And in fact, there's not even anyone that I'm aware of in my family history that has done anything like labeled homesteading farmer or the title farmer, probably since like my great grandparents. And so there's been a number of skills and the way of life that I've just had to learn from scratch and from other people, from YouTube, different individuals I've had the opportunity to be around. But here is my great grandparents, and he was a farmer and actually a sheriff too. But it was neat to see that he's raising horses and a number of other things that he was able to do. But I grew up as a typical urban boy, city minded, not knowing where my food came from, not knowing how to grow pretty much anything at all. And was just accustomed to knowing that the food came in the grocery store, and that's when we needed food, that's where we would go. And if we wanted to eat out, we'd go to McDonald's or something like that. The closest thing I had to an animal was just raising a dog like most people do. And then as I grew up living that way of life, I ended up just really interested in health and fitness. And I ultimately just ended up with having a career that I've really pursued to have, of helping people with their health and their nutrition and fitness programs. I worked as a personal trainer for 15 plus years, as well as I was in competitive bodybuilding for a number of years and actually earned my status as a pro natural bodybuilder. And I don't say this to kind of brag, but I'm sharing this as my lifestyle, that just because you don't have a background in homesteading or farming, that you can get to it in any path to get to doing hands-on of growing stuff and participating in your food. And this, for me, this was my lead in to the homesteading permaculture way of life. And is because as I began to be more interested in nutrition and food and starting to clean up my diet, getting rid of the McDonald's, getting rid of the different fast foods and the sodas and the Pop-Tarts and all the other junk food that I pretty much consumed for almost 20 some years, I began to be more interested in eating organic food. And then from there, as I'm like thinking, man, if I really want to know the quality of the food that I'm eating, I actually need to start participating in growing stuff. So I gradually started to do that. And one of the things that I was just noticing as I was going through this progression of life is that we live a life, too many people live a life just so isolated and live a box life. It's like we work in boxes, we live in boxes, we're watching boxes on TV and our devices, but we need to be out connecting with the outside world, the natural world around us, the sun, the ground. How many few people actually connect with their skin to the ground is pretty amazing. So as I was going through that progression of my life in that realm, I was beginning to enter into a new chapter of my life and having new desires and goals and things that I wanted to achieve. So my wife and I, we bought our first house together in the city. So one of the things that we started doing, we just started ripping out all the ornamental plants in the front yard here. So this is kind of early on, and we just started setting up rain barrels to harvest the rain. And then we started planting other things in here. We started actually planting corn, squash, tomatoes, eggplant in our front yard in these beds here. And the progression, as I started to grow and actually start participating in growing something, it felt so empowering. And that's one of the real benefits to growing your food is you get to see the progression of it, as well as you get to eat it and taste it at the end. And the more that I was doing that, the more I really, really enjoyed it and was tapping into something that I feel like we have an innate in us to want to be hands-on participating with the natural world around us. And it brings out something in us. And a part of my journey as I was just analyzing our food and our food system, I wanted a freedom away from GMOs and pesticides. And as I just mentioned, I wanted to know the story behind where my food came from. And this was one of the biggest influencing factors for my family and I deciding to get into gardening and actually producing food for ourselves. And then we just started, just like I said, mentioned growing more. Here you can see in the front yard where we just started growing tomatoes, and we were trying to do some companion planting there. And we were doing some around the trees that we had in the front yard. We were growing some shade plants, some lettuce, and I think I may have had some radishes in there if I can tell correctly. And we did cabbages, other areas, and we just kept growing. And as I kept learning, I just kept wanting to do more and more. And then we started growing these things called kids. And I was like, whoa, this was really like the next gear of like, I really, really am concerned about our food system and want to make sure that I want my kids to not have the background that I have of a disconnect of their food and where it came from. I wanted them to know from the beginning that, hey, that somebody's puts forth effort to produce the food that we consume, and then to know the process and the different things that are involved in each of the aspects of growing it. And I wanted that to equip them with the skills to know how to do it on their own, to not be so dependent on our food system, which is so fragile, but to be able to produce on their own. I wanted to raise them to be producers. And here was our first child here, Selah, and we just started her early on. We just did what we could in the city, and this is where we were starting our seeds, right here on the dining room table. We didn't have special trays. We were using orange juice cartons, and we were using recycled. I think there's some salad containers back there in the background on that, but we just did whatever we could do. And same for others who are listening in, and you have no idea where to start. You just start with something. That was one of the things that stood out to me. I like to listen to a number of different speakers and people in this realm. And I remember urban farmer Curtis Stone. One of the things that he hammered on, which stood strong to me, was like, just do it, just get started. And that's one of the things I just want to echo. If anyone listening in, just do something. even if it's just growing something in the container in the window, in the kitchen window, and then expand from there. Start there, but expand from there. Maybe grow something on the patio. Wherever you at, just take advantage of wherever you are. So, like I said, we got hands-on and more, and we got some good grounding in with our kids from an early start. And Sayla, she has always been one to be hands-on with the dirt and everything we're doing outside. And I take her around, and as well as the other two, in the ergo carrier, and we would just be out there outdoors working and tending in the garden together, spending quality time, but also taking in all the benefits of being outdoors and producing our own food. But after a while, it got to the point where it was like, we need to move on from the city. There was a number of things that I was just concerned about with living in the city, and felt really restricted in what I wanted to do. So we made the decision to pretty much sell everything we had at that property and pursue our life on the homestead out in rural North Carolina. And one of the things that we had to do, which could be an option for some of you, we had a really, really, really limited budget. So we had some family property that wasn't being used, and we asked if we could have permission to farm it. And there was a number of things that we needed to do and still need to do to maintain the property, because nobody was using it. And this might be an option for you. If you have family members or friends, try to work out maybe an agreement with them. If you're not able to afford property, because property and land is so ridiculous right now, see if you can utilize other people's land, figure out some kind of arrangement, whether it's an older couple's property, and maybe you say, hey, I'm going to farm this, and we're going to give you a certain portion of the food to kind of figure out some kind of agreement. Be creative, and that's one of the things you have to kind of do in this space is just be creative and figure out how to do what you can with what you're able to work with. And that's what we did. So as we were preparing to move out to this property here, it was it's not the perfect property, but it's a property that was available for us to begin our rural homestead journey. And on that property, we had to do some work, and that's some of the things that you might have to do in moving on to a property, especially if it's not the perfect property yet. You got to just do what you can to kind of sculpt it and massage it and make it work for you. There was an old trailer on here with an add-on that we had to tear down. We had to do the demo on it. It wasn't in the budget for us to just pay for somebody else to do it. So I was like, roll up my sleeve. Let's do what we got to do. We got this goal. We're going to go after it. So we did that. It was a lot of work. We did that. So after we got it all cleaned up and cleared out, we started with setting up our yurt. And for us, the yurt was the vehicle for us to be able to have a house on our homestead. Maybe you're not able to build a home. If you have the financial means to build a home on the property of where you're going, like a traditional real home, then that's good. But if you don't, maybe you want to consider a yurt, a tiny home, something. But whatever it is, you just make it happen. If you really, really are passionate about pursuing this way of life, then you just got to do what you have to do to make it happen. So maybe you have to cut expenses. Maybe you have to cut Netflix and all this other stuff. Maybe you have to live in a space that's a lot smaller than you used to. Our house that we had back in the city was almost 2,500 square feet. We moved down to 700 square feet. It was what we had to do to pursue our goal. So we finally got it finished. We have a number of hurdles that we had to go through with working with the city and the ordinances and them not knowing what to do about a yurt, but we got through it. We got our yurt, and this is what it looked like right after we got it set up. We actually bought our yurt used off Craigslist, which was a deal, which saves us thousands of dollars. So it might be an option for somebody too looking for a deal. Maybe you want to look on Craigslist, but there are a number of great manufacturers out there, yurt manufacturers. You got your Fortress Yurts, you got Pacific Yurts, and a number of different others, Living Intent Company. But like I said, just the yurt can be an option for somebody. So as we moved on to there, we let our land mostly rest for the first year as we were just trying to figure things out, observing our land. And I really recommend that when on that first year, really just observe your land a lot. You're going to see how the water flows and how the sun hits at different times of the year. And these are things to keep in mind as far as where you're planning to put different things on your property, like where you're going to put your garden and what trees you may need to move and where you would be the best for a number of different things. So I really recommend, and Joel Salatin actually, I believe, recommends that to not really do much that first year, but just to observe and watch the land. And you'll even see some predators that might come on there, and you'll just see a lot of things. And there's so much that can be learned from just observing. And I think people in this permaculture space are more observant to the patterns and the different elements of characteristics of the animals, of the plants, and of the earth. And those are things to keep in mind as you want to work within those patterns and within those systems. So we started off here just kind of trying to at first mimic what I was doing in the city with growing things in a raised bed. So we just set up some block here and just started with this little small space of, and for me, this was expanding. We started growing. It doesn't show much here, but we expanded a lot more from what we were growing in the city. And we just started growing different things on. It was kind of like 1/8 of an acre. Is what we started growing on. But as we were making progression. We were making progression. We were focusing on progress. So as I expanded, and we went to this other type of raised bed with the block and then the wood, and then I eventually got to the point where I was like, you know what? I don't think I really need the block and the wood anymore. We can just work with the earth. One of the things about our property, let's see, we'll go back, is it's on a slope, which can be a challenge a lot of times for certain things you may want to do on a homestead. But doesn't mean you can't do anything on it, but it means that there's going to be some certain challenges involved with that. And one of the things that I had to do was get an excavator and terrace out the slope so that way I could be able to set up my garden more efficiently. Because one of the things that I was noticing as I was observing and working with the land is whenever we would have rain, it would basically just run right down that slope, washing the plants, overwatering them, washing seed away. And it was also there was a lot of erosion that has happened on this property before we terraced it out. So once I terraced it out with an excavator, I was able to start building the soil back up and able to actually keep my plants where I wanted my plants to be instead of having them wash away whenever we got a heavy rain. And that made a huge difference. So, and then we were able to make some progression. I think we did this about 1.5 years ago with our year, maybe. Yeah, I think we finished last year actually. And we went from just the basic canvas siding, as you saw in the first picture that I had with the green siding. We actually put a hard siding on there. So with the yurts, you can go as luxurious as you want or as primitive or basic as you want. It's kind of up to you. I've seen people where they have almost pretty much like a dirt floor and open floor plan. But you can go pretty elaborate too. I've seen some where they have spent some money on the inside of their yurt. So this is kind of a general idea of the layout of our property. This is one I think from a year ago. So it just kind of gives you a general idea of where we are. So you can see the different beds that we had for the gardens. And there's this portion to the upper right, which is where I recently started clearing out, or I cleared out over 100 trees. And one of the things that I really liked about Stefan earlier, and actually am a fan of his from the Permaculture Orchard series that he made, which is really, really helpful for me, is he talked about sometimes it's just better to start over from scratch. And that's one of the things that I really took that into mind. And as I was observing and watching my property, I noticed that I needed to do that. We had a lot of trees in this upper right portion that was blocking sun from the garden, as well as we had old persimmon trees there and so many other trees that their growth was just stunted and they weren't able to grow because it was so overcrowded with trees. So we had to clear some of those trees out so that way that the trees that we wanted to keep and wanted to grow in there were actually able to reach out and grow and develop properly. So that's been an ongoing project that we've been working on, and we've been planting fruit trees in there and following the pattern and suggestions of Stefan, because it has helped out a lot with setting up and expanding our growing spaces. And I mentioned earlier about using the excavator. Sometimes you have to bring in tools to do the job. I started off our homesteading journey with just because we were on such a limited budget, doing things by hand. And it was good for the workout, but it was actually overwork. And that's something that I would encourage people to be mindful of. This is a great opportunity with this lifestyle to get the exercise that you need. Actually, I haven't been to the gym in over 5 years now, just because all the things that we do on the homestead provides me with the exercise that I need. I know that there's certain things that your body needs. You're going to need to get some resistance training. You need to get some aerobic exercise in, and things that will help with your flexibility. And we're able to set up the routines and things that we do here on the homestead to be able to do that. But there's also times where you need to just use equipment. And if you're doing a big project like making swales or taking down trees, it's okay to use some equipment. All right, so this kind of gives you another idea about the garden space that we do here. And one of the things that I found out early on as we were doing this journey, because I still had an off property, off homestead job that I had to work at, and was pretty limited on the time that I was able to spend on developing my homestead and my permaculture property the way that I wanted to. So one of the things that you need to find out as you are beginning this journey, in the journey, or whatever process you're in, if you haven't figured this out yet, is you need to figure out, create, solidify an income stream for yourself, because you got to pay bills. You got to feed yourself. And if you have family, you got to feed them. And there's a number of things that you just have to fund. And you got to make sure that you do that. And for me, one of the things that I decided was I wanted to just leave the lifestyle that I had, the job that I had, off the homestead, and figure out a way to make it profitable, so that that would be where I earn my income, and that way I could, one, develop it the way that I wanted to, and two, I wanted a different way of life, and wanted to just to have a life that I knew where my food came from, and that I was able to produce food for myself and my family, and also be able to produce food for others as well. So in doing that, you kind of have to assess the land and what you're able to do, the resources that you have available, as well as you got to assess yourself, your skills, your desires. And that's important too, because you don't want to get stuck doing something on an ongoing basis that you hate doing, or you're just not equipped to do. Not equipped, you can learn it, but if the desire to do it is not there, you're going to put yourself in a bind where you're constantly have to do something you don't want to do. So keep that in mind. So as I was assessing the property, one of the things that stood out to me was I figured I could do a garden and a market garden. I listened to a podcast called Permaculture Voices, and I just devoured Curtis Stone's segments on there about how to set up a market garden and to run it, and which crops to focus on. And if you're whatever you figure, if you decide that you want to develop your own business, your own sources of income on your homestead, I recommend following a mentor, someone you can mimic and kind of follow in their footsteps, if that's possible, because they're going to save you a lot of time, wasted energy, and learning the things that I learned from him and how to run a market garden. It saved me years, because he's like, these are the crops that you focus on, and focus on them. And that's what we did. Now, with that, I also want to mention that as you're going through this and figuring out how to make things work, to focus on progress, not perfection. Some of the things that you may have to do may not be necessarily permaculture perfect, but hey, maybe you're making overall progress to your ultimate goal. So those are things to keep in mind. And this just kind of shows you a couple different crops that we grow here. We had some Swiss chard that was growing, some radishes, and we focused mainly for our market garden primarily on high rotation crops. So that way it was creating a stable source of income for me as we sold to a CSA that we were working that we operated, to restaurants and things like that. And having high rotation crops gave us the ability to have crops available on an ongoing basis. Like if you're just growing, if you're like in a monoculture system and you're just growing one particular crop, you have one harvest time. That's it. That's just that one time that you're making that money. But if you have crops that you're continuing to harvest on a regular basis, that gives you the opportunity to solidify a stable income for you and for yourself. So one of the things that I mentioned about not being perfect, I know that Stefan earlier talked about using, not wanting to use plastic at his homestead. One of the things that we had to start off using was the woven landscape fabric here. This is one that will last. It won't break down and go into your soil. But it was one of those things that we had to assess and move forward with, so that way we could keep our weed pressure down as we were developing better soil fertility and reducing our weed pressure, so we could be able to harvest things like our lettuces here and be able to have a clean harvest for our market garden customers. So now as we're progressing, we're trying to get away from having to use these so much, but it's one of those things, once again, you just focus on the progress. And we also offer a number of different items for our customers. We do eggs, we do microgreens, but once again, we're focusing on crops that we can provide our customers on a regular basis. We do a lot of cherry tomatoes. We do root crops like beets and radishes, as I mentioned. And it's one of those things where, with homesteading, it gives you the opportunity to get everyone involved. We also do some things like heirloom. We do a lot of heirloom varieties of plants, which is a more sustainable permaculture way to do it. So that way we can get away from the GMOs. And here is a Murasaki pepper. It's an heirloom pepper. It's actually not a hot pepper, and it is very, very prolific. It has almost like a sweet pepper type of flavor to it, but it's just our part of, as we're doing what we're doing, to do some more sustainable practices within what we're doing. And we also do seed saving. This is my wife here saving some seeds. If I remember correctly, this might be arugula, but don't hold me to it. But seed saving is another thing that for us to keep in mind. One of the things that I noticed last year is we, in some of our stores in the springtime, they didn't have any seeds available. That's something to be concerned about. What if you're not able to just order seeds online for whatever reason, or go to the store and buy seeds for whatever reason? It's very prudent and very sustainable to have our own supplies of seeds, so that way we're able to grow things for ourselves. And this past year, we've seen how unstable our food system and things can be, and there's a number of reasons for that. But one of the things that we can do is make sure that we empower ourselves more by tapping into these sustainability practices. And as I just kind of mentioned, some of the reasons why we're having some of the problems that we are having and instability that we're having in our world is, I defined it as, and I've heard this term, I didn't create it, but the way of give versus the way of take. For far too long, monocultural and much of farming and gardening is the way of take, as far as the mindset that is involved. And too often we get caught up within this mindset of looking at things. What is the minimum amount of effort, resources, or whatever that I can give to get what I want? This applies not only to permaculture and homesteading, but also applies to other areas in life too, whether it be our relationships or our jobs or whatever. We need to stop looking at just what's in it for me. And that's, like I said, that has been the mindset for most of farming for far, far too long. Just looking at things from an NPK instead of looking at it from abundance. What can I give? So in opposition of the way of take, think about it in the way of give. Strive to give more than just the minimum. Strive to give more to your animals, to your plants, to others, so that way, and to genuinely desire for everything to have abundant life for everything. And to promote life, like if you're raising animals, like on our homestead, we have more animals, more life on our homestead now than when we moved here. And that should be the mindset too, to have an area be better when you're on it than it was when you arrived to it, that it is just teeming with life. I enjoy seeing some of just the wildlife videos when there's just this huge herd of or flocks of animals just moving. And it's just beautiful. Or some of the ones in Africa where it has these different species and they're just hanging out and just moving and everybody doing different things. That's permaculture right there. And we need to be able to find our part within it, not to use it and abuse it, but within it. And humans, we have the opportunity to either bring glorification to the earth and to the environment, or devastation. This earth, it can go on without us. It really can, but we cannot go on without it. No species can survive independently of itself. No, not one single one, including us. It is our part to work in unison with the life of the earth as caretakers, and to improve it, enhance it, massage it, but once again, work within it. If there were no humans on this planet would still go on. But however, as I mentioned earlier, that humans, we can, as caretakers, we can bring it to a state of glorification. Like what we're trying to do on this homestead is we live on a mostly wooded plot. And if it wasn't for us, there's a lot of animals, a lot of the plants, things that are growing here, they wouldn't be here. Nature on itself, it will grow and continue to go on, but it won't be some of these beautiful permaculture gardens like Stefan was showing earlier. It won't be that, but it needs us. We need to work within it. Not, like I said, not use it and not abuse it. And one of the things that we need to do, and this can also apply in other areas as well, there's a lot of lessons that we can learn as human beings if we just observe the natural world around us instead of trying to make up all kind of weird and wacky ideas. Just to observe it. Observe the animal characteristics, what they need, how they interact with the land response to the way those animals are, the plants' responses to one another, to the animals. If an animal is on a piece of land too long, what does it do to that? If an animal is not on there long enough, what does it do to that? What are some of the specific needs, wants of an animal, of a predator? What is it after? Those are things that we have to analyze, as well as analyze the different patterns of the sunlight, of the way the water flows, the temperatures, and how all different things respond to it. And try to get away from doing things so artificially, but to work as unison with it. I like to call our animals that we have on our homestead, they're my coworkers. They really are. I don't see them as just the animals that I can use and abuse. Yes, I do eat meat, but however, when they are on our homestead, I want them to have a great life, abundant life, and do the best that I can to make sure that they do. And speaking of animals, chickens is the first animal that we started with. And it was actually the animal that was, for me, the straw that broke the camel's back and us leaving the city life to move out into the country. Because along with other things that as far as being restricted and wanting to grow more, one of those things that I wanted to grow was chickens, and our city ordinances would not allow it. And I was like, you know what? I was kind of reaching my end, and then that was it. It was like, all right, we're out of here, because I want to raise some chickens. I want to raise them. And for me, one of the people who really inspired me early on was Joel Salatin. I remember watching Food Inc., which is a really good tie-in movie for people who are interested in health and fitness, to help you kind of see things from the farming perspective. That was a great bridge movie for me. And then as I'm watching that movie, I was like, wow, I could farm like that guy. I love the way he's doing it. The way the animals are there with the tall grass is just beautiful. Just wow. And then seeing all the monoculture type farm, I was like, I could never do that. I don't want to be just sitting in a tractor all day. I like to move and do stuff. And I was like, that guy's just hanging out there in this tall grass with his cows, interacting with them. I was like, that's life right there. So chickens were was the straw and the ticket for me to move out of the city. And right now we raise chickens for egg production as layers as well as broilers. And we're actually working on breeding programs so that we're actually able to reproduce the animals for ourselves and ultimately get to the point where we're not relying on hatcheries or having to buy chicks from somewhere else. But chickens they're the gateway for a lot of people for homesteading, but they're working with them as your co-workers. There's a lot of benefits to that. So since we have a market garden, one of the things that I like to do is I'll bring the chickens in. First, we'll feed them some of the rejects of when we harvest something. If it just doesn't look great, we'll feed it to the chickens. And you know what? When we're done cropping out a row in the garden, you know what? Let's bring in the chickens. Let them eat what's left over. Let them eat any of the weeds that have sprouted there. You know what? They're going to leave behind feathers. They're going to leave behind manure, and they're going to help you weed that garden at the same time. So I really love using them for that. And if just watching them, if you watch a chicken, well, first of all, I think chickens are probably like jungle animals. They just like to scratch and teal. And one of the benefits of one of the features that they have is really good is that they scratch a lot and they're like pecking and scratching. So they actually help you till at the same time a little bit. They'll do a little light tillage for you. So I also mentioned that we do broiler chickens for meat. And one of the things that I do is we use this chicken tractor here. This is more of, it's Joel Salatin inspired, but on a smaller scale. I'll move them in the spaces in the garden as well. So these broilers, the chickens will also help you mow as well. I'll take them around other parts of the property and help them. They'll just mow down the grass. But here I brought them into the garden and they're also eating and fertilizing at the same time. So they're not just in the concrete building somewhere where they don't get to see the light of day, nor be able to taste fresh grass, nor be able to taste bugs or whatever else they eat, because they do eat those things. So they're able to we try to, and we'll also attach, I showed here, you can see it a little bit. There's electrified netting that will go around the different housings that we'll have for our chickens. And we'll also bring that in and connect it to this chicken tractor here to help them kind of get a little bit more exercise in, because it's important that they move around. You'll see the factory chickens, they don't have a lot of space to move, and they're also have their beaks taken off. It's really just really sads me. And I was like, I could never raise chickens like that. Never could do it. I also mentioned moving them around, and here's our layers. This picture here was our broilers, our meat birds, and this one is our layers. And on the back, this is a Justin Rhodes inspired chickshaw, and at the back we have there where the nesting boxes are. But we're able to just move it's just their mobile house. We're able to move them in various areas where we want them to go and allow them to have fresh grass on an ongoing basis and just move them and migrate them. So they're not always in the same spot month after month or whatever, that they are able to move around, mimicking a more natural motion and movement of the chicken. Also, I mentioned a little bit that chickens will kind of fertilize the soil. I also have been working on a system here with our chickens, working with my coworkers once again, working with them to help develop our own compost. This is something large compost, not just a small little compost pile, which we do. And I encourage everyone to do is have a compost pile. Even if you're not even raising any animals or growing anything yet, at least start a compost pile with your food scraps from your kitchen. Just do that and just start building on that. So we do that. We had our food scraps here. Which also can help feed the chickens as well, because they love to eat that stuff. We'll throw in leaves and grass clippings, and they just like I said, they just start tealing. They just start eating. They just start dropping feathers as they molt and do different things. And they're also pooping everywhere and adding the manure into it, and they're just kind of building that soil up. And then we'll move them out and let it sit for a little bit. Stir it up a little bit sometimes, and then that's compost that we have. And
Mike, is this how you inoculate your microbiome?
Yes, sir. I love that. So yeah, I'm also doing some grounding once again there. So yeah, and one of the things that has slapped me in the face here recently and made me want to take this to the next level with making our compost is one of the local companies that we buy from. They just have been selling out and have been unable to find the resources to continue to make more. So this is something else that, hey, we need to empower our properties, our permaculture properties, by setting up these various aspects or infrastructures on our property, so that way it can thrive, and we're having to outsource less and less. Those are things to keep in mind. So also working with my chickens and clearing things up. And like I talked about earlier, I had to remove 100 trees to start our permaculture orchard and grow some other things. I was just hitting the reset button on there, and the chickens helped me do that. And I also want to mention here, as I'm working, I talked about getting opportunities to get exercise. As you're doing these various projects, you will get your exercise. One of the things that I like to say is real hard work is the original workout. That back in the day, they didn't have these gyms to go to and all the weights to push around, because they just live life, and that was their workout. And you can observe our ancestors and how they live and mimic that to a degree, because that actually is a more sustainable way. I haven't worked out at the gym in 5 years, because everything I need to do it provides me with that exercise and things that I need to do on a daily basis. All right, so just a kind of example, this area was really wooded, and we had to clear it up. And you can see on the right side is where we had some persimmon trees that we saved, but they were just getting so overcrowded, they weren't really able to branch out and develop the way that they should to bear fruit. So the chickens and my coworkers, we went to town and just clearing it up. And in the process, we had firewood for ourselves. The chickens ate greens and bugs, and after we've cleaned this up, we brought in mulch and various things. This is a different area, but we use the wood chips and the mulching, and that just helps out. And one of the things that as I started my permaculture journey, is just observing the forest, a real healthy forest. It gives the trees room to grow, but a tree will also mulch itself with the leaves. Now, I'm saying that you just let all your trees mulch themselves, but it's showing you a pattern there that's what they need. And that mulching, that dropping of the leaves, it provides the tree, it protects its roots, it helps to maintain the moisture in the ground. Those are these little micro lessons that you can see as you are hands-on with your property. So here's some of the meat that we got from our birds. But once again, we strive to make sure that they have a great life while they're here. And then, because one of the things that you have to keep in mind is even if you are just raising your animals as pets, at a certain point that they're going to get older, and you're going to need to figure out what to do. And if they're not, especially if you're looking at it from a business standpoint, or you're working with limited resources, you want to make sure that things are profitable for you, so that way your property, your homestead, your permaculture property can be successful ongoing. So one of the things you may have to consider, even if you're just raising chickens more for just the beneficial use as coworkers, if you're just constantly having to expend money for their feed, but they're not giving you necessarily anything back, you have to look at that as a cost, and keep that in mind. I'm not telling everybody that they have to go this route with processing their own animals, but it can be done in a sustainable way that works for everyone. Something to keep in mind. All right, so we started with chickens, and we next moved to ducks, which brings another lesson that I like to encourage people to keep in mind, because this was one of those lessons that I learned the hard way, is when you're getting started, or maybe you're just a little bit into it, you want to make sure you narrow that focus of what you do, because you start doing too many things and you're not doing anything really well at all. So start off with something, start getting or developing some level of mastery, or where you feel like you got it, and then start stacking and adding on to your systems. Once again, focus on progress and not perfection. And I didn't do this perfectly. I've made my mistakes and started off with too many at first, but as I started really just kind of bringing it all together and harnessing, we were just able to gradually start adding different things within our systems here on our property. So ducks was the next one. And right now we raise ducks for eggs as well as for meats, just similar to the chickens. The ducks here on the left are khaki Campbells, which is an excellent egg producer, and they will continue to lay eggs even in the colder months where it's not the cold, it's the light of the day. So even in the winter when the day's light is shorter, they're still pumping out eggs even when the chickens start kicking back a little bit. But we also raise ducks here. We got some Pekin ducks here that we raise for meat. And we'll use the ducks in unison with our chickens. They're our co-workers here too. And within here, we have some Welsh Harlequin ducks actually that are endangered, but they're some pretty good egg producers. So we're trying to help do our part with that and promoting that breed as well. But they all have done a good job. And actually ducks, most people don't know this. I feel that ducks and geese are even better grazers than chickens. Chickens are more like your scratching, your tilling, they really help both do from an insect standpoint as well of keeping the population under control. But the ducks will really, you got to make sure that they get moved regularly because they will eat some greens down. Here, I do have a goose here as well. His name is Greg. And he does a good job looking over all the different flocks we have here, as well as our dog. And we have a pond here on our property. So one of the benefits of this context that we have here is being able to use our ducks on the pond. However, one of the hard lessons that I had to learn is you do have to make sure with the pond that you cycle the ducks on there, because it could be oversaturated with their manure. Which there's a benefit to their manure. I'll get to that in just a second. But for just the overall balance of the other life in the pond, you want to make sure that you cycle the ducks off the pond for a certain period of time to give the pond a little bit of rest. Anything that gets used too much will get abused. So you got to be mindful of that. So we'll move them around in different other areas while they're doing that. But they also, with the pond, as far as benefits, they help keep the population of frogs down. When we first moved onto this property, the frogs were so loud at night just because there was nothing to balance out their population. And it was just so loud here. And it's beautiful, but when there's too many of them, it's kind of like, it's almost like torture. But they do a good job with that. They also, and I learned this from Jeff Lawton, is their manure and the things that they do, they help to seal the pond. So if you have any leaks in your pond, you want to make sure that you get ducks because they will help to do that. Another thing to be mindful of with the ducks is they will pat down an area and kind of make it oversaturated and kind of like compacted, especially with their webbed feet. So you want to make sure that you are moving them at various times or providing them with a good mulch or bedding so that way they can keep the area healthy, if that's the kind of goal you have in mind. I do want to just show this if I can. Let's see here. Just kind of gives you an idea. I love watching the ducks on the pond. Let's see here. Will that play? May not. We'll see. Actually, it won't play right now, so I'm going to move on. Sorry. You just have to check out one of our videos on YouTube to see the ducks playing in the pond, because I just love watching them play in the pond, especially when they dive down. And sometimes they dive in the water, and you're like, where did they go? Okay, so another animal that we just recently added last year, guys, we pretty much got our systems down for chickens, got our system down for ducks, and we added the goats, which we're trying to figure it out. We're working on it. But the goats are really doing a good job with helping me to manage our wooded property, and they're great for doing that. So one of the reasons we wanted to bring on the goats was for that purpose, but also to be able to have a source of milk and then meat one day. So we're going to be working on that soon. But like I said, they'll do a good job. Here's some trees and branches that they just stripped down for us. And they're really helping me out to create better areas for everything. And we're trying to clear up some areas. I never thought I would be considering myself this, but I feel like I'm kind of going to be a grass farmer, because as you realize that some of your animals need certain things. Well, some of them need a little bit more grass. So to do that, we're having to, as well as to have the permaculture orchard, we're having to clear out a number of different trees as we're doing so, trying to leave the healthier trees behind and the ones that we want to leave behind. But this way of life has been really, really beneficial, and I highly recommend anybody to do it, because I feel like it's the way that we're supposed to live. It's been such a joy to get my whole family involved in what we're doing. And I encourage, even if you're the main person involved and you're in a group or in a family or whatever, try not to be the only one that does it. Don't force others to do it, but try to get them involved and incorporate them as much as you can. Just like we don't, not supporters of the monoculture systems. We don't want to be like mono individuals where it's just us about us. And we want to involve others and give them an opportunity to participate in the natural world around them. And it's been so neat to see my family do this and know that I've equipped our children with these skills and this way of life that they can tap into for the rest of their lives and hopefully their children's lives as well. So it's been neat to see them. And this is my daughter here on the right, just enjoying spending time with some of the ducklings. Some early on of some of the ducklings that we were able to reproduce or that our ducks were able to reproduce and for us to enjoy. So we're working on breeding programs, like I said, for them as well. But to have that interaction, as I mentioned earlier, we're not supposed to be living in these artificial box worlds, but we're to be out participating with life. And we all need that connection in so many different ways. And we're to connect with one another and connect with the animals and with the plants. It's really a life that we're designed to have. And it really kind of brings out, this is my youngest here, Micah. And when he was born, he hated being inside. And he just loves being outside. I remember we were trying to rock him and try to get him to go to sleep. And whenever we were inside, he would just be fussy and just, we go outside and he'd just stop. And to this day, he just still enjoys being outside, connecting and grounding. As you can see, he just loves being barefoot. All our children do, actually. So it's really neat to see them taking on this way of life. And it's also been neat to share this life with others. It's not just an isolated thing that we do. I must say, there was a point in my life where I could have been totally fine living out in the middle of nowhere, not having contact with anybody. But that's no way to live. That's not a part of the permaculture system and way of life either, that to be able to interact with others. And here I was at an event talking about some of these things and homesteading and just seeing others who are interested in this way of life it's just neat, and to be able to connect and share those opportunities. And it's just better for everyone, better for the world. And this is one that had Joel Salton in it as well. It's just an honor to meet him, somebody that you look up to and be able to interact with and him to be able to share those things one-on-one it's just great. And that's another thing I would encourage everyone as you're partaking in this. I know on an event like this, which is fantastic, by the way, I've gotten an opportunity to listen into the speakers that went before me, and they did a fantastic job. But we need that inspiration from others. We need others to be able to share the things that they have learned to help us. And in return, we need to be able to share with others as well. It's been an honor for me to be able to just get on here and share this because it feels good. And it just shows me also the changes that have took place in me as somebody, like I said, I could have lived isolated somewhere and not done any of this. And you guys have no idea who I am, but feels so good to be able that I have had these opportunities and I've done these different things from a permaculture and homestead perspective, but I'm also sharing these things with you all as well. That feels good to know that I'm able to do that. We're able to do that. We're able to be a community, even if we're spread out across the world, that we're able to connect and then share life lessons together and build up one another and then encourage one another. This is exciting, the way we should live. We should live in unison and in harmony with one another, with the earth, with the plants, with the animals. And as a result of that, it will produce an abundant life for every single living thing on this planet. Well, I think that about wraps up what I have. But for those of you who want to follow me, you can follow me on The Fit Farmer on YouTube, as well as on Instagram, The Fit Farmer.
That was amazing, man. Unreal.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, the one thing that stands out to me is like, I was, uniquely, like I had the opportunity to be born and raised on a farm, And like, I always think, like, to this day, like, I'm still learning stuff from my parents that just like, I had no idea you guys were doing that. And so when I think about somebody who's like, was in your position where, you grew up in an inner city, had kind of lost your, several generations ago, your family had that connection to the land, but it's since been lost, and have to reclaim that. I can't imagine it. But I mean, you've done it. And so it gives me so much hope to see that it is possible, and that you can do it, make a living, and it looks beautiful. Like, it's just a fantastic job, man.
Thank you. Yeah. And
Let's
I hope
just,
encourage
sorry,
others
go
to
ahead.
do the same, that maybe they're in the city somewhere and have no connection at all with this life, but there's something that they're starting to get that itch. I want to say, you can do it. You can do it.
Totally.
Let's just put your that last slide up there just so people can find you on YouTube and I think it was Instagram or.
Yes, I'm on both.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And we'll throw that up in the chat.
Okay. Where'd it go? Let's scroll back down. I'll get it back up.
Yeah. And then, so while we've got a ton of great questions for Mike that Rob and I are going to get to in just a few minutes. If you have any other questions that you want to ask Mike that he didn't cover in his talk, you can throw those in the chat as well. Just use the hashtag question and then write your question in all caps. It helps it stand out. And we'll try to get to as many as we can. And while those questions are coming in, Rob and I just wanted to talk a bit about some of our sponsors real quick that helped us to make this summit possible.
Yeah, we couldn't have done it without our sponsors. So, okay, just stand by there, Mike. I'm going to take care over screen sharing, and we'll get back to you in 2 seconds here.
All right.
For Q&A. So if you're just joining us now, we're doing the Building Your Permaculture Property Book Launch and Global Summit, and we've been blessed to have such amazing speakers. We just heard from Mike Dixon, and much more coming down the road here. And as Dakota said, this has been the result of a whole bunch of people making this program happen. And so right now, during this week, you can get a copy of our new book. We autograph. You can either get an ebook, audiobook, or soft cover. You have unlimited lifetime access to the recordings that happen over the next 3 days. Plus, you get access to our toolkit. These are the tools that we've developed, used with our clients, and used for ourselves. A course on how to use Google Earth Pro, contour map, and the contour map generator that we've built, so that you can start mapping your property and laying it out using pencil versus the excavator right away. So make your mistakes on paper first. And then building your permaculture property mini course, which we did before Christmas, which takes you through the 5 steps of the book. And it's $149 for this weekend. And it's about a $500 value. If you're not on the summit, I highly recommend that you get onto the summit. You can find more about the book and the summit at mypermacultureproperty.com. All these amazing gifts or prizes that we're giving away as a result of our sponsors. And so you're going to want to find out more about it on that webpage. So we just heard from Mike Dixon. Up next is Ben Falk. After that, Starhawk. And then we're having a concert tonight with Formidable Vegetable Sound System. And again, if you've missed any of these talks or you're not able to get to all the talks, you can sign up at mypermacultureproperty.com, and we're going to separate all these talks out so you don't have to watch a 24-hour broadcast. And everybody's talk is going to be in a learning management system, so you can kind of scroll through it at your leisure and catch up if you missed any of the talks.
And all the talks will be available for free until April 30th. And then after that, just the folks who purchased the bundle will have access to that.
Yeah. Okay, so thanks again to New Society. If you're not on their newsletter list, they send out a semi-regular newsletter blast of their new books coming out, discounts once in a while, and just generally great content if you're a permaculture designer and you're wanting to get more information about how to develop your property, big or small. So head over to their website and sign up for their newsletter to get notified. And also for the course of today, we've got a 40% off coupon for all the books in their catalog. They've got close to 600 books there, tons and tons of resources on permaculture that you're going to want to check out. The coupon code to that 40% off is in the show notes below the video. And you can head over there, buy your book, put the coupon code in, and get 40% off. Mother Earth News has been a really supportive sponsor. We have their logo on the back of our book as part of their Wiser series. And unfortunately, they were unable to do their fairs this year because of the lockdowns, but they've been a big sponsor of us and helped us get the word out about here, which is kind of like a digital fair for this book release, which is really great. Thanks, Mother Earth News. And Moses is, it's over here.
So Moses is the Midwest Organic and Sustainable Education Service. They provide training, information, and farmer-to-farmer support that help farmers to basically grow their operations. They actually have a hotline that you can call and talk to a real person to get answers about organic agriculture, which is just a fantastic resource. So we'll be talking more about these sponsors, as well as let's just go through the amazing prize we've got coming up next. Oops. So once we go through, we'll have about 30 minutes of Q&A with Mike to get all your questions answered, and then we'll be giving away 2 books from New Society Publishers, Homegrown and Homemade, which just offers tons of practical examples of little projects that you can do on your homestead. And is that all we've got?
Yep.
Okay, so there's only 2 this time. There was 3 before, so we'll have a little riddle and ration those guys off. Okay, Mike, the first question, and there's a lot of them that kind of came through along this line, but could you paint a picture, if you're comfortable, of just like what your budget was getting started? I know you said that you had a really limited budget, but a lot of people in the chat are wondering, it's like, land prices are crazy right now. What would it take to get into, something that like you've done?
Oh man, it's hard to answer. I'm trying to answer because it was pretty much zero budget. So it really was. It was like just being creative in different ways. Like I had to get another job just to help keep things moving, and I did a lot by hand and myself here as far as getting things set up. I did have the benefit of when we sold our house in the city, we were able to make a couple thousand off of that to help buy the farm truck as well as our yurt. So other than that, that was a used farm truck. It was less than $10,000 farm truck. So it wasn't like this brand new Ford truck, 50,000 or whatever it is to get one. It was just like, we just roughed it and did what we have to do. And you have to be creative. I would say that's not ideal to start like that. Is if you can start with a budget, that's great. But if you don't, you just have to do what you have to do. For me, when I was making the assessment to do this, it was like, I feel like it's now or never. I feel like my career when I was working in the fitness industry was getting to the point where it was like, I really want to be done with this. And my kids were at an age where it's like making this change now won't be that hard on them with them being younger, as opposed to they're being older and different attitudes, mindset, things kick in. It's going to be harder to overcome that. So I was like, I think it needs to happen. And there was a number of signs that led to that. But the budget overall was pretty much nothing, but you just got to do what you got to do, pray about it, find open doors, do resource. You're probably going to have to work harder than you've ever worked before if you're working with that kind of budget, which is no budget, but you just got to do it. I hope that answers your question, but it wasn't a budget really at all.
Yeah, I'm sure that's really encouraging. Now that you did say the land you had access to was from within the family. So you didn't have to purchase the land. You were able to come up with some kind of a rental agreement.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And that may be an option for people who can't purchase the land, because we had no money to purchase land whatsoever. So that could be an option. I've heard of Curtis Stone when he was doing just gardening the different city plots, of coming up with agreements with people in the city just to farm their land. And that could be an option for somebody. Maybe you can't move out to that perfect property, but maybe you can lease out different portions, whether it be in the city or whatever, of people's properties to grow and do the different things you want to do. You just have to be creative and just do what you got to do to make it happen.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It reminds me, there's actually a local farmer in our area who's been going around to kind of all these industrial farmers, because their equipment keeps getting bigger and bigger. Like a sprayer is now 100+ feet wide. And so there's these little corners in their fields that they can no longer access.
Oh man.
And there's just nothing they can do. And so he's created this agreement where he's leasing that land from them for $1.
Oh wow.
And then he's doing all this work kind of on these little like planting trees and things like that. Obviously, you probably wouldn't want to have a market garden right next to a sprayer, but there's like you said, there's ways you can get creative about it and get access to it, and that's just fantastic. Want to ask the next one?
Yeah. So I have kind of more of an open-ended question. What would you have done differently if you could
Let's
start
see.
all over again?
I wouldn't have never bought the house in the city. I would have started just whatever. I would have found a property out in the country, but it's hard to say that because I didn't have the experiences and the lessons learned. And I try to look back that on a lot of different things that there's no regrets because I learned lessons in each of the mistakes or bad decisions or whatever things I would do differently. But if I could, I would really want to go back and make a different decision when we purchased that house in the city and purchase something more out in the property or out here. And we would have never had to sell anything. I would have bought a piece of property because the price was better then, a lot better. And then I would still probably have done the yurt, a tiny house or something. That way you keep your expenses down, and doing that gives you the flexibility to do different things. If you're in bondage to so much debt, it's hard to make those kind of decisions. Like I said, even I mentioned I didn't have a budget before, but we did do what we could to pay off as much debt as we could at the time. And that frees you up to not be enslaved to just having to work to pay off all the bills.
Yeah. So another question from the chat is, what is the coldest temperatures you see in the winter down in North Carolina? They're just wondering if a yurt is a practical option for mid-central Canada.
Most people have a question about the staying warm in the yurt when it's actually the other way around. We have problems staying cool when it's hot.
Oh, okay.
So that's something to keep in mind. But with the wood stove, well, let me answer the first part of that question. Here in North Carolina, we at the least we probably get down to the teens at night, but that's rare. Most of the time it's like 20s and 30s. 20s would be like the lows of our year. Every now and then we might hit a teen or a single digit for a night or two, but on average probably the 20s is probably the lowest that we'll get. And we don't get much snow, but I have seen places where they have yurts set up and they have snow all around, and they do just fine. I would recommend getting a wood stove, especially if you're not going to go like an HVAC or something like that in your yurt, because our first year here, we tried to heat it with electrical heaters, and not only did we have a high power bill, it also did a terrible job, and we started getting the mold in certain areas. But once we brought in the wood stove, it dried all the air out, and we have never had a problem since.
So 20 Fahrenheit is -6 Celsius.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we get to -40 up here, which is when Fahrenheit and Celsius become friends. So that's when they're both the same. So -40 Fahrenheit is -40 Celsius.
Yeah.
That's why we're wearing vests. In fact, it just snowed here just yesterday.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had some cool temperatures last night, but we also had 85 the week before.
I always judge an ecosystem by the number of times you can drink a beer outside in the middle of summer without a sweater on.
We have a lot of that.
Yeah, we only get about 2 per year. So
Yeah. And on those days, you got to fight mosquitoes. So
Oh.
you got to wear a sweater anyways.
Oh man, well, ours is probably the other way around. Probably only 2 months of the year you can't do it. Drink a beer out there like that.
Nice.
Totally. Another question for you here is, could you walk through now, like it sounds like you're no longer working off farm, you're making all your income on farm. Could you just walk through some of the, what are all the kind of profit systems on your property?
First, I would recommend, if that's your goal, to do it in phases. And that was one of the things I had to do. So I started off with the full schedule. And when I was starting this adventure, like I said, I worked another job as well. So There were days I would work 12 hours a day or whatever. But as we started to be able to create little sources of income here and there, we first started with just selling eggs. And then we kind of moved on and started selling salad mixes and tomatoes and various things on the homestead. That gave me the ability to be able to start reducing some of those hours that I worked off the homestead, and then get to the point finally where I was like, all right, we're at a point where I can kind of just go full time homestead, home-based business, and I can do away with that. And that what really made our homestead, our property, really just start propelling forward, because I was able to dedicate a full schedule to it. And I'm like, all right, now we can do this. Not that I wasn't doing it before, not that you're not doing it if you're kind of doing it part-time or whenever you can or on the weekend, but it does give you the flexibility to create more of the property that you want to do. But with that in mind, you need to be realistic to yourself that if you're not able to dedicate that amount of time, that you just need to be realistic of what you can achieve with the time that you're able to do it, not kill yourself trying to reach something that's unattainable or unrealistic.
So this next question is kind of two sides of the same coin. So what would you say your biggest success has been? And on the other side of that, what's been your biggest, I hate to use the word failure, maybe learning. I mean, we always say that your failures are always your best learning opportunities, as long as they're not going to destroy you. But so yeah, what success and learning?
Success would probably just kind of like the last question of being able to create a home-based business for myself and my family, or where I didn't have to work off the property anymore. For me, that was huge. I've had other micro successes or successes, whatever you want to call them, in various other parts of what we do. But for me, that was really the biggest one, because my heart really did change. It's like I went from absolutely loving being at the gym and the whole atmosphere to getting to hate it. And I just like really wanted to that connection of the way of life that we live now. I really, really wanted it, and to be able to do it and that be the way of life, not a part-time way of life, but a full lifestyle. That was huge. That was huge, and a tremendous blessing. The failure or biggest lesson, it's almost kind of like a combo there with the biggest lesson, is not overworking myself. There was a point where I tried to do too much, especially as I was juggling everything. And I started having negative health issues that I'm just now like overcoming all of that. And it got to the point where it was like chronic fatigue, skin issues, just from your body just being like, I can't think anymore. And I try to encourage people that, because especially those who are like OCD, type A, driven people, they tend to be the ones, which I am, to go to overdoing it and killing themselves. So that's something to be mindful of. But then there's some people like Steph had mentioned, where all they're doing is just watching YouTube, everything, gardening on, just consuming and not really doing anything. So some of those people, you guys need to get to work and start doing something.
So is that where the bathing and compost started coming in?
the grounding, that was a part of the therapy of just chilling and watching the animals a little bit more here when I can, and starting the morning off with more reflection and prayer time and meditation. A lot of that came in, and that would be another lesson that's right up part of that big lesson of doing some of those self-care things to make sure. One of the things I like to say is, if the homesteader, the person taking care of the permaculture property, is not healthy themselves, they can't make the property or assist making the property healthy. They need to make sure that they're doing what they can to be in the shape. Not that you need to be in this perfect fitness shape or whatever, but you need to be in some type of relatively good health and do what you can to take care of that health on a regular basis. So that way you can maintain that property and you can get out there and work with your coworkers.
I got a question about your kind of fitness career and then transitioning over to farming. Would you say that when you were in the fitness industry, were you focusing on like functional fitness, or was it just strength training? And did that strength training carry over into having, like, being able to functionally actually work on the property? Or like, was the stuff you were doing in the gym, was it helpful in building your property?
Yes and no. And you just made me think of something I hadn't thought about before. When I first started being into working in the fitness industry, it was solely like a bodybuilding perspective, more of just to look good. But then I also had a lot of clients, majority of my clients were female. It just started changing as my years went of working in that career. We started doing more functional stuff. We did a lot more stuff outdoors, and it's just kind of interesting. I hadn't thought about it until you said that, but as I was making that progression with my training style was also when the farming stuff started to come in. So I hadn't thought about it like that exactly, but yes. And I was a nutritional coach as well. And part of the things that I recommend from a nutritional standpoint, they started changing as I was working with my clients, as I was getting more into this way of life of recommending that they eat things more local, more organic, get away from the preservatives, the processed food, the fake stuff, you name it. I think I answered your question. Did I?
Yeah, totally. You should make a calendar and like flex with your different livestock and animals and stuff.
I never thought about that either.
I'd buy it.
So I remember when Rob and I first started working together, one of the things he said I should do for our farm is start something called Farm Fit. Because at the time, CrossFit was like this huge big thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is actually a thing. Maybe you're already doing it, but like Rob was saying that there's all these people who are like, spending all this energy running on, electrically powered machines and kind of wasting all this energy. And he's like, if you could just get them out to the farm to carry 5-gallon buckets and dig holes, you could call it, Farm Fit, and you could charge people money for them to do your chores.
Yeah. I actually have thought about that. We have some shirts that are on I forget what it's called. When you scroll down on the show notes on the YouTube, We have some Farm Fit shirts, and I actually have concepts of a program for people can do of doing different things around their garden, around their property to get the exercise that they need of working the various components of the body. But I totally agree. Why push all these machines around and the weights around and not really accomplish anything except working on your health when you can do both? You can get out there and work on your property, get the exercise you need, and then be producing something along the way.
Yeah, I was in the gym before moving out to the farm, and every time I went and we had to do the farmer's carry or something like that, or carrying kettlebells back and forth. It's like, oh my gosh, this is just too funny. We're flipping tires. It's like, this is what farmers do every day.
Exactly. Yep. That's exactly right.
On that kind of vein of fitness, there's actually a question in the chat. Somebody's wondering, how do you recommend someone who is not very fit getting in shape so that they can contribute to the homestead without always having assistance from a spouse or others?
It all depends on, it really is an individual case by case thing, because various people have injuries, whether it be back injuries, knee injuries. You just kind of figure out, do what you can do and build upon that. One of the easiest things is, for most people, to just start walking more. So many of us are just so sedentary. We just need to get moving. And sometimes we're so fixated on this particular workout program that we need to do, or this particular diet that's what we need to do, and that's going to get me to be where I need to be, when ultimately we just need to be more active and just try to eat more wholesome, nutritious food. And that will gradually, as we're going, we just gradually make progression from there. That'll get us to where we can be in a good point, and then continue to build from there. But walking, doing your basic components of movement, of doing like your different pushes, whether you just go on a wall and you just do like a wall push to kind of get things moving. You can also just start doing like a squat, even if you can't go down all the way, just work within the range of motion that you're able to go without hurting yourself. But just look at the basic movements that the body needs, and then just kind of gradually build from there. It's kind of hard to say, like, I can't give you this one particular program to do, but just focus on moving. I can't stress this enough. Too many of us are just too idle, too sedentary. We just need to move more.
Yeah, that's great. And actually, I'm curious, do you mentioned you don't go to the gym anymore, but do you still do, any I don't know, like extracurricular, fitness stuff outside of just the farming activities? What are some of the, the routines that you have, or do you have any, or is it just purely farming?
It's mostly farming, but I still try to keep in mind the different things. Just from being a trainer, I know the different things that you kind of need to be healthy overall. Like I'll go out and sometimes jog, and then as the colder months, I realize I'm not being as active. So inside, I'm doing push-ups and squats and lunges and different things like that. Just basic movements you can do. Just a regular old workout in the house. I'm not training to compete in a bodybuilding show or a strongman competition. It's just I just want to be good and healthy to live the lifestyle that I to support my lifestyle. So those are things that I do, but a lot of it, I use a lot of manual tools. Even though I mentioned I use the excavator, I still get out there. I use a broad fork. I'll use a mattock. I'll use a sledgehammer. I'll use a shovel. I'll use a rake. All those tools, you're getting exercise in. Some of them they use at gyms these days. It's like the sledgehammer. We use that as just a part of the work that we do. Shoveling is a really good one. And one thing I do want to mention that a lot of people don't know or aren't aware of is when you're using these different tools, learn to use each side of your body. So if you're shoveling with one side, I like to either measure it by amount of buckets that I'm filling up with compost or whatever, or certain reps, and then I switch to the other side. So that's also stimulating your brain. It's also helping to counteract any imbalances that you have. Because if we're always using one side of our body, that side becomes dominant. Other side, we create an imbalance, and then bang, we're getting injured, overworking those muscles, and so forth.
Fantastic. I'm just curious about the timeline. If you could break that down in terms of when you guys sold your property in the city, bought your place. And then did you know about permaculture right away, or was it something that you got into kind of, along the path? I'm just figuring it's when was your kind of origin timeline?
Let's
there?
see, 11 to 12 years ago-ish was when we bought our first house in the city. And then 8 years ago-ish is when we actually moved here into this yurt. And then along the way, I worked at a gym, and then got to the point where I developed my own business as a trainer, still working off the homestead. And then gradually it gave me more flexibility to cut down. And that, I think I was able to leave working out off the homestead 3-ish years ago, 2.5, 3 years. I think it was 3 years ago. So that kind of gives you a little bit of that timeline. The permaculture thing was, I want to say it was like different seeds just planted here and there. It wasn't just like all laid out. Because I would say I first kind of got somewhat of a concept with Joel Salatin, and then somewhat got some concepts of listening to Diego Footer on Permaculture Voices, and then got some more from listening to Jeff Lawton and watching a number of his videos on how he did the chickens and how he did the goats and how he did the ducks. So it's just a continual learning thing. And Stefan, a year and a half, 2 years ago, watching his series about the permaculture orchard, and it's been a progression. We should always be continual learners, so I'm continuing to learn. I still got a long ways to go.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, but it's just always, I took my first course in 2012, and even though I was born on a farm, but it's just so, it's so encouraging. I'm sure I want to point this out for folks who are watching this right now, is it doesn't have to take, decades for it to catch on. You can really move and accomplish a lot of your goals for your property within a few years if you've got a good system. So
I like the word you said, system. And that was something else that I learned. I wouldn't say the hard way, but I wish was emphasized more when I was just learning about it, is that you need to develop systems on your property and work within those systems, because it seems like it was just chaotic at the beginning. So think about systems and infrastructure.
Another thing that kind of came out for me listening to you is, and I can kind of share, or I can at least empathize is the wrong word, but you obviously have a very supportive partner, and I'm sure that she's played a really big role. And I've seen folks kind of enter into this sort of adventure only to have the relationship fall apart. And I don't know if you can speak to some of the things that you guys if it's too personal, that's fine, but
no.
don't worry about it. But I feel like it's like folks like you and me that are on YouTube, and we talk about our successes a lot and kind of show the progression of our projects going along. It's easy to because it's personal, but not talk about the relationship dynamics and how important that is in order to make a successful property. I don't know if you want to speak to any of that.
I do. I think that's a great topic. I think this one that not talked about enough, but I can understand why. And it is. And if you got to figure out a way to be on the same page, even if you're working together and somebody is interested in this way of life or they're not, you got to find some type of balance, some type of synergistic way to live together and function together. And you also have to nourish the relationship, just like you have to nourish your animals and different needs that they have. You got to make sure that you are nourishing your relationships and desire that you want an abundant life for them as well, and figuring out what they want. So one of the challenges that we had, and it's more of like a learning lesson that we had early on, is just figuring out the roles of who's going to do what, who's going to do this and who's going to do that. And one of my mistakes early on was trying to take too much on to myself and not figuring out a system of communicating. One of the things that we do now is, and you don't have to do this exactly like this, but every day to start the day off, we have a meeting and just kind of talk about as a family, all right, who's going to do what, who's going to do this, how's the day going to look, and kind of paint that picture. If you have a job where you can't really do that, at least maybe once a week, just kind of talk about things, communicate. And we all communicate differently, but we just have to figure out how to learn and grow in those areas. So that's an important part as well, because if those relationships are breaking down, that will ultimately affect your property and what you're able to do in your life as well. It's very important to invest in those in different ways. And like I said, everybody's different, but you have to figure out something that works for each of you there.
Awesome. Thank you. That's awesome. Do you have any closing thoughts, Mike?
Let's see here. I just want to encourage everybody, those of you who are doing this, you're doing a great job. You probably don't hear it. But if you're out there, you're doing something, just getting started and doing something is the hardest part. So I'm proud of you, everybody who's doing something. And those of you who are just tuning in, listen to that. I'm proud of you for just listening in. And I want to thank you guys, Rob and Dakota, for doing this. This is great. This is an awesome opportunity. And I just want to thank everyone who listened in and bore with me for maybe being boring or whatever.
Oh, not at all. Far from it. It was a fantastic presentation, and like your passion and it really comes through, man. So it's just, yeah, awesome to see. We've got a copy of our book for you. It's signed.
Fantastic.
It's going to be in the mail. Again, thank you so much for all your work, man.
And Dakota's going to be in touch to get you on our podcast.
Yeah,
as well.
I'd love to.
Sounds great. Love to do it.
Okay. Take care.
You too. See you, everybody.
Yep. Okay, folks. So we're going to do our little interlude here and then get ready for our next presentation. Do you want to say this? They're probably getting tired of my voice.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of it. That's for sure. All right, folks. So if you're just joining in, this is the Building a Permaculture Property Book Launch and Global Summit. So my colleague, Rob and Michelle, you can't see her. She is busy in the back room here, packaging all these books. We're over half sold out.
Yeah.
We had 1,000 books set aside for us. We're already half sold out. And so yeah, this summit was the intention was to help us launch our book, spread the message of permaculture, and also to feature some of our teachers, our peers, and just other people that have been doing amazing work, as they've been building up their permaculture properties, and then to share that with as many people as possible so that you guys can start doing it too. And so for the next, for today until Sunday, we actually have a special offer on where we are bundling together our book as well as, which is it's autographed. There's only going to be 1,000 copies of these books that are autographed. Once they're gone, they're gone. And but if you can also choose between an ebook or an audiobook, and we'll get that to you. We're also recording all of these sessions. So, Mike's presentation, we had Carmen on this morning, and Stefan. Ben Falk's coming up next. We've got, I think there's 20 presenters all together throughout the whole weekend. They're all being recorded, putting onto a learning management system that you can have lifetime access to. There's also a whole bunch of templates and tools that we kind of they couldn't fit inside of our books. Like we've got a Google Earth Pro workflow tool that I'll be talking about in my presentation later. We've got blank templates that also do like that you can't put a print off thing in the book. Mike actually mentioned a term, when he was talking about how it was really important that him and his wife get on the same page. And that's actually one of the tools that we have. It's called the Vision and Values one pager. And the whole thing is to help you and your decision makers to get on the same page so that you can start working towards building your permaculture property so you're rowing in the same direction. There's also a Google Earth Pro and contour map generator mini course, which is it's an online design program that's freely available, but we've created a course to help you use it specifically for designing permaculture landscapes. And there's also an entire permaculture mini course that's based off of our 5-step process, which we talked about in our book that we recorded a few months ago. So all that stuff until the end of this weekend is only $149. It's worth over $500. And so if you're interested in getting a signed copy of the book and getting that bundle, you can go to mypermacultureproperty.com.
Okay, so just to show you where we're at, and actually Ben Falk's name shouldn't be crossed out there. He's next. So I think I'm on the wrong presentation here. So let me just go back a couple. Oh, I think I was supposed to go through this one again.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So Ben Falk's up next, and then Starhawk, and then we're having our concert tonight, which we hope you can make. All those times are in Mountain Standard Time. And so I just want to thank New Society Publishers. You should head over to their website, sign up for their newsletter. If there's any books on their website that you want, you get 40% off with the coupon code that's down in the show notes down below. So thank you so much to New Society Publishers. Mother Earth News Fair. Both Dakota and I have spoken at fairs right across the United States. It's really sad that they didn't get to happen this year, but I'm sure they'll be back in full force next year. They're just a really great kind of melting pot of ideas and technologies and concepts that all relate to homesteading and farming, regenerative ag. Really great. And they put out a lot of great content. So you can check them out at motherearthnewsfair.com.
And they have an amazing newsletter.
Yeah.
Like it's beautiful, and there's all kinds of tips and resources. And they also do a lot of online courses and things like that. So it's definitely head over to their website. And if you're interested in this kind of stuff.
Cool. And Moses. And so if you're looking for some resources on organic farming, you might want to check out their website. They've also got hotline for farmers, and we can put their number into the chat. So it's 888-90-MOSES, and they'll answer any questions that you have related to organic farming.
Yeah, and they've also got a lot of resources just available on their website that you can look at and download. They offer training and farmer to farmer support, which is so important. One of the things that we is an integral component to all of the educational programs that we run is we call them accountability partners. And basically it's just somebody who's in a similar context to you, who's not in your they're not a decision maker on your property, but they're doing similar stuff so that you can learn from each other's mistakes. You can help, test, decisions, run ideas past each other, use them in sounding boards, and also just to have literally emotional support for those days when, stuff doesn't go right. And you just need somebody who's not in the kind of mud with you that you can grind, that you can reach out to and it's so important. So there's some fantastic resources there you can check out at mosesorganic.org.
Okay. And before we do the prize, I'm just going to ask everybody to smash the like button. I'm really excited about Ben Falk coming up next. I'm sure he's going to have an amazing presentation. If you guys could share that on any of your social media feeds and get this out wide and far, that'd be fantastic. And keep the comments coming. We love seeing them come through. So we're going to give away 2 copies of Homegrown and Handmade.
All right. So the way that this is going to work is I'm going to give you guys a riddle, and let's do the 75th and the 150th person to answer this riddle. And the reason where the numbers are so big is there's a lot of delay in, some people are using rural internet. And so we're trying to make this fair for everybody, so that the 75th and the 150th person to answer my riddle will be given copies of this book. So if you're in North America, so Canada and the US, we'll email you, or we'll mail you a physical copy. If you're anywhere else, we will send you a e-copy of this book here. All right. So my riddle for you all is, I have no blood pumping through me, but I have 4 fingers and 1 thumb. What am I? I have no blood pumping through me, but I have 4 fingers and 1 thumb. What am I? So just put the one word of what that answer is in the chat, and the 75th and 150th person will get a copy of the Homegrown and Homemade book there.
Mateo just said, can you not just add a touch more than ask? Could you please Hulk smash the like button?
Yeah, I'm shocked. We've had over 1,000 people on this live. At one point, it was almost 2,000, and we haven't got above 1,000 likes. Come on, folks.
Yeah, come on. It doesn't cost you anything to give us a thumbs up. Just get up there and while you're at it, hit the subscribe button so you get notified when we go live. Okay, Mitch, if you want to roll that intro, we'll do a small interlude there, listen to some more of Charlie's music, and get ready for our next conversation.
See you at 3:30, folks.
I am out in the weather, thumb is out and thanking you in advance. Won't you pick me up? Please pick me up. Come on, pick me up and give me a chance. Whether you're a hippie in a van or a dude in a ute, if you've got a spare seat and we're on the same route, won't you pick me up? Please pick me up. Just pick me up and give me a chance. Come on, pick me up. Come on, pick me up. I'm not just standing here to sing and dance. Won't you pick me up? Please pick me up. Just pick me up and give me a chance. Maybe it's just all new to you, but right now it's 42 degrees. So please, won't you pick me up? Just pick me up. Come on, pick me up and give me a chance. I'm not gonna hurt you, I won't disturb you, won't say a word to you if you really don't want me to. I just want you to pick me up. Please pick me up. Come on, pick me up and give me a chance. I said pick me up, come on, pick me up. Standing here to sing and dance. Won't you pick me up? Please pick me up. Come on, pick me up and give me a chance. dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny, well, you might think it's funny, but my dad's dunny doesn't flush. Yeah, my dad's dunny's full of dirt, but it's never activated, smelly red alert. Don't worry about the germs, cause they're eaten by the worms. Yeah, cause my dad's dunny's full of dirt. Yeah, my dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny, well, you might think it's funny, but my dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny grows fruit trees, breaking down your business so there's no chance of disease. It's safer and it's clean to turn brown into green. That's why my dad's dunny grows fruit trees. Yeah, my dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny, well, you might think it's funny, but my dad's dunny doesn't flush. Well, he never needs a plumber, cause the dunny's never blocked. Fertilizer for the garden, well, the pile is always stocked. Just chuck some sawdust on your number ones and number twos, then sit back and admire all the water you don't use. Cause my dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny doesn't flush. My dad's dunny, well, you might think it's funny, but my dad's dunny doesn't flush. I said my dad's dunny doesn't flush. Yeah, my dad's dunny doesn't flush. When I was a little boy, I liked to catch the rain, while people all around my town watched it flow right down the drain. But cause our little shed in the bush wasn't on the main, the only water we had to use was in a tank cut from the rain. And cause there's no such thing as waste, only stuff in the wrong place. No, there's no such thing as waste. Misusing water's a disgrace. Moved to the city, rented a house on my way to buy a bed. Saw one lying on the side of the road, so I took that one instead. And also found a fridge, a couch, and a big old plasma screen in the biggest pile of thrown out stuff that I had ever seen. But there's no such thing as waste, oh no, only stuff in the wrong place. Yeah, that's right, there's no such thing as waste. That old landfill is a disgrace. Down the track, I found out that diesel cars can run on veggie fat. Bought a truck and hit the road, smelling like fish and chips. I rescued piles of wasted oil from the back of restaurants. I'd be a fool if I bought my fuel when there's oil nobody wants. Cause there's no such thing as waste, oh no, only stuff in the wrong place. Yeah, I said there's no such thing as waste. That old idea's gotta be replaced. Now we gotta refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, recycle. Refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, recycle. Now I get my things out of garbage bins and I compost every crumb. I save my seeds and eat my weeds and feed the leftovers to your mum. Gonna build a house from the rubbish tip, gonna keep this planet clean. reuse ideas that have been around for years to live within its means. Cause there's no such thing as waste, oh no. Only stuff in the wrong place. I said there's no such thing as waste. Yeah, only opportunity to be.
All right, folks. Well, we're going to get started back again here. Just going to let Ben in and get this party started. Thanks, Mitch, for that. Hey, Ben, how you doing? Oh, I think you're muted there.
Yeah, you're muted there, Ben.
That's the saying of 2020, I think.
There we go. How you doing?
Yeah, good, man.
You're good.
Great. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, no worries. Good to be here. Nice to see you again, Dakota.
Yeah, likewise. What's the weather like in Vermont today?
Well, we got another 5 inches of snow yesterday. It was snow until this morning, and then it's warming up now again. So it melted, but I don't know. I haven't started a lot of stuff that I normally have started now. I'm just dealing with sawmilling and I'm just kind of ignoring the garden season so far, mostly.
Yeah, it looks like you're having the same weather as us. I got a sunburn last week on Saturday and frostbite on Sunday.
Wow, frostbite.
Well, not quite, but it was like plus 18 to minus 18 Celsius.
Oh, minus 18. Wow, that's cold.
And that's Celsius.
Right.
So,
no, I know that. Yeah, that'd be real cold Fahrenheit. But yeah, we were down to 20 Fahrenheit the other 2 nights ago. It's just global weirding, it's not just warming. That would be nice in some ways.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So folks are here with
Ben Falk.
You can say your name all morning and it just like blanked. It's my 40-year-old brain. Ben Falk, I was just starstruck. That's what was going on there. So Ben's book was on my shelf as soon as it came out a number of years ago, and it's one that I refer to a lot in our permaculture design course. Ben is a renowned educator, designer, and consultant, and has been crushing it on the East Coast for a very long time now. And he's worked on hundreds of projects across the US and abroad. Do you have a screenshot of your book there, Ben? He's the author of award-winning book, The Resilient Farm and Homestead. I'm sure you're going to show it in your presentation there.
I don't have a screenshot, but the book's right here.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah. Well, and if I remember correctly from our last conversation, you're actually working on a revision of that right now.
I'm supposed to be, yeah. I am. I mean, I'm always working on it because I'm working.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Hopefully Chelsea Green isn't listening in on.
It'll be done when it's done.
Totally.
Cool. All right. So I think you've got a presentation for us, and then we'll have a conversation afterwards.
Yeah, sounds good. So I will. I guess I'll share my screen then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mitch, can you give Ben superpowers, please?
And before we get started, Michelle was saying from her conversation with you in the green room that you're skipping out on your mother's birthday party just to have this conversation. And
yeah. Well, hopefully I'm not. They're not waiting for me for too long. But it is what it is. It's the timing, but it's fine. And I'll be running over to there when we're done.
I was just gonna say it's actually my birthday today too. So tell her.
I didn't know that.
Oh, happy birthday,
Yeah,
Taurus! Multiple boss Taurus here.
Yeah.
Cool.
Anyways, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll share my screen, and this should work, I think. And is my video still showing? Do you want it to? Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah, please. And
so,
you're not in yeah, there you go. Just get into presenter mode. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Does that all look good for you guys?
It looks great, man.
Fantastic.
Okay, so I'm good to go. There's the audience is somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's over 1,000 people watching live right now.
Okay, great. Well, hello everyone. So I'm gonna just do a quick visual tour is the goal. and trying to get to the dialogue, because I think that'll be most valuable. And I've put out a lot of presentations over the last bunch of years, and books out there, and there's a lot of info. So I hate to repeat myself, and I know many of you probably have seen some of the content. So rather than risk going over a lot of that multiple times, I'm going to just do a quick visual tour, mainly for people who aren't as familiar with what's been going on this work, and then we can get to the dialogue. But I am going to try to answer the questions posed by this crew for you guys, and I want to start by kind of addressing a piece of process which has started way before I got to the property. So I know a lot of the goal for people here is to kind of understand how you assess and develop a property, and then manage and keep assessing over time and improving. But for me, so much of that has been built on the skills that had led into my had been in my life developing, especially before I ended up on land. And I'd say one of the biggest pieces of that was my years spent rock climbing and being in the mountains. I don't rock climb much anymore. I'd like to, but and I hope to again. But I spent many years just pretty much that was my focus. And the skills that I learned during that time, I still feel like I constantly rely on. I mean, even day to day. And it doesn't have to be climbing for other people. It could be something else. But I think there are a variety of endeavors that you can do in your life that are challenging, that kind of require the most of you, that are put you in adverse situations where you have to learn, and you have to figure things out on the fly. And for me, it was being in the mountains and being in like a wilderness context, and especially climbing, getting scared and having to kind of sort my shit out and keep it together. And that's just made a lot of this, I think, more possible than it would have been, and also less stressful than it has been most of the time. Or that less stressful than it could have been. Anyway, and also some other experiences that were happening before I got to land: building, working for a timber framer, working for a carpenter, learning some basic electrical and plumbing. I used to be way into vegetable oil, diesel fuel systems, and actually like made myself a job converting diesels to run on vegetable fuel systems for a bunch of years. And after a while, I actually didn't really like it, just stooping over an engine on kind of toxic, dirty stuff. But I learned a lot, and a lot of those skills, I mean, I'm constantly using. I was wiring yesterday a new 220-volt circuit, and a lot of the trades are so big, and they're not talked about in permaculture, I think, a whole heck of a lot. But I mean, sometimes we have students who are like tradesmen or tradeswomen, and I'm like, you guys, you're gonna just rage it, because if you have a lot of these hard skills, things just go a lot more easily. So much of what we have to do relies on skills and ways of doing things that I think people in the trades and people that are used to just working with their hands and figuring things out get pretty good at. Because ultimately, all of us have to figure out something that hasn't been figured out before in a lot of ways, and that's how to dance with our site. Not that we all have to reinvent the wheel, and in a lot of ways, I don't think we should focus on just doing new things. But every site is so different from every other site, and our goals and kind of our particularities and our skill sets and our tendencies are also so different. So you get kind of times the people by the site, and you end up with a product that's just totally unique. And as I think it was Jay Baldwin or Stuart Brand has said very well in the past, you ultimately have to kind of look up one day and realize, well, you're the world's greatest expert at what it is exactly that you do in your life, because no one else, you can't rely on anyone else for that expertise, because your situation is really quite different. And I think we kind of all got to, be in that place. And I'm still learning to be in that place. It's not like we ever arrive there fully. So this is our original site where my book is focuses on this site, and this is kind of my main story in terms of permaculture anyway. I had been doing permaculture in the Bahamas actually for a couple years in the subtropics at a place called the Island School, where I did learn a lot of, and brought some of those understandings to this site. But this was really a place where, in retrospect, I had to figure out how to let this become forest again in some ways, or woodland, which is what this whole place wants to be. But in a way that would be more productive for both me and the ecosystem, and regenerative, than it would be if you just kind of allowed benign neglect and just let it grow into poplar and birch and red maple, which is pretty much what would happen on this site and in this part of the world as a whole. So this is like 18, 19 years ago now, looking northwest, maybe 20 years ago. I tend to say like 15 years for 3 years in a row. And then I'm like, wait a minute, it must be 18 years now, looking backward. But this is a little while ago when we got to the property in October. This is peak foliage. And you can see, if anyone has been here, you'll recognize maybe this huge maple, which is one of the only things still in place, and this hemlock. But now there's a lot of trees in this field, and we're looking down at what's now a series of ponds and rice paddies. This is right where those rice paddies have been for about 7-8 years now. And there's a swamp white oak based with some walnut and bur oak and black locust, and some other trees, savanna in that lower field. So this was the house that was on the property. So I moved to this place, not per se to do permaculture. And I know that's going to be a little bit of maybe a letdown for some, but I was going to graduate school for architecture in the area, and it was an opportunity to buy a house and not pay out money in rent, and then flip it, maybe, was the idea. And I'd eventually go to the place that I was going to end up on. I ended up quitting graduate school. I ended up staying here for a lot longer than expected, and falling in love with the place. And the difficulty of this landscape actually has been a good thing, because I wouldn't have probably done as many cool things or learned as much if the site was like an agricultural piece of land, because it's certainly not. It's I'll talk about that. It's a rough, poor, beat up old hill farm. And it looks kind of nice in this photo as a suburban piece of land that it was, this house and lawn. But it's bouldery and bedrocky all over, and high water table. But first things first, in order of operations, I had to figure out how to rent this place, because I couldn't afford to just have this place and not rent it and not have an income stream beyond what I was waiting tables at the time, and I was just kind of starting my business. So I was doing renovations and doing what was needed to be able to rent the place. And I was also trying to cut costs, and be kind of do more right by the energy use. So putting a wood stove in was the first thing I did to this house, and that's a wood stove, which I would never recommend to anyone now. It's a Hearthstone Harvest, but I had it for a few years before I knew better, to get on wood heat. We just blasted a hole in that chimney and got on wood heat. And then the other thing that happened early on, although not as early as it should have, it probably took me a few years, was to really make an okay shop. And this is shots of my current shop right now, which is much nicer than it was. But getting a shop space done and set up in the beginning, I mean, even while you're still doing it in a tent, if you don't have a house yet, I think is a really good idea, because without a well dialed in shop space, you're just hamstrung as far as making anything else that you need to. And infrastructure, you'll see, is kind of a common theme of what I'm going to talk about, because it is really kind of the basis of being able to be productive on the land, is like the hardscape infrastructure pieces. And now I spend so much of my time just trying to be more efficient, and which means more organized, and especially in terms of shop space, where a lot of the creation takes place. One of the early things that we did was end up needing to get some sun in zone 1. So there's about an acre of very mature 45-year-old white pine, which around here means like 75-foot trees and 20,000 board feet of lumber. And so it was a good combination to get sun into zone 1 for our gardens, for our veggie gardens. It's also high on the list of priority as far as feeding oneself, and get building materials, which now are even more priority on site because all this stuff is so much more expensive than it used to be. And there's a lot of portable sawmills in this area, so we're able to get someone out, mill up a bunch of board feet, and start to create, the infrastructure was needed because there was no barn on site. There were no really outbuildings. I was living under, a lot of my stuff was under a big blue tarp for the first 2 years, which if you've tried that, just doesn't work really at all. So we got right into infrastructure development. I mean, this wasn't immediately, but this shot's actually probably 8 years in because we already had our studio space, a studio workshop, which is a shop downstairs. And from that space, we started, the tiny shop that I first retrofitted was a 1-car modular walk-in garage, which I ended up selling for $1,000, and someone came, picked it up and loaded it on a flatbed. From that shop, I was able to in part build out this studio proper workshop. And then from this workshop, we were able to pretty efficiently and affordably build out a proper barn. I hired help for sure here and there, sometimes a lot of it. This is a sketch of our workshop studio, whole systems design kind of headquarters, which is kind of featured quite a bit in my book. We didn't do a whole lot of drawings. I have other drawings besides this napkin sketch, but some people may be looking for like a lot of details, and really it was a very design build focused process. So we kind of designed what we needed to design, but particularly tried not to make decisions we didn't have to make until we had to make them, which if possible is really a great way to go, because so many of us will make decisions that we don't really need to yet. And then you don't make them as well as if you make them with more information just a week or half a year or a year later. Like we had to figure out the form of the building. Let's put up the timber frame, get the roof on, and then we could stand on the roof on the second floor deck and decide exactly where the windows were going to be. You aren't always afforded that opportunity, of course, because sometimes you have to order things ahead of time. And if you're working for a client or have a building company that needs to know everything ahead of time, you can't do that. But if you can do things yourself, you can really do that iterative design build process more than you would be able to otherwise. And you're gonna end up with a much better result then, for sure. It's not necessarily going to be cheaper or less stressful, but it's going to be better because you can be in that dance and keep responding to the analysis that you never are not doing as you go. So this is some before after looking northwest. The site from the first photo, the before photo is probably I don't know, year 3 or 4 when I got there, and then we weren't able to really start doing a lot until like year 3 to 6 because I just couldn't afford to mobilize and I was busy. And that's the other big piece. I mean, until you're working from home, it's hard to do a whole heck of a lot. I was commuting to like a waiting tables job, and like I work with a lot of clients who commute, and the folks who are able to work from home are always, of course, able to really make the most happen, because it does take a lot of time and bandwidth and vigilance. And if you're leaving the site every day, it's just a whole lot more difficult. There's a SketchUp drawing of the studio workshop. Came out pretty much as we had laid it out at that point. Few significant changes, but not much. And then another 5 years later, the landscape starting to fill in, looking pretty nice. And now I'm at the point where I can look back at some of these spots and see some places looking better then than they do now because of different maintenance efforts. And I've expanded my efforts onto another site, and have gotten into a lot of other things like metalworking and different things, and lost interest in certain things. So there's ebbs and flows of everything. Not that all the trees look better now than they did then, but certain perennial gardens or certain vegetable situations, at certain times had more focus in some of these photos than they do now. But the site is definitely more mature now than it was then. This hardy kiwi, for instance, total mistake. Don't do that. Put hardy kiwi on a building in a cold, humid climate. It's a cool way to stack functions, but rotting a building, it didn't rot anything, but it could have after a while. If you rot a building, stacking functions isn't a good idea if you're losing things like turning building materials that would last 50 years into only lasting 10 years and things like that. So if you're incurring big costs. So I am now fighting with this hardy kiwi to not come back. And it does keep coming back every year, even if you cut it down to the ground. But it's a good lesson. It reminds me of the difference between practicality and ideas and concepts, and the difference between like ideals and sometimes reality. And there's a whole bunch of that threaded throughout our project. Here's the studio upstairs. So we run a landscape architecture company that started, almost 20 years ago. Actually, in my bedroom at one point before we had an office, and then it took place in this office for a long time. There's a Jean Pain compost mound we've been experimenting with. So a lot of what we've done over the years is to experiment and to just see what works and try stuff. I suppose I'm trying less and less stuff as the years go on, because I've tried a lot of the things I've wanted to, and now I'm spending more and more of my time developing like hard skills and trying to really master certain specific like trades and skills, I guess, with some of my time. But that's kind of my tendency, is to just try to see how systems work for us that have been tried throughout the world, and see how they fit here. Rice was one of those experiments. We grew rice for a handful of years, and it's great. And we now know how to grow rice. And if the climate warms up more consistently, if our growing season gets longer, like our frost-free season, I would grow rice again. But in our season, we had to start all this grain in seed flats, which really isn't all that practical when you can grow potatoes and some other things instead. Not that I wouldn't recommend it, but we get a lot of people come to us like, oh, where are the rice paddies can go? I'm like, I didn't say you should have rice paddies, even though that's how you interpreted maybe my book or something else, but they're an option. Options, not prescriptions. That's what I hope to maybe throw out there as a disclaimer. Just because something works on someone's site doesn't mean it's the right thing for your site. Here's a before and after of the bottom pond on site. Some of the harvest that's started getting put up in maybe year 5 to 10 here. I got into bees over the last, pretty recently, but maybe the last 6-8 years I've been focused on bees a bit more and more every year. Although I think I'm at my apex. I think I'm not going to dive into it too much more, probably. But we started getting a lot of honey, and combined with a lot of fruit means you kind of start making a lot of mead. And that's a good thing for sure. And then over the years, as the water table has built up and up and up from holding water through swales and ponds and paddies, we've seen new expressions of springs on the land. And this is a really neat spring that we found a few years ago coming out of bedrock here. And this was in a drought, which is the time when you want to look for water. Hadn't rained in weeks and weeks at this point when I found that. And it had been developed in the 1800s, probably, that spring, but was relatively dry for many years, it seemed. Looking west with some of our cherries, a great example of a tree that was productive for a few years and is now last year fully died. Maybe because the black walnuts kind of next to it, but maybe just because prunus suck on this property. And in the Green Mountains in general, I don't think they do too great, especially on heavy soils, is what I've seemed to have found. We've had sheep for a bunch of years, which are very well adapted to this property, as are black walnuts. And I raise hundreds of those most years when I do well by the rodents, which I've learned to kind of deal with. So we raise them from seed from a really good variety and then sell and trade those and give them away. Pears have been great for us, in some ways better even than apples, although we're in a place where apples are really at their kind of apogee in terms of like doing very, very well. They really like it here. Black walnuts, again, in a rainstorm. Peaches have been fun on and off. Most of our peaches are now dead. This is especially at the original site. Our newer site, which is 10 years in, has sandier soils, and we'll see. Peaches probably should do better there. Some other shots looking down one of the main garden paths when we had geese at that point, which are fun, especially for the first 3-4 months before they get to be mature. Then they get kind of gnarly. One big experiment that we've been running, and I'm still running, is one of the few experiments that I think has been totally worthwhile, incredibly worthwhile, everyone should have in their house, is wood heated hot water from a wood cook stove. It just makes all the sense in the world. The colder it is out, the more you're running your stove, the more hot water you have. You bake, cook, make hot water, dry, clothes, snow gear, reishi mushrooms, whatever, everything, deer jerky on the stove, get firelight. It just makes too much sense to not do. We've also been messing around with about 3 different wood cook stove types, which is very few in North America, and have a lot of lessons learned on that front. Naturally drawn foundation has been our focus with bees in the last handful of years. That's actually, I think, this year. Maybe that's last fall, but they look like this right now. I just got in the hives the other day, and I do sell a lot of honey now. I'm not trying to be like big commercial, but it's way more than we can consume or make into mead. We do a lot with medicine. My wife's a naturopathic doctor and herbalist, and I think I said in my book that it's definitely easier to keep yourself fed than stay healthy in a lot of ways. And I feel like that's more true now than whenever that was said a bunch of years ago. Staying healthy is the hard part. Being fed is the easier part, even though that may still not be that easy, depending on your situation, for sure. I don't mean to downplay that. But once you start getting fed and feeding yourself, that opens up a lot of, I think, an opportunity for attention to the health piece. Because if you don't stay healthy, then everything else falls apart. And that's where taking care of yourself in like zone 0, like in permaculture, we kind of use that term to mean like the self, like the body, mind, system. That's really where we put more and more effort every year now, and attention, and also on the community and the site itself. And we give ever less time to in a lot of ways, because that's fine, like it's good enough. And so it's like, okay, how do I stay good, and how do I help my community be ever more resilient and vital? So that's really where our attention has been turning more and more. I'll have a few slides for that in a minute. This is one of our healthcare facilities. One of our primary care providers is this greenhouse, which is awesome as like a spa, and also has like a food production facility going into cold water. It really helps. It's not for everyone, but I think it's for most people. Just most people don't tend to try it. And we have a lot of cold water. It's an amazing resource, but you gotta go into it to really make the most of it. Some of our medicinals, like sea berry, as many of you know, we focus a lot on. It's a difficult plant. In some ways, I've had more success years ago than I do now with it. It kind of depends. It has a lot of management challenges, and it's male and female, so it's not that easy. Here's some of the medicine gardens. It's all medicine, like all the food's medicine too, but this is like Jerusalem artichoke and calendula and anise hyssop and pear over an apple overstory with a lot of veggies down below it, and lemon balm, where my wife is tending to in that photo. And then also a place I've put a lot of time into more in recent years is just making, I guess, what I don't really like the term art, but because it's functional stuff, but like craft and things that I want to make beautiful. I have a lot of cherry burl access to that, and so I turn bowls on the lathe. And I've been totally falling in love with metalworking in the last 5-6 years. And I wish I had some literacy with that at the beginning, because I could have saved a lot of money and made a lot of tools and things that would have helped me a lot. Start to weld early on. I took a course on it maybe like 15 years ago, but then I just never did it. So I didn't really learn how to do it. This is a subsoiler combo pipe layer that I made. I just welded it onto the toolbar that I already had for my scraper blade, like plow blade on the back of the tractor. Chainsaw scabbards, which most folks should probably have, and they're not really around as far as I could tell. So I mounted those up onto all of our equipment. And then also a big place we've been putting more and more time in is into teaching, starting in about year 5. And so that's been going on for about almost 15 years. This is in our permaculture course. This is one of our permaculture practitioner courses with Cornelius Murphy, my colleague, helping me teach that. And that's, one of the big focuses now. What we really look forward to in some ways more than anything else is just being with people on the site, sharing the place and the kind of letting the place, teach too. Because there's just, there's so many words that we can get all tripping over on everything. But people coming and experiencing the system, that's really, I think more and more for us where it's at. And seeing the wildlife, seeing all of the life members of the community here that are taking advantage of and benefiting from what we've been doing is a real highlight. Like things that we never expected, never intended to do. I mean, when I planted sea berries, I wasn't thinking about cedar waxwings and all sorts of other animals, using them as homes. And when you plant a tree and it becomes someone else's actual home, it's a great feeling, and it brings it all kind of full circle and helps you realize really why you are doing this stuff. And it's definitely not just to feed ourselves, is one realization we've had over the years. That's a nice, it's kind of, and maybe which is the side yield, is it the wildlife habitat or is it feeding ourselves? I mean, I don't know, but they're both good. One maybe isn't, there maybe is not one that's primary and one that's secondary. And then watching my son grow up with all this stuff in the last few years has been maybe the best part so far, for sure. This is a wild rice that we started sowing a handful of years ago on our ponds, and it's starting to grow. And creating just essentially a highly forageable landscape is really one of the main backdrop goals, and that is starting to happen very well, especially with things like wild rice and the nut trees that are starting to bear in the last bunch of years, and some of the fruits for sure, the perennials. Vegetables sure give us a lot of food. We do get a lot of our calories from our vegetables, but they're not going to do anything without a heavy lift every year. Here's my nephew harvesting black walnuts from the trees that I planted the year that I moved in. So they're now 20 years old, those trees, and I can climb 30 feet up them and harvest them off the deck of the house, which was a goal actually when I planted them really close to the house. Here's our local school kids at the elementary school planting a chestnut with our apprentices. A couple of years ago, we try to get more and more trees in the ground in the local community each year. That's a big push. So it's a little visual tour. I'd love to end there and get into the dialogue.
That was great, Ben. That was really inspiring.
Yeah, your property is just so beautiful. And I mean, you've got one of our early presenters today, Carmen. She's also has a background in kind of landscape design, and but hers is like on an urban property. But whenever I think of like my ideal kind of site, like the images from your book and your YouTube videos and your Instagram, it's automatically what pops into my head. You've just done a fantastic job building it, making it look just so beautiful and enticing. So,
well, thanks. We've had it somewhat easy in that we face like west and northwest, and the light in that aspect is pretty easy to work with. If you have a slope and it faces northwest, you're going to get some good light.
Yeah.
You really sorry, go ahead.
No, that helps.
You really captured something that I've watched you from afar for a while, and I think I was on your YouTube channel this year. You don't put a ton up there, but it was you skiing down the side of a mountain with your dog, I think, and you kind of captured that in this presentation as well. But your comment about it's easy to feed yourself, it's tough to stay healthy, I think is, and so like having that balance of recreation, and now you're getting into these kind of crafts and kind of balancing that out. It's easy to kind of work yourself to the bone doing this stuff, but it at least appears from afar that you're finding that balance for yourself. Has it always been that way?
No, it hasn't. I mean, the first 5 years were stressful. You know, not good for relationships. Because, you know, I can be like a bit obsessive when I have like a project, and that's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. It certainly helps like get things done and make things happen. But you know, there's people like left behind in that process, or you know, you get very tunnel vision. Um, and so yeah, no, it hasn't always been that way, and not that it's perfect now, but the balance is better in the last 10 years for sure, and gets better every year. I mean, I think I attribute that a lot to, not to myself, but to my wife, I think. Um, and to learning lessons, you know, as time goes on, getting my feet under me. I mean, you know, like in the first few years, living with all my stuff under a blue tarp, and like losing a lot of like tools and value, like having things just get ruined because you don't have the setup that's ready for what you're doing, is stressful. And when money's tighter, of course, it's just adds to the stress. And when things are new, you don't know just kind of the risk involved, and yeah, you just get burned more, make more mistakes. But yeah, I'd say if you can move more slowly and keep everyone in your life and stay more balanced, I think you'll probably get further. That's the phrase, you know, you can go fast or you can go far, but you can't go, you can't do both. And so slow down and go further would be a piece of advice I'd give myself if I could go back to towards the beginning of the land project.
So you've been in the space for quite a while. I don't actually know when you started, so I'd like to know that. And I'd also kind of like you to paint a picture of where permaculture was when you got started, and where it is now, and where you see it in 10 years from now, from a trend perspective, and just your perspective, kind of looking at it as a system globally.
Mhm. Yeah, well, it's been so many different places in that time. I mean, I took a permaculture course when I was in college at University of Vermont in like 1998, I think. So what is it, 24 years ago? Is it, or a little less? Um, and you know, it was known here then. I mean, at least among people who are into ecological design. It was when I was getting into ecological design, I took a course with John Todd at school, which was really a great exposure. And there were PDCs happening with the Bullock brothers in the US, and Penny Livingston probably, and a whole bunch of other people had been doing it for a while at that point out west. But it was a lot newer in New England. And then I think it's just gained in popularity, like seemingly every year since, or definitely at least maybe in notoriety in the last few years for some people, but has just been getting more and more mainstreamed. I mean, I don't think it's still anywhere like it is, I've heard, in New Zealand and in Australia and Tasmania, but it's, I think, more widely known than ever. Although at the same time, I think there's less interest like in permaculture courses now than there was, let's say, like 5 to 8 years ago. I feel like when my book came out, you know, we filled 3 courses, no problem. And now I don't think there's that many interested students out there in general. A lot of courses that used to run no longer run. And there's been a nice kind of culling, I think, of like just maybe a lot of extra content that was out there. But it seems like people are doing so many great things in so many different parts of the permaculture space. And yeah, it's nice to see it mature. I mean, I'm mostly interested, especially in like what's going on the sites, what's like real, and also, in the social pieces, that's a little harder to follow and to kind of know what's really happening. But yeah, what was that? I feel like there was another part of your question.
Well, where do you see it going in 10 years? I mean, how is it evolving? And I mean, you don't just teach, you also are consulting, I think, you've got some pretty big projects I'd like to ask you about in a second.
Mhm.
But I mean, that's a bit of a barometer as well in terms of the types of projects. Your career would also kind of dictate the kind of projects you're working on. Like earlier in your career, you were probably on smaller things, and now you've kind of matured into these larger projects. But certainly you would probably have a sense of where and the types of people that are kind of engaging you now. And I'm just curious how that's worked for you.
Well, I'm not sure exactly where permaculture is going. I mean, it's hard for me to even caution a guess about that, I think, in some ways. But I would want to say and should say that when I got into it, I could have gotten into it earlier and not been met with that much success, because I think like the culture wasn't there as much, as it wasn't as ready for what it was ready for when I started to do my work more. So yeah, timing is kind of everything. And I remember walking through our site early on with like some folks like Dave Jackie and some kind of veterans, and having a conversation about that was kind of interesting and also difficult, I think. For people who are really ahead of the curve, that's tough for those people. Yeah, I don't know where it's going. I mean, I hope it just the principles get picked up in all spheres, and people don't get too attached to the strategies and to the prescriptions or to the people like in it, to the personalities or to the specifics, but really focus on the principles, and it doesn't get kind of chewed up like so many things and watered down and turned into like just like like personality things, or like focusing on the extraneous parts, which is like, let's say the people who practice permaculture, or the strategies and the techniques versus the principles which apply to everyone everywhere.
How do we make sure that happens?
I think, well, for those of us who teach, like all of us here, it seems, we can remind our students about that, and not feed into that, and remind just remind students like about the difference there, and parse those things, and not like play up certain techniques, or give them just kind of give them an overemphasis, and just really, I think, be like vigilant about like context being everything, and the principles being foremost, rather than just what it might look like for one person somewhere that looks really cool and amazing, and how it can be happening in just as an amazing of a way somewhere else where it's not as visible, where it's maybe not as spectacular or dramatic. So maybe, people like us, I know, personally, I'm speaking for myself, like shining a light on some of those other ways that it's happening more, would be good. It's kind of
and one of the things that I think all of the presenters that we've had on, including yourself, one of the things that they've done is they've highlighted their failures almost as much as they've highlighted their successes, without even, like, that was one of the questions we kind of have, but we haven't had to ask it because half the slides are basically, here, don't do this, here's where I was wrong. And I think those cautionary tales are also a great way to, like you said, shine a light on how, like, if you just try to copy somebody else's prescription, like, there's going to be side effects to that. and those side effects can be disastrous in terms of money and time lost, and negative impacts on your quality of life. And that I know in a lot of kind of, I think particularly in agriculture, I mean, it's so easy to just have a photo of like, you can crop out all the bad shit and just have that one beautiful shot of the image, and nobody gets to see all the other stuff. And so there's this image that it's easy and it always works. And so I know when I was really starting out, whenever I failed, it was like I couldn't talk to anybody out about it because I must be doing something wrong because everybody else doesn't make any mistakes. And so I really appreciate that from guys like you and the other folks we've had on today.
Yeah, it means you need to try a lot too. I mean, I think the people who have succeeded in any space, any field, way beyond permaculture, every single thing out there, it's a common refrain. There's great quotes about it, but those are people who have just failed more times at more things than everyone else because they're just doing more iterations.
What are the supply chains like in the US right now? How is food? And I know probably lumber, you kind of hinted at that, but the last 16 months have been very interesting for the world. And how do you see, based upon the conversations you're having, permaculture playing into some of those supply chain issues? We're up here, just to give some context. I mean, we're seeing a lot of my HVAC equipment just went up 40%, and sheet metal's gone up 10%. My builders are not giving me a quote for more than 7 days. They have 4 hours to make a decision about building materials. One of my students the other day said, man, it must feel like for the last 13 or 14 years, you've been shorting society, and finally your kind of stock bet has come through. And it's like, well, I never wanted it to come through, but
right.
I'm curious, kind of, have you been contemplating that with regards to permaculture and some of the choices you've made in your life?
Yeah, no, that's the same feeling here for sure. It's like so many things have come to pass that we were preparing for, and we didn't want most of them to happen. And some of them are cool, like maybe people flying less, but so much of it's in a bizarre delivery system anyway. So it's all bad in a lot of ways. But yeah, that's happened here. I mean, and 10%, if something's changed 10% here, it's not even noticeable. I mean, so many things have gone up 50%, or you can't really get them. Like I just was part of a huge polycarbonate order with a client, and they said after they ship our order of polycarbonate greenhouse sheets for cold frames and greenhouses that we're going to do, they're like, then we don't even know when we'll get any more. Because there's like a global shortage of plastic resin, which like everything's made out of. Wow. And because those storms in Texas, where a lot of plastic is made, where the refineries are, and never mind the cost of it all going up. And yeah, I mean, if you had just a stack of plywood in your barn just bought a year and a half ago, like you could make do better than the stock market's done in the last 5 years. And that's done very well by itself. So yeah, I think things are breaking a little, and they're just really tenuous and ready to break more, it seems. People couldn't get ball jars all last year during the harvest season, and then my parents finally understood why I have so many ball jars. They're always like, why didn't you get rid of these things? And I'm like, it's better than money in the bank,
Yeah.
It's money that that definitely only gets more valuable. So yeah, the same. Yeah, we all knew. We knew it would all be happening. It's just happening in a weird way. That's the weird. Yeah. That's the strange thing.
I feel like we're living out Atlas Shrugged right now. Like it feels like that was a documentary. I mean, there wasn't a pandemic in that book, but just like the interplay between government and all the different kind of advocacy groups, and like I kind of want to read that book again because I feel like there's potentially some lessons in there.
Yeah. I mean, like I was always like, peak oil is going to cause all this stuff. And then it's like, no, peak oil didn't really cause it. This, like, at least not right now. It's just governments caused it. And then there's still peak oil, adding cleanup. But we're just like, we're pre-failing the resource systems, which are failing and will be failing more. So it's like adds to the snowball that's coming down the hill.
I've often wondered, I got into all this because of peak oil. I was originally in the oil patch. And I've often wondered from a policy perspective, if you're Mr. President or Mr. Prime Minister and all of your smart people around you, and you've brought up this civilization based around capitalism and unfettered growth and all of these kind of strange mythologies that, permeate our society of endless growth, how you would break the news of peak oil, and like what that would look like. Because I mean, you'd basically have to undermine the entire financial system, everybody's business decisions. I once read not that long ago that like Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and I'll just say, I don't think it was Elon Musk, but I'll use his name just because they're all three billionaires, because money is just kind of promised oil or promised time, that they might actually have more money or accumulated wealth than there actually is oil and resources to be able to be deployed. And at some point the game does come to an end. And I just find it really interesting right now how, like, last year, again, being in the oil industry, went to minus $37 a barrel, 25% reduction in petroleum products in like 3 months. Very interesting to kind of wrap your head around all that stuff. And I don't know where I'm going with this comment. It's just kind of interesting. And
you made me think of, I mean, that you wouldn't really be able to break it to people, because it'd be like saying the God you said is that we should all pray to actually doesn't even exist, kind of thing. Like you're pulling the rug out, in the most extreme way possible. So I don't know, you made me think like maybe there's other ways to break it to people without having to break it to them, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that, but it's like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's weird.
yeah, interesting.
So changing the subject a bit, one of the last slides you had was a picture of that cedar waxwing kind of nested inside your sea buckthorn tree there. And it reminded me of something that I've tried to articulate several times, and you put it an interesting way, which is like, what's like the primary and the tertiary yield here? Is like, is the primary yield the berries or is it the birds? And so I just wanted to kind of throw an idea out there and see your thoughts on it. But one of my hypothesis about, at least my own, and it sounds like yours, like the deep satisfaction that you get when you see a wild animal like just thriving, or when you see like a new calf being born, or like just like, or like a really healthy tree or something like that. Like it's I call it like vicarious well-being is kind of being transmitted. And what my hypothesis is that we must have some kind of an instinct or an intuition that we really are all connected, and that when we see biodiversity in a thriving state, it makes us feel just like really, really good and secure. And and I'm sure there's all kinds of evolutionary biological mechanisms that could play into that. Because again, we literally do depend upon these species for things that we're now just starting to quantify, and I don't think we'll ever really be able to understand it all. But yeah, I just kind of want to get your thoughts on that concept of like vicarious well-being, and why it is so satisfying to see wildlife and natural ecosystems thrive.
Yeah, no, I think you said it. I couldn't say it better. I mean, you're seeing a wild species around you doing well, or your own domestic, cows or sheep, and looking beautifully, or whatever it may be, thriving. you kind of have that sense of like, oh yeah, we're all good. Like their success is your success. Like them thriving is you thriving, and you know there's not a line between them. And I think that's where over the last bunch of years, our focus, my focus has become more and more on like the growing wildlife, like enhancing the yields for the local wildlife. Partly I got into been getting into hunting in the last bunch of years. So that stimulated a little, and read some awesome old Aldo Leopold work about that. But that it started to happen without me realizing it too, because you just start planting a lot of stuff and you can't keep up with it all, and you start feeding all the other members of the system beyond just yourself, and feeling really good about it, like you said, and in some ways feeling at least as good about it as the stuff you're hauling in your basket into your root cellar. And that kind of makes you stop, because it doesn't always hit you consciously, but it is like you feel yourself being this force that's just helping to channel the energy that's at large through you into benefiting the system as a whole, which you're a part of, but you're bringing everyone on board. It's like you're all getting on the boat together to go to a good place, or to float rather than sink. And it's a great feeling, because you're helping everyone along. I'm sure you could draw it's like selfish evolutionary biology parallels about it, or reasons, because it is ultimately self improving.
Yeah.
But it's also sharing in the joy. It's just like, doing some awesome activity with your child makes it even better than if you're doing it and having a perfectly good time by yourself. There's something better about sharing it, and it's maybe along those lines.
Yeah. Well, and I think like this is one of the things that we try to emphasize a lot. Like, I think two of them are, one you've already mentioned is this idea of like highlighting the appropriateness of context, and like that the answer is like it depends, and getting people away from prescriptions and focusing on principles. And the other one is kind of getting past this notion of permaculture as being about altruism. It's like no, like we are doing this because we need to do it to survive. We're not doing it out of charity. it is out of our own self-interest. And I think it's really telling about how disconnected our society is from natural ecosystems, that we could even have like this concept of like an environmental charity or something like that. Like it's so foreign. Like we literally need these things to survive, and if they're not there, we're gone. And it's like you said, when we see something else thriving, I think it feels good, because we intuitively, if not consciously, know that it's a sign that we're also gonna do good.
I think it's really interesting. I've been wanting to kind of rage in the last little while with all the momentum going towards these petri dish meats and plant-based everything, and indoor vertical farms, and it's society is moving as fast as like one part of society is moving as fast away as possible from that idea. And then you've got kind of other people that are represented maybe loosely by Zach Bush that are starting to recognize that we actually still are connected with all of this stuff. So we're at a really interesting crossroads.
Yeah, there's something like supernatural about it, in a literal sense, of like that those views, like you were expressing, Dakota, that we could have like environmental charity or whatever else. It's almost like it comes from a place of that we're not all members of this. There's some outside thing that can give charity. That's not, there's some group or person or there's even the possibility of non-membership. Which is ultimately kind of supernatural and not in, supernatural in a true literal way, not a good, nothing like awesome about that.
Yeah. Well, and it reminds me that
Extracted.
yeah, I can never remember where I heard this from, but there was a kind of a reconciliation group that I was part of for quite a few years, and somebody came in. It was I believe it was an Indigenous elder, and they were talking about how in their language they didn't have a word for gift or charity. It's like that concept that, like you said, that you could be a non-member and just like do something, and that there wouldn't be some kind of reciprocal relationship that was implied within that, and that they get what didn't exist in their language was a really interesting insight for me.
Mhm.
And it's not intuitive, because people want it. Like we've been kind of told that this morality of altruism and like self-sacrifice, and like that you could ever do something that was totally separate from yourself. It sounds like a good thing, but it actually leads to these ideas of non-membership and withdrawal and feeling like you're not part of a natural system. It's yeah, the philosophy behind permaculture. I know it's not as sexy as like the herb spirals and all this other stuff, but I'm glad that we're talking about this, because like in my mind, this is the most important thing that we could be talking about when it comes to building a permaculture property is the the culture and the philosophy behind it.
Yeah, and it seems like we have to get beyond that, like transactionalism, that everything is transactual, that it's measured and there's specific value, and
Yeah.
we're in these transactions with people. And I almost want to say capitalism, but that doesn't embody it. The whole problem, the whole dysfunction of it isn't, we can't just call it capitalism and have that be completely accurate or embodying. But it seems like if there's one good way to get beyond that, it's to like live in an abundant system where you have too much. Like these apples are going to rot. Like I better give them away, because what am I, that'd be a way, that'd be ridiculous. Like there's people who want some of this or whatever else you have total abundance of, and farmers know that and gardeners know that. So it's a good way to kind of get people maybe into that space of moving beyond that transactionalism, because you're like, hey, you're living that, to use that Charles Eisenstein like term, like living in the gift. Like you feel it's very obvious that you're living by the graces of the universe that's so abundant, and you're in that flow. So what else are you going to do but pass that flow along and bring more people into that flow? But working with natural systems kind of gets you there. Otherwise, it's like you have to struggle to be there. Like maybe you strike it rich on some job, but it's not like you just planted these tiny seeds that weighed a gram, and now you have like 1,000 pounds of like this stuff, this beautiful thing that you only need half of that, to get by. And it was just from sunshine and rain,
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it truly is amazing. So Ben, I know you've got to run to your get back to your mom's birthday party there, but do you have time for a bit more questions?
Sure.
Q&A?
Yeah, no, happy to.
Okay, no, that's great. So, but before we do that, we just want to quickly mention some of the sponsors that have helped make this event possible. Just take a few minutes, and then we do have quite a few questions for Ben. But if there's anything else that folks want to see, you can throw that up in the chat window on YouTube there. Put #question and then your question, so that we can find it really easily. And yeah.
And Mitch or Ben or Catlin, can you guys put a link to Ben's website up into the chat as well, so people can take a look at that at some point?
Yeah, it's www.wholesystemsdesign.com.
Yeah, they'll be able to click it from our
Yeah,
from our chat. Okay. Okay, give her.
So, yeah, again, folks, if you're just joining in, we're doing our Building a Permaculture Property book launch and global summit, where we are launching the brand new book that myself and my colleagues Rob, Michelle, Avas have been working on for the past few years, and we're also putting on a 3-day summit where we're talking to experts like Ben Falk here and many others around the world who have already gone through the process of building their permaculture property. And we're grabbing their stories, their insights about what's worked for them, what hasn't, what their process was like, so that you guys can go out and learn from those successes and failures when it comes to building your own permaculture property. So this conversation and all other ones that we're having, there's over 20 conversations throughout this whole weekend. They're all being recorded, and they'll be available for free for the next week. But they're also, we're putting it together into this bundle, which we're packaging up with our book. So you'll get an autographed copy of the book, or you can alternatively get an ebook or audiobook as well. You'll get lifetime access to all the recordings from the summit. You also get a whole toolkit. We've got a lot of other courses for some of the different tools that we use, as well as a mini course that walks through kind of the whole 5-step process that we lay out in the book. And all that is available for a special price right now for the 3-day summit of $149. And you can find out more at mypermacultureproperty.com. So we're just doing, we're going to get to questions with Ben for a few more minutes. Then we've got Starhawk, who's going to finish off the presenters for tonight. And then we've actually got an hour-long concert with Charlie McGee from the Formidable Vegetable Sound System. And again, if you missed any of the talks that have happened today or that are happening, you can't make them in the next couple of days, you can also get those links by registering at mypermacultureproperty.com. We'll be talking more about the publishers, the sponsors who helped make this event possible. They provided a lot of different resources to pull this off so that we could get all these amazing presenters here. New Society is our publisher, the Manitoba Forage and Grassland Association, as well as Permies.com. They've all been instrumental in making this event possible. We've also have some giveaways that we're going to be doing right after the Q&A with Ben Falk, as well as after every other presentation throughout the whole weekend. So Annika, which is basically a regenerative soap and body care company based out of Canada. They actually have a permaculture farm where they grow a lot of their own materials, which they use in their products. We're going to be giving that away in just a few minutes.
They're really cool. I've met those guys. They're really cool folks.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm sure you know Philip.
Yeah, he's actually he's going to be our a close-up presenter, I think, on Sunday. Yeah. And then we've also got 2 copies of the book Renewal, which we will be giving out in just a few minutes. Okay, so you want to stop the share there. Okay, Ben. So again, I just really appreciate the conversation that we had and all the slides. It's just I really I think of all the people in the space, you're one of the guys that I really just resonate with, and just your philosophy and approach to doing all this stuff. And it's just thrilled to have you as part of this, man. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks.
Well, thanks. I mean, right back at you guys. You guys are real professionals doing great work. It's just, it's awesome to see.
Okay, so the first question, and this actually popped up, this is my question, is one of the things people often ask me, and Rob and I teach a variety of kind of earthwork courses on like how to build ponds and dams and dugouts and stuff like that. And all the properties that we work on here in Alberta are like 100% clay once you get down past 6 inches. But the question we get asked is like, how do I seal a pond if it's in rocky or kind of silty soils? And I mean, here's an opportunity for you. You've got lots of them on your place, and from what I understand, you have pretty rocky, silty soils. What was your process? Did you just have a high water table? Did you use liners? What was that like?
Yeah, I mean, and I don't have an easy answer for that, or any answer really. I mean, it's tricky, and it's the soils are super tricky. Like I'll be learning about soils every year more noticeably a bit every year, you know, like it's like keeping bees. It's just not it's not straightforward. Um, and at all. And so I mean, some of on our second site, it's really silty, and some of the ponds don't hold water very well, and that's fine for what they do. And I would have to bring clay in uh, to seal them. We've built ponds for clients, designed them and built them, managed their construction, where like on sand and gravel. Like one, we did a test pit. We had a local neighbor with like a backhoe on a tractor was able to dig 6 feet, looked pretty good. At 7 feet, they hit sand when the big machine came in. So it's like, all right, we could stop right now. And we're like, you probably should stop right now. Just you pay for the shipping, you pay for 1 hour of this guy running the machine, send him home, say, sorry, we didn't know there was sand 1 foot below where we had dug our test pit, and watched for a month. And they said, well, or we have to get a lot of clay in here. And we did a 1 foot clay blanket, pasted down carefully. Knock on wood, they haven't called me back. I saw a photo of the pond the other day. It's been 10 years. It still holds water. Like, it's working at a great farm called Green Mountain Girls Farm in Northfield, Vermont. Veggie operation and animals too. And so, you know, that definitely works, but it's a pretty heavy lift to bring in. Like a foot of clay is a lot of material, even if it's not a very big pond. So that sucks to do. Like bringing material in from offsite is just, you don't want to do it unless you have to, especially like at that scale, like at dump truck upon dump truck of material. It's definitely done a lot around here. I haven't glayed a pond. I know people seem to have success with that, especially in the subtropics and tropics. But yeah, I don't think there's any easy answers. I mean, heavy silts can work, and definitely around this part of the world, there's a super varied soils all over, like from site to site, from on site, there's sand, clay, all different depths. It's all mixed up because we have all the elevation, I guess. And I think just sorting your soils and working really carefully is important, and having a good operator. And ultimately, like good operators can know so much about soil. So if you can get a good heavy equipment operator, some of them can know more about soil than your average gardener or even a good gardener, like, because they're just seeing so much of it. So that might be the easiest, best advice, is get a really good operator who's done a lot of ponds in your area.
Yeah.
And then if you can experiment too in smaller scales, like Sepp Holzer always talks about, that's probably a good idea. Sometimes leaky ponds will seal up over time, and sometimes they get worse. It's not something that's easy to make a general statement about, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's generally the answer we give as well. And there are some minor.
What do you mean you're a consultant?
Yeah. I mean, we've done EPDM and polyethylene liners for ourselves and for clients, and you know, they work, but you got to be careful.
Yeah.
And I think it's also it's a big compromise, because then you've got that liner and it could get punctured, and you can't really plant right at the biological implications of that aren't good for the pond.
Yeah, that's true. There's this is actually an interesting question. Have you ever grown rice outside of your paddies, like Fukuoka style, where you're doing kind of dry land rice?
I've been meaning to, and I always forget to when it comes spring, get like some rice in the garden, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, he still flooded his for I don't know if it was like a week or two, but it wasn't flooded the whole time.
Oh yeah, well, we did that when we had paddies. One year, we still have paddies, but we're not growing rice in them. We didn't flood it much. Like the last year, I'm just gonna like push this stuff and see how bad I can treat it and how little work I can do. And it didn't produce too well, but we did barely flood it here and there.
Yeah.
just pretty much for the nourishment
Yeah.
of it.
And have you done anything with wild rice, like the zizania, I think is?
Yeah, totally. We've sowed large ponds with it with
Okay.
some success.
Don't
Yeah.
you need moving water for that?
It doesn't seem like it really, maybe in the long run, because some of the stands are dying. We have a lot of beaver on these ponds, and I feel like they're impacting the wild rice stands negatively. I'm not sure how. Like, I don't think they eat it directly, but yeah, it could be dying back because of the beaver, or it could be dying back because there isn't like flow. It's not a riparian at all. They're just ponds.
Yeah.
There's no, it's not fluvial, like where they really thrive around here is in Maine, where there's like riverine edges. But it seemed very happy for a bunch of years till the
Interesting.
beavers went crazy.
Yeah, that's one of my dreams. I've got a 5 million gallon dam that once I build it, I figure I can get flowing water and have a rice paddy in one spot. And I'm
5 million gallons is a lot. Well, I mean, our bigger one is like 2 million gallons, and that's where we're actually, the rice really thrived on one that's even half that size. Yeah, what a high quality food source. I mean, that's the ultimate grain.
yeah.
Right.
And how deep are you planting that in the water?
Well, we sowed it all over, and it seems to do really well between like 1.5 to 4 feet.
Yeah, that's kind of what
Pretty wide range, really.
I'd heard as well.
Yeah.
Super interesting. There's a couple questions in here about your beehives. It looks like you're using Langstroth. But yeah, just comment on kind of what hives you prefer and why. And there's also one specifically, have you ever tried flow hives?
We have a friend who can't stand them.
Yeah, all the beekeeping groups I'm on, you're not even allowed to ask that question. You can't talk about flow hives. I think for good reason. But I haven't tried flow hives, and from all the beekeepers that I know who are reasonably experienced, meaning like at least 50 years of beekeeping, is like you're starting to get into it. They're like, don't even try it. But I mean, they're in Australia, like where there's no mites, I guess. So, but for us, we have hardcore bee problems, and we do Langstroth boxes with Ware quilt tops and naturally drawn comb.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So it's like hybrid, and I'd like to size them down as I get older. I mean, I'm not going to be wanting to lift 10 frame deeps much longer. I mean, I'm working out partly to be able to do beekeeping, because it's like a bit, I mean, they weigh like 60 pounds,
Yeah.
80, 70, 80 pounds.
Yeah, back when I was doing it, I tried to go with only the shallows, just because the deeps were so intense. But it's been a real challenge here. I had to give them up because even one of our friends, who Elise Watson, she's just like one of North America's best treatment-free beekeepers. She like, even she loses like 50 to 80% of her hives every year in our area, because there's just so much industrial ag, particularly canola. It's really hard on them, and so I gave up because it was
It's
just
hard. I mean, we have clients who are like, oh, I gotta site the veggie garden, and then where should I get my bees? And I was like, whoa, you're talking about two very different. You start a veggie garden.
Yeah.
Once you get your feet under you, everything's dialed. You have extra time. You could start thinking about bees. It's just so committing. It's not. I mean, it was just pure failure for a few years until I got over the hump to even understand what people were talking about.
Yeah. When I mean, it's interesting that even you were having troubles in Vermont, because there's not a lot of industrial agriculture.
Well, it depends where. Yeah, most of Vermont there's not. But the bees travel, it seems, and spread disease, and where we are is definitely pretty isolated from any sprayed ag. But there's also not so much nectar flow, as a result. But yeah, no, I don't know. It could be electronic pollution. I mean, it could be stuff that's more widespread. No one seems to know, and the best beekeepers seem to say they have no idea what's going on. I just spoke with Kirk Webster yesterday, who's like renowned in this area, treatment free, and he's had a tough time. He was successful for years, and then lately it's been more challenging. A lot of the seed now is coated in pesticides.
Yeah, neonics. Yeah. They're particularly bad. One of them, I don't know if this is my theory, if I heard it somewhere, but I don't hear it talked about it a lot. If it is out there, is so like when bees fly, they build up static electric charge so that when they land on, a flower, the pollen literally jumps onto them. And one of my theories behind kind of colony collapse disorder is that as they're flying around building up this static electric charge, other stuff like heavy metals or other small particles of pollutants, whether it's PCBs or whatever, microplastics, are also clinging onto them, and then they're bringing it back to their hive where it's bioaccumulating. And because normal beekeeping, they're not switching out the wax all the time, it builds up over time, and the hive just gets to a point where it's so toxic they just have to leave because it's
I could see that being the case. It's definitely the younger hives that survive the winters around here. It's not the older hives. The biggest hive that you have going in the winter is the one that dies.
Yeah, and that was the same thing I found too. Was like the first year was easy. It was the second and third years where they just got hammered, and the mice would get into them, or the ants, and like they just had no immune system, and they went downhill.
A lot like a new vegetable garden, right? It's like you get that honeymoon period where nothing knows it's there yet,
Yeah.
I'd be curious to know more about your wood stoves. You said you've tried 3. I just put a hydro stove in there. I'm going to do a combination solar thermal, and I think
what was the brand on yours again?
Mine's Sopka, or I think it's from Sopka, but I'm going to do a thermosiphon. I'm pretty sure yours is thermosiphon. I've seen some stuff from you on that. And I'm curious what you're using.
Yeah, well, we've used a couple different types of Waterford Stanley and Essie, which is British.
Yeah.
And the Essie seem like they should be way better, but they are in some ways, and then they're worse in some ways. The Stanley in some ways is a lot better designed for cleaning and for baking, for sure. It's a much bigger oven, but there's a ton of options in Europe. You just can't get them mostly here. Although in Canada, there's a La Nordica dealer or two, and those look really good. I haven't tried them. But whatever you do, you can increase the efficiency really well by using scamol, like the bricks that are high R value, and you can line the firebox with like refractory bricks that are high R value. They're soft. I wouldn't do them on the bottom. You want like hard fire brick on the bottom so you don't damage them where the wood is put in. But everything, you can get a very hot firebox, which is the most efficient on the rest of it, and have no grill. Make sure you remove the grill, because most of these stoves, a lot of them come with grills for coal, and it's not, you can't keep coals that way. It's not efficient to have air under the fire. There's so many things to talk for hours about it, but I mean, long short of it, you can retrofit any stove to heat water real easily with. What I've moved towards is a jacket is nice, but they're expensive. You can use 2 stainless steel 1-inch tubes and just bring them through the stove, and just make sure you get the thermosiphon so it goes the right way. And it can be a tiny pitch. And that makes a lot of heat. You just have to clean them pretty often.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. I mean, there's so
mentioned,
many ways to do it.
You mentioned the pitch on those. Does it need to be at least, I mean, like obviously if it's in the stove, it can be, just a little bit, but once it gets outside the stove, it needs to be at least 45, right? Or 1 to 1.
I've heard you can have, you got to be 2H times 1 width. Like, so say you could go 5 foot horizontal for a 10-foot rise to the tank.
Okay. Right. Yeah. So 2 to 1.
But
then
I bet it's not that simple. I bet, and you could be able to get away with more or not, depending on diameters of the pipe and the bends. Like plumbing gets like weird.
Yeah.
Level.
Man, I love how the Australians do it. I don't know how you're managing your thermosiphon, but when I was in Australia, they all have agas, or sometimes they call them Rayburns. And they set up basically open atmosphere tanks up in the attic. And that's what's connected directly into the stove so that they can never have an overpressure situation. It's just open atmosphere, it just steams off with an auto fill buoy in there that's tied into hopefully a gravity water system. And then they just run a coil, which is where their pressure system basically heats up their hot water essentially. But what's nice with those tanks, you can get really big. So if you're heating your house for long periods of time, you get a lot of thermal storage. But then you can integrate solar thermal, or for you, like your Jean Pain compost, you can basically kind of use it as a hub almost to bring in a bunch of different heat sources, which is kind of
For
cool.
sure. Yeah, that's one thing I found is that 50 gallon is way better than a 40 gallon.
Yeah.
Like, and 60 might even be better than 50. At some point, you're gonna have diminishing returns, but definitely a solar thermal combined with wood is like such a great hybrid here. We
Yeah.
have them on 2 different tanks, but one tank probably would be ideal. But we could flip ball valves, you know, in April and October.
Right.
But I'm a big fan of that. You see this tank right here?
Yeah.
That's an open atmosphere tank. It's not set up the way you describe, but it's backup when the well pump isn't going.
Right.
Interesting.
So then we have a 25 gallons to work on, and so you were not boiling water off because of lack of input of water.
Yeah.
It's basically like a spring on the hill.
Yeah. It's really interesting. I work part-time in the green building kind of world as well. And all this emphasis on electrifying everything, I think is just such a black swan waiting to happen. I mean, I love electricity. I think it's great. And I love fossil fuels for what they do as well. And where they're used appropriately. But my goodness, like one EMP or one fart from the sun, and these systems become priceless.
Yeah.
And they're not really that hard to run anyways.
No, they just take management. They're not all automatic, you know.
No.
Yeah.
So you got to be home. You got to like have some wits about you, which I think people don't like want those things anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Well, why don't we do some closing thoughts, Ben, and we'll let you get back to your birthday party there.
Yeah.
And man, I wish we had connected like this a long time ago. I've been wanting to have a conversation with you for a long time, but it's been such a great opportunity to, just hear you talk.
Yeah, you too. I mean, I've seen you doing all that awesome work. I think I first came across it with like your greenhouse stuff, like years ago, and we've just been not in the same circles so much and other sides of the continent, but same ditto for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, just in closing, Ben, it would be great to just get your kind of final thoughts, as well as talking about kind of like what your biggest struggles or challenges that have been on your property, and also or your one biggest struggle, and then what your biggest success has been, just in the past 20 years of building up your permaculture property.
Well, I mean, the biggest struggle is always management. You know, there's just always never enough time to tend to all the plants and to have all the plants thrive as much as possible, to get everything pruned or tended to or watered or fertilized. We don't water much, but although last year was crazy drought and that would have helped. So there's just always never enough hours to kind of care for everything as much as it would be ideal for it to all thrive. But I'd say like on our original site, probably the biggest mistake, although I think we chatted about this when you and I talked, although it's hard to mitigate for, is access. Like it's a hard site to like get a tractor or a truck to lots of the site because it's steep and cliffy in places even, and like wet and rolly and bouldery. And but I probably would have tried to like full on build a better like access road into weaving through the whole site to have better like established, respected the scale of permanence better from the beginning.
Yeah.
And I
That's a
mean,
good
I had
one.
heard of it, but at that point, but I didn't respect it enough. And so I boxed myself out here and there, maybe more than I needed to with some plantings. And maybe like the rice paddies, like that road maybe should kind of, well, probably should have gone on the berm of the bottom pond, but the berm isn't big enough. Like, so, and if you can't drive there with a tractor, then all of a sudden, all right, you're going down like 40% grade with like garden weight carts, and you're not getting as much mulch to the trees as you want. You know, you just like our second site, I can care for 10 times as much area with less work than the original site. It's also a dry, easier site.
Yeah.
So it's not just because of that mistake, but I could have probably done a better job with that. But I mean, there's so many like little mistakes for sure here and there. You know, I mean, maybe doing multiple veggie gardens all over the place is a lot more management than one, but that's also because it's so wet in a lot of places. We just kind of picked the sunny, dry spots, and some were like bigger and some were tiny. So
Yeah.
it's like, it's beautiful. Like it's very beautiful, but it's high management.
Yeah.
Like one single vegetable garden is not that cool. You walk around a site, okay, there's the garden, the veggies, and then like here's other stuff. If you have like a raised bed with stuff here, and then like a really other terrace of gardens here, and it's just like a Victorian landscape. But like, you know, those places had like full-time gardeners. You know, so like, but you know, like if we're not working, if things change and we're just home all the time not working for money, then like I have enough time then,
Yeah. Yeah.
but not so
Awesome.
much otherwise.
Cool. Thanks, Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you guys, and we'll be in touch.
Yeah, let's talk soon.
Yeah. And we've got your copy of the book in the mail.
Yeah, love to see
Love
it
to,
again. See a bound version.
yeah. Okay. See you, man.
All right, thanks guys. Take care.
Talk soon. Wow, what an incredible talk that was.
Yeah. That was
It's like a melding of minds.
yeah, that was one of my highlights. That was a good birthday present for me too. That's all.
Perfect.
That's
Okay.
all.
Because I didn't buy anything.
That's good.
All right. So let's go through our sponsors here and
And then do our book draws.
Yeah.
We've got and the prizes from Annika as well.
yeah, you got it. Okay, so if you're just joining or you've been with us for a bit, we're offering our book bundle, which comes with all the recordings. Got 20 people that we're talking to over the next 2 days, today included. Unlimited access to it going forward. The toolkit that we use for all of our professional work and our clients and our students. The Google Earth Pro Contour Map Generator course. The mini course, which goes through our book step by step. Yeah, all for $149. That price will go up after the weekend. And then if you are signed up to mypermacultureproperty.com, you'll get access to all the recordings. We're breaking them up into 1.5 hour chunks so you can watch them at as you have time, because we're putting a lot of content out here in the next couple of days. So make sure you head over to the website and sign up for that if you're not already signed up.
Yeah, and so I'm sure we were at the halfway mark before we started talking with Ben, and I know we've had a lot more sales come in. We only have 1,000 copies right now. Because other our publisher had to keep some. We had to ship out some to different bookstores and stuff. And we have a notification that our publisher is reprinting, but it might be a month or more before those books come out. So if you want to get a copy of it as soon as possible, you can't even buy it until May 11th at
Conventional stores.
At conventional stores, or you can pre-order it, but it won't get shipped out till May 11th. And it sounds like all these books are selling out fast. So if you want to get a copy of it now, now's the time to do it. If not, it might be weeks to months before we can get it to you.
Yeah, and I mean, this is our best work for the last decade or more. We've been working on 3 years to write the book, but many years before that. So it's a really easy way to support our channels and all the free content that we give. But it also selfishly is a really great way for you to build your property. We've trialed this out. We've done it on hundreds of properties. And if you are looking to build a permaculture property, big or small, this is a great place to start. We're of course biased, but we do use what we're writing in here. This is our process. So we just finished with Ben Falk. Starhawk starts at 5:15 Mountain Time. It is 5 o'clock. Wow.
Yeah.
So we don't have a lot of time.
No, we're
right on schedule.
Right on schedule, which is new for us.
Yeah, I know.
It's because of all there's been there's been Mitch, Ben, Catlin, Michelle, who've been basically working full-time organizing. And Rob and I have just been sitting here talking and making it look super easy. There's like people working all around us right now, making this thing happen. And they've been working around the clock for months to pull this off. So you'll get to meet them later. But just
if we let them out of their caves.
That's right. As long as they get their work done.
Thank you, Catlin and Mitch
Yes,
and
thank-
Ben
Yeah. Thank
and
you.
Michelle and everybody that's working behind the scenes. And Annette, you guys are doing great work.
Yes,
Thank you so much. Okay, so New Society is also pulling out all the stops. Every single one of these talks has had books donated by them. They've opened their catalog and given everybody on this stream 40% off of the books in their catalog. So if you want a New
That's
Society
crazy.
book,
That's amazing.
it's unreal.
And like they have literally hundreds of titles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of them related to permaculture. So lots of great info on there on natural building and raising goats and rabbits. I mean, you name it, they've got it. So check out their website. The coupon code for 40% off is in the show notes. And I'd highly recommend you sign up for their newsletter. They are always putting out, what's that?
I just had an idea. It's like, everybody's buying up gold and stuff right now and silver. And
Oh,
everybody's-
yeah.
It's like, if you have money, buy all the books from New Society
Yeah.
right now at 40% off.
Yeah, totally.
and then when people are wondering, how do I save my garden seeds, or how do I build with light clay straw?
Tell you what, buy 2 copies of their entire catalog because the value of these books are going to appreciate like gold and
Yeah,
silver
no
because the
kidding.
information is so good. Absolutely. Yeah. Information, we could do a whole talk on gold and silver and crypto in spite of the kind of hyperinflation that we're probably heading into. And we've always said, like, just be good enough that people will pay you in whatever the predominant currency actually ends up becoming.
Yeah.
If it does transition to something. And like, that's really what New Society does, is they bring ideas for a new world to the fore. And
Yeah.
so head over there, grab whatever information is limited in your system right now that they can help you to make up.
And so what Rob is really saying is that if our fiat currencies collapse, we will be taking money in the form of New Society books if you ever need to hire us. So you could message me privately and get my personal wish list if you want to hedge. So
There you go. Okay, so this talk was also brought to you by Manitoba Forage and Grassland Association. Do you want to say something about them?
yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of grassroots organizations, no pun intended, like this, in all these provinces and all around the world. And what I've been really amazed at is I mean, for example, the Manitoba Forage and Grassland Association. I was speaking on their conference this winter. They had Mark Shepard, who's also going to be presenting tomorrow. This is big ag, and so it's a really great sign that farmers and ranchers they're seeing the same problems that we are, and they're looking for alternatives. And so I've had the opportunity to work with this organization quite a few times. They've got a ton of resources. They do all kinds of webinars and conferences that are available to people, even if you don't live in Manitoba. Definitely go check out their website, mfga.net. They've got a newsletter and doing a ton of great work. So thank you so much to the Manitoba Forage and Grassland Association for your help putting this event on.
Yeah, absolutely. Next one, Permies.com. This is like the most read forum on the internet with regards to permaculture. So if you haven't heard of these guys, you want to go check them out. Usually when you do a Google search about anything related to permaculture, their name comes up first because somebody has some sort of a forum or a thread on the subject. So they're especially full of information around rocket mass heaters, and alternative kind of wood stoves and those sorts of things. They've got a lot of appropriate technology there as well.
And I think they're also the leading source of permaculture related memes. So if you're ever looking for, there's all kinds of memes that are just, that I just can't, I don't understand because they're like cultural pop memes. But like I go on there and it's like, these are my people.
Totally. Yeah. So go check them out. All right. And then we've got another prize pack from Onika, and we can only ship to Canada and the US. So that's our first prize, worth $90. And then 2 copies of this book, Renewal. So let's do our...
Oh yeah. So this time I was told, so the way we're doing this is I'm going to ask you guys a riddle. and you're going to answer the riddle in the YouTube chat. And I'm also going to give off, in this case, 3 numbers. So, which is going to be, we'll call it, our team in the background said that my numbers needed to go higher because there's been so many people throwing answers into the chat. So anyways, we're going to go 175. We'll go 185 and 200. So 175, 185, and 200. So if you are the 175th, the 185th, or the 200th person to answer the riddle, and don't wait and think that, I'll wait 30 seconds, because they come in super fast. So you kind of got to time it just right.
I've tried to imagine like Ben or Catlin or Mitch having to go through and count 1, 2, 3.
They told me to do it. I was like, let's keep it low. Let's keep it like below 10. I had with the first one we did this morning, I was using playing cards.
And we got a lot of people who are upset about it.
So,
sorry about that.
Yeah. Anyways, our TAs are sorting that out in the background. Thank you to you guys for that. That's a lot of work.
I think Michelle bought them all cases of beer or something.
Yeah, they're going to need it. All right. So the riddle that I have for you now, I feel like I should be saying this as like Yoda's voice.
Yeah, can you do Yoda? Just don't do Chewy.
Okay, let's see. All right, here's the riddle, folks. Oh, this is a good one. This is a really good one. I am bright orange with a fluffy green cap, and I sound. This is so easy. I am bright orange with a fluffy green cap, and I sound like a parrot. What am I? I am bright orange with a fluffy green cap, and I sound like a parrot. The winners of that prize are going to get the book Renewal. There's 2 copies of that. If you live in North America, Canada, the US, you are going to get you can get a physical copy. If you're somewhere else in the world, we'll give you an e-copy. And the Trump. Okay, for the record, that guy needs to get a book. Sounds like a parrot.
Trump is a good.
Oh, that's
good
so
alternative.
good. Yeah. All you carrot people, you're wrong. It's actually Trump. So. Oh, that's brilliant.
All right.
Okay, so we've got a few minutes until our next presenter starts, which is going to be Starhawk, which I saw her present, I think it was back in 2012 at a little kind of hole in the wall bookstore. And it was a great presentation. So I'm really looking forward to that. But in the meantime, Rob and I feel like I'm glued to this couch, so I need to get up and walk around. Yeah. Mitch is going to roll some little interlude commercials with some awesome music from Charlie McGee from the Formidable Vegetable Sound System band, who is going to be playing a live concert in an hour and a half after Starhawk gets off. So check out those songs, and we'll see you in, when does it start here? At
5:15.
5:15. Okay.
Let's roll that beautiful interlude.
Thanks, Mitch.
Up every morning, every night I go to bed. Like everybody I was born in, like everybody someday I'll be dead. Like the sun rising and the sun going down, it's all working to a pattern that keeps the whole thing going round. Around, 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 it's just the way it happens. Yeah, round, around, around, always in patterns. Yeah. to see the bigger picture before looking at the small. If you can't see the forest for the trees, then you're not really seeing at all. Before you do anything, gotta know how it's done. Work from a pattern to the details. You'll be halfway there before you've even begun. Around, around, around. Oh, they'll tell you what you need to know. From what the weather's doing, if there's rain or brewing, to how to make your garden grow. We can rely on patterns, and you can learn them faster. Train your brain to retain them. Become a pattern master. Yeah. Like a tessellated tamarillo, or a spiral full of herbs, or Fibonacci geometry in broccoli, or all of these rhyming words. It really blows my mind, the way it's all designed. Oh no, I'm not religious, but it's prodigious. All these patterns in this world of mine, they go round, around, around, in a dynamic relationship with the answers at your fingertip. Life's just one big Mobius trip. Whoa, if you can disprove patterns, well, I'll eat my pattern. Make my habitat into a room full of patterns. Down Ballarat, and just don't get scattered. Like that.
Okay, just having a snack there. I'm gonna let Starhawk in. Wow, what a day, guys. It's been absolutely epic. All these fantastic conversations. Hey, Starhawk, how you doing? Oh, I think you're still muted.
Yeah, hi, nice to be here.
Yeah, wonderful. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I think the last time I saw you were in Calgary presenting at I think it was the Swedish church or something. It was a really great presentation. I'm really thrilled to have you on our summit. I don't think you've met Dakota.
Well, I actually saw you present
yeah.
years ago as well in Edmonton. I can't remember where it was. It was some little bookstore somewhere, right when I was kind of getting into all this stuff. So it's also an honor to be chatting with you at least in a smaller setting. So looking forward to your presentation.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've been doing a presentation, and then we follow it up with Q&A or a conversation at the end. So
Good.
I think let's just make sure Mitch is giving you superpowers
so that you can share your
Yep.
screen.
You are superpowered.
Good. I always like having superpowers. Generally, my superpower is untangling string. Really.
Yeah, that would come in handy. Yeah, I wished for that a few times myself.
All right. Well, whenever you want to start.
Okay, I'm ready whenever you are.
Do you have your presentation ready to go? You can just
Yeah.
share your screen. Yep. Go for it.
Yeah, I'll talk to people first and then I'll.
Okay, great.
Oh, sure.
Hello, everybody. Are we live now?
Oh yeah, you totally are. You're right. We've got 1,000 people on YouTube watching.
Wow, wonderful. Well, hello, my name is Starhawk. I am the director of Earth Activist Training, which teaches permaculture design that is grounded in spirit and that focuses also on social permaculture, on organizing and activism. And we're somewhat based in Northern California, but actually we're kind of based all over the place. One of our main people is in Nova Scotia. We've taught for many years up at OUR Eco Village in Vancouver Island in Canada. But I'm based in Northern California. So when I got asked to speak at this, I said yes. It was easy to say yes because I speak a lot. And then when I found out I was supposed to talk about my permaculture property and in the company of people like Ro Morrow and Jeff Lawton and all the big permaculture people in the world, I was like, I don't know. My mind lives up to that expectations, but nonetheless, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to share my screen and show you some pictures. And it just so happens we are teaching right now, we have an online permaculture design course running, and we also have a new program we started called Resilient Land Design. That's a longer term program. It's part of our longer term diploma program in regenerative land management that we are running in coordination with PINA, the Permaculture Institute in North America. And in our Resilient Land Design program, we're just going deeper into all those aspects that you learn in a permaculture design course and beginning with kind of doing a site analysis. So as part of that, I decided it was time to really write up and do a site analysis for my own property. And so this is part of that. My place is called the Golden Rabbit Ranch. Maybe someday we'll all be sitting around a campfire late at night and I'll tell you the story that goes with that. But it is in an area called the Cazadero Hills, which is the traditional lands of the Kashaya Pomo people. And it's otherwise known as Western Sonoma County. Eric Wilder is a Kashaya Pomo artist and elder who has come to our courses, shared his Wheel of the Year, and welcomed us to the land. This is kind of what it looks like. It's very hilly. It's very rugged. It's in the coastal mountains. It's about 80 miles north of San Francisco. So it's not that far from civilization, but it feels very remote when you're here. And it's very steep. It's not exactly what you call farmland. So I have 40 acres. It's part of a 2,500 acre homeowners association called the Gualala Ranch. We are at the headwaters of the Gualala River, although we're actually quite far from the town of Gualala, if you're looking on the map. We're about an hour and a half from Santa Rosa, which is the nearest big town. We're about 45 minutes away from the nearest place where there's a post office and a general store. We're completely off the grid. When I bought my parcel, it was before I'd taken a permaculture course. I was really thinking about having a place to go off and write. I wasn't really thinking about farming or ranching. And in some ways, it's not the most practical piece of land if you're thinking about how to do those things on it. It came with 4 home sites, only 2 of which were somewhat developed. We now have developed 4 of those to some extent, but I say it's rustic. It's like We do have indoor plumbing, but we all have outdoor composting toilets. We've got 3 separate solar electric systems, 1 small wind generator, and 1 micro hydro system that works in the winter when the stream is flowing, and 1 seasonal creek. This is the holistic goal that we came up with. I will say that when I say we, it's myself. There's a family that lives here who has 2 young children who are 7 and 4, and another young man who lives up here. I'm the owner of the land, and our agreement is that they live here and in exchange for really helping with the caretaking and the land management. But they are part of the whole that is making decisions about the land. So the goal is we want to live in harmony with nature, ways that restore the health, biodiversity, and resilience of the land, in joy and beauty, with abundant time for our spiritual and creative pursuits. We want to develop systems to grow food and produce what we need in ways that regenerate the environment around us and move toward being self-sustaining, with thriving plants and animals and healthy forests that need fewer and fewer outside inputs as time goes on. We want Golden Rabbit Ranch to be a model of permaculture and a place of learning and healing. We want to live as simply and sustainably as possible, but with modest comfort, abundant beauty, and all the necessary tools to do our work. We want to share friendship, community, and ritual, but maintain autonomy and plenty of time for solitude. We want to have good relationships with all the neighbors and surrounding community and contribute to that larger community and the regeneration of the Cazadero Hills around us and the world. So if any of you are familiar with holistic management, we did this kind of in that framework of coming up with a goal that talks about basically the quality of life that we want to have. And there's more I would go into if we had more time. Maybe we will at the end, thinking about what we need to produce in order to have that quality of life. This is the topo map that includes my parcel. As you can see, it's rather steep. This is one of the main roads that goes through that larger 2,500 acre ranch. My parcel ends right around here. And basically my parcel is this ridge and this valley, and then this other ridge over here. This is a more detailed map, and you can't really see it at the scale, but this is actually marked with 1-foot contours, which is a tremendous resource to have. And this actually shows the outline of the 40 acres and the main ranch road and some of the main features on it. And this is what I think of as the naked version that shows the land without vegetation. And these maps are done with LiDAR. We're fortunate that our county has them and you can get them. But you can see here, this is my home site, which is down in the valley, and this is the seasonal creek that runs by it. This is the home site we call the green yurt. This is our greenhouse. There's a barn that we built a home site in over here. And then up here we have another yurt and a cabin up here on this knoll. So as you can see from this, there is really hardly any flat land on the place. And there are slopes around that are extremely steep all around us, which is a big consideration in our area, particularly around wildfire. We'll get to that. And this is my zone map. Drawing this out made me realize just how complex the whole thing is. But each little home site has its own zone 1, which is in white. There's mine, there's the green yurt over there, the barn over here. The blue, or the pink here, is kind of our zone 2. This is our greenhouse and what we call our cottage garden, where I probably put the most attention every day. And then these blue areas are more our zone 3. And they're areas that we've planted with different food forests that require some monitoring and some watering. And then these orange areas are kind of our zone 4. And those are mostly areas of forest that at least we have ambitions to manage fairly intensively for fuel load reduction and for fire safety, as well as some of our open meadow areas around here. This is kind of the sector map. So the green here, this is the blue, this is the prevailing winds come from the west, but we also get sometimes these winter winds coming up from the south. These red arrows mark areas of greatest fire danger. Fire moves through a landscape like water, but in reverse. It burns uphill instead of flowing downhill, and slopes accelerated because heat rises. Like a fire will burn and actually heat the air above it, and that causes things to burn more easily, sometimes to burst into flame. And so it's the idea of fire moving up those very steep slopes is one that keeps us all up at night. And this is the county soil map of the different soil types. It's mostly Hugo Boomer complex, which is kind of a forest soil, and then Boomer loam, more on those meadowlands. And this is my cabin, which is in need of a lot of repair at the moment. It used to have a beautiful deck extending out to the redwoods, but the deck has slowly rotted away and we've taken it down. The plan last year was going to be to rebuild it and extend it a little bit. This end is kind of falling down and slowly sinking into the ground, and we were going to sort of rip it off and extend it out. And then COVID hit, which meant that I was going to be around all the time instead of traveling all summer, and also meant that the work I had lined up to pay for all of that wasn't going to happen. So we have postponed that, and we'll see when we actually get to do it. All right, this is a little closer view of that zone 2 area. This is a big greenhouse, or really it's a polytunnel, sort of womb shaped is how it turned out, and built over a pond. And then this little circle here we call the cottage garden. It's kind of mandala garden. You can actually almost see on this that it's built around little keyhole beds. That's inside the greenhouse. Some of the kids. And you can see in here is the pond, and the pond helps kind of regulate the heat. That's the entrance to the cottage garden, and some of the keyhole beds and the polycultures. And then behind it, we have a beautiful chicken house we built recently. And one of our chickens escaped, hid herself, and actually hatched out a whole brood of little chicks. This area is over by the white yurt and the barn. and the white yurt, and what we call the writer's cabin up on top. I don't know why we call it the writer's cabin, because I never actually write there, but I think it was, as opposed to calling it the rattlesnake cabin, which probably was a little intimidating for people who we were inviting to stay there. And we have a garden area that was one of the gardens when I first bought the place, that has some beautiful apple trees that were planted probably back in the 70s, a few other fruit trees. It has another garden area that extends out here by the white yurt that's fenced and terraced. But that at the moment we are using this more as community space, not so much as an individual living space. So it's not really tended very much unless somebody's actually living there full time. We have an area back here that extends down a very, very steep hill that we planted with some hardwoods, some walnuts and chestnuts. And we built a cob oven and a rocket stove out of cob to go with it that is designed to fit our still, because we have a lot of herbs and we like to distill them into hydrosols and some essential oils. And then we have a storage shed we built behind it with some of our courses. And that's the entrance to the garden area with the fruit trees. We have a lovely cob bed under the plum tree. And it's pretty idyllic in the spring. And then this is the area by the barn. So the barn was built when we had sheep, and I'll talk more about that. At the moment, we don't. We have 2 5,000-gallon water tanks that fill from rainwater on the barn that came through a grant. It's got a little trailer next to it that has its kitchen. And then over here is one of our, what we call our South olives. We've got about 80 to 100 olive trees. Not all of them are producing because some of them died after I first planted them and we had to replant them. But not last year, but the year before, we finally had enough olives to do a single press on our own. And we're hoping to do that again this year. And then this little area here is a steep little hillside we call the Triangle Garden that we designed into a food forest. You can actually see the swales that we dug. And I'll show you some closer pictures of that. And over here, I find it kind of amazing that on Google Earth, you can actually see our labyrinth that we mow into the field over there, and our hedge of rosemary. The barn, we've taken the top and are turning it into a living space. We've insulated with light straw clay along the walls. And the South olives are planted kind of as a Mediterranean food forest, underplanted with herbs like rosemary, Sonoma sage, which is the local native sage plant, and other kinds of Mediterranean herbs. And at times when we had sheep, this was an area where we might keep a ram that we needed to isolate. And then later in the spring, the rosemary is done and the lavender comes in and begins to bloom. This is the Triangle Garden, the map of it, and the plan for it is designed to be a fall color food forest. I thought it would be nice to have a little bit of New England in Cazadero. So it's designed around persimmons and pear trees. So that was the plan for several persimmons, 2 pears, and ginkgos. I have to say the ginkgos have not worked out. I think it's just too hot for them. They need more shade. But 3 of the persimmons are doing really well. The 4th one, the one I originally planted died. I've replanted it twice, and I'm just looking at the one I planted this winter, and it doesn't seem to have leafed out. So that may have to change. The pears are doing beautifully. A lot of the understory, the blueberries and one of the huckleberries are hanging in there, and a little of the gooseberry. The currants really don't do well on that hillside. It's just too hot for them. So I've replaced a lot of them with aronias, which do better, and with an Ellie Agnes, a golden silverberry, which really does quite well. Which brings me around to my personal basic theory about permaculture planting, which is this, that there are 2 types of plants. There's the ones you can't grow, and there's the ones you can't kill. So if you figure out which they are and plant the ones you can't kill, everyone's going to think you're a genius gardener. So there's the triangle garden when it was first planted, and the little baby persimmon was very young. It did work beautifully for fall color. It's in exactly the right place where you see it driving down the road. And that's what it's looking like right now. The rosemary does fantastic up here. It's definitely one of those class 2 plants that you can't kill. So the other part of our design, our overarching design is really a mixture of holistic management, grazing, and food forests, and regenerative tending of the natural forest. So Charles Williams, who's my co-teacher in earth activist training, lived here for about 6 years and was our land manager. And when he was here, we developed a grazing system. There you can see that pasture below. That's the olives up there. Again, you can see how steep everything is. If you wanted to be a vegan and grow soybeans here, you would not have much luck, and you would destroy the place. But we grazed it, and we had a mixed herd of sheep and goats, and eventually got up to close to 100 altogether, and did the mob grazing, where you graze an area down hard using electric fence and then move them really often. And we were getting very good results with the land. We also were doing sort of traditional shepherding, where we would walk them around on the land, sometimes for 2 to 4 hours a day, depending. And that was a wonderful process. It's great for the sheep and the goats because it gives them a chance to choose their own food, and they'll actually medicate themselves and keep themselves healthy. Helped us get at other areas of the land. We were grazing not just our parcel, but a lot of the neighbors, because again, up here, people are very concerned about fire, and grazing is one of the great strategies for reducing fire danger. Yeah, I could show you a lot of cute pictures of sheep. And we had interns, and also we have, in non-COVID times, we have classes come up here. And it's a wonderful opportunity for people to interact with the land and with the animals, and get that hands-on experience that's so valuable. But unfortunately, Charles had family issues and ended up having to move away. And I have not found anyone yet to really replace him and come back and bring the grazing back. So to me, that's a big piece of the design of what the land needs that's missing. And any of you who are watching this who are dreaming of like going off and living on some semi-remote piece of land, a great community, and have some experience and wanted to start a grazing program, please contact me. I'd love to talk with you. So I want to talk about the constraining factors. One that we have is summer water. Our water comes from a deeded access to a spring on a neighboring parcel. Up here, it's all perch springs. There's no aquifer. And that spring produces well in the winter. Cazadero is a rain pocket. It's the rainiest spot in California, next to some place right on the Oregon border. In a normal year, we would get 85 inches of rain in the winter. But it also has one of the longest dry seasons. It's a Mediterranean climate. So in normal years, we really get no rain between May and September, and no significant rain really between usually April and October. The last few years we've been in drought, and even in a normal year, by the end of the summer, that spring goes down to being about a pint a minute, which is not very much water to water everything that we have going on this land. So we have a lot of water storage. Besides the tanks by the barn, we have another hill where we've got other water tanks, and we have altogether about 36,000 gallons of water that we can store in tanks, and we could use a lot more. But the other big constraining factor is fire. This is a picture of the day the sun really never rose. And it doesn't actually do justice to how red the sky was back in September when the fires were raging all over California, and the smoke just made it really look like the world was ending. When the lightning complex was happening in August, there were a bunch of lightning strikes all over California, started fires everywhere. I evacuated. We had fires burning close to us on 3 different sides, and that's what it looked like as I was driving out. And this is the burn scar from one of the areas close to us. It did burn. But luckily, our area, our little ranch and our little patch of the hills did not burn. Thank you to our firefighters. But this is what a lot of the woods looks like, and it's a huge fire danger because it's got all that, we call it dog hair forest, all that fuel load that's built up. This land was managed by indigenous people for tens of thousands of years using fire and doing prescribed burns, burning close to the ground, keeping the land open. And reducing the danger when those wildfires happened. But fire has been suppressed for the last 150 years. So what we've been doing is gathering as a community and doing thinning and clearing around some strategic areas, like our access roads in and out, places where the fire department might need to stage, chipping as much as we can, but also pile burning what we can't chip. And it has actually been a wonderful process. We started doing it this winter. We had to suspend it when we had COVID lockdowns back in January, but since then, we've really been doing it every weekend, couple times, Saturdays and Sundays both. Some people have been turning out because there's a very limited time you can do that kind of work in the woods. You kind of have to do it when it's cool and when it's wet. You can't, even last week when we were trying to burn, we had to put it out. It was too dangerous because it's really unusually dry already now in April. So we've been wanting to do as much as possible and just to take it into our own hands. Not to wait for a grant or wait for the government or expect someone else is going to do it for us. Although we are applying for grants and hoping that we'll get more support, but doing a lot to organize our larger community. And we're working toward bringing back more prescribed burns, probably starting in the fall, and working, there's a number of organizations here in Northern California and up and down the West Coast. There's something called the Good Fire Alliance that has been working to bring back prescribed burns. So it's great. The whole community comes out. We have our Kareem here, who is our tractor driver. And I'm not like, the burly guy with the chainsaw who's like super fit, who can go out there and cut trees and stuff. But what you need to know about doing this work is you don't have to be. I can go out with my hand tools, with my little electric chainsaw, and I can do probably 90% of what needs to be done. And so a lot of us who've been doing this, again, a lot of the community up here is older. We're not all young and super fit. But it's been really great just getting together, working together. And then the young guys with the chainsaws can go in there and do the big trees and the things that we can't do. And, last week I brought out my biochar kiln and packed it and did a little biochar burn as well. And we're hoping by next year that we can get a setup that will allow us to effectively take at least some of that stuff that we cut and turn it into biochar. So the idea is to take our forests that look like this and turn them into something that looks more like that, where it's open, where they're separated, where they're thinned and limbed up. And if a fire comes through there, it doesn't have those ladder fuels to take it up into the crown. And it's just a really wonderful community activity that, again, has, in terms of our holistic goal about feeling like we're contributing to the community and being part of a community that is supportive, it has been a wonderful experience. So that is a little bit about my place. And I'm gonna stop sharing.
Thanks, Starhawk. That was amazing.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. So we finished up a bit early, and we've already got a lot of fantastic questions that are coming in from folks. But just to give some other people a chance to catch up with, because we're live streaming right now, there's a bit of a delay. We'll so if folks have questions, throw them in the chat with hashtag questions, and then put your answer in all caps so it stands out really good. And then while those are coming in, we just wanted to say a quick word about some of our sponsors that have helped make this course and get folks like Starhawk involved before we take those questions. So do you want to share the screen?
Yeah, so we're just going to go to a really quick break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back really quickly, and then we'll get into a longer Q&A session. I've got lots of questions I want to ask you.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Okay, folks, so this weekend we're launching our book after 3 years of development and many more years of consulting and teaching. And so we've just finished hearing from Starhawk, and after our Q&A session tonight, we're going to be going to our concert with Formidable Vegetable Sound System. And so the staff that are packing up the books right now have just told me that we are starting to get low. So we just actually sent an email off to our publisher, and they're going to confirm whether or not we can get some more copies for tomorrow. But we're pretty stoked to have had such a fantastic and overwhelming support from our community. We've had close to, I think at the beginning we started over 2,000, and we've had pretty much 1,000 people on the call all day long. So, oh my gosh, what an amazing achievement, just far beyond anything we could have ever imagined 3 years ago before we started this. So if you do decide to hop on and get the package, it comes with a copy of our book, and you can choose which format you're interested in, or you can get all the formats if you choose. An unlimited access to the recordings from the summit, our toolkit that we use in our consulting practice and also for our clients. We use Google Earth Pro for design because it's easy. It's got basically 4 functions, but we've built a little course to teach you how to use it for permaculture design. And it's really comprehensive. And so if you want to start drawing some of the drawings that Starhawk just showed you, I don't know if they were done on Google Earth Pro, but you can build equivalent drawings within that package. It allows you to bring in drone footage, contour maps, in an easy to use graphical information system software that's free. And then we also put a little mini course together before Christmas, and it basically goes through the 5 steps of our process in our book. And it is for sale this weekend at $149. It will go up in price after this weekend. And so our evening is coming to a close in an hour, but not before we have an incredible party with Charlie McGee. And you're in for a bit of a surprise if you've never heard his music before. And I really hope that you guys share this all over social media. It's going to be so much fun. We're going to probably have a dance party here within our little bubble as we dance to his music. It's going to be a ton of fun. It's our kind of gift to the community and celebration for achieving this and really trying to get permaculture out as far as we possibly can. So make sure you come to that. We want to just shout out to New Society Publishers, and we'll do a longer spiel about them here shortly, but this would not have happened without them. So more about them here soon if you're just showing up. From the field, a really close friend of Dakota's and mine, really just a brother from another mother. Curtis has done a lot in the urban farming space and continues to do a lot in the farming space. And so thanks for all your support, Kurt. If you have not seen his website, go check it out. Tad Hargrave, another brother from another mother.
Got a big family.
Yeah, it just keeps getting bigger. That's the thing with permaculture. The more people you meet, the bigger your family gets. And so Tad Hargrave has been helping permaculture people kind of get their message out and make sure that they don't starve to death, and that their message gets out there and they can actually make a right livelihood. And so if you're looking to help promote your business and get it out in a way that's not icky, then you definitely want to check out Marketing for Hippies. Regenerative skills.
Yeah, we'll be doing a deeper dive into all these presenters after we get through the Q&A with Starhawk, but they were another just integral part of helping us pull off this event and sharing the word about the summit.
Yep, thanks.
So the book giveaways that we'll be doing shortly after the Q&A with Starhawk is actually 2 copies of one of Starhawk's books, the Empowerment Manual, and so we'll be doing a draw for that. And then it'll be right into our concert with Charlie McGee. So with that, now we've got a ton more questions came in, Starhawk. So we will we'll get through to some of those. One of the first ones that I wanted to ask you, actually, Starhawk, was you mentioned that you're actively working with the Indigenous communities in your area as you're teaching your courses and stuff. And I'm not familiar with that part of California. And so I'm just curious, could you just kind of paint a picture of what the Indigenous land practices would have been like, what their main food crops were, whether it was grazing animals, or I don't know if is that in the red oak area? I know you mentioned prescribed burning, but yeah, I'm always fascinated by those kinds of systems, because I mean they were doing it before we forgot it all. And So yeah,
So we are very close to the coast. If you were to look on a map, and you go north from San Francisco, you'll find there's a big river called the Russian River, which runs into the sea. And then north of that, there's a place called Fort Ross. And Fort Ross was the southernmost fort that the Russians established on the West Coast in the early 1800s. That's why it's called the Russian River. And and they had a huge impact on the indigenous people. They basically enslaved people and had them working at the fort. The Kashaya Pomo are part of a larger group of Pomo nations, but they were the ones that were in this area, and their major food crop was the acorn. And so yeah, there's Fort Ross. And if you went right up the road, we're in these hills around here.
so can you zoom out a bit, Rob, so folks can see kind of the, yeah. So
Yeah.
it was, yeah. The acorn was a big part of it. What kind of animals and other food systems were they practicing there?
So there were acorn and there were deer, and there's also the associated, coyote and mountain lion that are still here. There are salmon and steelhead in the river, but they were not kind of like the tribes further up in the Pacific Northwest that were big salmon culture. It was really centered around the acorn. And the Pomo also were especially known for their basket weaving skills. They had they could do baskets that were so tiny and so intricate, they were made with hummingbird feathers. And the Pomo are still here. For many years, the Kashaya only had a 40-acre reserve somewhat north of us. But in recent years, they were able to purchase an additional 500 acres on the coast. So now they will have access to some of their traditional areas for fishing and gathering. They used abalone and seaweed, and lots of seafood and stuff that came from the coast would have been part of their ancient traditions. And they also had some very powerful healers. There was a woman named Essie Parrish back in the 50s who was famous for being able to do almost miraculous kinds of healing and cures. But and she was Eric Wilder's grandmother. But unfortunately, when she died, she didn't pass on her knowledge or her spiritual authority to anyone, for various reasons. And so the tribe has been through a number of years of being very split and very divided. They closed down the dance house, and the rituals and ceremonies kind of died with her. And then another faction opened up a new dance house, but there was not agreement in the tribe about that. And so they've been through a rough period, but it's really very hopeful what they've been able to do. The whole tribe, decided together to take their earnings from some of the casino money that some of the other Pomo tribes have that they share in, and put it toward buying this land. So
Nice.
wonderful.
One story that I heard, and I can't remember where I heard it from, might have been in one of Dave Jackie's books about forest gardening. And I think he was talking about, I'm not sure if it was the the Pomo group from this area, but it was some indigenous culture along the kind of coast there, and where the acorns was a major part of their food system. But there was and I'm sure you deal with this all the time. There's this kind of myth that is propagated by obviously by Western cultures, in that there was this kind of vacuum that the Western civilization just moved into, and just it was progress from there on and happy ever after. And the indigenous people were just kind of living lightly on the land and hunting and gathering, and they weren't really doing anything. But one of the stories that I heard was that kind of showed evidence of deliberate agricultural practices or land management. There were these acorn trees high up and like miles inland from the coast that had been fertilized for years with the shells and bones of ocean animals.
Mm-hmm.
And like the only way that they could have got there, and they had ruled out kind of there being an old lake or ocean there years ago. Like these had been carried upslope at great expense, and actually deposited there as a form of calcium and mineralization to help these acorns grow better. And I just thought that was such a beautiful example of one, proof that agricultural practices were going on here. Have you heard of any other kind of stories or anecdotes of some of what those specific agricultural practices were from the groups in this area?
Well, I think when Europeans came here, what they weren't sophisticated enough to look at what was going on and realize that the whole landscape was tended.
Yes.
And very carefully and elegantly. It just wasn't done in the way that they thought of agriculture.
Yeah.
But for example, people ate a lot of the local bulbs. There's a bulb called brodias, and they would harvest them with a digging stick and then do it in such a way that it actually promoted the growth of the wildflowers. They would take some of the bulbs and leave others, and that created more space for the others to grow. They would tend the sedge that grew on the riverbanks, and that they used for making baskets. And again, just in the way that they harvested them, they were also creating the conditions that let them grow better. They burned regularly to create shoots that were young and straight and flexible for basketry, and that also created health for the plants. The whole landscape here is fire adapted because of the amazing, way it was tended for tens of thousands of years. Everything either is adapted to fire, requires fire, or can withstand fire.
Yeah.
And
Everything gardens.
yeah, and it's amazing to see, like in that burned area, just a little beyond that extreme burn that I showed you, to see these huge oaks and bay trees that were burned. But sometimes one would burn and the one right next to it wouldn't. And the ones that are burned, a lot of them are coming back. They'll regrow and resprout.
Yeah.
They say you have to, wait 3 to 5 years before you give up on an oak.
Yeah.
Incredible qualities of resilience.
Yeah, they got deep roots. You did mention that you are kind of working with a group to reestablish prescribed burning.
Mm-hmm.
What's that been like? I mean, particularly in the last few years with all the extreme fires in California, has it been met with resistance where it's like, people are you people crazy? You're trying to light more fires, or are people kind of getting the message now after some of these disastrous super fires have been coming through?
Well, 10 years ago, people would have been like in panic about the idea of doing that. But actually, even the ranchers, would have been doing burns. That was part of the way land was managed up until, quite recently. But now there's a lot of openness to it because everyone recognizes we have to do something.
Yeah.
And, it's not, you can't just go in, and light a fire in the woods like that dog hair forest I was showing you. You actually have to do exactly the work we have been doing before you can do a prescribed burn. You have to do all the thinning and clearing and removing of the excess fuel loads and stuff. But it's very hopeful. There's groups all over Northern California and the Pacific Northwest that have been working with this and looking at this and doing burns and training people how to do burns and encouraging people. And I'm really hopeful that over the next few years, we can get our landscape back into something that will be healthier and safer.
Yeah, no, that's such an interesting just project that you're working on there with that. Now, you did also mention that grazing animals like the sheep and goats that you're using can also be used to dampen down the fire. Do you think grazing animals could ever like properly managed, holistically managed grazing animals, could they replace fire, or is it like along with fire, it would actually be a better system? I know this is something that Alan Savory talks a lot about, is that that kind of the animals properly managed can do away with burning, but I'm curious about what your thoughts are on that.
I think in our area, because burning is such a part of the landscape, that it's probably better to think about using them both together, but they can work very well together because if you, the animals can graze an area down and then you can burn it. We have areas that don't have very good pasture on it, but could also be burned and then seeded with better pasture grasses and then grazed to keep them down and keep them low. The advantage of animals is that they take away the fuel, right? They eat it, comes back as fertility, right? And I think there's a lot that could be done and a lot of experiments that could be done. A few years back, again, when we had the sheep, one summer we just pastured them out. We blocked off an area of old road where there were fences on either side and used that as their night pasture for the summer. And it ended up covered in sheep dung. That spring, we had grain growing there. We had grasses that were like 6 feet tall. And this is like on a roadbed that was so compacted that I could not get like a digging bar through it. I kept thinking, there's a way like we could design a system where we pasture the animals. Imagine if we pasture them on ground that wasn't a hard roadbed, kept them there, had a place we wanted to grow something, kept them there overnight for a month or two, and then came in and planted. And we might actually be able to grow some grain and some other things here.
Imagine with the kind of dry spell that you've got, that animals would help deal with the slow decomposition through that dry spell. Do you find that your mineral cycle kind of gets stalled out with such a long dry period?
Yeah, I mean, that's what Savory says, that, if you don't have animals, you don't have some kind of disturbance to take those grasses down and to sort of trample them down and get them in touch with the earth. They just don't decay. They just sort of stand there and turn brown, and then they turn gray, and and then they prevent the new grass from growing through as effectively. So that's why I feel like we need that animal impact. We need that periodic disturbance here for the health of the land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to change the subject a little bit. I mean, your life's work has really been, obviously on this property and other properties and other projects, but really growing permaculture people.
Mhm.
And so I'd like to hear a little bit about kind of your origin story and what got you into that. And then I'd like to kind of capture what you've seen over your long career in the space and where you see it going. And eventually I'm going to lead into some of these longer programs that you're offering right now. I'm quite interested in learning more about those.
Well, I came into permaculture out of having spent many decades researching and writing about earth-based spirituality and the old goddess traditions of Europe and the Middle East, and kind of coming to that through a feminist lens and saying, has there ever been anything other than patriarchy, and what would that look like? And so when I got involved in permaculture, I already kind of had a career as a writer and teacher and ritual maker. But I heard about permaculture first from a friend of mine who had taken a course back sometime in the 80s, and I just found it fascinating. I'd always loved gardening and connecting to the land, and I wanted to take a class, and just never quite seemed to work out to be the right time. And then I met Penny Livingston Stark at a conference, and she said, well, let's teach a class together. And I said, well, I don't know anything. She said, well, I'll teach the permaculture, you do the spiritual part, right? And we did, and I got my PDC from her. I think that was in 1997, and then came back and started to practice it. And the first year was a little tough. For people listening, there are moments like, I don't know, there was one day when we had just built a yurt. We had these young permaculture guys who really wanted to be out on the land. And I said, okay, well, I'll buy this used yurt that you guys have found. You guys can put it up and you can live here for 5 years, right? And we'll do a trade. And they put it up, but they didn't finish tying it down. And we had 50-mile-an-hour winds, and the whole thing blew down that night. And, right. And the microhydro was clogged, and there were like 10 different things going wrong all at once. And it's like, I think I want to declare this a permaculture disaster zone. But yeah, I practiced for a few years. And then in 1999, there was a big blockade in Seattle against the World Trade Organization, and a huge mobilization, and lots of people went to that. I went to that because I'd been an activist for many, many years on a whole lot of things. And Penny went to that too. And afterwards, we were talking about this upsurge of these amazing young activists who just really wanted to change the world, but didn't necessarily know what they wanted to change it into. And we also knew all these permaculture people who had these incredible skills and visions, and these natural builders, and who knew like these answers and solutions, but often seemed a little naive about the power structures that were in the way of bringing them together. So we formed Earth Activist Training to try to bring together the permaculture and the activists, and kind of share those skills, teach activism to permaculturalists and teach permaculture to activists. We also started offering diversity scholarships, about 7 or 8 years ago, because we kind of looked around at the movement in North America and thought, this is a great, incredible movement. And around the world, this is very diverse. This is a movement that is You look in Africa and there are people that are transforming whole regions with permaculture, or in India, people who are working with hundreds of thousands of indigenous farmers. But in North America, it tended to be mostly like white, back to the lander, old hippies. And I love old hippies, right? I am an old hippie, right? But it wasn't as diverse as we felt it needed to be. And so we started to say, how do we actually really strategically get these skills in the hands of people in communities who are on the real front lines of all of these environmental justice struggles?
Mm.
Yeah. And then so just to kind of finish that arc, like how has that process been going? Like, do you see, you're saying an upswing, or is it kind of, plateauing, or is it dropping off in terms of the attraction to the movement and the work that you're doing specifically within the the earth activist training?
I think it's been incredible. Like, we have been really working at mentoring young people of color, and now have our coordinator for our regenerative land management program, Sunshine Claymore, an awesome young teacher from Standing Rock Reserve who's doing permaculture projects there, and planting permaculture gardens and starting a whole school there. We had one of our students who went down to the border and last year, and right before COVID, and started a whole program with people who were denied entry by Trump and his administration, and we're stuck in these kind of churches and camps by the border to grow food and provide some healthy vegetables for them. We've got people who are working with kids in the inner city, who are just doing amazing programs. So it's been very exciting to see this blossom and really transform and become a more diverse movement, which I think is a much more powerful and more effective movement. I also see that it's becoming now more of part of the conversation in climate change. People are starting to get, like, we need to look at these larger biological solutions, that it isn't just about carbon numbers, although that's really important, but it's also about if we think about climate change as being massive ecosystem degradation around the planet, how do we do massive ecosystem regeneration? And that's going to include our human ecosystems as well. And the nice thing is, in permaculture, we know how to do that.
Yeah. I couldn't agree with you more. I'm really worried about the carbon narrative. Carbon's super important. I agree. And it has so many cascading benefits to an ecosystem when it gets back into the soil. But if we just focus on carbon, we end up with half-baked strategies like Bill Gates trying to suck CO2 out of the air with massively energetic systems, turn them into gasoline and God knows what else. It's just, I think it was Lear Keith's book, The Vegetarian Myth. She had a piece in there which was super hopeful, and she said, if all the land from North Dakota south of the Mississippi and then east to all the land from North Dakota south to the Gulf of Mexico, east of the Mississippi, was returned back to perennial grasslands and forest ecosystems, basically whatever the land wants to be, and we removed corn, wheat, and soy, we would end up being carbon neutral pretty much overnight. The US would, without changing any of its behaviors. And that was just so hopeful, but it would require a sea change of how industrial farming happens. And up here in Alberta, the conversation around GHGs and carbon emissions doesn't even really come into the conversation when it comes to like ammonia, which is our primary nitrogen fertilizer up here. just kind of gets magically forgotten about when we talk about greenhouse gases, because, you know, you wouldn't want to disrupt the grain lobby or anything like that. And so it's kind of interesting to see where the narrative around vegetarianism and veganism is going, as kind of the new sustainable future. But in reality, if we actually are concerned about GHGs and kind of bringing stability back to the climate, we actually have got to go back to perennial grasslands and forest ecologies and do a lot of the practices that you're actively using and promoting on your property.
Yeah, I mean, what people have to understand, and I think people often don't, is that it's not like there's a blanket answer that applies to everything. You know, I think people want something they can do, and someone says, well, what you can do is stop eating meat. And that seems simple. But what actually you need to do is think about, what meat are you eating?
Right.
You know, are you eating meat? Like, I think Leora Keith says that. She's in Vermont. Like, does it make sense for me to be eating like tofu that's, you know, from soybeans grown in the Midwest and shipped here, when I could actually be eating something that was grazed and raised, you know, one farm over from where I am?
Right.
Not all land is suitable for growing soybeans.
Totally.
Yeah.
I want to hear about to kind of close off the arc we were just talking about there. Tell us a little bit more about your mentorship program and what you're doing with Pina for Pina and what that looks like and what a student will go through as they come, because it's a pretty extensive and long program that you've put forward, I think.
Yeah, you know, we've been thinking for a long time about what happens after the PDC. Because generally people do a PDC and then kind of you're on your own. A lot of young people I've seen have gone and really consciously tried to find internships and places where they can learn, and that's great. But we started to think about what would be the next step. And we originally put this program together back in 2019, and based around in-person learning and intensives. And then, of course, COVID hit and we had to reconfigure everything.
Right.
But now what we've done is we've come up with a 6-month online program we call Resilient Land Design, where we go more deeply into a number of the different phases that represent regenerative land management. So, you know, thinking about how you understand basic ecology and systems theory, and deeper into the soil science, the water, the perennial systems, the grazing systems, and the forest management systems. So that you've really got time to delve into it, to actually read some books, to have discussions. And that class meets like once a week, 3 times in a month, you know, for 3 weeks in the month. And then the 4th week, you have time to meet with your affinity group or to just digest and work on the information. And through that time, you're doing a plan for a piece of property that you have, so that each month you're going more deeply into one aspect of it. And by the end, you'll come out with a full-fledged permaculture design or farm plan that really has some depth to it. That's also the entry into our 2-year program in regenerative land management that we do together with PINA, the Permaculture Institute of North America, that involves a combination of different classes that we'll teach online for the present, maybe eventually in person. As part of it, you will do an in-person intensive in the 2nd year, a restoration intensive where we do work together on an actual piece of property and also organize a community day, because part of the program is also not just how do we learn to take on a piece of property, but how do we also learn to become influencers in the area and organizers?
Yeah.
And at the end of it, you do, I think, 3 full designs throughout the program, put together a portfolio. At the end of it, you would qualify for a diploma, permaculture diploma through PINA.
Mm.
And then the vision is that we're also trying to work with some land trusts and also put the word out for people. There's a lot of people out there who need help on the land and who have land but don't have the capacity to work it. And there's a lot of younger people who want to get access to land and don't have the money to do it. So putting that together into land trusts or into just networks where we can hook people up and hopefully get people access to the land so they can put those skills to use.
Right.
And part of the program is also doing a series of internships along the way and gaining those practical hands-on skills.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's been a lot of questions about the programs, the different various programs we're running, Starhawk, and our TAs put the link to your website, starhawk.org, up. Is that the place that people would go to find out more information about those courses?
No, they should go to earthactivisttraining.org.
Okay, we'll get them to put that up there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mitch will throw that in the chat.
Yeah.
There's lots of folks who are curious about that. And kind of along that, you touched on a lot of other veins that have been coming up in the questions here. There's been a lot of questions around kind of what your lessons have been on and recommendations on building community. There's also another question about building community or kind of what I'm just trying to find the question here. There was an elderly a person says, I'm 60 and still developing, I'm 61 and still developing 5 acres of our 10-acre property. How do you deal with aging and having a permaculture homestead? And I'm wondering if you can, I think there's kind of a bridge there that I'll let you build.
Aside from wishing I was 30 years younger, right? You know, I mean, I'm going to be 70 next month, and I'm really, this last year, I've been feeling it. It's why I haven't brought back the sheep and goats, because I just don't have the physical capacity to do it, or really the time, because I also have like at least 2 other sort of full-time jobs. But I think, you know, for aging, you have to get some help, and to really think about that in your design for your property, whether that means building additional housing or, you know, figuring out a different ownership structure, but thinking about how you are going to make that work, because it is a very physical thing. And at a certain point, your body just starts to wear out certain parts. What was the other question?
Just like kind of like how like building community around on these properties, and just more it's like touching on the community building, the spirituality and the kind of the philosophy piece of your work. There's been lots of questions about that.
I'd say for community building, you know, I feel very lucky here because there is and always has been a strong community, and it's been interesting to see it evolve over the years. Like when I first moved out here in the 90s, you know, people had moved up here in the late 70s and the 80s. They'd actually moved up here in the 70s, and there was a major fire that came through in 78 and burned pretty much everything. And that was the year a lot of people had moved up here. But for the first few years, it was kind of, there was this, you know, new influx of back to the land hippies. And then there were these old ranching families that were the rednecks. and there was a certain level of tension, sometimes. But in some ways, that's the gift of fire. When you think about fires being the center of the hearth and the campfire and the community builder, and fire in some ways is the most powerful community builder, because up here, everybody is concerned about fire and it unites everyone. So people were always united around supporting the volunteer fire department. There were hippies in the volunteer fire department. There were other volunteer fire departments that were more the old redneck families. But over the years, it's kind of ironed out. Like, as part of these group work days, I was able to hang out with one of the women who is from one of those old ranching families, and they are now growing organically. And there's the guys up here, the old sort of redneck family that has the bulldozers. They were the ones that cut the fire lines that saved the town of Cazadero and probably saved our land during the fires last summer, and everyone's just really grateful to them. And doing the work, nobody's asking what your politics are or your religion. It's just, I think it's important for people, if you go into a new community, especially a community where you may be in some ways culturally a little at odds with what's already there, is to follow that permaculture principle of beginning with observation. Like, don't go in and immediately start telling everybody how wrong they are and what they're doing wrong and how much better you know what they should be doing. But just shut up and watch and look and listen.
Humility.
Yeah.
If you want people to think you're really smart, ask them for advice.
Right.
Because if you start telling them what to do, they're going to think you're an idiot. Right? If you ask them for advice, they're going to think you're smart enough to ask for advice from the smartest person around. And it doesn't mean you have to always take it. Everyone who lives out in the country knows that there's so much to do, you never do it all. So you may never get around to doing what they're telling you to do.
Right.
But oftentimes they do have good advice. They know the place. They've lived here. They may know things about it that you don't know. Yeah.
There's a question from Neil Spackman, who's actually a presenter who'll be coming on, I think on Sunday.
Yeah.
In the chat, and he's asking. I'm sure your joke about being 30 years younger spawned this. But he says, looking back, if you were 30 years younger, what would you do differently?
If I were 30 years younger, well, I guess I was 30 years younger when I moved up here, right? So maybe I need to be like 40 years younger.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But I think what I would do differently was I would take a permaculture design course and design first rather than just doing things.
Yeah.
And I would think about, on this piece of property, maybe figuring out, like, we took my cabin and fixed it up because it was, although when we moved here, everything was in terrible condition in terms of the structures, it was in better condition than the others. But it's way down, in the canyon, next to the creek, extreme fire danger area, not easy to quickly evacuate from. You can't really do your zone 1 garden right outside your house here because it's too shady. It's under the redwoods. So I think I would probably have developed an area and tried to consolidate these home sites rather than having 4 that each need their own electrical system and water system and everything else. Especially when I was putting together that zone map, I'm looking at going like, yes, this really is crazy and insane. Yeah. And I think I would really try to, I have had a lot of people up here and come through here over the years who didn't work out, or people who I had questions about but thought, well, I'll give them a trial. And I think I would have been more conscious about looking for the qualities in the people that I really wanted and needed. I
Interesting.
feel like I've got some great people up here who are wonderful and have some incredible skills. But we still that lacking that livestock skilled person, and we're kind of more consciously keeping a little space open for that rather than just filling it up with somebody who might need a place to be.
So I'm going to change the subject on us again here. We've got 10 minutes left, and I think it's going to take you 10 minutes to describe this. So I'm giving you lots of time. One of the things that I admire about Elon Musk, and there aren't many, but but there are a few, and is that he has this amazing ability to create massive visions and then following through on them. And some of them will actually be good for planet Earth, and some of them I think are going to be catastrophic. I see you as a visionary, and you are, and I mean this in the most respectful way, an elder within the permaculture space. I would love to hear your vision for the next 50 years, or if you could broadcast yourself at 2047. And if you woke up one day and realized that there is no limiting resource money wise, and you could help to empower the right people and trends, like what would that vision look like? What would happen over the next 20 years? And what would the key things need to be that we would undertake as a decentralized, an army is such a vicious or violent word, but a decentralized group of activists or permaculturists around the planet. As Mollison said, the sun never sets on permaculture. We have a bigger staff than the UN that are working tirelessly for the same ends. What would that look like? Can you paint that picture?
Yeah, if I suddenly were gifted with infinite funds and resources, I would look at strategically getting land, because something like half the farmland in North America is due to change hands in the next 10 or 20 years. Farmers are aging out. And in fact, it was thinking about that led us to start the regenerative land management program. It's thinking like, what do we need? Well, what we need to do around climate change is we need to regenerate land on a mass scale. To do that, we need land. So I would think about where can we strategically get land that will make an impact climate-wise, where we can actually bring it back to life and health, where land that we get might be a model for what's going on around it, or might work with networks that are starting to form already to change the way that we treat land. And then we need the people to do it. So really increasing the kinds of programs that we're doing, funding them, finding scholarships for them, figuring out ways to work with, different populations, making sure that when we're doing this, we're making it accessible and we're getting it into the hands of people who've been prevented from owning land, working with groups like Leah Penniman's group in upstate New York that's talking about getting land, getting people to voluntarily make reparations by supporting Black farms and Black farmers and getting land into people's hands. Pandora Thomas, who teaches with us, who started the Black Permaculture Network, she's just starting a new farm in Sonoma County called Earthseed that's going to be a Black permaculture center. So supporting a lot of efforts like that. and then linking them together. Wouldn't it be great to have them linked together so you could do like a cross-country bicycle trip, going from permaculture farm to permaculture farm, each one like a bike ride away from the last one, and learning as you go, and then creating networks of support with some of the things that are going on in other places. A few years back, there was the permaculture convergence in India that I found just tremendously inspiring, because I met people like Narsana and Padma Kapila that are working with hundreds of thousands of indigenous farmers. Clea Chanmal, who's down near Goa, again, who's working on a scale that we just are barely imagining here.
Right.
And then thinking about how that land can transform and revitalize some of those rural communities and towns that have been devastated by the consolidation of farming. And I actually think that would do a tremendous amount to help shift some of the really toxic political culture in this country, that comes partly out of the despair and the feeling people have in rural areas, that they're forgotten, that they're not respected, that their values aren't being respected, because they're in places that really are dying, and that are, the resources have been extracted, the people have been extracted. The average farmer is working outside the farm in order to support his farming habit, because the economic system is stacked against, so really being able to shift all that. Anyway, that's what I would do. Right.
Okay, well, let's get the resources together.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
It's funny because Rob and I were asked that same question a couple months ago by somebody who has a considerable amount of resources, and the answer we gave was basically the same as yours.
Okay.
That's awesome. And like, but it's and there's so many people that are actively working on that vision right now, and it's really exciting. And Sarah, thank you so much for taking the time to sit down and share your story of kind of not only how you're building your permaculture property, but how you're helping other people build theirs, and just all of the amazing work that you've done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm really looking forward to reading your book.
Yeah, we've got a copy for you. It's in the mail. You'll be getting it soon. So thank you so much. Okay, folks, that's a wrap for our speakers for today. However, we are today only. We're not doing this for the other two sessions, but we've got a concert that is going to be happening in just a few more minutes from the amazing Charlie McGee from the Formidable Vegetable Sound System. But before we do that, we are just going to have a quick word about the incredible sponsors that have made this day and the other 2 days that are coming possible. I can't believe there's 2 more days of this. This is crazy. And then we're also going to be giving away our book giveaways, which is 2 copies of one of Starhawk's books. So stick around for that in just a few minutes.
All right. So I feel like a broken record, but we just never know who's showing up and who's coming and going. So for this weekend, we're selling our book bundle, which includes Building Your Permaculture Property, and you can get it in multiple formats. Unlimited lifetime access to the recordings from the BYPP Summit. And I have a feeling that Dakota and I are going to be interviewing more thought leaders. We actually, like, in my perfect world, we would have had another 20 people. I mean, I have a list in my head of all the people I want to ask these types of questions and hear about their stories. So we're going to continue to build this library if I get my way. It includes our toolkit, which we've spent years building. And so this is what we offer to our clients and what we use for our clients and what we use for ourselves. A course on how to use Google Earth Pro and the contour map generator. and a mini course that we did just before Christmas that goes through the 5-step process that we use, or that is described in the book. And so it's for sale for $149 this week. And that's Canadian, by the way. So if you live in America, I think the Canadian dollar is kind of considered the Northern peso. It's a great deal. We've tried to throw a lot of value in there. All the recordings are going to be on the website until April 30th. We're going to break them up into 1-hour sessions. So if you wanted to go and watch Starhawk's presentation again, you don't have to go through the 8 or 10 hours of content that we've just recorded today.
Or any of the other 20 presenters that are going to be featuring through this whole process summit. And there's also, so if you missed one of your favorite talks from today, or if you want to get one of the other ones, go to mypermacultureproperty.com. Again, it's April. They're going to be up for free until April 30th. And then after that, we are going to be only offering them as part of our book bundle.
Okay. So up next is Charlie McGee, and we'll be back ready to party at 7. And just once again, thank you, New Society, for all of the support you've given to us, both in publishing the book and also to sponsor this event. If you want to buy books today at a 40% discount, New Society has their entire catalog open, except for books that haven't made it out to for sale in the general public, including ours. And so you can get the coupon code in the show notes below, and head over to their website and buy a book. They're an incredible publisher. If you're contemplating writing a book on permaculture, I would definitely consider these guys. I'd also recommend you go over there and sign up for their newsletter. They are always giving us updates on new books that are coming out. And books, as Dakota says, are like gold. Shout out to Curtis Stone from the field. He's putting out lots of content around regenerative farming on the small and medium scale. He's a huge membership site that's constantly loaded with content. Both Dakota and I contribute to it. On greenhouses and broadacre farming, microgreens. Yeah. His
tagline from the field is Netflix for farmers. And that's exactly what it is. He's basically curating all this amazing content from, creators, including himself, Rob, and myself, and a bunch of other people from all around the world on very specific pieces of information that is being really organized. It's very, very detailed, and it's just a fantastic. I think it's cheaper than the price of Netflix.
Yeah. So
no, go ahead.
So really funny. Tad actually doesn't help permaculturists stop themselves from starving, because if they were starving, they're probably not very good permaculturists. He probably helps them make sure they have clothing on their backs, or soap. But actually, this is one of Tad's best jokes. I'm just going to tell it to you guys. How do you hide? Actually, I'm not going to tell you his joke. We're going to use the answer to his joke for the competition.
There you go. Yeah, you'll have to. That'll be the riddle.
Okay, that's the riddle. Yeah,
that's great. That's perfect.
Okay, so if you are getting started in a permaculture business and you need help getting your message across without sounding icky or like a used car salesman, Tad has figured out how to ethically communicate what you do, who your fit is, so that you don't have to sell your soul along with whatever it is you happen to be doing within the regenerative space.
Yeah.
I highly recommend checking out his website. He's just launched a membership site, which has made his content very affordable. And Tad was the guy that made sure that we actually stayed in the permaculture space at the beginning. So when we came back from all of our travels, had he not stepped in and helped us to get clear, 2 totally green engineers who had never even thought about marketing, he helped us to communicate our message. And permaculture is not an easy message to communicate. It is so complex to the average person. It's not just, you're not just selling dog food. You're trying to do everything and save the world at the same time. And so this is the guy you want to go check out. I can't recommend him enough.
Yeah, he has all kinds of blogs and free resources on his website, marketingforhippies.com. He also has some e-courses up there. He also just launched a membership site. He's just doing a ton of amazing work. He was also instrumental in the marketing of like when I came back to the farm and I wanted to start selling direct market to our customers. His stuff on ethical business, hub marketing, all this kind of stuff. It was phenomenal. Like I think there's a course on there. It's like $50 or $60, and I've watched it like 10 times. It's like that one course has made our farm possible. Like without it, like Rob said, we would have been well fed, but I'd be sitting here naked right now. If it was
Thank you, Tad.
yeah.
All right, regenerative skills. So if you guys are interested in reskilling, I highly recommend you go check out their website. They were very kind to be part of our sponsorship program. So the Regenerative Skills podcast teach actionable information each week from experts around the world that you can apply in your own life. So subscribe on any podcast streaming service or visit their website at regenerativeskills.com.
Yeah, so I had the opportunity of meeting with Olivier just a couple of weeks ago, and we recorded a podcast about the first step in our process, clarifying your vision, values, and resources. And it's amazing. It was like an hour-long conversation that we had, but he edits them down into like really 30-minute like action-packed podcasts that are like, they're super actionable. It's like at the end of every one of his podcasts, he wants people to have like, okay, here's like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. And he's interviewed guys like, Joel Salatin, Alan Savory, and just a lot of amazing people. He's really putting a lot of effort into these podcasts. And that's one of my favorite ways to learn is, you just throw your headset on and you can drive, you can work in the garden. So definitely go check out some of those podcasts there. They're available on any of your podcast streams, or you can go to his website, regenerativeskills.com.
Awesome. Okay, so we're going to give away two of Starhawk's books, the Empowerment Manual. And only because Starhawk brought up hippies a couple of times, and because we had marketing for hippies there, I got asked if we could do a reverse number. So we'll go to high to low. I don't know how that affects it.
I mean, high to low, like do like just like as opposed to doing 200, do like 10 or something.
I don't know. Let's just do what we were doing.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got two books that we're going to give away. So Rob's going to ask a riddle, which also has a pretty good punchline to it. And then the people, we need you to type the answer. We're still getting people typing in answers to the first riddle we asked this morning.
Yeah.
There must be a long delay in the feed.
Yeah.
So anyways, what we're gonna ask the riddle, and then we're gonna get you to type in the answer, and then the number, which we'll go with. Let's go with 89 and 90. So 89 and 90. Make it real simple. So they're sequential. They're right next to each other. Those are the people that are going to get access to Starhawk's book, The Empowerment Manual, her guide for collaborative groups. And if you live in North America, Canada, or the US, you'll get a physical copy. If you're anywhere else in the world, you'll get an e-copy. And Rob, what is the riddle? Do I need to ask?
No. How do you hide money from a hippie?
How do you hide money from a hippie? I don't think I've heard this one.
Oh, it's a great one.
Ted has a lot of jokes about hippies.
Okay, we're waiting for your chat to come through. There's a bit of a delay, so I'm really curious to see if anybody does this. We might have to do a second one because it might be too hard.
I don't know. I don't know.
These guys should all know it because they're all hippies.
They're all hippies,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
Well,
like
you
you spend it.
There's better. Under the soap.
You smoke it.
Oh man.
Okay, the answer was under the soap. So
Oh,
there you
God.
go.
In his boots. That's a good one.
That was a good one.
Oh man, there's some fantastic. I still think that for folks that didn't catch it, there was an earlier one. It was a joke about a carrot. The answer was a carrot, and somebody said Trump. Fantastic. Okay, so thank you guys so much for, I've seen a couple people in the chat mention that they've been with us the whole day. Thank you guys so much. If you get a chance, please hit the like and subscribe button. If you haven't already, it helps this video to get through the YouTube analytics so that more people can see it, or algorithms rather. And with that, we are going to, there's so many people that are answering that riddle. With that, we are going to jump into the concert with Charlie McGee, right?
In a few minutes.
So
Mitch, can you roll that beautiful intro or interlude? And Charlie, you're in the weight room, so we'll let you in a few minutes here. I just have a request that when Charlie comes on, the folks that are watching, if you could share this out on social media, I think it's going to be an incredible concert. We're gonna have a ton of fun. And yeah, so Mitch, anytime you're ready, you can.
Yeah, and also don't forget to come back tomorrow and Sunday. There's another full day of this, two full days of this. Tell everybody you know.
Okay, thanks everyone. See you in a few minutes.
Well, here I am out in the weather. Thumb is out and thanking you in advance. Won't you pick me up? Please pick me up. Come on, pick me up and give me a chance. Whether you're a hippie in a van or a dude in a ute, if you've got a spare seat and we're on the same route, won't you pick me up? Please pick me up. Just pick me up and give me a chance. Come on, pick me up. Come on, pick me up. I'm not just standing here to sing and dance. Won't you pick me up? Please pick me up. Just pick me up and give me a chance. Maybe it's just all new to you, but right now it's 42 degrees. So please won't you pick me up, just pick me up. Come on, pick me up and give me a chance. I'm not gonna hurt you, I won't disturb you, won't say a word to you if you really don't want me to. Just want you to pick me up, please pick me up. Come on, pick me up and give me a chance. I said pick me up, come on, pick me up. I'm not just standing here to sing and dance. Won't you pick me up? Please pick me up. Come on, pick me up and give me a chance. Just as I'm about to call defeat, there you are offering me your seat. Yeah, and you picked me up where you picked me up, just as my mood began to hang in strands. Well, it picked me up, it really picked me up, when you picked me up and gave me a chance. Yeah, you picked me up, thank you for sharing this significantly better circumstance. When you pick me up, you pick me up, you just pick me up and give me a chance. Well, you pick me up, you pick me up, well, you pick me up and gave me a chance.
All right, Mitch. Well, we should probably let the talent in. Charlie. Let's see if he's coming in. There he is. My gosh, I think we should just have like a, oh my gosh, I think we should just have like a weekly or monthly conversation. That's starting to feel like what we've been doing the last little while. Oh, is he frozen? Oh, he's just in slow-mo. Just wait for his internet to speed up. Oh, there he is. He's back. Did you catch any of that, Charlie?
Oh, well, that was awkward. That was like, the trick kind of Skype conversation. We're like, oh, hey, you do? It's great to see. Really nice talking to you.
Well,
Hey, guys.
How's it going?
Yeah, pretty good. Sorry, just sitting back awkwardly, watching you talk at me. But great to see you all.
Oh, yeah, man.
Good to see you too, Charlie.
Well, we just had an incredible day, and we're hoping that you can top it off. So,
Well, yeah, it's only just beginning over here. It's awesome to see you celebrating with so many wonderful people on the other side of the world, and it's great to be able to be a part of that. I'm here in Western Australia, and I always like to start by acknowledging the country that I'm on, which is Menang and Pipilman Noongar country. And for anyone else out there in the chat rooms, maybe I'd like to invite you to acknowledge the traditional peoples of where you're from or the country where you're on, and to just remember where we are, wherever it is in the world, and the people who have been custodians before we have had the privilege of coming across permaculture and have the opportunity to become good custodians ourselves. I think it's also important to acknowledge that the history of permaculture as being standing on the shoulders of ancient cultures throughout history. It really is a modern day synthesis of very ancient knowledge, and a lot of that comes from indigenous and traditional cultures around the world. And so in that sense, what we're doing isn't something new. It's actually something very, very old. And so, whenever we kind of engage with things that people have been doing for a long time, I really believe that it's important to acknowledge the history and to acknowledge the people who are still practicing that. This is a book launch. It's a fantastic celebration of building your permaculture property. And that's really exciting for those of us who are lucky enough to have land or to hold land. But as the Indigenous writer here in Australia, Tyson Yunkaporta, asks the question, as landholders, what do we hold? Like, what are we actually holding as landholders? We have a title, we have a certificate with a piece of paper that has our name on it saying you hold this land. But then what are we entitled? These questions are good to ask when we're starting out on our permaculture journeys or on our land-based earth caring journeys. And there's a great responsibility, I think, that comes with doing permaculture and with being on country and on the land. And like I said, we live this legacy before us. And so, I think a lot of permaculture's roots have actually come from activism and the desire to change the way that we currently live in the Western world. And so, I think there's a lot that can be done way beyond our little package of land, our parcel of land to which we're entitled, that actually reaches beyond and into the wider community. And I think that's really fundamental to, where I like to begin when planning anything on country. So I'd like to start with this little song. Well, it's not really a song, it's more of a manifesto. Started out as a bit of a permaculture manifesto at the Permaculture Voices Summit back in San Diego in 2016. Shout out to Javin Kirby Benakovich, who inspired this one. He actually bailed me up and said, Charlie, I need you to write a rhyme in like half an hour before my talk. I'm doing a podcast or something. And I came up with this. And it sort of turned into the intro to, actually, it became two songs, actually. This one's called Climate Movement. And yeah, it's a little bit of sort of where are we now and where to from here. So I believe we all came to be here for a reason. To acknowledge the seniors, everything has a season. This season is warm, but it's bringing a storm and a burning urge for our journey to transform. But held in our hand at this vague intersection is a map of the passage to a clearer direction, to a permanent culture. It's time we began it with some wise design to realign with the planet, share skills to rebuild our combined reliance, and with wild guidance redesign our diets, befriend energy descent and the changing climate to grow forests of food and a finer environment. Permaculture at this tumultuous juncture is a superstructure that can plug the puncture in our society of anxiety, confusion and greed. This really may be one solution we need to bring back our elementary essence of ethics. Walk in earth care, people care, fair share epic. Now's the time to embed it while the temperature's tepid. Let us rise as a choir beside the people who get it, to guarantee that our future generations' lives are provided the conditions they require to thrive, instead of being deprived of the tools to survive in a biosphere too defiled to revive. So we invite you now to amplify the synergy, inspire and devise your distinctive soliloquy, combining with like minds an adaptable symphony of radical simplicity, balance and symmetry. Whatever your ability, we need your assistance to aid in reclaiming a stable existence. So summon your gifts at this critical hour and deliver wherever they move and empower. That one's called Climate Movement, and we did a little animated video clip with Brenna Quinlan's beautiful illustrations, which you can see on the wall behind me. I don't know, did you guys just want me to go for it, or did you want to have a chat, or?
You just need to go for it. We'll stop in every once in a while and have a chat, but yeah.
Great, no worries. So I can't actually see what you're watching out there in YouTube land, but feel free to comment in the comments section. Again, I invite you to sort of let us know where you're from, which country you're tuning in from, national country and indigenous country, or, either or. But yeah, I'd like to play this one for you now.
Please, folks, share this out on your social media feeds, and let's get thousands of people out.
Yeah. The numbers are coming. The numbers are coming up. It would be awesome to hit. We were at 2,000 earlier today, but awesome to get there again. We're getting close. And if you have any are you taking requests, Charlie?
Why not? Yeah, fling them through. I've got a little bit of a set going, but I'm happy to change it.
No. If you got a set, get her.
You go for your set. At the end, we'll see.
All right, sounds good.
Look, I'm here for the next hour, folks, and if you want to tell your friends or put this out on your feeds, just get them invited in. Let's have a party. This is what it's all about. I love coming in at the end of a Verge PDC and just getting the celebrations happening. It's such a beautiful place to be. But I'll play one for you from our recent album, Earth People Fair. That's right, this is a vinyl. Some more Brenna Quinlan artwork on the front. Based around the 3 ethics of permaculture. And of course they are earth care, people care, and fair share. I've got them around the wrong way, but Earth People Fair is the title of this track. And for me, it's just trying to sort of sum up the 3 ethics in a bit of a manifesto. It was inspired by Bruce Pascoe's book, Dark Emu, which is an Australian Indigenous writer who gives an alternative history to Indigenous farming. We actually had, farming in Australia long before many other civilizations were even born. And the book Dark Emu kind of talks about that. And I used to describe permaculture as a way to re-indigenize, but I think using that language kind of gets in the way of Indigenous cultures that already exist and are still trying to be of their place. So I think trying to be of place is what permaculture is trying to do. It's trying to get us back to a sense of place, a sense of home, and a sense of connection to country. So I think re-indigenizing is the wrong way to frame it, but I think we all need to become of place. This is Earth People Fair. Wanna see myself as a part of the whole. Grow some food for my family food bowl. Stand my ground but give up control. Know the boundaries but tear down all the walls. Won't give up or give in to apathy. Gonna plant a tree, then plant another 3,000. Now's the time to start feeding my soul. Feeding the soil, believing anything is possible. As I get older, some things become clearer. The end of my life is always getting nearer. focusing on the things that bring meaning, food, community, love and healing. Getting tired of all this moving around, wanna bring it back home to a simple piece of ground. Been talking about it till my mouth is dumb, but all I wanna do is make a deeper connection with some earth people fair. Yeah, I've been looking for the earth people fair. Well, show me where to find the earth people fair. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A stray alien wandering this ancient land, so much of the dream that I still don't understand. Been looking at you, but I'd rather see you and follow the path of that old dark emu. Someday my body's gonna breathe its last, yeah, I'm aware that this too shall pass. But till then, I'll keep singing to the open air, hoping there's time to advance earth people fair. Earth people fair, hey yeah, get together with you, earth people fair, yeah. Show me where to find the earth people fair. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Thanks, folks. That one's Earth People Fair. There's a few of these left if you check out formidablevegetable.com if you're kicking it old school. I'm going to play another one off that album, sort of more in the vein of the people care ethic. You know, I was trying to figure out what it means to be human in this crazy time. And I've been reading a lot about interbeing lately and interspecies kind of, interfacing. And I think being human is a little bit more of an ambiguous concept than we maybe like to think. And in our current Western culture, I think there's a very predominant way to behave, and that is as if we are humans. We own the joint and we run the show, and this is our planet, and we'll do whatever the hell we want, and get out of our way. And there's another way of being human, which is a lot older, I think, and that is the recognition that we are an interconnected part of nature. We are nature. We are not above nature. And so I wrote this song as a little character interplay. I actually got my mum to sing the second part on this. So if you want to hear my old mum doing some jazz singing. But in this case, my mum's not here, so I'm going to have to impersonate my mum impersonating another human. It's going to be kind of weird. Just suspend disbelief for me. I'm a human. Check me out. I'm in complete control. Yeah, I'm a human. Fueled by oil and gas and coal. Obey my instructions. Yeah, you better do just what I say. I'm bringing destruction. So go on, get out of my way. 'Cause I'm a human. All consuming. Man, I'm fuming. Hey man, what's up? Why are you making such a big mess? What's the problem? What? Who the hell are you? Man, we're not so different. Listen. I'm a human. But I'm part of something so much bigger than me. Just one bud blooming from the branches of my ancestry. Roots in the ground, yeah. Well, I'm a faithful lover of this land. I'm sticking around. 'Cause I'm here for more than just a one life stand. Yeah, I'm a human. An old school human. love being human. That's who I am. What's the matter with you? Can't you see there's money to be made? Money? Brother, we got everything we need right here. Just relax. Relax! Relax! I'm too stressed out to relax. I'm freaking out. Well, how did I get here? I guess somewhere you must have gone off track. Oh, gotta get my head clear. Well, maybe I can help to guide you back. Oh, I wanna be human. Well, you could start by switching off your screen. Yeah, I wanna be human. Don't worry, man. You'll be the finest human anyone's seen. Whoa, being human. Well, you know it's not a bad career. Just be human. Driven by love, not fear. We gotta be human. Be human. Human. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. All right. One personality back again. That's my attempt at embodying a hollow biont, which is the multi-species organism that we all are. It's called human, which features my mother on the record. Yeah, and that was kind of that people care sort of attempt to sum up that ethic. I've got a new album come out just this weekend, actually, a week ago, called Garbage Guts. It's a new kids album, and you can listen to it at formidablevegetable.com. I'm going to play one of the tracks of it now, which sort of, I guess blurs the lines between people care and fair share. In fact, all three of the permaculture ethics, I believe, are actually the same thing. If you think about it, there shouldn't be any one focus on one of these. To be doing permaculture, I think, is to be doing all of these, and all of these kind of turn out to be the same thing in the end. I know when you start thinking about yourself as made up of many species in many different contexts interacting at the same time, it kind of blurs all the boundaries a bit. But this is a song. I haven't actually played this live very much, so I hope it comes off all right. It's from the new album. It's called Friends, and it's called We're All Friends, because I wanted to kind of go beyond the boundaries of the human experience into the fungal and the bacterial and the archaeal and the all the other organisms that actually are us. To realize that they're not others, they're not resources to be exploited. They are us, and we're friends. So it was also written during lockdown when we couldn't really go and visit a lot of friends. So when you're feeling lonely, maybe this will help you find some new friends that you didn't know were there. Everywhere my friends are all around me, and it's my guess that they are with you too. Well, if you want to keep them being friendly, treat your friends as you'd like them to treat you. Well, who are all these friends, I hear you asking? Right now it feels like I am all alone. But friends are always right there when you need them, making up this place that we call home. Well, let me introduce you to some of my good friends, and you may recognize them as some on whom you depend. Well, there's the trees and the bees, the rivers, you and them and me. You'll find friends in unexpected places, plants, animals, and other people too. In real life more than in cyberspaces, and friends don't always look or think like you. Well, to be a good friend, here are some things that you need. honesty and loyalty and all the cups of tea. Yeah. With the trees and the bees, the rivers, and everything you see. Yeah. We're all friends. We're all friends, bacteria. We're all friends, eukarya. We're all friends, archaea. Oh yeah! You and me and you and that thing over there. It's not even really a thing, it's my friend. Oh yeah, we're all friends. Thanks, folks. That's a brand newie. You can kind of tell from our new album, Garbage Guts.
Amazing.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Yeah, we just put out this new kids album through 8 Pound Gorilla, which is our lovely folks over in the North America side. And yeah, if you want to have a listen, head to formidablevegetable.com. I don't know if you guys can share links. I don't think I can do that here, but
Yeah, we've been sharing links in YouTube for you.
awesome. Yeah, it's a brand new album. Really excited about it. It's got the full band, not just a Muppet on a ukulele. But yeah, I hope you're all having an amazing global summit out there. This is the marvels of the modern days, that we can all get together in these virtual spaces, even when we can't get together in real life. But I'm going to go back to real life for a second. This next one is the first song I ever wrote about permaculture when I was doing my course with Robin Francis back in 2011. Wow, that sounds like a really long time ago now. 10 years ago. And it's about... Also, after I did my PDC, I went and wrote an album based around each of David Holmgren's 12 permaculture principles. You can see the poster that me and my partner Brendan Quinlan have made with the 12 principles and the ethics in the middle. And so I decided that, in keeping with the traditional knowledge systems that all humans have used at some point in time or other, I'd write a song for each of them to help me remember. And the first one I wrote was about this principle: produce no waste. And here we are with someone sitting on their composting dunny, reading the Human Manure Handbook, which I think is the best embodiment of, or maybe disembodiment of producing no waste that there is. And all I did was sit down and think about all the ways that I'd tried or managed to produce no waste growing up. And I grew up, I was very privileged growing up. I lived off-grid with no power, with a garden. Yo.
Oh, I was just thinking. I know it's weird talking into a void, but if you want, you can pull up the YouTube live stream. It's going nuts right now. Like there's if you want to have that kind of beside you, so you can see.
I'd love to, but I'm literally using this to come at you now. So I'm out in the boonies here. I wouldn't want to compromise the bandwidth.
Okay, no worries.
I'll just trust that you guys are enjoying it, and yeah, thanks so much for all the love.
Yeah,
Again, I'm going to share this.
Absolutely. People are loving it, and there's comments coming in every second about how much fun it is. I know that we've been getting Charlie out to present on after our permaculture design courses, and for that course, there's 100 or 200 people in the live stream, and it's it feels probably more like a community, where as opposed to just me and Rob sitting on a couch and
Like two old Muppet
yeah.
guys.
So yeah, there's 500 people watching right now, plus live, plus everybody else who's been coming on and off throughout the whole day. So anyways,
awesome. Well, hi everyone. If you want to give us some love, jump onto your favorite music streaming service and stick on Formidable Vegetable, because we can come at you on your sound system wherever you are. But awesome. Yeah, I'll play this first song that I ever wrote, which is about growing up in the southwest of Western Australia, which is where I am right now. Really stoked to be home after a long year, which I'm sure a lot of you have had. But this one's called No Such Thing as Waste, and we've just re-released this on the new kids album as well. We've upcycled it into the 21st and a half century. Where are we now? The second decade of the 21st century. So I hope you dig it. Sing along if you know it. When I was a little kid, I liked to catch the rain, while my friends around the town let it flow right down the drain. But our tiny house in the trees had one thing that we drank. Every drop that we had saved in our rainwater tank. 'Cause there's no such thing as waste, only stuff in the wrong place. No, there's no such thing as waste when we treasure every trace. Well, I moved to the city, rented a house on my way to buy a bed. But I saw one lying on the side of the road, so I took that one instead. And I also found a fridge, a couch, and a big old sewing machine in the biggest pile of thrown out stuff that I had ever seen. But there's no such thing as waste. Oh no, only stuff in the wrong place. Yeah. No, there's no such thing as waste. That whole idea's gotta be replaced. Yeah. 'Cause we gotta refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, then renew. I said refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, then renew. Yeah. Well, you can get cool things out of the bin. You can compost every crumb. Save all the seeds, eat garden weeds, and give the rest back to your mum. It's time we thunk about all our junk to keep our planet clean. 'Cause that W word is so absurd in a world of blue and green. 'Cause there's no such thing as waste. Oh no, only stuff in the wrong place. Yeah. No, there's no such thing as waste. Only opportunity to be embraced. Yeah. Hoppa. That's going back a few years now for you. Some of you might have heard the original version of that on Permaculture, a Rhymer's Manual, which was our first album back in 2013. But that song has just been rejigged into the second half of the decade of the 21st century on our new album Garbage Guts, which you can look up and Formidable Vegetable or wherever you get your tunes. Hope you dig it. There's a new video clip out too, kicking around on the socials, so please give it a share. All the Earth Day kind of zero waste groups and things have been digging it, so I don't know if you want to share that out there. You know, these songs began as teaching tools, really. Like when I was doing my permaculture course, I just had this aha moment of wait, I'm a musician. Music's been used as a teaching tool for millennia. Why don't I actually try and write about something that I'm trying to learn? And that's kind of where these songs came from. And we've since developed actual teaching tools, like more conventional ones, with the help of my wonderful partner, Brenna Quinlan, who some of you may have seen her beautiful work kicking around on the Instas and the Facebooks. And so, we've made these flashcards and with song lyrics on the back and a bunch of games to try and, get some creative learning happening in the space of permaculture, especially with kids, because kids kind of really learn from, seeing and hearing and, the visual audio kind of combination. So if anyone wants to check these out, they're on growdoit.com. But the permaculture action cards have been really fun. And they're just an extension of these songs, which were originally written to remember the permaculture principles. So I'll play you another one if you want. This one's the first principle: observe and interact. Again, on your permaculture journey, whether you're just starting out or whether you've done a PDC or you're looking at starting on a piece of land, this stuff is where to begin. I mean, the principles on this, poster behind me are the other signposts to everything that your design hopefully will include in the end. If we kind of adhere to this and the 3 ethics, then we'll be doing a lot better than if we just dive straight in and start doing stuff because, someone told you to build a herb spiral or dig a swale. It's kind of coming back to the principles is such a valuable thing. So observe and interact is about kind of using what you have where you are and doing what we can with it. So here we've got a person harvesting the blackberries, the notorious weed around here that grows everywhere and chokes up waterways. And, getting a goat on them can be a good way to kind of keep them down. But in the meantime, they have delicious fruit. And we've just been harvesting and bottling and making jam and, eating these delicious blackberries. So it's a source of food and a source of energy, which comes from observing what there currently is on the land. So this one, some of you might have seen on Stefan Zbowski's Food Forest documentary, the Permaculture Food Forest, the Permaculture Orchard, sorry. It's called Look Around, and it's sort of just about taking a step back and observing. Everything you need is right in front of you, when you learn to see. Good things come to you. First you have to learn to stop and take a look around. Before you intervene, just don't do anything. Yeah, come to all your senses. They'll tell you everything. But first you've got to learn to stop and take a look around. Yeah, just take a look around. Listen to the sound. Why not take a whiff? You'll see much better if you use more than just your eyes. When you gotta take a step outside now. If you wanna know what your soil is like now, and what is gonna grow. But first you have to learn to stop and take a look around. Yeah, just take a look around. Get your hands into the ground. Don't be scared of the dirt. It isn't gonna hurt it. If you're braver, you can try the flavor. Now take a handful of your land and give it a squeeze in your hand. Then check out the display, 'cause if it stays together, it's probably clay. But if it falls apart, it's sand. Simple soil ribbon test, and the point of that is all you gotta do is take a look, take a look, take a look. Read your landscape like a book. Interact, low impact, and get your feedback when you take a little look around, yeah. Well, abundance will abound now, because the problem is the solution. Just depends on your perception. Gotta change yourself before you change the world. That's right. Yeah, we gotta take a look around, on the inside and out. Because when you observe yourself, you see everything else. Make good use of it now, yeah. Zip up,
Amazing.
Woo!
Are you taking requests? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No,
Go on.
finish your thought.
Observe and interact. That was a thought.
I've had a lot of requests for the plastic song.
Oh, righto. Okay. Well, that's pretty fitting for the, the Earth Day kind of vibe. Yeah, that's from our album Grow Do It from a few years ago. It was a kids album. So some simpler lyrics, rhyming plastic with fantastic, brilliant songwriting. I've got to admit, one of my finer works. But yeah, this one's for all the kids out there watching. Think about it next time you go to the shop. There's this stuff that's everywhere. Now I can see it right here and over there. It comes from deep below the ground, but we spend a lot of time just spreading it round. I'm talking about plastic. It's not fantastic because it never ever goes away. Don't want to use it, we've got to lose it, because otherwise it'll be here to stay. I had this friend who got a snack that came all wrapped up in a plastic sack. Well, I said, dude, just nude your food, and if it comes in plastic, take it back, because plastic, it ain't fantastic, and it's always gonna cost more cash. Don't wanna use it, we've got to lose it, because it always ends up in the trash. Now what do you do instead of wrapping all your food in plastic? Well, now you can refuse and say, pretty, pretty, please don't bag it. No. Well, get a water bottle made of metal, take it, make it a habit. 'Cause we don't want to end up on a desert planet swimming in plastic. Well, because plastic, it ain't fantastic, and we've got a load of better ways. Don't want to use it, we've got to lose it. Come on, let's make today a no plastic day. I said, make today a no plastic day. Well, let's make today a no plastic day. Thanks for whoever requested that.
It's great.
It's been a while. And you know, that made me think of another one. I'd love to play this song if we got time. This one's about using edges and valuing the marginal. And you know, permaculture is all about pushing the edges. I mean, using edges is one way that we can incorporate things into our design, but it's also, on a more philosophical sense, a way that we can push the boundaries of what we take for granted and how we live in the world. So this card I've chosen is a couple of kids out protesting, you know, to save the trees or to fix the climate, or, you know, all the things that kids are protesting about these days. And to me, that represents, you know, pushing the edges of what we see as normal, because this current, you know, fossil fuel powered society that we live in, and you know, a lot of our mainstream culture isn't really kind of heading in that direction. I mean, it is slowly, but the more that we work the edges and the more we push, the more we expand our horizons. And on the converse of that, you know, setting up a permaculture property or designing your permaculture dream isn't a running away from the mainstream and a disappearing, running to the hills and setting up your bolt hole for the apocalypse. No. It's actually working the edges. It's working the interface. So, you know, we have to think of that interface as being a two-way permeable membrane. You know, we build our little permaculture property, but we use that to filter out the goodness that is permaculture back into mainstream society. And we do that by teaching or by singing or by drawing or doing whatever we do that brings us joy and that brings our gifts to the world. So, you know, I invite you to think about what your gift to the world is and how you can incorporate that into your design so that you can use the edges and value the marginal. And this one is another little autobiographical one about one time when I just, you know, took it really simple. There was a rental crisis, which there currently is again. And instead of, you know, just despairing and flinging myself out into the oblivion, I went to the curbside and I picked up some old wardrobes and I built a room under the house. So it was just a rental house that my friends lived in, and they said, yeah, go for it. So I found my edge and I filled it, and that's where this song started. But sometimes doing things on the edge looks a little strange, you know, and people call you weird names and they think that you're a bit weird. But, you know, we just have to get past that, because most of the interesting stuff and a lot of the stuff that's going to help us through this next time is happening on the edge. Some people tell me that I'm crazy, 'cause I do things that don't fit in with the rest of society. Like my love of small spaces, my room ain't too large. I just live in a box that I built under the house off the corner of my garage. But the edge is where it's at, and it's easy to create. And my mama always said, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space. Well, I've been looking to settle down, you know. Maybe find some place nice where I can get my hand on some marginal land and turn it into paradise. Well, the smaller the better. I don't even care if it's bad. I guess I'm the kind of fella who'll always be a fringe dweller. Just do the best I can with what I have. Because the edge is where it's at. Yeah, and it can be the most productive place. And like my mama always said, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space. Well, I might wind up in the desert, who knows, with whipping wind and the sun. But I'll just plant me a hedge, and I'll start that edge, and I'll have sort of two things with one. Whoa, but if that rain is falling, washing everything away, well, I'll slow down that water with a convoluted border, and everything gonna be okay. Because the edge is where it's at. Yeah, we gotta work that interface. 'Cause my mama always said, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space. Now, make a pledge to acknowledge the edge. Grow your veg and stack it on a ledge. 'Cause wherever things come together, you'll find it getting better. You'll fall so in love with the edge, you'll just want to write a love letter. Just broaden your range at the place of exchange. You've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. 'Cause there's every single color sitting between white and black. And a well-beaten path ain't always the right track, no. Because the edge is where it's at. And we're all sitting on the edge right now. Yeah, we're gonna see some change, see some things get rearranged, moving on 'cause there's no going back. I said the edge is where it's at, and we've got no more time to waste. 'Cause like my mama always said, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space. Yeah, my mama always said, if you're not living on the edge, then you're taking up too much space. Yes, she did.
You could say that us permaculture teachers are educators.
Hey! I love a good pun. I should have worked that one in there somehow. What was I thinking?
You can use it in one of your future songs.
Yeah. Was there any more requests out there? I can't see the comments right now, so yeah, send them through if you.
There was a song about a goat, but I don't know if it was a request or if this was like you should write a song about a goat. But there was.
No, you know what? I have a song about a goat. I wouldn't quite call it a song. It's more of a chant. It's on the new album Garbage Guts. It's called "Get a Goat," and I'm not sure I can actually play it because it's it's so many things going on in that song. But basically, it goes. Get a goat, 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 get a goat. That's pretty much it.
Well, the
Oh,
kids,
someone liked it.
yeah, the kids here loved it.
Well, there's a way better rendition of it on YouTube. If you go to formidablevegetable.com or our Grow Do It YouTube channel, you can see it in all its goatee glory, complete with goat sounds. I was inspired by living at Meliadora with David Holmgren last year and taking the goatees out every morning. And they're so funny, man. Goats are like ridiculous. If you've ever owned a goat or, been owned by a goat, as is probably more the equation, their personalities are just hilarious and they just make the most amazing sound. So I actually took my microphone out and I was like sampling the goat and I'm like, "Gillies," they'd be like, so we worked that into the song. It's it's worth a listen. Anyway,
For me personally,
You go.
I've got a quick request for myself. I love your song, the trees eat us all in the end. I don't know if you got that planned at some point in the set, but I'd be sad if I didn't get to hear that tonight.
I was going to play that at the end.
Okay, there you
what
go.
a better place to play it.
It's
Yeah,
a perfect
definitely, I'll
song.
put that one in there. But in the meantime, I might do this one. This was written a couple of years ago for the International Year of Soil, and I had the incredible privilege of being invited by Vandana Shiva to stay on her farm in India, in Navdanya, and play for the Earth Festival that she was organising there in 2015. And while I was there, she sat me down and said, "Now, Charlie, you write a lot of good songs, but you need to write a song about soil." And I was like, "Okay, soil, yes. Vandana Shiva told me to do a thing. I'd better do the thing." And so the next year was the International Year of Soils put on by the UN. And I wrote this song of soil at the request of Vandana Shiva. And then was like, "Oh, I got this song about soil. I'll send it to the UN. Hey, why not?" And I said, "Hey, UN, I got this song about soil." And they actually replied. And they said, "Dear Formidable Vegetable, we love your song about soil and we want to make it the official song of the International Year of Soils." And I was like, "All right. Does that mean we've made it in nerd Hollywood? I don't know." But so this is the official song for the United Nations Year of Soils. And it's called "You Are What You Eat." It's from our album Grow Do It, which you can find in all the places. We actually do have CDs. I don't know if anybody still has CDs out there, but you probably just want to go and listen to it on your streaming platform. You are what you eat, and you are what you eat eats, and you're even what you eat eats. Here's a clue, why don't you take a peek beneath your feet? Well, 'cause if you want to know what you're made from, look at what you're made from's made from. 'Cause the stuff that we're all made from is the same. Well, we go from dust to dust, so you gotta just trust that upper crust and maintain that good terrain from whence you came. We've been looking up, we've been messing around, we've been freaking out, but it's time to get down, 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 'cause we're made up of common ground. Can't live without it, and it's time to get down, 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 down. When you flirt with the dirt, you'll observe it's certainly not inert. From a worm to a chicken, you're never alone on the loam. And it's time to get to work, 'cause we've been looking up, we've been messing around, we've been freaking out, but it's time to get down, 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 'cause we're made up of common ground. Can't live without it, and it's time to get down, down. We've been looking up, we've been messing around, we've been freaking out, but it's time to get down, 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 'cause we're made up of common ground. Can't live without it, and this time we've just gotta get on down, 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 down. Because you are what you eat, and you are what you eat eats, and you're really even what you eat eats, and it repeats, it repeats, it repeats, it repeats, it repeats. repeats, it repeats, it repeats. Down, down, down. Thank you. For those of you who've just joined us, I'm Charlie McGee from Formidable Vegetable, the Permaculture Band. I don't know if there's another one. I was really hoping there'd be another permaculture band by now. You know, I started this band 10 years ago. Any musicians out there, start writing about permaculture. I don't have to be the only one. I mean, apologies if there are more. Like, let me know. I'd love to meet them. But, you know, here in Australia, it's a lonely outpost. So we want to start a permaculture music movement. Just like David Holmgren starts retro suburbia movements. This, I don't know if you've come across this Bible, but it's kind of just suited to like cool, temperate climate, urban permaculture. It's quite a niche. But last year they put out a kids book based on this book called Our Street. And it's a story about a bunch of kids who permaculture their street or kind of like take over the neighborhood and, you know, get their goats and their chickens and their bikes and they sort of like join forces and connect their houses together. I mean, the adults do it too, but it's the story from the kids' experience based on the Aussie Street case study in here, which sort of tracks this neighborhood throughout history until it becomes like, you know, a permaculture urban paradise. So I wrote a song based on the kids' book, based on the other book, and it's on the new album. I thought I'd play it for you right now. It's called Our Street. So you can have a listen to it on Garbage Guts if you want. Our street's a radish neighborhood. We planted every seed we could so it would let us turn up all the beats. We sent our roots deep underground and new ideas bloomed all around. We're all digging, living on our street. Well, there's goats and chickens, bees and birds and fruit growing on the trees. We're not perfect, but we do have everything we need. Milk and honey, vegetables, so many tasty treats. It's all right here, growing on our street. We started off by baking bread and turned out baking bricks instead. The chickens reckon we're out of control. Fixed up old and rusty bikes and now we cycle where we like. Getting by for free is how we roll. With the goats and chickens, bees and birds and fruit growing on the trees. We're not perfect, but we do have everything we need. Milk and honey, vegetables, so many tasty treats. It's all right here, growing on our street. Now our garden's now immense, 'cause we pulled down the fence. Well, that might sound intense, but we're friends with common sense. Yeah, with the goats and chickens, bees and birds and fruit growing on the trees. We're not perfect, but we do have everything we need. Yeah, milk and honey, vegetables, so many tasty treats. It's all right here, growing on our street. Well, there's so much goodness growing on our street. Well, so come on and let's all grow it on our street. That's a brand newie off Garbage Guts. The new There's a video clip to that on YouTube as well if you want to check it out.
We will. We'll definitely check it out. I do have one little tiny request.
Oh, yeah?
It's Dakota's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Dakota. Happy birthday to you.
Thanks, man.
Let's have a great one, Dakota. Look, I think we're just about out of time. My name's Charlie McGee. I've had a wonderful time being here with you guys today at the International Global Summit of Awesomeness for the Building a Permaculture Property launch. Do yourselves a favor, check out that book, check out this book, check out the permaculture cards, check out the posters, whatever resonates with your current learning style. We have a lot of music available, and I'd like to play one more off this album. which you can get at formidablevegetable.com. It's a tribute to Bill Mollison, who, of course, many of you know as the father of permaculture. He's the one that sort of synthesized a lot of the ideas with David Holmgren into what became known as permaculture, inspired by traditional cultures and indigenous cultures all over the world as a way to translate to us Western, colonists, a way that we can move forward into a more land-based and nature-based existence. And before he passed away, he made a beautiful gesture of offering people that they plant a tree in his memory. And after he left this earthly plane, well, at least as a human, he's probably composting nicely now. He invited everyone to plant a tree, and when he passed, millions of people went out around the world who were part of the permaculture movement and planted food forests and revegetation projects and trees and shrubs and plants and gardens in his honor. So I think as a way to pass on that energy, it was such a beautiful gesture. And imagine if we had a culture where whenever a child was born or whenever an old person passed away, we planted something and planted a tree, and that that they lived on in there. So I'll finish with this song. It's called Trees Eat Us All. Check out Formidable Vegetable or growdoit.com if you like permaculture teaching packs and things like that. This one's called Trees Eat Us All. Thanks to Michelle and Rob and Verge and all you folks for organizing it. It's been a real pleasure and a real privilege. Designer, you're now a recliner. So long and thanks for the yield. And your tools left behind have all sharpened our minds to keep growing the change in the field. Well, the future is looking quite shady under all the ideas that you've grown. And to look out the window at food in the ground gives us power to face the unknown. 'Cause trees eat us all in the end. So plant one for me when I'm gone. Then if you hear that I've died, you can tell them they've lied. I'm just shading out somebody's lawn. Tapping into the rhizomes of wisdom, you wove them all into a tale. And with seeds in your pockets and dirt on your hands, you took us in to the belly of the whale. You took us into the belly of the whale. 'Cause trees eat us all in the end. So plant one for me when I'm gone. Then if you hear that I've died, you can tell them they've lied. I'm just shading out somebody's lawn. Now the problems around us are many, but the answers come to us with ease. Take care of the land, your friends and your family, and remember to plant lots of trees. Yeah, 'cause trees eat us all in the end. So plant one for me when I'm gone. Then if you hear that I've died, you can tell them they've lied. I'm just shading out somebody's lawn. Thanks, folks. That's Trees Eat Us All for Bill Mollison. And I just wanted to quickly say I've got another side project. I've kind of branched from Formidable Vegetable into some sort of climate grief music under the name Not Just Charlie, which is very different to Formidable Vegetable. But if you want to check out more of that kind of stuff, look up Not Just Charlie on the spotty tubes and the face twits and all that. Thanks so much, Verge. I better keep you rolling on with the amazing summit. Have an amazing weekend, and we'll see you in paradise.
Thanks, buddy. We'll see you again
Thank
soon.
you, Charlie. That was great.
Pleasure.
All right. Okay, folks. Well, we're back online. And before we close out the evening, I want to say thanks to this guy.
Yeah.
He's been
Behind the scenes.
He basically curated the whole day along with Catlin and Mitch. Can you guys come on too, please?
Yeah.
squeeze some more,
Squeeze
stack some more
Yeah.
functions onto this couch.
All right. Mitch.
Hi, everyone. I've been sitting here for 12 hours.
Did you buy that case of beer? Did you buy that case of beer that Michelle told you to?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, perfect. And have we lost Catlin for the day?
Well, it's probably past her bedtime there because she's 2 hours ahead, 2 or 3 hours ahead.
That's true.
Oh.
I'm not sure what's wilder, your hair now or back when you had the.
Oh, where'd it go? Oh, I threw it away.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for all your hard work, and make sure you thank all the people behind the scenes. Catlin's not here right now. We're going to close out the night. We've got 2 more prizes to give away. And so should we do that?
Do you have a couple sponsors? You
Yeah.
guys
Yeah,
aren't following
sure
the
the-
script.
Sure,
And
the screen
Ben's
there.
here.
Yep, absolutely. I can
Let's
find it.
do our quick sponsor
Just give me 2 seconds here.
sponsors.
So for folks who haven't seen this yet, what we're going to do is we're just going to talk about the amazing sponsors that made this day possible. And at the end of that, we're going to give away 2, is
I
it
think-
3?
I think, what are we giving away, Ben?
Man, I can't even remember.
There's so much stuff we're giving away. I think this was our book,
I think
wasn't
we're
it?
giving away a bundle.
It's
I'm pretty
either a
sure.
book or a bundle.
I
Yeah.
think we're giving away a bundle.
Okay, we're going to give away.
Oh, there's Catlin.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, she's still
hold
awake.
on.
Folks who haven't.
Catlin came to us a little while ago. I don't know. It's like, guys, we got to have a summit. We got to launch this with a summit.
This is her idea. Yeah.
So this is, thank you. That's Cat. I'm speechless. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. All right, let's do our prizes.
Man, I can't even remember.
Okay, so yeah, we need a riddle for this. Rob, if you want to share this,
Yeah.
the sponsors. I'll
There-
take
there's
this up.
sponsors.
2 sponsors.
Yep. Getting ready.
Hold on. What's where's the feedback coming from?
Cat-
Oh, it's Catlin's feedback.
Catlin's hair looks better than Mitch's.
Yeah, totally.
All right, here we go. All right, so thank you again to New Society. You want to take advantage of your 40% off books before the end of the day. This coupon code is in the show notes below. So sign up for their newsletter and shoot them a note and say thank you. I'm sure they'd really appreciate to hear from all you guys out there in the interwebs. All right. So the next sponsor, Dakota, I'll let you.
Yeah, so we're just thrilled to have Holistic Management International as one of the sponsors for the event. I've had the absolute privilege of taking several courses from this organization, and I'll probably talk more about it in my my presentation tomorrow. But they're kind of the other side of permaculture, and they fill in so many of the gaps that permaculture is missing. I think permaculture also is very complementary to holistic management as well. And so it's just fantastic to work with them on this project. I highly encourage you to go check out holisticmanagement.org. They have all kinds of templates and tools on there. They've got, grazing planning spreadsheets and goal setting worksheets and financial planning worksheets that are super in depth, along with a ton of other resources. So head over to the website holisticmanagement.org.
Great, thanks.
And we've also got Growing Farmers, who they have also helped us spread the word to make this event an amazing success.
Oh,
You have to put in the notes.
Oh, go ahead, Mitch. Or Sir Ben. Oh man, it's been we've been streaming for this is going on 12 hours now.
Let's throw them up again tomorrow.
yeah, we'll throw Growing Farmers up again tomorrow and read their bio. We're just missing it here right now. Must have gotten removed from the document. That, anyways, you'll see them again tomorrow. This is live and it's real. Okay, so book giveaway.
Fun.
So the Big Book of Nature Activities. Man, I want to win this. So
Yeah.
what's our riddle?
The riddle is, first we need a number. Michelle, what's
Do I
what's
say
Hold
out
on.
loud, or
We'll
do
need
I
a
have
few
in my
numbers because
head?
this is one of the
So
giveaways.
we have two.
and
Oh
then
my
This is one of
gosh,
the
and a book
giveaways.
and a bundle.
And a
So we have
bundle.
so we need four
giveaways.
numbers. We need
Whoa.
four numbers.
Do I write them down or
This is
just
a big one.
secretly keep them
No,
in my head?
just say it right now.
Same right now?
Yep.
Okay, Caitlin's gonna write these down. I'm gonna pick 8 and 10. Dakota, how old are you today?
I'm 29 today.
29, and Rob is
We need some bigger numbers.
40.
That's too big.
Oh. Okay, we'll say the age he wished he still was, 29.
Mm.
No,
What's-
like,
what's-
like
I'm
34.
I'm 29.
Oh, man,
34.
34. That was the golden
All right.
year. Okay,
I'm 34.
so
And-
I'm. Oh,
Hold on. I think is there only 4?
That's 4.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, good.
yeah. So the riddle is I'm going to ask this riddle, and then we're going to get you to put up in the YouTube chat what your answer is, and the correct answers that come in that correspond to those numbers that we put up are going to be the people that are awarded these amazing giveaways. And it'll be in that order. So starting out with the 2 big book of nature activities, our book, Building a Permaculture Property, and then the whole bundle.
Dum dum
Dum, dum,
dum.
Yeah. So, okay. The riddle is: what is as big as an elephant but weighs 0 pounds? What is as big as an elephant but weighs 0
I'm
pounds?
sure they're just Googling it.
That's
That's
what I
probably
would do.
good.
Yeah,
As
that's
big as
really
an
smart.
elephant, it is 0 pounds.
I mean, isn't that how you found the riddle?
Yeah,
Just-
that's what I
Look, Roger was so
But
cheeky.
nobody
The
wants to
correct
put.
answer.
Nobody wants to put it. Be number
The
1.
first
We
one.
want to
no.
be number 8.
What's as
Carrot?
big as an elephant
Has this been
but
working? for you
weighs 0?
guys?
No.
Those are
Trump's ego.
Clark teddy bear.
Yeah, I know, but that should get a prize.
yeah.
That's pretty good.
Zucchini? No. Oh man, this is
Clouds?
one of the easier ones I thought. There you go.
Oh,
There we go.
Nice.
There we go.
Shadow.
Alright, come-
Yeah,
let it
there you
rip.
go. There you
As
go.
soon as one person gets it, they all just
Yeah. All
it
right.
comes in.
And then Catlin and Mitch count. Is that what
Oh,
happens?
here we go.
yeah.
Boom.
Yeah. All right. Well done, guys.
Yeah, so the answer is of course an elephant's shadow.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's a good one, yeah.
Don't tell the kids that. They're going to tell everybody that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
By the
they're
way,
actually
feel
good.
free to Google riddles for yourself as well. They're great fun. I didn't come up with these myself.
Okay, well, let me just unpin myself here or pin everybody. Just go to gallery view. So from everybody at the Verge team, thank you so much for showing up live tonight. And from the New Society team, I'm sure they're saying the same thing. I don't know, is Sarah still on?
Mm-mm.
No, okay. We'll be back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. and we're going to go hard all day long.
Yeah, please. So I think our peak was almost 2,000 today.
Yeah, let's get that tomorrow.
It'd be, well, let's get it higher.
Let's get it higher.
Yeah, see if we can break that record, folks. If you can share this with anybody who you think would benefit from it. We're still taking registrations for the summit, so you can get notifications and access to the recordings for the next week before it's only available in the bundle.
And I need to clarify something.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
It is going to take Catlin some time to get the recordings up,
Yes.
folks.
Yeah.
So
Be patient.
I think I might have said tonight, and I'm sorry. It won't be
Yeah,
tonight.
Kellen's got to sleep it for
Yeah.
at least 2 hours.
We will email you as soon as the first day is ready, and it might
Yeah.
be another 24 hours because we got to chop them all up. We got to load them to the website. We got to put it all together. So it's a little bit of work in the background. Yeah.
Perfect.
Mitch is
Okay.
opening his eyes like, oh man, I'm gonna have to edit those if anybody's
Yeah.
editing those.
So make sure you send lots of thank yous to the info account and to all the team that is doing this all behind the scenes. And you can even send Mitch and Catlin bottles of wine or beer. I'm sure they'd appreciate that. Although,
Or memes. I hear Mitch really likes memes.
yeah, he does. He loves
He
memes.
collects them. So
Yeah. Yeah. All right, folks.
Well, we can't close out until Catlin counts the winners, right? Because
Oh.
is the chat gonna close?
The chat will
Oh.
close. Yeah.
Yeah. So we
Uh-oh.
need to we need to keep going
Have,
we
have
just
you,
gotta-
Until
have you, have
Catelyn
you cop-
waves
have we copied and
to
pasted
tell
the?
to
do you have
tell
any
us
more- do you
that
have any
she's
more
got the
riddles?
winners.
Oh, but I only have so many riddles and there's so many presenters that we.
Is there any question? Can we just do some few quick questions from the audience while we're just waiting to compile
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
winners
if there's
until
any questions
let's
from YouTube?
let's maybe plan to do that. Yeah, the second we end this.
Elephant shadows times
thing,
9.
Yeah.
Just making sure everybody's spotlit.
What I would love to know, I got a question for you guys. What was your biggest insight from today?
Yeah, that's a good question. We should
Who you
ask you
talking
guys
to?
questions.
Yeah, we're tired of talking.
Are you asking Mitch?
Yeah, who are you talking to?
Oh no, yeah, I'm not talking to you, Mitch. You.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, actually, let's give her, Mitch. What was your big insight? And then for everybody else on YouTube, I'd love to know what your guys' big insights or big takeaways were from today.
I reckon my biggest insight is exactly what I said at your farm the other week, Dakota, while we were doing the PDC tour. Is just baby steps. That's it. Is just start from the bottom, and then get up there, and just baby steps. That's it.
Yeah.
You got to start somewhere. So start from the bottom, and take 20 steps.
All right. What about you guys out in the interwebs? What was your biggest insight today?
Trios. That was an interesting one. Yeah. That was from Stefan Sokoviak's presentation about it. He had a lot of his stuff. Like he has a fascination with threes, the same way that I have a fascination with alliteration. I love when things, all start with the 5 Ps or the all these different things. So that was a great one. Start where you're at.
Yeah.
Start small.
Yeah, go for it, Catelyn.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
That's because she hasn't started talking yet. Lips have to move usually.
Can you hear me?
I thought I saw her kind of weird.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the 2 Big Book of Nature winners, Errol Fisherin
Oh, Fisher.
and Christine Kahusak,
Nice.
and the BYPP book, Nicole Doucette, and the book bundle, drumroll, Faye Hansen.
Yay.
Awesome.
So what we need you to do is to email info@vergepermaculture.ca and do that right away, and then we'll send you instructions on how to get your prize.
And just because I see Errol Fisher on the chat right here, Errol, there's a whole section in the book dedicated to you, and you'll know which section it is when you get there. Okay, guys, have a great evening.
Thank you.
We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow.
Yeah, see you
Good night.
tomorrow. Mhm.